81. Preparations, hellos, and goodbyes. The task is set, and so are the people sent to complete it. Virgil and I must go westward once more and find a plant that can be used by Dr. Heath to create a medicine to keep the pale lady from taking primrose. Or so Virgil and I thought. We take a quick moment to discuss how we will skirt between the demon and his controlled monsters while looking for the mandamin. Our talks on completing the mission set for us begin as we leave Vernon in the medical building to rest, the man having a temporary room. So, should we share the nightmare to move fast? I bet the beast is the best way to quickly travel in small numbers. Yeah, that's likely the best way to go about it. If we are ever caught, I can distract the monsters and mask my way back to you. Sounds like a plan. Wait, do we know where it's at, Virgil? Last I saw, it ran away after the other was killed. Oh shit, you're right. We're gonna have to go looking for it then, and quick. Can't let it get away or for someone to kill it. It's only a first sigil, after all. But while we walk out of the building, just as our feet touch the rickety wood that takes us outside, pairs of footsteps follow us. I glance backward and see Earl awkwardly walking behind us alongside Dakota, who is cheerfully stepping just behind me. His face looks like he wants to say something, but doesn't know if it's appropriate. Virgil takes one glance between the two of us before sighing and shaking his head. You two work out whatever you need to. I'll go find the nightmare, Wyatt. Meet back here in, say, 2 hours? I think I can find the damn giant horse by then and find out a bit about the mandamin by then. I nod and agree with the man. In return, he spins and pulls up his hoodie as he walks out beneath the almost set sun. Even now, the man still has to be careful of getting burnt. He seems to have always preferred the night, but surely never feeling the sun couldn't be good for you. I just hope he can bear with it. I shake my head at the thought of his inner demons. We all have our own. We can fight the external together, but the internal is different. They are grating, devouring, and exhausting to hold at bay. Earl speaks up once Virgil leaves and puts his hands in his pockets. Hey, Wyatt. Do you want to come to Leonard's funeral? It's about to start soon. Nothing big, just Elizabeth, Esther, and I. I think we'd all like it if you came. I know you got a lot of stuff going on, so it's okay if you can't. My eyes shift to the rapidly fading silhouette nearby, and I turn back to the young man before me. He has to be hallucinating if he thinks I won't make it to Leonard's funeral. We might not have known each other for very long or had even been very close, but a friend is a friend. I put my hand on his shoulder and vehemently bob my head in agreement. Of course I will. We were friends, Earl. Still are. Death only separates us. It does not sever the bonds. Lead me. I got a few hours to spare before I need to leave. Earl turns and moves with a pep in his step, but he stops after just a few minutes and asks me another question with an unneeded apology. He puts his head down as he speaks. I think I even hear a slight sniffle. Do you hate me, Wyatt? For leaving you and for ratting you out to Johnny? Again, I'm sorry for all that. I really am. If I hadn't, then none of this would be happening. We'd probably be even further east and away from the break. This is really eating at him. Huh? He doesn't understand who I am. Not honestly if he thinks I hate him. Not even when I was utterly alone did I hate him, or anyone else in our group. I'm the one who lied first, after all. I think the spectacled man is sensitive and feels guilty after seeing the fight I participated in. That, and he doesn't want to fight against the break. Doesn't want any of us to get hurt. I try to reassure him that I don't hate him or harbor any sort of grudge. There are too few people worth protecting to hold a grudge like this. I pat him on the shoulder and walk by him as I talk, pulling him with me. No, I don't hate you, Earl. None of you guys. If you hadn't told Johnny about me, then not only would I not be a third sigil, but I also wouldn't have met Virgil and Vernon, nor would I have found a cause to fight for. A decent one, nonetheless. I would have only grown to hate myself if I had ever joined the hunters and been forced to do things against my will. So, in fact, I can only thank you for what you did, Earl. Don't feel so guilty, and get on your rocker. Stop acting so illogical, man. That's not who you are. I can hear an audible sigh of relief come from Earl's nose at what I said, the man having a weight pulled off his shoulders. He catches back up to me and thanks me. Thank you for forgiving me. I need to be less believing in the world around me and more trusting of myself. Come, let's go to the funeral. I'm sure the ladies are waiting. After our discussion, we walked north through part of the town until we reached the edge, where a sprawling graveyard resides behind a metal gate of black iron. At least 200 to 300 headstones remain lodged in the dirt before me, probably twice that number lacking any type of marker. A decent number of people are here today, at least 24, probably the family or friends of other people who were killed today. It is early to have a funeral. After all, it's only been a few hours since everyone died in the attack. I think they might have expedited Leonard's funeral for me, so that I could attend. My thoughts shift from my surroundings and instead focus on a single person as I catch a glimpse of Elizabeth sitting in a patch of grass beside a small girl and a rolled-up bundle roughly the size of a person. Esther and Leonard. The speed of my steps heightens as I make my way closer to them, and Earl struggles to follow me. Sand is pushed aside by my boots that frankly need to be replaced at this point with all the shit they've been through. But that thought barely lasts a second as I reach my friends with Earl hot on my heels. Elizabeth is the first to notice me, and I get a good look at her as she runs up and hugs me, squeezing tight with tears falling. She still has a large bandage wrapped around her nightmare black head of frazzled hair and pair of bruised black eyes. It's only been a week or so, and she's not a sigilled, so she can only heal slowly like an average person. But it does look like she's better now. The thought of how fragile she is makes my heart twist. I pat Elizabeth's back as Esther looks up at me with dead eyes, the small girl experiencing far too much loss in such a short time. She's performing a death grip on the baby foxes in her arms, and I'm surprised she's not hurting them, but it all makes sense. Her parents, town, twin, and now even one of her new family, all without anything she could do to help. That would kill me inside, and I figure it's doing the same to her. Elizabeth cries out to Earl, and me while she's in my arms. You're both here. Thankfully. I was hoping neither of you would get hurt. I can't take another person dying. Neither can Esther. The poor girl is about to break. Earl steps over to Esther and picks her up while trying to get her to talk. How could we have died? I checked in on you after the fight. I was just checking on Wyatt, and he was helping Primrose get healed. You doing okay, Est? Anything you want to do? I turn my attention away from Earl as Elizabeth pushes herself from my hug and acknowledges Leonard. I can't believe he's really dead. 1 minute everything's fine. The entire town is calm and safe. Then out of nowhere, gunfire started sounding off nonstop. The second I heard a shot, I felt like something was wrong, but I never would have thought that Leonard would die. He didn't even do anything, either. Those fucking hunters just gunned him down for being in the crowd. They shouldn't be hunters. Those bistash. I grab her softly and stop her anger from growing any further. I've never seen her even slightly mad, so I realize I must help her. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just take a deep breath. We avenged him already. Those people aren't worth your anger. They're already dead. Elizabeth follows my advice as Earl continues to try to talk to Esther, who is just staring at me. No, she's staring at Dakota beside me. It's odd, but I don't say anything and focus on the woman before me. Who? Thank you. I don't know what came over me. I just feel so powerless, unable to help at all. I mean, Esther is a kid, so obviously, we can't let her help, but you and Earl both have sigils. You fight, you get hurt, but at least it's something. All I do is wait, twiddling my thumbs to see who dies this time. Silence passes between us for a few seconds as we look each other in the eyes of the other. I take a bit to think, but I can't come up with much of a way to get her able to help besides doing what Edmund did to me. Finding a weak monster and letting her kill it for its sigil. I bring this up to her before pushing it to later. I could help you get a sigil, but I must leave soon. I need to go retrieve something for Johnny to save Primrose. The lady's life is on the clock, her body gradually shutting down even with Dr. Heath's aid. Elizabeth gets visibly upset at hearing that I have to leave soon, but I see her push it down. She does, however, still ask a question. Does it have to be you? I shake my head slightly before I answer. Probably not, if I'm honest, but I already promised and you won't break a promise. That's fine. I get it. We all have things we must do. Hopefully, I'll have found mine by the time you return. I nod and agree with her, And then I change the subject as I realize I'm on the clock along with Primrose. Yeah, I hope you do. Maybe you can join Dr. Heath in treating people? I also heard that the gunsmith needs extra hands to manufacture bullets. But enough of that. This is Leonard's funeral. We shouldn't be disrespectful, and honestly, I feel as though we already have been. Do we have someone available to bury Leonard for us? Or should I? Earl answers my question as he moves Esther closer to Dakota, the young girl who loves foxes growing a bit less stony as she touches the dog-sized vulpine. Dakota doesn't mind the attention as he nuzzles her back. No, you're supposed to bury your own dead. We could pay, but I figured we should do this ourselves. Save the money and have it feel more personal. There are shovels over here. I agree with him and follow him to grab some shovels after he leaves Esther with Dakota. We return with a shovel for each of us as we begin to dig a grave for Leonard in an open plot. Wary of the approaching 2 hours, I try something new, or well, something old that's been enhanced. I try out Struggler's Defiance, the now weaker version of Struggler's Gasp, now that my body has reached the level that allows me to use it without breathing in the ether around me. The Sigil skill, like all others that come from the Sigil itself, is simple and easy to activate. You only have to find the muscle. The muscle is easily identified as a new, but also an old part of me. It's hard to describe how it feels to activate it, but the flow of ether is easy to articulate. Ether comes from my core in an absolute torrent that overflows my entire body like a shower of torrential rain, and for a second, I worry that this skill will just add to my ether saturation. But after a few seconds, I feel the pleasant sensation of my chains being loosened, the ether burrowing into my orange manacles and making them less restricting. I feel the enhancement to my physical, mental, and surprisingly even ether capabilities instantly. My body moves with just a little less strength than I usually have when using Struggler's Gasp. My mind moves faster than ever, and my ether is more straightforward to manipulate. The absence of foreign ether lets me control ether with ease now that my restraints are lessened. With a flick of my mind, I create strands of braided ether on my shovel and send the ether down the object. After a bit of resistance, which would undoubtedly be quite tricky usually, a rainbow multicolored ether appears at the end of the thing. The rainbow color, that only Sigiled can see, mesmerizes me as it encompasses the head of the shovel. I try to figure out what the rainbow color does, but can't figure it out while I dig. All that I can reason is that it doesn't affect non-living things. I also want to test out my newly enhanced will, but at this point, I always keep a piece of me between the bloody palm and me. I use the shovel and my increased physical aptitude to rapidly dig the hole. And to make the job go even faster, Dakota joins in as well. The fox just using his natural abilities to dig with his claws almost as quickly as me. After 10 minutes or so, the grave is dug, and I climb out of it. Earl moved dirt away from the hole, and Dakota just helped me gain depth. The little guy turn, not so little, has to jump out of the hole to get out. I release the flow of Struggler's Defiance and feel a wave of tiredness rush over me. Not enough to make me need to sleep immediately or even lay down, but it is a considerable amount of weakness that burrows into my body. I guess that's the new price for loosening my chains. I do notice another upside to this skill compared to Struggler's Gasp. The ether that remains in my body after I use it is minimal. Most of it flows into my chains and then out into the air around me when it's done. I guess that's the difference between using your own ether and forcing the ether in the environment to obey your commands. Once done, Earl, Elizabeth, and I carefully lower the fallen young man's body into the hole. Then, we get out and fill the void. But before we fill the spot, we spend a few minutes looking at him, each of us just silently thinking. A pointless death for a man who deserved so much more. I could have seen Leonard gaining a sigil, helping us fight, and being a defender, but no. He was killed simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. After almost 10 minutes of silence between us, I speak up, wanting to say some words for the young man only a few years older than me. You were a good man, Leonard. You protected these people before I arrived despite not having a sigil and being just as unsure as them in the path ahead. Few can face down creatures as threatening as a group of dire wolves, and me without faltering. I didn't care for you much when I met you, but you grew on me. You all have. Lowering my head, I wish him farewell. I hope you have a peaceful trip to the White Fields, Leonard. I hope we can meet again someday, in this life or the next. You never know what might come in the future. Nods pass between the ones beside me, and they all speak as well to the fallen Leonard. Earl is the next to talk, breaking down halfway through his eulogy to his dead best friend. Thank you, Leonard. You have been such a great friend for so long. You followed me into the woods and protected me from game and other critters while I sought out the path of an alchemist. We'd spend hours, or even sometimes days in the woods just to find a plant or substance that I could test with. You might have complained, but never once did you leave me. When the break hit, you didn't leave me either. You chose to stay and help me. Not only me, but you also found and saved Elizabeth, Esther, and Lonnie with your family's shotgun. I'm going to miss you, buddy. For 10 years, we've been a team. I can't imagine going even just a week without you. Elizabeth is the third and final one to speak. Esther only watches, and Dakota can't talk as he's just a fox. I never really knew you when we lived in Leonard together. Only when hell itself came for us did we meet. You were a kind and helpful soul, if only a bit dull, which is not a bad thing. It made you strong. It made you courageous. I'll miss you too, Leonard. She inhales sharply, taking a break to sniffle before finishing. I remember you saying that your father never seemed to act like you mattered, that his negligence always hurt you, that he never seemed to care, even if he was there. I promise you, Leonard, that will all become better for you, to show you that you mattered. To us. Without you, I think all of us would be dead here. So, thank you, and rest easy. After the goodbyes, we fill up the hole. All of us are stricken with tears, and I have to constantly wipe at my eyes as I fill in the void. Once the ground is even, I check my pocket watch and see it's already been over an hour. I need to hurry. The sun is long set, and I must prepare to leave with Virgil. 82 cutting a path. I look around the graveyard and the people within it as I feel the time crunch hit me. While my friends grieve over Leonard, I'm forced to move. For our own survival. Without Primrose, a powerful fifth sigil who's probably the second strongest person in all of Rustbank, that I know of at least, our chances against the demon are much lower. We also need the machete that Johnny is offering as a reward. My daggers are nice, but they've fallen behind, just like my rapier that I got from Edmund. Simply making something bleed more is no longer enough. I need more power from my weapons. It's now that I genuinely feel the pain of losing the blooming spider lily, which makes my heart skip a beat at a realization that I've not even thought of before. What if we simultaneously fight Hura, the demon of storms, and Alexos, the phantom pain? Alexos has shown signs of being controlled by the demon, but how far does that go? He obviously doesn't appear to be a person who is willing to be puppet, and I'm sure that if we can free him or get rid of the control placed on him that he'll help us. At least partially. From an enemy to a chaotic neutral party that I also want to kill. A choice will come to me because I know for a fact that there is no way both Hura and Alexos will be killed. Whether I retrieve my heirloom, the blooming spider lily, a cult of legendary power, or Edmund's artifact. And while I know what is the correct choice, I cannot help but want the other more. The lily might have saved me multiple times and have been passed down from my father, but I can't help but feel a greater attachment to whatever Edmund left behind. The decision will be difficult, but for now, I will push it away. I have things to do now. I need to get going. I turn back to my friends and try to let them know I'm leaving, but I don't want it to come off as uncaring. I care about Leonard, but I need to go. Hey guys, I'm sorry, but I need to get going. Time's running out before I have to leave. It's important for everyone if we can get Primrose healed up. That and Johnny will give us a new weapon. Devil knows we need arms. Oh, you don't have a Colt or Claymore, right, Earl? Earl shakes his head at my answer while Elizabeth nods and holds onto Esther. No, I don't. Johnny said he'd give me something from whatever his boys got when they returned. And are you going with that man, Virgil? An idea comes to my mind. I have multiple Claymores on me, most of which I don't even use. I'm sure his mind will be able to put them to better use. So, I take off my stiletto dagger with the Isatai sigil. Then, I hand them to him. Here, take this. I basically only use my daggers at this point. And yeah, I'm going with Virgil. Is there an issue? Earl gratefully takes the weapons from me, taking a minute to put them on himself with their sheaths. But he looks at me and expresses concern over Virgil. You sure that Virgil is a good man to be around? He feels dangerous, like an assassin or something else. Honestly, he's got the vibe of one of the hunters from the squads. I wave him off. No, he can't be. The man's been kind and protective since I came across him. You should see him when his brother gets hurt. It's like a mama bear protecting her cubs. It's fine. We make a good team as well. Earl nods at what I have to say, but he continues to press what he thinks is an issue. You sure? I think I should come with you too on this trip. Have someone to watch your back, just in case. That, and we know how useful luck is. I tilt my head at his proposition despite how untrusting of Virgil it is. A third could probably fit on the nightmare's back. And Virgil is quite skinny and relatively short in stature like me. Only I am mostly muscle at this point, for the bloody palm has eaten all my fat. I guess I could use a third, but I don't think it should be him, though. He's too weak. The mission is a quick in-and-out retrieval mission, but that doesn't mean it will be safe. Quite the contrary, actually. We will be constantly dodging, fighting, and running from threats, with how close we must come to the heart of the break. A third could be helpful, but just not him. No, I don't think it's a good idea, man. Too risky. How will you defend yourself? The monsters won't leave you alone just because you're weak and useful alive like the hunters. They will eat you without a moment of consideration. I intend to end the conversation there as I walk away from my friends and toward the graveyard's exit, but he grabs my arm to stop me from leaving. I'm serious, Wyatt. I think you'll need me. Just a gut feeling. And you won't have to worry about protecting me. I can handle myself. Levi and Otto train me in combat. I won't be useless, I promise. Look. Earl pulls out of the massive backpack he always carries with him, a bundle of dynamite along with a lever action. Johnny gave me access to some explosives, a variety of ingredients, and medical equipment. If I come with you, I will be supportive. I'll lay down traps as we run, throws distractions as we fight, and take care of you guys if you're hurt. I've planned this all out the second I heard about the mission. His reasoning makes me edge a bit closer to letting him come. The dynamite and ingredients that were given to him are a big bonus. He made Molotov cocktails in the middle of the dunes. With actual resources, I'm confident the brilliant dude can make some crazy shit on the fly. But one thing still lingers. Johnny has him for luck, whatever that means. Will he let him come? I raised this to Earl. What about Johnny? Will he let you come? I thought he kept you close for your luck? Earl smiles at my question and answers immediately. I already asked him before I caught up to you in the clinic. He said I could. He only needs me nearby during war planning and the like so that his decisions are optimized. But he did say that if I can advance in this short trip, it'd be a great help. Once he heard that I only recently got a sigil, he said forget it, though, and to just focus on keeping us all alive. I sigh as I relent to his logic. Yeah, fine, you can come. Let's get going now, though. Oh, wait, if you're coming, then I don't think Dakota can. Too much weight on the nightmare for it to be quick enough to outrun other monsters. Hey, Elizabeth, can you watch over Dakota while we're gone? He listens really well. Elizabeth nods amidst her recent tears, and I go over to Dakota. I hand the boy a few treats I have lying around in my torn-up pack. Hey, Dakota, I heard you helped out Vernon with some bad guys. That was awesome. I hope you can keep doing stuff like that. I'm going to be gone for a little bit. Only a few days, but I need you to watch over my friends. Can you do that for me? The reddish-orange bundle of thick winter fur shakes in agreeance, wagging his tail. I point over at Elizabeth and Esther. Those two. Can you stay with them for a few days? Keep him safe. Dakota wags his tail again in understanding as he walks over to the area I pointed and sits down. Good. I'll see you guys when I get back then. Yeah, we should be back soon. The plant we're looking for isn't too far out west. We just need to get into the dunes properly. Rustbank was built on a kind of oasis, so there aren't many desert plants nearby. Bye, guys. Be safe. Wyatt, take care of Earl, and you do the same, Earl. Bye. Both Earl and I walk out of the graveyard after saying our goodbyes. I check my pocket watch. 10 minutes remain for our meetup. We need to move fast. I look around for the best way back to the clinic, and as I do so, I catch a familiar face. a severe and brooding mug adorned with a black cowboy hat atop his head. He wears a cigar on his lip as he stands before a series of both freshly dug and old graves. The gunfighter doesn't meet my eyes as I look at him, but I see the melancholy on his face as specks of ash fall onto his feet. The gaze of a man who has borne such death and turmoil brings an even more profound sadness to my heart. Looking at him makes me sniffle as I force my eyes away and toward our destination. I'm unsure what Johnny is doing here instead of running the town, but seeing that he cares is reassuring. If I were to die while fighting for him, I'd at least have one man to grieve me. Maybe that's why so many are trying to join him. Because even now, I see some newcomers enter the town. Voices touch our ears as we walk toward the clinic to meet up with Virgil. This is Rustbank, right? Yee, it sure is. You looking for Johnny? Yeah, I heard this is where he's making his stand. I've had enough of doing dirty work for the hunters, being forced to fight for people who won't even lift a finger of their own. Aren't we all? Here, come bend an elbow with me. A little bit of liquor before the break will do us some good. Loosen the nerves. Sounds good. First round's on me. Aye, that's what I like to hear. Many of these conversations zoom past as I begin to wonder where all these people were while I was fighting in the town square with Johnny. My question is eventually answered by a pair of men speaking back and forth with booze in their hands in the middle of the street that we brush past. Damn, I wish I could have helped Johnny fight, but by the time I reached the town square, a black film surrounded it. Yeah, right, you're just a coward. If I was here, I would have gunned down a few of them myself, but I was piss-drunk and didn't wake up until after the fight from my hangover. No, I wasn't. The darkness that rose after Primrose and her poison cloud entered the square was incredibly dangerous. I saw someone touch it, and their entire hand turned to bone, falling to the ground and breaking apart. Who in their right mind would try to push through it after that? My steps stop in their tracks as I realize that Darkstep was there the whole time, watching. She knew that Johnny didn't have any backup because he was the one that stopped them all from coming. So, why did she not just kill us? Why did she not intervene earlier and prevent all those hunters from dying? The investigation into her actions is put to a stop quickly, however, because Earl turns around and tells me to hurry up. What are you doing? I thought we had to move quickly. I nod and make my legs move faster to compensate for the lost couple of seconds. Yeah. I'm coming. We move quickly through the city and make it to the clinic. I check my pocket watch when we arrive. 3 minutes until our time to meet. We stand in front of Heath's clinic while waiting for Virgil to arrive. The time is used to check our packs for anything we might need and to eat.
I'm fucking starving.
My newly advanced and ash-gray left hand makes me even hungrier than usual. I devour bread, jerky, and even a few pieces of sweet candy that Earl gives to me. Oh, how I miss a home-cooked meal. I think I'd literally kill someone to eat Ma's cooking once more. I'd only consider murder to eat at a nice restaurant or something, however. Nothing can beat Ma's cooking. And it's been so long since I've had it. Long before she died was the last time I ate her food because of her illness that confined her to a bed. The 3 minutes turn to over 10 as we wait for Virgil. I begin to worry just as the 15-minute mark passes from when our meeting was, but a figure down the dark street changes my mind. A silhouette backdropped against the moon in the sky aboard a horse just as dark as night walks toward us. Virgil. I run over to him, and Earl follows me, scrambling to catch up. When I get up close, Virgil hops off the tall horse and lands on his feet before brandishing the ghost eye, the artifact that allows for the control of another. Hey Virgil, this is Earl. You guys already met, and he's going to join us on this trip. He's a gambler and ungodly clever. I'm sure he'll be a great help. Virgil's head tilts in what I assume is curiosity beneath his newly refitted dark outfit that shields him from sunlight. But his response surprises me. You decided this without asking me? We're a team. We make the decision together. And there won't be any casinos, so why do we need a gambler? I breathe in sharply as I feel a pang of guilt for not even asking him. Only now do I realize how rude that is, like requesting a girlfriend if you can have a second. That's what it's like to invite another to join a group bound to risk death. Yeah, sorry for not asking you. I've not had a team before you and Vernon, so that's my bad. But no, he's a gambler. The sigil? You've heard of it, right? Earl steps in here to add his own voice to the discussion. I can manipulate luck. Not greatly at this point, but any measure of good luck is better than none. And I'm an alchemist in training, so I can make a variety of bombs, potions, and even poisons. I've also experimented quite a bit with explosions, and Johnny gave me a stick of dynamite. Virgil's head turns back and forth between the two of us, appraising Earl and considering the proposal for a third in our group. He takes a moment looking between us both before pulling down his hood and holding his hand out to Earl. Virgil, nice to formally meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you too.
I'm Earl.
The two exchange greetings before Virgil motions to the nightmare, the giant horse that stands over us. I've heard of the gambler's sigil before. Very, very rare, mysterious, and powerful. Though, I don't think I've ever heard anyone ever getting a second one. The demons that have them are either so few in number or too powerful to rely on getting more. Maybe with this break, you can advance further, Earl. I heard from Wyatt that you two fought a Nain Rouge. Experience in fighting demons, even lesser ones, should help with the break. Well, we better get going. This one would be a bitch to catch. The bastard ran through the town and had several people chasing after it to kill it. Had to pay off a few so that they would leave it alone. But we've got it now, so it's fine. So Virgil gets atop the oversized creature with a quick hop and grapple onto the horse. I follow his lead and get behind him before holding my arm down to Earl. The gambler definitely does not have the athleticism or sigils required to jump up the 8 or so feet on his own up to the horse's back. Grab my arm, and I'll pull you up. Should be enough room for the three of us. Earl follows my lead, and I yank the man up atop the mind-controlled creature. Pity still runs through me for it, and its fallen brethren with how they're being controlled, but we need them. I doubt they'd be fine with us riding their backs otherwise. Virgil spins the horse around and sets us heading westward, once more back into the belly of the beast. This has got to be the last time I go toward the break. Once was forced and risky, twice was bought, and sure to be even riskier and thrice? That'd just be plain dumb. Virgil then speaks up as the horse speeds up a bit through the street, the man using his night vision so that he doesn't run into any pedestrians walking in the night. You two need anything before we leave? Bullets? Food? Water? Earl answers with a negative to everything while I search my pack. The plan is to only be gone for a day or two at most, but things can always go wrong. Within my backpack are roughly a week's worth of rations, and the same in water. I don't use my gun too often, but I have 30 or so rounds in a small box. I think I'm fine. The last trip didn't use too many of my supplies, as Virgil and Vernon did most of the cooking and shooting. No, I'm good as well. The man of the night nods and speeds up the horse further as we near the edge of town. Off we go then. Feel free to take a quick nap or something. It'll be at least 5 or 6 hours before any activity is seen. I slept this morning, so I'm good for a few days without rest. Just make sure you two are good. I take his advice and try to fall asleep aboard the nightmare. I've ridden horses my whole life, so it isn't too hard for me to fall asleep on the back of one. Even a giant, monstrous one such as this nightmare. The dark night fades to abyssal black as my consciousness fades into a rejuvenating slumber. 83. The Blood Shifter. The early morning light breaks through my closed eyelids and brings me to consciousness atop the nightmare, an unnaturally large horse covered in evernight hair. Nearby buildings and towns-like background noise of idle chatter have been replaced by the sands, hills, and howls of the bone dunes. The difference between just a few hours of riding on this fast horse is stark. Earl and Virgil seem to have been awake the whole time, as when I come to, the both of them are talking to each other, discussing odd things here, and they're along with what we should be looking for to find our objective, the mandamin. You said you were an alchemist in training, right? Where would you bet a mandamin to be? Yeah, I am. Or I was. Applied to a fancy school far away in the cities and got accepted. But now, I would rather not go. Rather not feed the machine. That doesn't really matter, though, to you. What does is what I know. I've never seen a mandamin in person, but the book I had said they looked similar in stature to maize, grew in the bottom of large hilly dunes, and enjoyed the shade. Adds up with what I found. I got a quick look at a book I had about rare herbs before I left, and memorize the passage on mandamin. They are also more common inside nooks and crannies, growing like weeds, so be sure to look out for that. Oh hey Wyatt, didn't see that you woke up. Don't know how you slept on a horse. This thing is way too bumpy for me to rest. I laugh at Earl's inexperience with horses and try to encourage him. It's not that hard once you ride them long enough. I grew up riding my family horse almost daily. It's second nature to me, but I'm sure you can get comfortable with them over time. Yeah, hopefully. As we ride, Virgil taps the ghost eye in his hands that control the nightmare before flipping around to face us. He pulls out 2 items from his backpack that he shows to us. Nabbed some stuff from the hunters I killed. Just second nature to take something at this point. I didn't want to give them out until after we left in case Johnny were to demand them back. Not much I could do to refuse the man, so I figured it was better to wait. I got 3 total items. The first I immediately put on after I killed him. Virgil brandishes his forearm, which has some sort of contraption placed upon it. Only when he points at it do either of us even notice it. The oddity is weird, but I can't determine why. Earl and I also have no idea what we're looking at, apparently, as our faces show confusion. Once he notices our ignorance, Virgil explains it. It's a type of hidden blade, used for assassinations of high officials and whatnot. This one, though, is quite a particular type of claymore. It has 2 swimmer and mentalist sigils duos, making it a 4th flam. I've tested it out quite a bit when I was alone. It lets me hold my breath for incredibly long periods, along with making the entire blade psychologically invisible to whoever sees it. Most will just glance past it without knowing what it does. Great combination for me, and I hope to put it to great use. But these 2 are for either of you guys. One comes from the hunter, Milton, who could use lightning. That guy needed very little to complement his rare combination of sigils, and the other comes from the man who knocked you out, Wyatt. That guy was quite a bastard. The Darkstalker holds up both items to our eyes, a pair of brass knuckles and some type of cylinder with an open side. I recognize the brass knuckles as items from the guy who kicked me in the head while I was down. I think he was called Oliver. The forearm-size cylinder is quite a mystery, though. I reach out and grab the brass knuckles as they seem most fitting for me. When they are in my hands, I search for their sigil. Within, I sense prize fighter. It is a 3-sided sigil with 2 of them feeling like soldiers, and the last feeling like the opposite of the third that was in Law's light. Instead of the sigil that appears to have a balance that is constantly shifting but ending in the center for a movement here or there, this one is a balance that slowly moves but never once stops in the center. As usual, I get lost in the mesmerizing sigils for a few moments before I come to. My gut tells me this is the conman sigil. I just don't know what the damn thing is meant to do. I remember the man almost laying me out with 1 hit, but I don't see how these knuckles helped. I look up from my investigation and see Earl looking at the cylinder. He appears just as confused as me. Virgil flips back around to face forward as he addresses both of us. I'm unsure what either of those artifacts really do, only vague ideas from what I've heard or seen. Wyatt, when the man knocked you out, he seemed to get covered in a small film of gold over his skin. Seemed to make it a bit harder for my knife to penetrate his neck. It might have something to do with it. And Earl, that cylinder is called the adapter. All I saw from it was that Frederick tossed Milton a spear, which was put into it. Then it was pulled out with lighting coming from the tip of it. Play around with it for a bit. Hopefully, you figure out how to use it. This whole time the nightmare has been continuously moving westward. Even when Virgil turned around, it kept moving. A thought comes to mind as I watch the sand pass by us. There was one weapon that Virgil definitely had the opportunity to nab, but didn't. Hey Virgil, if you got the one guy's brass knuckles, why didn't you get his sawed-off shotgun? That thing was destructive. He answers without looking back with a simple shrug to complement his words. Figured it would be noticed if it was gone. Was quite a bit larger and more conspicuous than the rest. I wasn't sure how things would go with Johnny. I nod at his reasoning. Makes sense. A loud and powerful weapon like that would surely be noticed if it was gone. The hidden blade is the opposite and makes sense to take along with the brass knuckles. The adapter is a little odd, though, but I guess you could argue that maybe Frederick took it when he left. Earl whispers into my ear while I look at the knuckles. See? He stole these things. I whisper back in defense of Virgil. No, he only took from people he rightfully killed. That's how it works. Then why couldn't he just ask Johnny for them? Just leave it, Earl. He's a good man. You're overthinking things again. Okay. You're probably right. The conversation ends there as Earl focuses on the cylinder he was given, the adapter. I then turn my attention to something I've been pushing off for a while. The bloody palm. I look down at the artifact that has bonded itself to me, the ashy gray flesh and squirming veins beneath my skin. Thankfully, the blockade I placed at my elbow still stands strong. The squirming and insidious veins seem to have calmed down as well and are no longer constantly attacking the blockade. I won't release it, however, as I've learned the bloody palm is an expert at taking advantage of me when I'm weak. The second my mind falters, it will be back, but I do need to know something about it. The new name of its sigil, the knowledge of which sigil it now has two of, will be incredibly important. Whether it has two abbots, occultists, freaks, or Comanches, these will determine how I treat it in the future. Another abbot or Comanche won't be too bad, for their traits are not inherently negative. But another occultist or freak may be another story. Giving the bloody palm greater control over blood, flesh, or my hunger could be harmful. So, with a flush of my enhanced will, which I've now decided to call Ironheart in hopes that it will both keep my heart beating and mine, I force my way into the bloody palm. This time, I hope to see the designs upon its sigils more clearly, as before I was quickly repelled by the artifact. It's been a long time since that happened, and although we've both changed, I think I've improved more. Significant resistance meets my mind as I travel through my body with my mind's eye and reach the blockade. Then, I open the blockade for a short moment and rush my Ironheart through. As I hustle to the core of the bloody palm from my forearm, I hear whispers and feel crimson darkness eat away at the sides of my consciousness. But my mind is no longer the malleable and digestible spirit it once was. It is now made of iron, tough and hard to bend. That doesn't mean it's impossible, though, so I quickly push my way through and ignore all the murmurs that touch me. I reach the center of the bloody palm as it continues to resist me, but it doesn't truly seem to care all that much about my intrusion. It appears to think there is nothing I could possibly do to hurt it from within. And honestly, the artifact is probably right. I have no idea if you even can attack an artifact artifice to you with your mind. I'm not here to fight, though. I'm here for reconnaissance. I eventually reach the core of the bloody palm, where its sigils reside. And it's here that I find the overall three-sided sigil within it. One side has gone through a metamorphosis that I know of because of its size, feel, and look compared to the other two sides. All of it is more substantial. My mind's eye is clouded with crimson fog, but with enough focus, I can push through to see what the sigils appear to look like. The large metamorphosized side made of three others is a mismatched construction of what appears to be the abstract image of a man with freakish muscles that has blood dripping from his eyes, sitting cross-legged. It confuses me as the bloody palm is just that, a hand. I mean, now it has control over a hand in my forearm, but still, it is no man. Maybe that sigil resembles who it was before it became an artifact, but the appearance of the metamorphosized sigil still throws me for a loop as I glance at the other two with dread. The other two have nothing to do with the man. One is a falling leaf that has wind rushing over it, the Comanche, and the fifth and final sigil is a drop of crimson blood that appears to undulate. Not only does the sigil made of three have a different look than the singles, but it also has a different feel. It feels like a man of peace who was made to fight in a war. A gardener that was drafted is the best feeling I can get. But fourth one isn't too different either, seemingly more corrupted by the bloody palm, but not entirely. It feels like the leaf calls for the death of something. Odd, but not necessarily evil. The newest sigil, however, is thoroughly corrupted by the bloody palm. That drop of blood that is the artifact's fifth sigil and second occultist feels like the embodiment of hungry survival. Like that drop of blood will become whatever it needs to satiate the hunger. After a few moments of looking at it, I feel the urge within the sigil turn toward me, growling with quiet malfeasance. At this point, I quickly retreat from the bloody palm, pushing my way back to my elbow and into the rest of my body. Before I do so, though, I get the name of its whole sigil, Bloodshifter. Once I return, an image of that drop of blood and its new name comes to mind. The vision entails only the tendrils that emerged from the artifact that reattached it to me when severed from my arm. Can the bloody palm change its shape now? If it can turn into whip-like tendrils, then what else can it turn into? A shield? A knife? A gun? I could see the first two happening, the flesh sculpting itself into the shapes of familiar weapons. But that last one, probably not. The blood palm has never been injured before, so I figure it would make a good weapon or shield. It only got hurt when it was removed from me by the cut on my arm. I hope I can learn some way to control this shift or, at the very least, edge it in a particular direction. I'd prefer the artifact make weapons I know how to use, like daggers, rapiers, or simple things like brass knuckles, than anything I'm inexperienced with. My internal attention toward the bloody palm is pulled from me abruptly as a hand touches my shoulder. Instantly, I whip my head up and forward, assuming that I'm being told to pay attention in front of us, and I am right. The sand shifts irregularly beneath the earth about 1,000 feet in front of us. Mounds move here or there in odd motions as if something lurks underneath. Virgil looks back and puts a finger over his mouth. He's telling us to be quiet. I instantly follow by moving the ether within me to create stealth which mutes my movements. Then I see Virgil reach down with his hand covered in darkness, however, not the dangerous purple night of his necrosis. So while it is braided ether, it is not a deadly kind, and I see flecks of dark particles within the ether on his hand. I think those are the signs of steel ether, the fourth sigil technique for manipulation. It's supposed to further increase the power while also saving saturation by improving the quality of ether, doing so by adding essence from the sigil and altering the effects. This hand, cloaked in the new technique to my eyes, touches the horse's side, and I see the bundle of ether on Virgil's hand spread out into a thin film over the whole nightmare. Once he does, the horse's movement becomes completely silent. Even its breathing fades from my ears. He must be using a type of stealth on the nightmare. Probably his own flavor using his unique kind of ether that teeters into darkness. I genuinely wish to learn how to do that kind of thing on my own. Make my own skills and applications of this incredible substance. I'll try it out at the next opportunity when I have some spare time. After a short pause, Virgil also reaches back and taps Earl, who is also covered with the same kind of ether as the nightmare. The man quickly glances at me before nodding, my stealth doing a good enough job to replace his skill. Once Virgil has completed his preparation, we ride toward the undulating and shifting sand, but instead of going straight for them, we end up going around. I look at Virgil, curious, but he just shakes his head as we continue the horse's gallop past whatever lurks beneath the yellow sand. When we get about 1,000 or so feet away from whatever creature was under the sand, I feel safe enough to question Virgil. Why didn't we engage them? Virgil scoffs at my question, but still answers me. Did you not learn the last time we ventured west? There are times to fight, and there are times to just get your job done. This is the latter. We had some spare time previously, but now there is zero. His words finally break through to me and make sense. I need to stop thinking every monster must be fought. Sometimes leaving them alone is better. The Bakwa might also be an example of that, but I had to. I had to fight it. However, I am still curious about what those monsters were, so I ask him, assuming Virgil knows. Okay, that makes sense. I'll try to be more passive this time. What were those things anyway? Virgil turns, looks at both Earl and me, and says something that makes the man behind me shiver.
No idea.
Never seen anything like that before in all my life. It must be an undiscovered monster, or a powerful variant of some kind that lives around here. Don't know any that would hunt like that, though. However, I did catch a glimpse of what looked like a tentacle beneath the sands. So, yeah.
No idea.
It is not completely uncommon for a break to field some new monsters. Demons love playing with their toys, after all. Damn, that's a first. Virgil has known just about everything we've come across so far. I look back to see where they are. The sand just shifts and moves in irregular mounds. The view is unsettling, so I turn around. As I do so, though, I notice the ether placed upon Earl and the nightmare fade. Even steel ether doesn't last that long when removed from the user. That was, at most, 5 minutes. After that event, we continue riding forward for several more hours beneath the sun. Often we have to pull the stealthy ether out and sneak past monsters. Every time we do so, I'm amazed at how quiet and unseeable Virgil can make a giant horse. We never get caught, though, throughout the horse's trek across the dunes, and when the sun goes down, we come across a reasonably large ravine in the sands with overhangs of sandstone and gray rock. This might just be where the mandamin is. Maybe this mission, indeed, will be a quick in and out. 84. Shiny new mud pipes. All three of us make our way off the enormous horse of night and scramble down into the ravine surrounded by sand. We leave the nightmare at the top of the gorge. No way the creature can get down and come back up without massive aid. The rough sandstone covered with sand and the occasional hard gray rock that more resembles a bone than a stone makes the trip down difficult, adding even further to the decision to leave the horse temporarily. I cut or scrape my hands, knees, and arms several times hard enough to draw blood, and so does Earl. Luckily for Virgil, his outfit that blocks the sun from burning him with its harsh rays also protects him from the rough terrain. I feel bad for Earl as the only thing we can do to help him is bandage his cuts because I have the bloody palm to rapidly heal my injuries. But he knew what he signed up for. A few minor scrapes are probably the least of what's coming to us before we return to Rust Bank. This trip might seem to be proceeding well, but as my eyes glaze along the edge of the ravine, something feels itchy in the back of my mind. Like something is wrong. Like someone is watching us. I look around several times to see if I can find the presence peering down at us, but I cannot find it for the life of me. Eventually, I give up and just focus on the trip down into the sandstone ravine. Before I do, however, I do mention it to Virgil. He immediately begins to move slower and more carefully, looking around constantly. As we move, I grow curious at how these ravines even exist, for piles of sand follow us as we make our way down. Wouldn't these things just get filled up with sand over time? Or am I missing something? I don't know, but I follow Virgil's lead as we approach the bottom where the overhangs are, where the mandamin is likely to be. Just before I touch the bottom, about 10 or so feet from the ground, a piece of sandstone falls out from under my feet, and I have to quickly reach up for something to catch my fall. Luckily, I find a root sticking from the cracks in the stones, and I hold on to it as the rumble beneath me tumbles down into the ravine. My heartbeat spikes at the event, and I look around only to see Virgil already being on the ground and looking up at me. Earl is above me, being more careful in his movement, only moving when he knows what will happen. That is probably how I should do it too. I've grown far too used to the bloody palm being able to heal me. My caution has been thrown to the wind if something isn't instant death or capable of just killing me through the healing of the artifact. I do, however, search the edges of the sands above, where someone is most likely to be. I try to be ahead of my forgotten caution, yet no one is within my sight. At this point, I genuinely figure it is just my imagination. If someone wanted to attack us, the perfect time just passed. Something I have to pay attention to, just like my lack of experience, but that one I'm trying to solve. After all, for a large portion of the way here, I spent time inquiring about Virgil and Wyatt and even peeking at my old notes that are slowly becoming obsolete on Ether, Skills, and the world around us. Virgil told me of many different monsters he's encountered in the territories he's been to whenever I asked. The various reptiles of the Bone Dunes, the vast birds of prey within Stark Bluffs, the murderous beasts of Lost Point, the poisonous snakes, frogs, and bugs of Sinskreek, the unknown and known that lurk within Lawless Lake, and even the wide variety of creatures that existed in Tornridge, my home territory. The man's been to 8 different territories, the other 2 being Blackreach and Gravecross, a magnitude of travel that blows my mind. I've always lived on the edge of Tornridge, only a few days from the Bone Dunes, but traveling across an entire territory is supposed to take at least a month. That is without the speed of a Sigil, of course. 2 or 3 months is the minimum for some deadlier ones, as one has to pass through the safe areas and already set up towns. While all our lands may be owned by humanity, that only means no other sentient creature lays claim to it. The beasts, reptiles, and all different sorts of wild monsters remain. The 3 original territories are the only places where that's not the case: Blackreach, Gravecross, and Onyxgate. Blackreach and Gravecross were the 2nd and 3rd territories to be claimed hundreds of years ago by man. And I learned from Virgil how the places are now just from idle chatter. Well, not utterly idle chatter. I wish to know the best place to go for us after the break, where we'd be most safe. And because of the hours, I also ask for details about their histories. How else to spend the time other than learning more about the world? None of the choices of where to go seem compelling except for Blackreach or Gravecross, though. Virgil nods as he speaks, telling me things I wish I knew. Blackreach used to belong to a powerful demon long ago, just like most other territories, except for Lawless Lake, Green Hallows, and Stark Bluffs. Those belonged to monsters, Nahullo, or some other race. But anyway, it was cleared out after a few dozen years of brutal war between humanity and the demon that lived there. It kept throwing monsters at us nonstop, but humans eventually adapted. The man in front of me's head lifts an inch or two in pride as he touts the single most important invention in human history. We created the cannon, or more specifically, black powder. But the weapon of black powder helped us push back and eventually defeat the army. The whole place is named after the powder and the power that it granted. One knew they were safe if they were within reach of a black powder cannon. So, it was named Blackreach. And to this day, it has the most mortars, artillery, and other high-caliber weapons. Only the Bent Fortress can claim a higher number. If you want to set up a defensive position or build an army, Blackreach is the place to go. Only we'd have to skirt around the estates that have their fingers deep into its affairs. Virgil then shakes his head, twisting it as he moves on to the following territory. Gravecross is named after the infamous family that I'm sure you've heard of by this point, Wyatt. It's said that is where the first of their lineage made his mark. How true that is, I don't know. History is always muddled by time. But it's probably true. Families often stay silent about their powerful gifts and keep them to themselves. Few are like the graves. He turns back to glance at me for some reason, a glint in his eye as he continues. I refuse to meet his gaze, unwanting him to figure anything out. Cursed by some unknown deity or maybe a genetic malfunction, all graves have something inherently wrong about them. The graves that earned humanity, Gravecross, was unable to sleep. Unable to ever feel the grace of slumber, the man was relentless, untiring, unshakable, like a steam engine. It's said that he fought for 40 days and 40 nights to claim the other side of the Lanes River, which cuts Gravecross in half geographically. Wounded and nigh alone, the man held the bridge that was made. He held out for long enough for the Prime at the time to arrive and kill the demon that lived in the region. Unfortunately, it's said that he died after this. As far as I know, his name has been lost to time. Only that family would know. I've just seen him mentioned in history books as sleepy. Ironic, huh? Laughing to himself, Virgil resumes the tale of the ancient graves, my ancestor. I struggle not to squirm or reveal anything as the seconds tick by. So, the place ended up being named in his honor, and the Prime swore to train the man's daughter. The woman was incapable of hearing, feeling, or making any sound. She was said to become the silent death. That whole family is terrifying. If you ever meet one, I suggest you run. It's a good choice to go, however. It is one of the few places within the territories that is mostly free of the hands of the estates. Not entirely, but at least the majority of the land and sigilled within are freemen unaligned with any estate. The Cross Claws, a trio of forerunners, one of which with a lumen, keep the peace in the territory. An inward and awkward laugh arrives as Virgil warns me about my own family, but I suppose he's right. It's probably best to run if I ever meet my father, or if I somehow come across anyone else in my family. I also get the urge to tell Virgil my last name, but I keep it to myself. Johnny did say it's a thing best to keep to myself, to maintain as few as possible from knowing. Although he did use it as a distraction in combat, I find myself agreeing. That old bat, Darkstep, seemed to want my neck after learning my last name. The stories of the two territories are two things I've never heard before, but the last of the 9 territories that humanity owns is Onyx Gate. Our first. That one, I know the story of. It was in the Hunter manuals. Propaganda, I guess. I discuss it with Virgil offhandedly, but the story in the manuals seems to fit with his. It's said that the first fought against thousands of enemies, from demons to Wendigos, monsters, and other planers. Non-stop did the first man to become an angel fight. For decades he warred, protecting the small population of men that lived alongside him. Only after he did the unthinkable and crossed that barrier into the angelic realm did he seek out a place for us to live. He climbed endless mountains of cold, braved death-filled valleys of dangerous green, forced his way through miles of poisonous marsh, and crossed rivers of extreme speed and fury before he found a place he liked. A large area made of plains that had a unique type of stone, a dark, glassy kind of material that resembled the obsidian of a volcano. The first named this material onyx and set to create a city of the material. He spent years collecting the resource while fighting off endless enemies, eventually clearing the whole territory of other sentient creatures.
No demons. No terplanars. No pygmies. No naullo.
No one but us. He named it Onyx Gate, meant to symbolize the beginning of our incredible journey west, for to the east was an endless ocean with only fog to be our guide. However, his dream of the city of Onyx was never brought to fruition, for he died before it was completed, and the people who followed him never sought to finish his wish. So, now all that remains is a center made of this black stone with all the outer bits made of standard brick, mortar, and wood. I knew I spent too much time learning about the territories from Virgil and the manuals, but I figure it will be important one day, especially the knowledge about the creatures that live within. Well, at least the creatures that live within the territories besides Blackreach, Gravecross, or Onyx Gate. My focus returns from my long stint into my mind as I realize I've been running in the back of my mind for a while. After making my way down, I've been searching for a mandamin this whole time. At this moment, I notice another effect of Ironheart. I can have multiple streams of thought active at once. This might just be the most valuable part of the whole Struggler sigil. Devil knows I get distracted easily. Being able to get distracted but simultaneously staying focused is terrific. I test the application of the ability while I search for the maze-like plant in the shadowy crevices of the ravine. I think about the best ways to go about my previous encounters with enemies, trying to optimize how they could have gone, given my new experience and knowledge of combat. At the same time, I try this new thing out with my ether. I try to create new skills by using my unique flavor of ether, something that only really comes out when you gain steel ether, but it's not impossible to do with just braided ether. I remember seeing Virgil do something similar when he was only a third sigil without access to steel ether. I first tried the effect with a skill I'm most familiar with, Adrenaline Surge. It's been starting to fall by the wayside because of Daydream and Struggler's Gasp. Both of the two skills from my sigil easily outclass the general one. This makes sense because it's a basic skill, but it still hurts to see something I once relied on for almost everything fall behind. So, I focus on flowing the ether of Adrenaline Surge, my oldest skill besides Chain Eyes, and I attempt to braid the ether within so tightly so that I give it presence. My presence, the feel of my sigil, the flavor of my ether. As I do so, I notice that I'm still moving and searching for the mandamin in the back of my mind, the parallel streams of thoughts working great. But my attention is mainly focused on the creation of a new skill, one that is truly mine. Flows of dense braided ether go about my whole body in a peaceful rhythm for several minutes as I try to force the creation of a new skill. The ether that I use that is tightly braided seems to have some small component of my sigil. A feeling of tightness is the only way to describe it, but it doesn't seem to be enough. That affecting my whole body with the braided ether I possess is impossible. So, I take it down one step. I know another skill, one that I've already upgraded to a full body application, but I keep it toned down instead. Sneak. I send the tense braided ether of mine down into my feet, swirling it back and forth like a cloud. I do this for several more minutes as I move, twisting the ether as tightly as I can, and just as I am about to think that this, too, is a failure, something unexpected happens. My braids of thick ether begin to wrap, twist, and link with each other, creating a sizable chain link mesh within my feet. As this happens, I see multicolored but hazy boots covered in pitch-black chains appear over my current boots. Exhilaration at creating a new skill burns through me as wonder and curiosity explode alongside it. I immediately reach down to see if the boots are tangible, and they are, my hands stopping at the chain links that drip from the shoes and end in spikes. They feel cloudy and unnatural, though. Another thing that I notice is that my entire being is focused on these boots the second they appear, and every step I take has the sound of the clinking chains, bringing it even further to focus like an hour bell that bursts its way into your mind. It's almost like this does the opposite of sneak, attracting danger as opposed to hiding from it. The last aspect of the boots I catch is that every step seems to leave me slightly rooted to the ground, my feet becoming far more stable, almost unshakable in the sand with this new skill. The possibilities of the skill swarm my mind, and my excitement builds even further. An idea pops up that I just have to test, but before I do, so I get a splitting headache, one that seeks to split me in three. At first, confusion streams through me as I consider what's happening. The pain can't be from overusing ether. I've barely used any today. It's only been a few minutes of stealth and adrenaline surge, not enough to build up very much saturation at my sigil's height. So what is it? While I think the pain only grows, bringing me to the ground, I strain against the side of the sandstone with my hand against my head as an idea sparks amidst the psychic strain.
Ironhards parallel to Quakes.
Once that reasoning comes, I slow down all my thoughts, attention, and perspective until it's just one. The single idea of me staring at sandstone. Only after a few seconds of this does the burning pain in my mind lessen. I can physically feel an overheated brain that is beginning to cool down. This is the first time I've ever noticed that Ironheart has a limit besides the number of things I can focus on. Maybe it was just a time limit, that my focus can only be so strong for so long. It has been over an hour since I began using these parallel thoughts purposefully. For now, I need to be careful, rationing how often I use it so it doesn't overheat my brain. With the pain gone and a new idea of how my latest sigil works, I walk forward up to the sandstone wall and tentatively plant a foot against it. The chains at the bottom of the boot eat into the sandstone and secure my foothold. Then, I quickly place my other foot higher up than the first so I don't fall. And after a short moment of weightlessness, I laugh with glee as I land sideways from the wall, suspended only by my feet that are stuck to the wall with the boots I've made by the pitch-black chains from them. I instantly name them chainlink boots. A dull but fitting name. Climbing boots is a possibility, but the attraction I feel when looking at them makes me steer away. I suspect that climbing is not all that these things can do. The possibilities aren't endless, but they are indeed numerous. I then spend the next hour or so using the wall to search for the mandamin. It is bizarre to walk sideways, the motion slowly making me feel nauseous, so I have to get down from the sandstone here or there. But over time, I grow used to the feeling. I figure it's best to get comfortable with all the aspects of what I can do with my ether. Never know when I need to do this exact thing to save my life. When a break to reduce my nausea isn't possible. So, I continue to search and look for this needed plant. The plant that will be able to help Heath save Primrose. The vantage from the side of the sandstone wall helps me see so much more and allows me to reach many more crevices than I would be able to without the skill. And after a few hours of searching, I find one, hidden within a deep crevice that I have to shimmy into. It reminds me of a small alcove, one the size of a study within a house, no more than a small room. Moonlight streams in from a hole in the ceiling, giving the area large amounts of shadow while still full of visibility. In the middle of the sandstone-covered room lies a mandamin, a corn-like stalk of a plant that hangs within the shadow and roots that stream all over the sand to soak up whatever little nutrients are here. With happiness, I cut out the core of the plant as directed by Heath. The core looks identical to a cob of corn except for the lack of kernels and the deep green coloring. As I cut out the core, however, a voice comes from above, one that is distorted and shifting as the words touch me. I see you got shiny new boots, huh, Roach? 85. Scars never fade. My head instantly swings up to look above me, the voice of a man I hate more than any other caressing my eardrums. Sitting above me in the crook of moonlight that falls into the crevice of sandstone I stand within is Alexos, the phantom pain. Master of illusions, both internal and external. Demon follower. Mass murderer. Outlaw. Slayer of Edmund Dudley. Alexos once more graces my eyes. Anger burns within me as a little less caution is used compared to the last time I met him. My heart rate spikes, and I clench my fists tight enough to crush stone as I stare at the man with spheres of hate. I doubt I'm at the stage where I can even remotely get close to defeating him, but I am at the sigil that Edmund was when he died. A third sigil. I can at least hold on for a while, right? Long enough for Virgil and Earl to show up? But then what? I'll just get us all killed. The thought sobers up my rageful fury, making it simmer to a more comfortable, hateful indignation. I can wait. The revenge can wait until I can complete it. Otherwise, not only will I die, but so will Virgil and Earl. They're not that far away, after all. And apparently, I take too long to reply, lost in my anger and hate, as the Alexos hops down from the opening to the bottom of the crevice. He joins me in standing beside the now harvested mandamin. What? Are you too amazed at seeing me to reply? I saw your shiny boots from like a mile away. Not really, but I wasn't that close when I spotted them in the ravine. You should be careful with those things. Like a whore that screams for attention. Hard to ignore or leave alone. Good to see you getting stronger, though. How you been, Lil Roach? I grit my teeth so hard I swear something will break in my jaw as I force myself to speak through my closed teeth. I've been fine. What are you doing here? The man of illusion's face shifts in a mirage-like way as he sits on one of the rocks within the crevice. Then, Alexos puts his chin in his hand like he's thinking before answering. You know, just wandering around before we arrive. The watchful gaze has only lessened, not expired. The right words or scenes rouse focus. I hope you are ready for the arrival. The cryptic tone that he likes to use so much confuses me. But as Alexos' hand moves in the air, creating an illusory image of a stormy cloud, I understand. He's talking about Hura. The demon has been watching over his every move lately, and his focus has only lessened on Alexos, but not left entirely. An idea comes to mind about the surveillance that is happening to Alexos. The man obviously wants my help with something, and if I could just get him to say it outright, it would make everything so much easier. If somehow we could remove, or at the very least impair, the surveillance, we could just speak. I hate the man, but priorities exist in this world, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. At least for now, because I hate him too. I'm sure he knows that, though. Virgil mentioned on the ride here while we were discussing the recent fight that his mask could prevent the foresight from the hunter that attacked me. Could it also prevent surveillance? Maybe. Is there a way I can ask this to Alexos without him being exposed? I need to be careful with what I say, though. Alexos mentioned that the right words or images rouse focus, so I should probably avoid anything that can be seen as dangerous, threatening, or risky. Keep it to mundane or uninteresting topics while still staying on point. For now, however, I need to buy time, or Alexos might get suspicious, angry, or something else. Who knows? The man is quite mad, after all. In the middle of my buying time, however, I come up with a question that might work. We're preparing. Everything should be ready in a few days. I, however, do have a question for you. Does foresight work the same as a watchful gaze? Alexos looks at me for a few moments, each consisting of the face he wears shifting into a new person whose complexion is contorted in suffering. Then, after some thought, the man answers cryptically once more. Foresight blinded by shadow works to blind the gaze of the watchful. Foresight blinded by the light of brilliance does not. Foresight blinded by confusion does not. Foresight blinded by blood does not. Many other ways to blind remain, but they exist outside my experience. I nod at his words, understanding what he's saying only barely. Alexos is saying that if the blind is made from light, possibly the opposite of Virgil's ability does not work. That counter foresight doesn't work either, and neither would some kind of blood ability, probably made from an occultist. Realization hits me that these must be all the ways he has attempted to escape his own surveillance. But if it comes from direct experience, then it means that Virgil's ether is likely able to mask Alexos from the watchful gaze of Hura. Now I only need permission to go and get Virgil. I know the Darkstalker will agree if it means our chances of survival are heightened, but the issue is Alexos, as always. Will he let me get another person? I don't know. I can try to ask, though. I try to copy his way of speaking, as it probably keeps the attention of the demon of storms off of him. May I acquire an associate? They stalk the edges of focus. Alexos once more stares at me with his ever-changing face before nodding. Then he stands and points out of the crevice. Shall we? Satisfaction rushes through me as my plan comes together. I make my way out of the crevice while constantly looking behind me. I just keep expecting Alexos to disappear from my vision and fade from reality like a ghost. Like he was never here and was only a leftover hallucination from the concoctions. But he doesn't, the odd man, who haunts my future plans with his presence and gives me a final goal, follows me out of the crevice where the mandamin hid and through the ravine. I climb down from the wall using my chain-link boots and reach the ravine floor covered in sand. Then I turn to see how Alexos gets down from the hole in the sandstone wall about 12 feet up from the ground. His solution both surprises and impresses me. I expect a master of illusions like him to be unathletic, but my assumption is proven wrong as he just jumps down and lands on his feet with minimal effort. The dust barely even billows up from his landing. Then he looks at me for direction. I shake my head and continue moving toward where I last saw Virgil. He was in the opposite direction of the ravine, searching for the mandamin with Earl. While I move through the tumultuous terrain, I feel the need to one-up Alexos. If I can't kill or fight him, I have somehow put him in his place. Otherwise, I won't feel like I've improved since first meeting him. He treated me like a toy to place with back then. Never again. I need a sign that my efforts matter, that the goalpost is at least at the end of the road, even if I can't see it. To do so, I turn around and address Alexos with a question. "Want a race?" Alexos, camouflaged by the shifting face he wears, stares at me in confusion. I take that confusion as a yes as I bolt away from him toward Virgil. And so, I begin running, imbuing myself with braided ether and pushing adrenaline surge, Ironheart, and even struggler defiance to their limits. Over the course of 5 minutes of running, jumping, climbing, and parkour, I push myself to my limit in hopes of beating Alexos. Ground flies out from beneath me as I move. A single step sends me several feet, and I make several a second. Whenever the ground doesn't permit running, I resort to jumping here and there, using bursts of ether in my legs to get just that extra boost to reach where I seek. Whenever I know I can't make a jump, I use the bloody palm as a piece of wrought iron to slam into pieces of sandstone to keep my hold on it. The artifact of a left hand with a toughness of tempered iron easily pierces into whatever I bang it into and aids me in my race across the ravine. While I do this, however, I hear a pattering of footsteps behind me. Calm, languid, and unfettered feet effortlessly touch the stone. A far cry from whatever I'm doing. I turn back and see Alexos running across the ravine just behind me with his hands in his pockets. The ground disappears beneath him just as fast as it does to me. Fire builds within me as I see him rush after me so lackadaisically. I renew my race with even greater drive. Cuts, scrapes, and even a single impalement by stone happen as I remove caution and only seek to move as fast as possible. Stone breaks beneath both of my hands in my pursuit of speed. Rocks shatter beneath the force of my legs, pushing me into the air. Sand flies around me from the sheer velocity of my body as the air around me picks it up and brings it along. I use all of the skills I have ever learned or come up with, which admittedly are not many, but they do increase by pace rapidly. Bloodhound's step allows me to move over treacherous terrain, the 4 points of contact keeping me stable. I copy Virgil's way of walking to move through tight spots, as his feet are always close together and quiet. This prevents any rocks from falling underneath me and also stops me from slipping. I even return to my roots of climbing trees and jumping around like a child. The countless hours of playing in the forest and running around like a lunatic come in handy when you have to climb rocks, shuffle over mud, and scale sheer walls. And yet, the man continues running behind me with his hands in his pockets. Even for the parts that I climb or jump at, he just takes one hop at a time with his feet like a deft mountain goat and easily overcomes the obstacle. His sigils must include multiple rogues. No way a human can move like that otherwise. The dexterity needed is inhuman and impossible for any but the most skilled rogue. Actually, at this point, I think I can pin down what his sigils might be. 86 facades. Alexos, the man whose life I seek the end of, and I turn a corner of the ravine together to meet a full-on sprinting Virgil cloaked in darkness with an Earl far behind. Virgil has to rapidly slow himself down as he draws his weapons and puts himself between Alexos and me. The Darkstalker sees if I'm all right before he attacks. You all right, Wyatt? Is this guy chasing you? I turn around and look at both Alexos and Virgil as I see that Alexos has chosen an appearance to wear for my friends as opposed to his ever-changing illusions. He looks like an average man in every way, someone whom you just ignore because of how average he appears. Medium-sized brown eyes, short brown hair, a little bit of muscle mixed with fat, and only about 5'9". Average is the only way to describe him. Quickly, I try to remove any confusion or malice that might appear because of the circumstances. No, he's fine. I was bringing him to meet you, actually.
I'm Alex.
A pleasure to meet you. Fancy meeting you here in this dark ravine at a time like this. Alexos interrupts my introduction of him, introducing himself with a false name alongside a handshake and bow. I notice he is leaning into his roots, the complicated words of a traveling academic. Virgil, however, picks up on a bit of the man's bullshit, nodding along but quickly calling him out on it. The Darkstalker has obviously been through enough to realize what's wrong here. A random person appears in the middle of the night, at the bottom of a ravine, and days before a break. Suspicious doesn't even begin to describe it. What are you doing round here, Alex? Alexos just shrugs his shoulders and answers simply, just traveling, studying, and investigating the terrain. Another question is put at the illusionist. And you're down here, why? Like I said, to investigate the terrain. A ravine such as this is quite rare in the Bone Dunes. Virgil doesn't let up, making a final call to the man. So, you're an academic? Deep in a ravine during the middle of the night, shortly before a dangerous break near the borderlands. Wyatt, who is this man? I inhale sharply as I look at the two of them. I'm unsure what to do. I don't want to lie to Virgil, but I feel as though if I don't, Alexos will get angry. And if he gets angry, my friends may die. I feel torn and hesitant in my decision. Morals can shift and bend as long as no one dies. It pains me to join Alexos in his lies, but I must. Just as I decide and lie to Virgil, a smile graces Alexos' face as he laughs. The master of illusions puts his hands up and removes his guise. The illusions shift to match the look I first saw when I met him. The second he does, Virgil attacks the experienced once-hunter, recognizing the phantom pain instantly simply by the face changing before him. As he does so, I yell for him to stop, but I don't even have to. Alexos chuckles once more with a hearty grin as he sweeps Virgil's legs out from under him with a speed that easily matches, if not surpasses, Frederick's. Then, with great force, he slams Virgil into the ground by wrapping his hand around the man's neck. Cracks spread in the sandstone beneath us as Virgil coughs and sputters from the impact. He defeats Virgil in less than a single second. His hand wraps so tightly around Virgil's neck that I see the man immediately have trouble breathing. Virgil swings and attacks when he realizes what's happening, but even at such close range, Alexos dodges everything like it's nothing. Seeing Alexos attack, Virgil makes regret bloom in my heart. To fix the situation I caused, I prepare to fight the man. Drawing my blades, I flex my muscles and burst toward him to defend Virgil. But after only one step of mine, Alexos abruptly steps back and claps his hands like a job well done. I say we call that a skirmish well done. Now that we know who's in charge, we can continue. As you may know, judging by your reaction after seeing my face shift, I am Alexos Walters. You may also know me as the Phantom Pain. At this point, Earl catches back up and looks between the three of us. All three of us, Earl, Virgil, and I, are entirely lost in confusion. I don't know why Alexos is antagonistic, even when I'm trying to help him. Virgil looks at me for answers, but his look isn't confusion. It's questioning why I'd bring this man to them so casually. Once again, I go to speak and de-escalate the situation, but Alexos, the man who craves to be in control, interrupts me. He brought me for a trade. A cloak of shadows in return for words of wisdom. At this point, the confusion coursing through the minds of my friends reaches a maximum. Both of them look at me, completely lost, while I simply shake my head and agree with Alexos. He is forced to be cryptic and odd in his speech. He can explain more later. Virgil, He needs you to use your mask on him. Virgil looks back and forth between the two of us and initially seeks to refuse. What?
No.
Why would I cloak him from anything that can see us? Virgil quickly stands and grabs me, pulling me to the side and whispering in my ear. What the fuck have you brought to us? If this man is being watched by something, whatever is watching him will certainly kill us. What are you thinking? I whisper back, trying to calm him down and make him see my reasoning. That I had a good reason, one that can help us. What's watching him is Hura, the demon in the coming break. I think it's been controlling him somehow. Only recently has its vigil dropped on the man, probably from being busy. At this point, Virgil stares at me incredulously, only picking up on the fact that I've met Alexos more than once. You've met this madman more than once? When? Again, I try to calm him down, but I don't want to waste too much time or make too much of a commotion. We don't wish Hura to see, hear, or feel what's happening in any way. I'll tell you later, no, in just 5 minutes. Can you please just do this for me? Just trust me. I promise Alexos won't hurt us. He needs us. Virgil still doesn't believe me immediately and continues inquiring for more information. Yeah, right, that paragon of kindness just slammed me into the ground like a toddler. What do you mean he needs us? That fucker is a 6th sigil, just like Johnny or Frederick. Why does he need us? I sigh as I try to let a bit out to both satiate his curiosity and make him trust me. I'm not entirely sure, but I think he thinks we can help him break from Hura's control. Virgil heaves a massive breath out of his mouth before cursing and agreeing. Fuck. The insane things you make me do, Wyatt. The insane things you make me do. The Darkstalker then turns toward Alexos and walks toward him. The Master of Illusions has a smug grin crest his face as Virgil steps over to him and places a firm hand on his shoulder. Dark but seemingly comfortable ether funnels from Virgil onto Alexos. I expect the mask to occur instantly as it did to Earl, the Nightmare, and Virgil himself. However, my assumption is wrong. Nothing happens after a full 10 seconds of Virgil streaming his dark ether into Alexos. Bewilderment seems to also hit Virgil about what's happening with his skill and the lack of its effects. Alexos laughs and encourages Virgil to continue. Never tried to use a skill on a man with a higher sigil before, huh? There's a reason why it's called ether resistance when you grow capable of using more over time. It doesn't just apply to your own ether. Virgil grunts as he continues funneling darkness into Virgil through gritted teeth. I know that. Alexos mocks Virgil as he seems compelled to always do. It seems you do. But do you know how it scales over many sigils? It gets twice as hard for ether to affect someone for every sigil they have above you, with metamorphoses being double that. So your ether only has an eighth of the effect on me. How pitiful. Once more, Virgil speaks through gritted teeth as I see him about to reach his breaking point. I know that too. Just shut up. The small lesson that ends just as darkness fully covers and cloaks Alexos encapsulates the man perfectly. A hateful man who seeks only to see others suffer. The first thing he says after the darkness hides him from the watchful gaze of the demon overturns everything, however. Alexos kneels and thanks us for helping him. Thank you all so much. I am terribly sorry for the things I've done or said. Primarily, you, Wyatt. Hura has been constantly watching me for several months now, and a few months ago, at the start of the break, his attention finally waned. At that point, he would only force his power onto me if I acted unlike he grew to know me as a murdering psychopath. A facade I had to make to stay alive deep in the wilds. I never meant to get your teacher killed, Wyatt, but things happen. I didn't even really kill him, though. And then after, I wanted to help save you. But that would have immediately gained Hura's attention. All I could do was watch over you and give you the hate needed to survive. The heirloom he holds has great power even over long distances, preventing me from any more. Suspicion, confusion, and outright denial erupt from the three of us around him. I instantly think what he's saying is a lie as I go to rebuke him. The other two just look at him with suspicion. What do you mean it was all a facade? Tormenting me? Wanting to kill my whole family? Getting Edmund killed? What about all the threats? What about what you just did, attacking Virgil? How come you've been so ambivalent to me? Alexos takes a moment to answer all my questions calmly and without a single sign of the previous insanity. He even transforms his face into what he calls his true appearance. I'm truly sorry, young man. I never wanted to torment you or get your teacher killed. You did that, lad, even if only in an act of support. Even your family, while they are mischievous, to say the least, I wouldn't want to kill them all. The threats in my most recent attack just fit the personality I gave to Hura when I first met him. The character of an outlaw, a falsity I made after I was framed for murder in Onyx Gate. I've been somewhat kind to you for multiple reasons. The first is it fits the facade. I'd shown interest in people in the past. Ordinarily, young men or women with depths of potential are put in a place they'd never survive without a bit of help, and I'd lend a hand. Hura would think I'd seek out to watch them grow before putting them down, but in reality, I'd help them grow until they eventually escape from me. Sometimes it didn't go as planned, but it has worked a few times. That, and I'd hoped you could save me. And you have. You found a man capable of shielding me from his gaze for a little bit. The only other person I've ever encountered who could do the same was promptly put to death, but the next step is to kill him, freeing me from his control. His words somehow reach me despite everything that he's done. I can feel the pain in his voice and the regret. It's like what he's saying is true. His voice just sounds so believable for some reason. And no matter how much I hate it, some part of me believes him. It's the same part that stings so much when he says I killed Edmund. I don't know what to do in this situation, and thankfully, someone steps up for me. Virgil questions the man with his sharp wit and experience. I've heard of the Phantom Pain being an outlaw for over a decade. You were a hunter before you turned, right? Alexos shakes his head.
No.
Well, kind of. After an event that left my family dead while I was out, I, who was already a Sigiled, was contracted by the hunters to research ruins. I had always said no in the past, but that time I agreed because I was without purpose. At the end of my contract, my overseer for the project, Adam Hodge, framed me for the murder of a colleague to steal the fruits of our research. Virgil continues to press into him, getting a bit closer to the deadly sixth Sigiled. What were the fruits of your research? A weapon? A lost artifact? Alexos shakes his head in denial once more. No, none of the sort. At the time, I wanted nothing to do with war, fighting, or death. With a family that had left me utterly alone, I sought only one thing: a way to bring them back. So, we studied resurrection, with occultists, abbots, scholars, and many other Sigiled from varying fields. We spent a whole year delving into the unknown ruin that was said to hold the secrets of eternal life. After a whole year, though, all we were able to find was a single vial. One single vial. Of an unknown substance. Since we only found one in a ruined room with a dozen other shattered vials of the same kind, we didn't want to waste it. The group was supposed to turn it in to the hunter that ran the project. Grover Moore was his name, one of Eli Weiss' cronies. It never ended up reaching him, however, and I never learned what the vial did. I fell asleep the night before the end of the project, drunk as usual, the only way to numb the loss of my children and wife, and then was framed for murder. I was so piss-drunk that Adam Hodge was able to put the murder weapon, a second Mark Colt, into my hand and run off with the vial. He's explaining much more than we requested, and I can't tell if that's out of guilt or to help make us believe his lie. I still struggle to wipe away what he's saying is false. Or doing the opposite. Everything is just so difficult right now. I don't know what to do. The only thing I can focus on is Hura. And so I do. I push aside the fact that Alexos might or might not be evil and turn to who most definitely is. The demon who started everything. The one who provoked the break that led to Edmund's death. Okay, enough of that. I don't care what you have to say. I can't handle this all right now. I want to focus on Hura and killing him because regardless of who you really are, that is something we have in common. You mentioned him having an heirloom. What is that? And how do you think we can even help you kill him? Alexos sighs sadly, which somehow makes me slightly sad, as well as if his emotions are entering me. This feeling rouses red-hot anger alongside cold sadness. After his sigh, he sits. I know you three wouldn't believe me just from words. I'll have to prove myself from actions. They are the most powerful way to determine who you truly are. It's why absolutions and metamorphosis work on them. And like a man being reborn from the 6th to 7th sigil, I shall prove that I am anew. Virgil cuts him off, annoyed and also unbelieving of his story. He asked you a question. Answer it. Alexos' face looks hurt at the words, and then goes to answers with a sad tone. Okay. An heirloom is the inborn artifact of a demon. Lesser demons do not have them, nor are demons born from two other demons. Only full-fledged demons born from Mother Below are born with an heirloom. They are rare but not unheard of, as the number of true demons has been dwindling over time. The easiest way to describe it would be to compare them to a Hollow's Artifiction or the bloody palm attached to you, Wyatt. Although theirs is less parasitic and more symbiotic. Heirlooms are the only objects with sigils in them that have no downsides or even a will within them. They are only sigil and ether, said to be crafted by the Mother Below for each of her original children. Hera possesses one of these such items, as he is an original demon from her bosom, Death's Lantern. An heirloom that can store up to 6 hearts. It takes the heart from an unconscious or willing person and places it within the lantern. It has many abilities, but the main one is what matters. From there, the holder of the lantern can end the life of the person who gave them the heart. At the same time, though, it makes it so that those who are missing their hearts are immune to any fatal injury that might affect their heart. He has my heart. Alexos ends the small lecture on heirlooms without a single diss or hateful phrase like before, and then pulls up his shirt. Before letting any of us say anything, he waves his hand and makes his chest see-through. He was telling the truth. His heart is missing. In place of where his heart should be, is a small, pale white fire. The fire is so pale and stark that it burns the eyes while it flickers. Each wave in the flame field makes the blood in Alexos' body pump. Like each flare of the flame is a heartbeat that sustains him. Heartbeats that feel like they were stolen from death herself. 87. Lies, truths, or both. All three of us, Virgil, Earl, and I stare in wonder at the pale flame within Alexos' chest that substitutes his heart. The discovery almost makes me believe what the hell he's saying. Even Virgil is slightly entranced, and seems to believe him after all this. Only Earl, the man who seems to always be the skepticist, doesn't change his view at all on the possible mass murderer. Instead of leaning towards belief, Earl strikes Alexos with questions of his own. So, you're saying that this demon, Hera, controls you by the heart he has stolen from you? That he can kill you at any time? Then what about the surveillance? How does that come about? How can the demon watch you like a hawk and force you to do his bidding? While Earl asks this, the shadows that conceal Alexos from the watchful gaze of the demon of storms flicker ominously. The foreboding and possible loss of his freedom makes Alexos first turn to Virgil for another dose of ether to hide with before answering Earl. I'll get that in a second. Virgil, was it? Could you please use that skill again? I'd rather not be forced to act insane again to fool his passive perception. Virgil nods with much less dissension than the first time, and places his hand on Alexos. Then, he uses his ether to mask Alexos once more. The new dark-tinted ether reinforces the present ether and maintains it from fading. Only after his temporary freedom is secured does Alexos answer Earl. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Earl. Hera has my heart. If I refuse him, the demon will likely crush it with Death's Lantern. He's unlikely to do it for small things like keeping a weak human alive to watch grow, or taking too long to accomplish something, as I'm the only 6th sigil he has under Death's Lantern. Few are willing to be so controlled. Most, instead, are killed. Alexos' body shifts from putting weight on one foot to the other as his eyes glance up. The way that he holds surveillance over me is also through Death's Lantern. If he peers through the side of the lantern that harbors my heart, he can see every sight I see from my eyes. He can hear from my ears. He can feel through my hands. He can taste from my tongue. Even when he doesn't actively look through it, however, as long as Death's Lantern is on his person, which it always is, he can get a general sense of what I'm doing. I've learned over many months that it's a type of sense that just tells him whether what's happening is normal for the person whose heart he has. And this sense extends to all those he has control over. This ether that cloaks me likely only numbs the general sense he has. I doubt it would stop the direct gaze of a sixth sigil heirloom. Damn, that fucking sucks. The demon of storms, at any point in time, can just look into the lantern and kill Alexos if what he sees is dangerous to him. Even without that slight chance of certain death, the general sense remains, forcing Alexos to act like the man the demon knows him as. Alexos risks his life even now under the cloak of shadows that is Virgil's mask. If Hura, at any time during our talks, just looks into Death's lantern, there goes Alexos. At this point, a small part of me still thinks he is lying, but the greater part of me believes him. I don't know what it is, but his words just seem so true, so genuine. It's hard to describe. It's like the sound of his voice carries emotion, unlike anyone else's. Virgil seems to agree with me as he shares some sympathy with Alexos. Damn, that blows. So you've been a forced outlaw for years and were eventually caught by a demon? Fucking rough. Alexos nods and confirms Virgil's conclusion. Yes, the demon found me while hiding in the wilds, searching for a way to the underworld. All I want is to find a way to bring my family back. Even if it's impossible, I will still seek it out. Nothing will stop me from seeing them again. I understand and resonate with the want-to-see family again. I'd do just about anything to see Ma once more. Earl, however, continues to be skeptical and unbelieving as usual. For some reason, the man just seems to assume the worst of people. I don't know if that's from his childhood or just a personality trait of his, but so far, it has only been wrong. First on me, then on Virgil. So I inwardly disregard Earl's skepticism but still listen to what he asks Alexos. So, how come you've endured this for so long? I can't imagine a family man wouldn't grow insane after years of being on the run and forced to kill to stay free and alive. Especially after Hura took hold of your heart. You have acted like a man who would do anything to survive and enjoys the suffering of others. If one stares into the abyss long enough, the abyss stares back. Indeed, you've heard the first's famous mantra, no? Why should we trust that you're sane at all? That this isn't just another act of the phantom pain? Alexos shrugs at Earl and, at first, seems to have issues answering the unending series of inquisitive questions bombarding him. But after a few deep breaths and a gaze at the sky, Alexos finds his words. I have done so many things that I regret, that I wished would never happen at all in this world. Things that I can't even speak up about without tearing up or guaranteeing myself ghosts to haunt my sleep. I have done too much to ever be forgiven. I know that. But I've done it all for my family in the hopes of bringing them back from death's never-ending grasp. I know they'd never take me back if they knew what I've done, but I do it all anyway. Simply having their youthful voices and happy laughs returning to the world is enough. Enough for me to do anything. Alexos finishes defending his fight for his family and then refutes Earl's words. And while that quote is accurate, one of the most authentic things I've ever heard, Earl, you're missing another thing the first said as well. The mind is the mightiest muscle. With enough strength of will, anything can be done. Any hardship can be endured. Any loss can be learned from. Any goal can be accomplished. Any demon, inner or outer, can be felt. Only with an unshaken will can we stand to the horrors that stalk our peripheral. Alexos then offers some more words, leaving behind wisdom of his own and a declaration. The first man to ever become more than human left many kernels of wisdom behind. Most of these have been outright ignored or tossed aside by today's hunters, including that one. Few know of the book he wrote before his death detailing how one should live with themselves, their sigils, and their demons. Have any of you ever read it? It is what I base my motivations and strength on. It gives me the certainty that my goal of resurrecting my family can be made. I've never heard of this book he speaks of. Not even a single mention of it my whole life. Indeed, wisdom passed from one, such as the first, would be told to everyone? No? A pause ensues as I look back and forth between Earl and Virgil in confusion, but they both shake their heads. Obviously, they've never heard what Alexos is talking about, either. Earl calls him out on it. That what he's talking about doesn't exist. I go to stop him, wishing to tell him that the loss of Leonard is making him paranoid and irrational. But he waves me off. Just stop lying. This web of deceit you're tying together makes no sense. The first never left behind any official book. Only quotes that he said here, or there have passed through the ages. The man died in an age far too warring and barbaric to write a book. Even if he did, there is no way we wouldn't know of it. I mean, Virgil was a hunter for many years before leaving them quietly. Surely he'd know of this book. Alexos shakes his head in denial and continues to argue his truth. See? That's what I meant. The estates held down any information of the first that could help the common man rise, which is what the book was meant for. On the shoulders is meant to help those without sigils gather their strength, will, and motivation to rise. He hoped those who came after could stand on his shoulders and those who fought alongside him, that we never create castes of people like we currently have. The Phantom Pain then begins a rant, his words attacking the structures of demons and that of humanity. He had seen the castes of the demons. The massive gap between lesser and full demons exists because of how, where, and when they were born. Even if a lesser demon somehow grew to a high sigil to meet a full demon, they would still be outclassed. Heirlooms and techniques passed directly from the mother below also allow full demons to be several times more potent than any lesser demon of the same rank. The first hoped that this would never happen to us, as he saw the possibility of it. He saw the disparity in natural talents that persisted amidst humans. People like himself were unnaturally resistant to ether, allowing him to not only rise in sigil fast, but to also be more powerful than the average sigiled. He also spoke of people who were 10 times more intelligent with latent psychic abilities from birth, allowing them to be uniquely suited to certain sigils. Some men were several feet taller and stockier than others, making them so much more powerful. He even spoke of a young child he met. The book was written shortly before his death, so it didn't go into much detail, but it did mention how unique he was. He was found as a babe in the middle of a battlefield, wounded and damaged, but the young kid had no blood. Nothing moved within his veins that the first could detect. Nonetheless, the child was energetic and unnatural even despite the odd phenomenon. He was immune to bleeding. This allowed an 8-year-old child to fight alongside adults even without a sigil. Demons have their natural advantages, but do not vary as wildly and as much as people because of their low population. So while there are differences in demons, it is not so stark that the lesser demons have almost no hope of rising. Like right now, each of the estates is known for something that makes them uniquely better than everyone else. They use these unique traits to keep their rule while at the same time banding together to squash resistance. Precisely what the first was wary of. But you don't have to just believe my words, even if I hope you do. I carry the only copy of the book I've ever found with me. I've made copies just in case it's damaged, but you 3 can have it. Read it. Learn about the first and his legacy of thought. Alexos reaches behind him and pulls a small leather-bound book from a satchel. The book is at most 100 pages, each of which is only as wide as my palm. The front of it doesn't even have a labeled cover. It does seem to be an ancient book, however. The pages and leather on the book look weathered despite the apparent care Alexos shows the object. I skeptically take the book and open it to the first page, just for a quick glance. The first half of the page is covered by the title and the description, with the other half being the man's words written in small ink, of which some are crossed out and unreadable. On the shoulders, a short memoir based on my life. I am born. I possess the sigil and the absolutions. I hope the following words will help those who come after, that the things I've discovered can aid our race in surviving the brutal wilds. I have, along with many others, found a place for us to live. A sanctuary for humans. The first of its kind. The first of many to come. Many of my friends and allies have told me to write about my experiences and what I have seen. I initially refused, thinking it would be pure hubris and arrogance to write about my own life, but eventually, I relented. They made me see the help I could bestow to young men, women, and those needing motivation and advice. After all, only I remain from the expedition into the last of those who saved the world. They call me the first for what I've done, but in truth, I am the last. I am only the survivor. I stop reading there as the page ends, forcing me to turn it. Slightly frustrated by the small pages that fit so few words, I look up to Alexos. At this point, I finally believe him. Everything he said so far has been genuine. Although, as usual, More questions spring up than answers that hold them down. I pass the book to Earl and Virgil as my attention turns to Alexos. And despite how much I hate the words that follow, I say them anyway. I believe you. So, how can we help kill Hura? That's why you're here, right? To kill the demon? I want the same. I need an artifact he possesses. Alexos nods and briefly glances at Virgil and Earl, inspecting the book given to them. He then hands me a map of the surrounding area that includes Rustbank. It has been annotated to include the nearby monsters and lesser demons, as well as a big red mark that symbolizes Hura. I need you guys to get this map to the gunfighter. This information will surely help him prepare. I've listed all the varieties of monsters Hura has beneath him, along with his lesser demons. He also has 4 other humans and 1 pygmy under Death's Lantern. I've slowly made this over the past few weeks without even looking at it, just using my 6th sense to draw and write it. But that's beside the point. Deliver this to the gunfighter. This will majorly increase your chances of victory. Knowledge is power, and preparation is the most significant way to leverage power. Another thing, I wanted to tell you all that Hura has ordered me to fight you all in Rustbank. I will try to pull my strikes, but remember, I must act. The facade of madness will return. I will use it to make him believe that he has me completely under his thumb, and at the perfect moment, I will rebel. At the moment when I can secure his death before he can secure mine, I will strike to end him. So all you guys and the gunfighter need to do is give me this opportunity. I promise I will take it. After we kill Hura, I only ask for one thing. I want Death's Lantern. The request for the heirloom of the Demon of Storms makes me hesitate. I can't decide on that, can I? That'd be all Johnny, as he'll do most of the work. Plus, he's the highest authority we have in Rustbank. I'll have to ask Johnny, but it'd be best if I could somehow negotiate with him. I need to know why Alexos wants this thing. Otherwise, I worry the man might revert to his madness if denied. But I can also take advantage of this. I can leverage it to get the lily back. I'll try on one condition. You give my colt back. A tense moment passes as all 3 of us go quiet and watch Alexos' reaction. I don't think Virgil or Earl knows what I'm talking about, but they know it's serious based on Alexos' face. The man's countenance morphs into regret, and, is that pain? I cannot. I don't have it anymore. Hura took it from me when he saw me next. He ordered me to take it from you. However, when he found out that the colt was out of ammo, he quickly lost interest. Few are willing to pay the price to fire the gun. His response both frustrates and confuses me. I can understand how he was forced to give it up, but what does he mean there was no ammo left? And the price to shoot it? What do you mean it was out of ammo? 1 bullet was left? And what's the price for firing the gun? Alexos shrugs his shoulders in ignorance. I don't know. It just was out of ammo. You tried firing the gun, so I assumed 1 was left, but I was wrong. And the price for firing the blooming spider lily is your lifespan. For those who have lived a very long time, like the Demon of Storms, that is not a thing they are willing to give up. So will you not ask Johnny for the Death's Lantern to be given to me? Once Alexos says the name of the colt, Virgil looks at me with wide eyes. I wave him off, though, and whisper to him that I'll tell him later. Then, I begrudgingly agree to Alexos. Damn, I really wished I got the lily back. I miss it like I do my family. Don't know why he thinks it's out of ammo, though. 1 round was definitely left. Yeah, I'll try. I'm only a 3rd sigil, but I can try and argue for you to Johnny. Who knows if he'll agree, though? Why do you want it anyway? Alexos responds quickly while he glances at the 2 reading the book now and then. I want Death's Lantern because after experiencing its powers, I believe it is the only way to enter the underworld and save my family. His words confuse me, and I press for more. What do you mean? How can it be a way to enter the underworld? Alexos clarifies his meaning. The entrance to the underworld is blocked by Death's Gate, a construct, creature, or maybe even curse left behind by death that crushes the hearts of all who enter. Only the undead the Pale Lady brings down, or the unliving ghosts that drag their way out for revenge like revenants, can go through. It has even killed a 7th sigil before. He pauses a moment before sharing his own thoughts, likely born from his history in artifact research. However, I suspect the pale flame that death's lantern replaces your heart with will protect me through the gate. Then I can enter the underworld and find a way to bring my family back. Worst case, I can just go down and see them before returning to find a way. His words make sense to me, and I can't find fault. So, I just nod and agree. I'll see what I can do. Just after I affirm my agreement, though, the shadows on him begin to fade again, Virgil's skill running out of time. Alexos wasn't lying about the ineffectiveness when crossing Sigils, that's for sure. This event finally drags the two out of reading the book as they are enraptured by what lies within. Virgil and Earl look up at Alexos as he speaks once more, this time tinged with sadness and a bit of defeat compared to the hope that he said just prior. I'm running out of time. Not just the skill, but Hura expects me back soon. He's likely to look at what I'm doing soon. When he does, he will question why you all are here and not yet dead, as he typically expects me to kill any I come across. You three need to escape from me somehow. I don't know how you will do it, but I will hold back when chasing you down. Enough to not draw the demon's ire. I'll try and act like I'm just enjoying the hunt. Before we do, though, along our race, Wyatt, I found something for you. The Master of Illusions hands me a green core of a mandamin. He must have realized we were looking for them after seeing me hold the center of one. That means I have two. With this knowledge, I turn to Virgil, and a smile breaks through my face as he holds up another. We got three. Surely that's enough for Primrose to be healed, right? Alexos then breaks me out of my happiness with a warning. He makes an illusory hourglass filled with sand that he turns over. Then he takes the book from Virgil and Earl, oddly going against what he said earlier. Only another minute or so remains on this ether that hides me from the demon. It will probably be 5 or so before he actually looks, but I need to be fighting before then. Prepare however you three can at this minute. After this illusion ends, we fight. 88, making our lucky. The second that Alexos ends his warning for the battle very soon to come, all three of us, Virgil, Earl, and I immediately start moving. I spin around and look for how to escape the ravine. We already have what we came for, so we can leave right now. The only problem with departing is that Alexos will be forced to fake a battle with us. He said he would pull his strikes, but the man is still a 6th sigilled, a mighty master of illusions. Additionally, based on what he just did to Virgil, a master of close-quarters combat as well. Fuck that demon for watching over him constantly, forcing the man to act in such a way that will keep him alive and useful to it. Insane and bloodthirsty is the only way Alexos stays alive under Hira's thumb. Any other way will get him killed for either being useless, insubordinate, or rebelling. I realize that I am genuinely starting to believe his words, and I cannot understand why. But I dismiss those thoughts. They can wait. We need to go. Now. I curse as, for the first few moments of my search, I cannot find a way out of the ravine, but then an idea comes to mind. I did just learn a new way to use my ether. Chainlink boots. Immediately after this idea comes to mind, I call for Virgil and Earl to group up beside me. Then, I begin to furiously recreate my newest skill, the first one I've ever truly made. Stealth didn't count. It is a much more powerful version of sneak. Get over here. I have something to get us out of the ravine in time. My companions listen to me and move close, but they look at me oddly. Once the ether spins, twists, and rotates into the cloudy yet tight ether of chainlink boots within my feet, I grab the two of them by their armpits. Then, I simultaneously create another flow of ether alongside my chainlink boots, Struggler's Defiance. Ether rushes from my core deep in the back of my skull and suffuses my whole body before rapidly infesting and expanding the chains that hold me down like a bloating corpse. I feel every part of me sharpen and focus as I use my heightened strength from my ether to lift my friends and plant a foot on the sandstone wall of the ravine. I briefly peek at Alexos, standing with his arms crossed and grinning. I am still not entirely sure whether what he said is true or not, but I do heavily lean toward it being so. Even if it is, though, can I forgive him? I don't know. But what I do know is that this fight is likely to be telling. My focus turns back to climbing up this incredibly steep part of the ravine. It is challenging and takes all of my strength for each step, not because my friends are too heavy, but because of the angle I'm moving in. The horizontal steps activate muscles I didn't think I had as the two of my friends start yelling at my movements. What the hell are you doing, Wyatt? Oh, what the fuck? Damn, you learned something new already? Hey, don't drop me. Halfway up the sandstone wall, a piece of the wall cracks off and breaks underneath the weight of the chains in my boots that hold me horizontally onto the wall. The fallen piece of stone makes us almost fall the 8 or so feet I've climbed up already, but I'm able to catch myself with a boot that is quickly replanted into the wall. The short moment of weightlessness freaks out both of my companions as I tighten my hold on them and continue climbing. I quickly reach the top despite how treacherous it is to walk up a wall, holding onto 2 people. The weight makes it take so much more ether to keep the boots on my feet, running as I feel the strain in my mind. Making ether that bears my signature is complex, and this walk up the wall tests my limits. By the time I reach the top of the wall after just 20 seconds or so of climbing, I am already panting and gasping for air. The second I'm clear of the edge, I drop Virgil and Earl as I start coughing and quickly release the flow of chainlink boots. The newest skill I've learned takes a lot out of me, mostly from my mind, which was already fortified by Ironheart. It makes me wonder whether or not I should have been able to do what I just did. I'll have to bring it up to Virgil. I'm sure he'll know. After just a few seconds of us being on top of the ravine, a floating illusory hourglass appears before us. Alexos' hourglass. It shows that roughly half of the total sand has fallen by now. This discovery makes Earl and Virgil move with intense focus and drive as I try to recover from the brief stint of pushing my limits. Virgil is the first to move as he scrambles to his feet, pulls out his weapons, and immediately starts to prepare for combat. The man swipes several rounds of ammunition with his necrosis like he's petting a dog, casual and lovingly. Then he loads each of the rounds into his lever-action rifle. The Darkstalker then looks around us in every direction, searching for something. It is still the middle of the night with only bits of moonlight, so only Virgil, with his sigils that delve into the dark, can see far enough to look around. Ultimately, I only notice what he's looking for because he calls it out. The nightmare is 700 yards southeast. We need to focus on making our getaway, both because Alexos seems to want to let us go, and because we have completed our mission. It's time to get back. I nod to his words, and so does Earl as I recover enough to move, which is good because Earl is taking his job as a getaway man seriously. The gambler is putting bits of dynamite all over the sand where we came from the ravine. Then, I see him pull out a bag of sand that he uses to cover all the explosives with, making them invisible to the naked eye as they are beneath the sand. I try to stay behind him as we move south along the ravine toward the nightmare to make our getaway. It takes a few moments for me to recover from the climb up, though. Earl also pulls out several vials of different liquids alongside minerals and drops the minerals into the vials. Instantly, the few vials he pulled out begin to bubble and emit smoke before he tosses them carefully between where the bits of dynamite are. The precise throws keep anything from exploding prematurely while the vials he mixed together start to emit vast amounts of white smoke. At this point, Virgil has finished loading his guns, and I've prepared all my ether. Adrenaline Surge is now active alongside Struggler's Defiance, and I feel full of power. Every movement I take is effortless and quick. It allows me to pick up Earl as he is distracted with his hands and run toward Virgil, who has also begun the sprint for the nightmare. Alexos is fast, inhumanly fast, and that means we need every second we can get from him. Earl resists me picking him up, but quickly relents and focuses on doing whatever alchemist's crazy shit he's doing. As I haul ass as fast as I possibly can without just using Struggler Gasp and making me useless after it's run out, I hear stone crumble ominously behind us. The sound makes me slightly turn my head to look at our rear, and I see the illusory hourglass has disappeared and now stands a man in its place. One that I know is Alexos, but the entire face and outfit are different. The illusions the man uses constantly have returned. He is back to protecting his appearance. The smoke that Earl made only slightly obscures the man's presence. Not enough to truly help, though, sadly. It doesn't seem as though the smoke is all that useful. He turns and faces us with a laugh as he returns to the facade of insanity he wears for Hura. The phantom pain has returned. Ah, where are the little ones going? Do you not know that I will catch you? That little trick of hiding from me won't work again. I see you all now. The master of illusions begins to walk toward us as a crunch resounds from beneath his foot. Shock spreads across his face like a lightning bolt for a split second as a massive series of explosions rumble across the sand dunes. Instantly, his entire visage is covered with sand, clouds, and rock as explosions constantly go off. The pounds of dynamite that Earl carried with him almost knock me to my feet, but the trusty precision from my philosopher's sigil keeps me on my feet and running just barely. However, the same cannot be said for Virgil, as I see him fall straight onto his face from the quake. I speed up as much as I can as I feel my entire body ache in exertion. Then, I quickly catch up to the Darkstalker, and in one clean motion, I pull him to his feet and make him restart his run. Virgil nods thankfully at me as he runs alongside me. Earl, who is on my shoulder, is still throwing random shit backward that I turn slightly to check on. I see that now after the explosions, whatever Earl threw to create smoke has increased its output exponentially. The entire area behind us is covered in white smoke that blocks vision entirely. Only now am I truly thankful we brought Earl. I take back my nag on the smoke. He was right. His knowledge and skills actually do help a lot, even if he can't fight directly. I also notice that the objects that Earl threw are tiny little things that resemble firecrackers. I'm not sure how they're gonna help, but at this point, I think he knows what he's doing. We get about halfway to the nightmare before I hear Earl curse from my shoulder. I follow his audible curse with my eyes and see Alexos stumble out from the smoke unharmed. The illusion doesn't trick me, though. I've seen the man do this before. Fake injury or exhaustion with illusions. Alexos is surely hurt from those explosions, but he's hiding it behind many layers, like he does with everything. He is truly good at hiding injuries, however, as the man doesn't pause for a moment before finding us with his eyes now that he's out of the smoke. He then begins to sprint at us with incredible speed, sand disappearing beneath him twice as fast as it does beneath me. Fuck. I stop looking behind me and solely focus on making it to the nightmare. I need every ounce of strength I can gather. I consider shifting my daydream, but I toss that thought aside as I settle on focusing on my Ironheart. I prime my mind's reinforcing strength on my tendons and muscles within my legs and use it to make my heart beat faster. I cannot handle an injury or not moving at my best. That and I figure a faster heartbeat will give me more energy to move. My assumption is proven correct as I feel a rush of adrenaline flows through me that blocks out all the external noise. I can still hear it, but it no longer garners my attention, allowing me to look at my destination with rapt attention. I am able to completely block out the sounds of the firecrackers exploding beneath Alexos, which are causing him to slow and stumble. I am able to block out the sounds of Alexos cursing and mocking us. I am able to ignore the shock and surprise from Alexos as Earl pulls out a slingshot and fires small explosives at Alexos. At this moment, this brief period of clarity, I realize how to beat the master of illusions. You have to make it so that his fantasies don't matter. His win or defeat doesn't depend on the perceptions or minds of men, only the preparations that were already laid. He cannot stop a trap from slicing his head off if he doesn't know it's there. The truth he makes with his ether is only a facade for people's minds, not the reality we live in. No matter how he tries, Alexos cannot change the real world with his illusions. The phantom pain appearing out of nowhere now makes sense. He doesn't ever give people the chance to prepare for him. When he does that, he's invincible. Someone like Earl is his perfect counter. A brilliant man capable of creating a wide variety of traps, contraptions, and preparations that can aid in felling just about anything. The minute Alexos gave us to prepare is extraordinary. I can feel it. He didn't just give us a chance to escape. He made himself vulnerable. I feel my brain start to overheat as I fix my distraction. My thoughts about how to best beat him transfer to aiding my movement, perfecting every step and every action on the uneven sand. I get distracted far too quickly. Up ahead of me, I see Virgil reach the nightmare. Before he can get moving with the nightmare, he has to unleash it from the rock we tied it to. So in one circular motion, he cuts the lead and picks himself up by swinging his body over the frame of the giant horse. Virgil makes the horse move in such a way that it would pass by us, but not head toward Alexos. The circular motion that the man moves in makes me change how I'm running so that I will reach the upcoming location of the horse, not its current one. Gradually, I approach the nightmare with Earl on my back, but I can also hear the inhuman Alexos near us. The sound of Alexos' boots coming close make me realize that I won't make it to the nightmare before Alexos makes it to me. So, a quick decision is made. One that deep within me, I want to happen even after everything I heard from Alexos. The built-up hate pours out of me in one fell swoop. I toss Earl from my shoulder toward the nightmare, and I face Alexos. Go. Get on the horse. I'll catch up. Earl looks at me confused before the sound of Virgil's yell hits him, too, as the nightmare human duo passes by. Listen to him. Hop on. Before Earl hops on the horse, however, I quickly draw my daggers and palm my new brass knuckles to meet Alexos up close. Just how I like it. The master of illusions moves to my side and disappears before my very eyes, using his skills to evade my perception. Instead of looking around to find him, though, I trust my instincts. I trust my knowledge of the phantom pain. Instantly, I turn around to my back and swing my daggers, hoping to meet the man's eyes with the blades. I know he will attack my back. That's who he is. A coward. And my knowledge proves true. Sparks fly in front of my eyes from the blade Alexos holds in his hands that meets mine. Satisfaction and righteous anger flow through my whole being as I realize how much I yearn for this. As the bloody palm yearns for survival, I've longed for this man's head. And the truth that he's told me changes very little. He is still the reason Edmund is dead. He is now one of 3 instead of 2. Instead of it being both our faults, a third target for my hate has emerged. The demon of storms, who I will kill, just as I am trying to kill Alexos right now. My hate becomes a fount of torrential strength as I throw Alexos back with force, the man stumbling back from our clash to catch himself. He snickers after he recovers and darts to my other side, trying to catch me off guard, but he quickly backs off as I strike out at him. He creates sounds that inundate me from all around as he backsteps, creating dozens of identical madmen. Been a while since we've done this, The last time we crossed blades, you were but a babe in our world. Now you're a young pup, ripe for harvesting. Oh, how time flies. Each word of his comes from a different direction as dozens of him appear around me, confusing me. Indecision grips me as countless Alexoses stalk around me, and twisting beneath their feet, the air coming in and out of their lungs, and eyes constantly moving. The illusions are all perfect, and I cannot tell their differences. I want to trust my instincts, but they tell me he's all over, that he is everywhere, that he will hurt me anywhere. Out of nowhere, one of the Alexos attacks my side with a wavy dagger. I just assume this one to be an illusion, and instead of dodging, I look around for another that is about to attack. This instinct is shown to be a mistake as I feel pain bloom around my side. A dagger now remains in my side, piercing into my liver. I stumble backward as more grating words caress my mind. You learn my habits, and so, I learn yours too. We all have hearts and minds, Wyatt. But oh, I cannot wait to have yours. The pain from my side awakens my realization of how much we need to escape. This man is far too much for us. Not enough time was given for us to prepare for his death. I look around for the nightmare and both of my friends, but the surroundings shock me. I am no longer in a desert. I am now in the middle of a forest, back to where Edmund died. As I look around for the true man amongst the crowd, more copies attack me, several of which actually cause wounds and make me bleed even more. You like this locale? I made it just for us in honor of our first meeting. I figured you'd appreciate it. As these words from Alexos reach my ears, I see each and every one of his illusion's pupils be replaced by pale fire. That must be the sign of Hura gazing through his eyes. Fuck, the man is only going to get more serious from here. An idea comes to mind, one that replicates something that Alexos said just a while ago. He said that higher sigils are more resistant to ether, making lower sigiled skills significantly weaker. That is likely because of the ether that passively flows through them, creating a barrier for foreign ether to break through to affect them. Was he indirectly aiding me? Giving me a hint based on what he saw long ago? He had to have been. He had no reason to say something like that besides for this specific moment. Maybe he was. Perhaps he wasn't. Again, I don't care. I just want to kill him right now. I have a way of completely inundating myself with ether. No? I take one last glance at the forest where my teacher died, and I take in a deep breath. A breath that pulls in ether to release my bonds. One that the cabin itself warned me against. Air that seems almost constructed of ether flows into me. The vast volume of my ever-expanding and powerful lungs pull in the air from over 100 feet away. The second that the ether enters me, the illusions begin to crack. 89. Graveyard of Dreams. My lungs fill with fiery air. Air that is so deeply entrenched with ether that it burns my lungs, veins, and even heart as the wave of power rushes from my organs to the metaphorically real chains that bind me. The fire within shatters some connection between Alexos and me, the ether within my breath distorting his. The breath I breathe in is so much more potent than ever before. The cabin was not exaggerating. It is a breath so vital that it sends me to my knees with the rush ether it gives me. While on the ground holding myself up with my arms, I realize just how strong the newly enhanced struggler's gasp is. It is a breath that literally makes the illusory leaves move and then crack like shattered glass. A breath that makes the voices surrounding me distort and then recede as if they were never even there. A breath that makes the illusory copies fade and flicker as if they are unreal before turning them to sparkling dust that blows away. The air in my lungs fills me with so much ether that the illusions around me completely crack and break, revealing a surprised Alexos to me. The ether flowing rapidly through me and into my chains distorts his abilities so heavily that I am free of his illusions. Well, most of them. It seems as though the mirage around his body is more complicated to resist than the other illusions. That one remains. Alexos looks at me on the ground and laughs in an impressed way, but he in a way that also tries to hide it. His laugh quickly turns to threats as he kneels down to look at me. Well, I'll be damned. The little Wendigos all grown up. You can even resist my wide-area illusions. How about something more personal? His words make worry grow in my heart as I look around to find my friends and see that they're still on the nightmare. Virgil and Earl are currently trying to swing back around and are firing bullets at something far to my right. Alexos must have them under his grasp. My struggler's gasp only freed me from his illusions. It left them still mesmerized. That means I need to get us out of here. To achieve my goal of escape, I try to stand, but the exponential increase in my strength is far too much. Even my enhanced control and precision are not enough to manage my strength for the first time. The force I put into my leg to prop me up sends me rolling head over heels backward amidst Alexos' laughs. Ah, maybe I don't even need to. You look like you're tripping yourself pretty badly. Nah, who am I kidding? Let's dial this up to the max. I'll even let your friends out so I can focus on having fun with you. While he talks, I land on my stomach with my arms sprawled out. I'm uninjured from my movements. Only the stabs and cuts remain from my exchange with Alexos and his illusory copies. I try to carefully push myself up using my hands, but as I do, everything around me shifts like a kaleidoscope. Nausea builds instantly in my core as the entire world around me gains unknown colors and spins rapidly. It feels like looking into a crack in reality. Things that should never be seen appear before my eyes that can't be shut out even with my eyelids closed. Things that should never be heard caress ominously across my eardrums, skipping my ears entirely. Things that should never be felt move along my skin as I struggle to haul myself over the ground. I have no idea what's happening to me. I'm unsure if this is an illusion anymore. It all feels surreal, yet there is no way out. I try again to move, to stand, to do anything but, instead, I just sit here like a dead fish for Alexos to gut. The nausea and the spinning kaleidoscope want me to do anything but something. Just moving makes me want to empty my guts, let alone try to fight or escape. While I sit here trying to figure out what to do, a loud voice joins the cacophony of sensations and stimulation. Ah, close, but no cigar. You almost resisted this one too. What about this one? Do you like this one? I call this one the Graveyard of Dreams. Fits, doesn't it? Don't worry. While you lay there like a comatose addict, I'm engaging in blissful communication with your dear friends. How Alexos can go from a scared yet kind man trying to atone for his sins to this abomination in a single minute is beyond me. Whatever this man has been through must be terrible to teach him to do that. He's almost like an actual skinwalker, only his body isn't what actually changes. It's just his mind and the illusions that do. The fact he even has names for specific illusions is disturbing. Graveyard of Dreams is so foreboding that I don't even know how to act. The sounds, sights, and feelings it gives are so odd and distracting that I struggle to move or even think. Voices of people giving up and sights of kaleidoscopic, dying people shift my focus, keeping me from finding a way out of this illusion. I don't even know if there is one. My solution was Struggler's Gasp, creating such a tremendous influx of ether to distort the effects of his ether. It worked, but only temporarily. He's too far ahead of me in ether manipulation, so he can likely find a workaround that I've never even thought of. The gasp of ether also increased my physical attributes so much that it feels like I'm a whole new man, only that I cannot even use them. Alexos is turning my own strength against me, making it even harder to control my new power. Sounds enter my ears here or there of Virgil and Earl fighting as I fight with myself for a solution that doesn't seem to come. I know Alexos is sending them to me just to further distract me, but it's working. How is this Alexos pulling his punches? He's taken me out with seemingly little effort, and now he's fighting both my friends. More kaleidoscopic visions of people dying just before reaching their goals inundate me, the shifting, constantly turning colors making me only more nauseous and disoriented. I can only curl in a ball on the ground to not expel my stomach. All of my confidence and hate has been so quickly shattered as I lay in a fetal position, my mind being attacked in every conceivable way with horrendous illusions. Illusions that slowly give me colorful peaks of reality. Peaks of Virgil and Earl being fatally wounded and nearing death. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There's nothing I can even do. I can't move without falling. My strength is so high I can't even fall without almost breaking something. But if I release my breath, then I will undoubtedly drop. The ether that has entered me will likely either knock me out or push me right up against the edge. Panic rises even further as tightness grows in my chest. Signs that Struggler's Gasp is nearing its limit. My body is nearing its limit without ever using its most substantial strength. I don't know what to do. If I do nothing, I die along with my friends. Alexos is too much to fight, even without his illusions. Virgil is strong, but can't handle the master of illusions' speed. Maybe Johnny could, but not Virgil. He's best at ambushes. If I try to move, all I do is make my situation worse. Dig a deeper hole beneath me from the depths of the illusions. Every time I try to get up, the kaleidoscope only worsens, the disorientation rising after every movement. Alexos named it aptly, Graveyard of Dreams, to make someone who could save a situation paralyzed in something as simple as disorientation and nausea. It's heartbreaking. Not just that, but allowing one to see glimpses of what's going on outside without being able to help. It feels as though each person I see die within the kaleidoscope is someone who has been under this very illusion, their distress and panic looking familiar to mine. Wait, dreams. I've answered this sort of riddle before. For my metaphor, is this a chance to prove it? You break out and prove your dreams through grit? This idea shines a light on a new skill I've ignored because of its primarily passive nature. Ironheart. I named it so that it could both keep my heart beating and my will made of iron. I think this fits. I try to push aside the kaleidoscope and focus my will, stretching ether into my mind, hoping to enhance my mind with it. I'm unsure if it has any effect as I feel my mind brush against another's, or at least the ether left behind by another. Focusing on this hard-to-notice ether, I levy my will against it, my iron heart, trying to break it. I push, and I push, and I push, but nothing seems to give. The ether holds together like a piece of wrought iron wrapped around my brain. The only effect is that my brain begins to burn and overheat from the strain. I want to sigh for the lost effort, but I cannot. If I do, the breath that distorts ether and keeps me up currently will exit along with it. I do not want to see what Alexos can do to me if I don't have the massive ether from Struggler's Gasp to protect me like a shield. Although the shield may have spikes inside, whatever it defends me from is undoubtedly more dangerous. Desperation grows as I see a kaleidoscopic flash of Virgil being knocked out, his head slamming worryingly hard against a rock. Only one option remains, one that I loathe and regret to do every single time I do it. A considerable part of my arsenal from my sigil is eternally occupied, protecting me from the monstrosity that is my left hand. No, now my left forearm as well. A third of all my sigil skills that can help in combat are permanently preoccupied. Regretting my actions already filling my mind, I shift my warding daydream away from my elbow and into my mind. I use the daydream to bolster my resilience to illusions, the vast application of the ability allowing me to do so without much effort. The only difficulty comes after. The second I do, I feel voices, even more voices that enter my mind from inside me alongside the illusions that enter from outside. They start pretty muffled and slow, for it seems like the bloody palm needs a few moments to rev up its madness. I take its slowness in stride and immediately try to stand, pushing my mind against the ether that holds the illusion the whole while. I feel it begin to break after a few seconds before the sparkling effects of shattered illusions meet my eyes. The kaleidoscope fades, but with it, so does the bloody palm's sluggishness as the world reveals itself to me. Surprise covers my face as I see what's happening. All the illusions that Alexos gave me are false. The scenes of Virgil getting knocked unconscious and Earl getting injured were all fake. Instead, what remains is both of them swinging in the air with weapons, no longer willing to shoot because of the mirages. Both of them are perfectly fine, completely uninjured. Instead, it is I that is hurt. Pain from everywhere bleeds itself into me abruptly as I look down. Almost every single piece of flesh from my body has been sliced off, turning me into an abomination of red muscle and blood. I genuinely am just muscle, bones, and arteries at this point. Not just that, but dozens of stab wounds grace my person, making liters of blood fall out of me as the bloody palm works to keep us alive. The man blinded me from any pain he was inflicting. Insane. Beside me giggles Alexos, still covered in his personal illusions, and holding an entire strip of human skin that I uncomfortably recognize as mine. Even with everything I possibly can stack up to see through them, they remain. It seems as though whatever he has that protects his person is so deeply entrenched that not even I can break through them. Ah, you broke out of that? You better take a look at your arm. That's pretty rough, buddy. Get that checked out, man. His words make my eyes shift down to my arm, where the ashy veins of the bloody palm are bulging and trying to make their way past my elbow. Worry builds within me as I consider moving my daydream back, but the look on Alexos' face keeps me from doing so. The second I deal with the bloody palm, the man will make his move. And something tells me that this time he won't just skin me, he'll kill me. I think that was him pulling his punches right there. That the next time he won't be able to fake his madness so much that it leaves me alive. His act does not elicit any gratitude from me, however. It only makes me want to kill him more. At this point, I don't even care if his story is true. Even if it is, someone who can act like this needs to die. Not as much as the demon who makes him like this, but still, he must be claimed by the Pale Lady. I'll do it myself if I have to. For several seconds we just stare at each other, him watching the bloody palm wiggle its way up my arm and me keeping him in my sight so that he doesn't attack my friends. That and I need time to get used to my strength. I didn't even have time to test this skill since I got it. It's only been a day, after all. During our staring contest, I see the pale flame in his pupils that signal the watchful gaze of Hura oscillate. Then, Alexos laughs, shakes his head, and refuses in an inaudible voice. No, I want to kill these three. They're so interesting. Don't call me back. The way he says he wants to murder us is so filled with truth and bloodthirst that I take a small step backward. The one-sided argument continues, however. Alexos constantly waves his head back and forth as he speaks, almost like a madman raving. Come on, man. Don't do this to me. I was just starting to have fun. Yeah, who cares if I'm hurt? It'll heal up in a few days from that explosion. In time for the raid, don't you worry. Ugh.
Fine. Fine.
Can I just kill one of them, then? What do you mean by risking my life? They only hurt me because the one in black had some trick prepared that blinded me, and the one scared of dice in the back planted dynamite that I couldn't see. If anything, you have made it harder to fight. Look at him. They're still wet under their noses. That one can't even weigh 100 pounds. I don't know what to do as I just watched the argument that Alexos has with himself. Well, I actually know who he's talking to. It must be Hura, the demon of storms. Apparently, he thinks that we are a threat to Alexos' life. And Alexos revealed to me out loud that he was injured, which is incredibly surprising. The fact that the dynamite hurt Alexos enough that Hura, who can see and feel everything Alexos can, thinks that we might kill him makes me realize just how important that minute Alexos gave us was. Without it and Earl's explosives, he would be moving at full strength and without any reason to retreat. His argument continues for a bit longer before concluding unexpectedly. So, you're saying I can't kill them, but I can kill their horse? How is that any easier? Do you even know what you're saying, Hura? Fine, Lord Hura. Who cares if it's one of your beasts? It's theirs now. Why risk my life for your ego instead of my fun? I don't understand.
Okay. Fine. Fine.
I'll do it. I understand. It's an affront to your mother. Just don't snuff out my light. Alexos' argument with Hura ends with the demon ordering him to slay the nightmare that we have been riding. Apparently, humans controlling one of his monsters is an affront to the mother below, whatever that means. For a second, I consider stopping Alexos from killing the nightmare, but quickly glancing at it makes me realize our priority. We just need to make it back. The loss of the horse will slow us down, but not so much as to ruin our way back. I take a moment to measure my strength and think about how I will move. Alexos has somehow shifted this to us only losing our horse. It's a brilliant deal, and I'm more than happy to take it. Then, I burst toward the nightmare with never-before-seen speed and drag both of my friends off the back of the giant horse covered in dark fur. My movements are hoarse and rough, definitely leaving bruising on my friends from my too powerful strength. I barely get them off and past the horse as Alexos follows me. Just the way the man runs feels like an illusion, his legs seemingly never moving as he runs toward the horse. I jump backward abruptly as I see a line of red cover the horse's neck before massive amounts of blood fall to the ground from its body. We all go several feet backward. I only manage to get my feet underneath me to catch us at the last moment. Slowly, I'm getting the hang of my strength. As this happens, Alexos turns toward me with blistering speed. He gives me a quick whisper before attacking me one last time, breaking the order of the demon of storms. His actions make me once again wonder just whose side he's on. I try to dodge backward as the master of illusions shifts toward me, but I'm carrying both of my friends, who are struggling in my arms against my grip. Only my insane strength, boosted by all my avenues of ether, keeps them stable, but I struggle to keep my movements from hurting them. The combination of these restrictions slows me down slightly from hesitance and carefulness. My backstep doesn't move me backward fast enough as Alexos' open hand sinks into one of my stab wounds. Flesh rumbles and twists as he stabs into me. I drop Virgil and try to retaliate with my knuckles, seeking to drop him in one hit, but immediately after, he stabs his fingers into me. However, the man backs up as he holds onto his chest like a man having a heart attack. Seems like Hura didn't like his move. Okay. I'll leave them alone. You know you're only making things worse, distracting me like this. Ow. Fine. No backtalk. I'm coming right now, Lord Hura. Alexos tries another argument befitting his facade before turning and running away. The illusions over both of my friends rapidly fade as he makes his distance into the night. This whole exchange has been so odd I don't even know what to think. I do know what to do, however. I create a funnel with my hands around my mouth and release my breath of ether into the sky to release the pressure in my chest. An enormous zephyr exits my lungs and flies into the air, picking up sand along with it. After I remove the ether, I feel a significant weakness that seeks to knock me unconscious, but I have things I need to do before it does. Exhausted, I redirect my daydream to defend myself against the bloody palm. Sadness and flickers of defeat grow as I see that the palm has gained ground on my arm. No longer do we meet perfectly on my elbow. Now I have to move the strip of cloth up an inch or so to aid my daydream's defense of my body. After I do that, I fall to the ground next to the dying nightmare in exhaustion from overuse of my ether. A pounding headache and lead limbs nail me to the bloody sand. Sadness suffuses me as I realize just how weak I am, barely able to survive an attack from a man who is not only actively trying not to kill us behind the lines, but who is also being ordered to retreat. So tired and so used to being injured, I don't even notice or acknowledge the flesh stripped from my body or the plethora of wounds. I merely nod to sleep, expecting the bloody palm to take care of it. 90 visceral viscera. I wake up to searing pain in my gut, my eyes fluttering open, and my arms preparing for a fight. But the only thing that I see is a vantage point of the desert from Virgil's shoulder. Confusion hits me in waves as the pain repeatedly returns, only worsening as Virgil runs across the dunes. Stop! Weakly I mutter out my plea for them to stop. Thankfully, Virgil seems to hear me and turns his head to face me as he runs. What? You awake, Wyatt? Pain blossoms into agony that erodes my whole body and leaves me bereft of vigor. Once more, I try to get him to stop moving. Something is seriously wrong with my gut. Did the bloody palm not heal me from the wound? Stop! Virgil gets the message this time and comes to a quick break, ceasing his movements. Then, he sets me down on the dirt while at the same time placing Earl down as well. Only at this moment do I notice that Earl is unconscious as well. It seems as though the discovery is reflected on my face as Virgil comments on it. We ran for quite a while after you fainted. Eventually, Earl ran out of steam and fainted as well. Gotta commend the kid. For a first sigil, he's got some guts. So, I had to carry you both. Also, I know you heal real good, but I made sure to bandage you just in case. Never know if someone like the Phantom Pain has a way to prevent regeneration. I barely even register what he's saying as another wave of pain comes from my stomach. It feels like something is moving inside me. My brain does, however, connect his worry with mine. Did the bloody palm not work? Fuck. It hurts. The pain obviously shows on my face as Virgil goes from recapping what happened to kneeling beside me, searching for injury. Where's the pain? Did he do something to you with that last hit? If you can't talk, just point. Crippled by contracting pain that prevents me from speaking, I can only point at my gut with a finger still covered with dried blood from the previous fight. Virgil follows my indication and pulls off the bandages he had wrapped around me. He looks at where I feel the pain and just shakes his head. I don't see anything wrong, Wyatt. You're completely healed. He about went through you entirely with his hand, but now there's barely even a scar left. Virgil stares at my now healed injury with a thoughtful face as I squirm. Whatever is causing this pain is definitely inside my body, moving me from within. All I can do is grunt in pain and point at the faint scar again. Tichar. The Darkstalker takes a few more moments to think before seemingly getting an idea. Then, he pulls out his Bowie knife, which makes me raise my eyebrows. I think he left something inside of you, Wyatt. Hold still. I'm going to get it out. Virgil points the broad blade of his Bowie knife down at my stomach before sinking it down into my flesh with a burst of force. The second he pierces through my skin, I feel a bit of relief, even with the pain of a dagger cutting me apart. After stabbing me, I see the man push his hand into my body and pull out something more significant than his entire fist. It looks like a leather bag, one that would fit a small box of bullets or cigars. Not enough for really anything. But I do notice what was causing all my pain. Circled around the entire bag are small briars covered in my blood, flesh, and bits of organs. Got it. What the fuck? What did he do to you? I was starting to believe his stories, but after all that, I don't think I can. I can finally speak now that my internals aren't being ground apart by briars. And I agree with him. My faith in the man is rapidly diminishing. Yeah, I don't think I can either. But open the bag, let's see what's inside. If he was willing to risk Hira noticing, surely it's important. Doesn't matter if he's telling the truth or not about his innocence. He for sure wants that thing dead. Okay, 1 second. Virgil wipes off some of the blood around the top of the bag as he unties the knot that keeps it closed. How Alexos got that whole thing into my gut without anyone noticing is beyond me. Like, I understand his illusions are incredible, but no one, not even me, who was inundated with a lake of ether, could notice it. My questions and concerns are pulled away as Virgil pulls out what's inside the bag. Out comes a small familiar book. One that we were just introduced to previously has a piece of paper with a note on it beside the cover. On the shoulder was within the bag. Surprise at the mundane nature of what was hidden within my gut hits both of us. What the fuck? Why even take the book back at that point? He's so sick in the head. Virgil nods at my conclusion, but doesn't avert his interest. He focuses on the note with minimal words that seem almost as if they were written by a printing press. Let me read the note, then we'll see. Maybe there is something different. Once again, I must apologize both for the battle and for this. I realize how brutal and painful it would be to place a note inside your stomach, let alone a book, but I hope you can forgive me. What graves couldn't handle a little bit of ramshackle surgery, though? Virgil stops reading at that point as he looks at me. I realize what just came to his mind as the words in the note point to my history, but I also know he already thought of something similar earlier, and I just managed to push the talk back. For a second, I expect the man to be angry, distrustful, or even murderous based on all the others who have learned my heritage, but the man only seems to sigh in relief. Like he was worried I was something else. His following words surprise me and show me just how different the Boone brothers are compared to all the other hunters I've met. That makes so much sense, Wyatt Graves. I was honestly beginning to think you were a runaway son of an estate with your natural gifts and the blooming spider lily. The last people who had it were Grimes, but before that, it was your father, if I recall. Not going to lie. A bit of frustration was reaching deep at the thought of working with the estates. You are technically, but not really. No one thinks of the Graves as an estate despite your family having that privilege. None of the estate families have a higher death rate in battle than the Graves. 100% of all fallen Graves, those born with the name at least, die in battle or go missing during a mission. I'm glad to have one of you with me. Glad to have you with me, Wyatt. But why haven't you ever told me? There have been several opportunities. Virgil puts his hand on my shoulder towards the latter half of his monologue, where I sit quietly like a grounded child. After he ends, though, I answer his question hesitantly. I didn't want to say who I was. Every time I have, it's only ended poorly. The first made a man much more important and powerful than me die to keep me alive from those who wanted me dead for my name alone. The second got a bomb strapped to my arm, and while that situation is better now, I still don't want to risk it again. I figured you and Vernon would treat me differently, something I didn't want. I pause for a moment as I find my words. I enjoy just being a normal sigilled fighting alongside other people. And I've heard so many stories about my ancestors. They all make me uncomfortable. They are people greater than I can probably ever be. I don't want people to hold me up to their standards. After all, I'm just a kid from the boonies. I never even knew sigils existed until 2 months ago. I know I'll fail if I'm held up to their standards. The man before me listens intently to what I have to say, but he laughs when I mention people holding me up to my ancestors. His laugh hurts deeply, but once he notices the hurt on my face, he tries to rectify it. Hey, I'm not laughing because I think you're worse than your ancestors. Hell, if anything, it's the opposite. You've been through some crazy shit, and you're not even a full man yet, Wyatt. I can't imagine a single person would look down on you compared to those who came before. Do you know what your father was doing when he was your age? I shake my head at his question, not fully understanding where he's going with this. So far, though, he hasn't been too convincing. I mean, it's just one man compared to all those out there. And all those other people know about my family, but none know about me. If I remember correctly, he was a gravekeeper, working on digging graves for the fallen and keeping others from digging them up. He never even gained his first sigil until he was 18. Then he joined a famous hunter group, the Sablei's. Your father slowly worked his way through the sigils and ranks within his group. It took him half a decade to reach the 4th sigil, which is still incredibly impressive. Most who bear the 4th take a decade or so, like me. How long have you had a sigil for, Wyatt? A year? 2? Wait, no. You said 2 months? And you're already a 3rd sigil? Virgil runs his eyes along the sand, his voice trailing off. There is no point in you being worried or concerned with how you are doing. All people take time to grow, and from what I've seen, your sigil's central aspect lowers that time drastically, to the point where it almost doesn't exist. Ironic, huh? The enhanced ether limit allows a philosopher to grow faster than any other sigil, while all others have to wait or survive multiple near-death experiences with concoctions to reach the point to advance. All you have to do is answer a question and find a sigil. The Darkstalker pivots and forces my attention toward his face. Don't compare yourself to people who have had decades to grow, learn, and evolve. You are but a child. Tell me, I don't think I've ever asked, how old are you, Wyatt? His words bring me comfort and make me realize just how dumb I've been. I've been subconsciously comparing myself to my ancestors and their feats without ever thinking about mine or how little time I've had. I answer Virgil's question with a bit more confidence.
I'm 16.
Born in the summer of 1668. Virgil nods at my words and continues. See? You're but a child thrown into a war of men. You're nearly my baby sister's ages, and you've been fighting alongside me for a while now. Have confidence, Wyatt, in yourself and in your ability. Don't let the ass beating we just suffered bring you down, or what anyone else says. I am not entirely sure what object of yourself you lack like all other graves, but whatever it is, I think it's the best. Otherwise, I think you'd be long dead. Virgil's pep talk, which I expected to actually be an argument when he found out who I was, breathes confidence into me that I didn't think I needed. My shoulders sit just a bit higher than they did before as the man holding the bag covered in my organs pats my shoulder once more. You're a good kid, Wyatt. Don't let anything take that from you. I know you've done some grim things. We all have, but enjoy life. You might not have noticed it, but I've seen your face lately. You have been rash yet hesitant, energetic yet sad. Like the world has slowly been beating you down. His grip tightens as he offers some advice. Take a page from my younger brother. He's always cheerful, well, almost always cheerful. His injury shocked him a good bit, but I guarantee by the time we get back, he'll be back to usual, bugging me about random shit. Life isn't all about survival like Johnny makes it out to be. There is no point in being alive if it isn't worth enjoying. That's my take, anyway. When we get back to town, take a break. Take a whole day off, not just a nap or night's rest. Ignore the impending doom for just a while. That's the only way you'll be able to fight with all your strength. Your emotions have been holding you back because you've never addressed them. Trust me, I would know. I've been in a similar position. A long sigh drags out as Virgil admits a part of his past that raises my eyebrows. A young man tortured by his internal demons, beset by many who want him killed and a few who want his strength. Take a few days to figure it all out. Spend time with your friends and relax. I nod to what he's saying. I can see the logic, but in all honesty, I don't entirely agree. I think I'm fine. The past is the past. I don't have to worry about it.
People D.
It's just what happens. I need to help prepare for the break when we make it back. But Virgil doesn't take this short agreeance and presses me for a promise to do what he says. He does it with such insistence that it shocks me. Hey, I'm not messing around. Promise me you'll take a break longer than just a few hours. If you don't, I'll make you. Finally, I notice just how serious Virgil is being, and I make the promise back to him. Maybe he's right. It has been a long time since I've rested for more than a single night. I've been on edge ever since Edmund died. How long ago was that, anyway? A month? 2? I'm not sure. Everything has just kind of blended. Yeah, I promise. I'll take a break. Can we just finish the note? I want to know what's on it. Virgil takes a lengthy glimpse at me before sighing and returning to the note left with the book. His eyes scan the page as he restarts just before where he left off. What graves couldn't handle a little bit of ramshackle surgery, though? I hope you find this note quickly. I did leave briars around its container so it wouldn't just be lost in your internals. Anyway, to the meat of the bone, as one might say. Get it? I prepared this using my ether while we were fighting and while I was arguing with Hura. Only when his ego is stoked or threatened does he lose any kind of focus or calm. I hope you all now believe me of the death's lantern that enchains me. I just wanted to show it to you despite how risky it was. Please, deliver the map to Johnny and feel free to read the book I left with the note. Earlier, I did not give you a true copy, but instead an identical illusion of it. I would apologize, but it'd be empty. It is hard to give away something that means so much to you. But in the end, I figured it would be of more use to a young man who has not yet met his greatest demons. I have already met mine. The wisdom of the first is everlasting. The things he had seen, done, and felt so much more than we could ever imagine. I do give one warning, however. Do not pry deeply into the parts that are crossed out. I found the book like that, and I believe some things are better left unknown. This note is not all just information and pleas, however. I've spent many years mastering a type of illusion, one that can be placed on an object, and that is so versatile it holds no sense of my ether. Eventually, I hope to develop it to affect reality itself, but that is still far beyond me. I have infused this skill, illusory script, into the note. All that you must do is infuse a tiny bit of your signature and throw it with an image in your head that you want to form. The more detailed the picture, the more convincing the illusion the note will create. This gift is given in hopes that it will help Felhura. Do not take this item lightly. The illusory script upon this note took weeks to create. Now, I hope the next time I see you all is when the demon of storms falls from the sky and into the earth below. Virgil finishes reading the note as we both look at the small piece of paper in awe. Alexos was able to infuse his ether into an object? I didn't even know you could do that. And by the look on Virgil's face, he is even more surprised than me. I hear an almost inaudible whisper come from him. Living. I turn to him and ask what he said, as I could barely hear him. What did you say? Is this note that impressive? Virgil just shakes his head and answers me slightly. It's impressive, yes, but I'll have to talk to Johnny to be sure. Until then, I don't want to freak you out. For now, let's just get back. Is your gut healed up yet? I nod back to him as I run a hand across the wound that has been stitched together with my own flesh, the bloody palm going to work. All my skin is back as well from when Alexos skinned me like a bear. Yeah, I'm good. Most of my saturation is gone as well. Virgil laughs and pats me on the back. Then it's your turn to carry Earl. I've done it long enough, but remind me to apologize to him. I was wrong. He was useful. His tricks kept Alexos off of us long enough for me to reach the nightmare, and almost long enough for us to escape. Yeah, I will. I sigh as I pick up the unconscious gambler, careful not to shake his pack. Who knows what wild shit he's got in there. I shoulder him before pushing ether into my body to begin running at full speed. The sun is rising, and we need to get back as soon as possible. 91. Help needed. Help delivered. Elizabeth Stroudwater. Wyatt and Earl's abrupt departure less than an hour ago from Rustbank left me without purpose. I sit still at the graveyard before Leonard's grave, with Esther and Dakota lost in thought. Lost in jumbled thoughts that jump all over. The size of the fox that Wyatt has brought along on his journeys surprises me, but its stature is calming. Dakota comes over and nuzzles up close to me. I guess he can sense my sadness. Esther is dozing off and has fallen asleep a while ago. Too much has happened to the little girl. Leonard. I've known Leonard for a long time. Not as long as Earl, but a while nonetheless. I might not have been very close with him until the break, but that doesn't matter. The time we spent running from the approaching doom that is the break brought us all together. It's going to take a while for all of us to get over his death, just like Lonnie. Although, I don't think Esther and Wyatt have processed it either. Only me and Earl have. I still can't believe that Earl thought Wyatt was a psychopathic murderer. I know he's been taught almost his whole life to follow hunters, but one must think for oneself. Act for themselves. Which is why I still sit here in indecision. I want to do something to help. No, I need to do something. I've been useless for far too long. Taking care of Esther and sitting pretty is not enough for me. I just don't know what to do. I know I need to get a sigil, but how to go about that is beyond me. So, I just sit here, staring at my dead friend's grave, hoping for an idea to come to me. The sun is almost down, and only a tiny bead of light remains. I should go back to our room and put Esther to bed. Today has been too much for her. Too much for all of us. Esther has just retreated into her little ball of sadness, once more that we only recently pulled her out from her brother's death. Earl has put his frustrations outward, grieving from accusations and irritability. I hope he grows out of it soon. I know he only wants to make the world safer, but it won't work. The world isn't all black and white. Grays are mixed in. I would know. I am one. After all, Wyatt, on the other hand, is harder to read. I can't entirely tell if he's sad, angry, or apathetic at Leonard's death. He doesn't really show any of it. He didn't even cry at the burial. He only wiped his eyes here or there. I worry for him. I think the stress of the world has just condensed all his emotions into a tight ball. And he doesn't even know about it, subconsciously suppressing them all just to survive. If he had ever let them out before, they would have led to his death, made him slow or hesitant, that I understand. But now it's become worse, I feel. He never talks to anyone about anything other than what needs to be done. He's so focused on survival that he's not even living. If there is anything I can do to help, then I want to. I just don't know how. I notice the final beat of light from the sun fade and decide to finally get up. Better get back to the hotel. When I do, however, I hear the snap of a lighter behind me. Rapidly, I turn and look behind me. A tall man in leather stands behind me, illuminated by the fire between his hands that is lighting his cigar. I recognize the man, Johnny, the gunfighter. What's he doing here? Why is he standing behind me? I quickly talk to him, seeking out his reason for being here and breaking the silence. Maybe he's just looking for a grave of a fallen friend. What are you doing here, sir? Have you come to pay your respects to the dead? The man clears his throat and swipes away the fire in his hands, the lighter clacking as he closes it and puts it away. Then, he takes one puff as he answers me. You could say that. I make it a point to learn and memorize the names of all who die under me, even if they are just a water boy or passing by. Names have power, and by remembering their names, I keep them alive. A gentle smoke wades from his lips as he rights himself to lock eyes with me. A slight shimmer of golden light glazes his pupils as we share focus. I could ask you the same, though, girl. What are you still doing here? Your friends left long ago, and I can see the little one beside you is dreadfully tired. This world is for the living, not the dead. You should pay your respects and move on. Johnny's reasoning for being in the graveyard is surprising. I'd never think a man such as him, with as much power as he has, would bother memorizing a common man's name such as Leonard. His genuine care for those who have passed fills me with a weird sense of melancholy. How many has he seen die to feel this way? Dozens? Hundreds? Thousands? Who knows? I doubt even he does. His mind is probably 100 times more depressing than this whole graveyard beside Rustbank. I can just imagine it. Whenever he thinks about a fallen friend or acquaintance, he has to wade through hundreds of other headstones to find the one he seeks to reminisce on. I quickly push this image from my mind as I scramble to answer the man, for he is looking around oddly. Well, I have been trying to think of something to do. Something to help the town while my friends are gone. I know I'm only an ordinary girl, but surely there is something I can do to ease their burden. Help lighten the danger that is coming toward us. I just don't know what. He then asks me a question without even looking at me. He just keeps staring into the depths of the graveyard. Is that truly what you seek? To join them in this struggle? In this fight for survival? You can walk away. Live a life deep in the territories, not safe, but far less likely to die than are here. I nod and immediately answer. No thought is needed. I've wanted nothing more than to be able to fight alongside Wyatt and Earl. It hurts so deeply to stay on the sidelines, unable to help, or even not being present for a battle. The fight against the bandits in the dunes made me realize how much I want to help, even if it threatens my life. Yes, that's what I want. More than anything, I want to fight. I don't want to be a scared little girl on the sidelines. Johnny looks me straight in the eyes after my words, making me uncomfortable and a bit scared. I can feel my heart skip a beat as his eyes change colors with a yellow sparkle. But instead of growing cowardly, I follow Wyatt's lead, the man who seemingly cannot feel fear. I don't step backward in fright. I stand straight and stare at the deadly man dead on. He asks me one more question without breaking eye contact. You know you will die, no? To keep up with a boy like Wyatt is death to all. His words only hit me. They do not budge me. I can die. As long as my death has a purpose, I have no issue with death. I muster up the courage that I didn't think I had. That is fine. After a few moments of tense eye contact, Johnny breaks the stares and laughs. His head turns to the side as he remarks about something I don't fully understand, his voice turning hoarse while he speaks. You remind me of a little girl I once knew. She was so eager to join the hunters that she fled home, faked her age, and applied. The girl was incredibly talented, an expert sharpshooter, and born with a frame of forged iron. She could keep up with even the strongest or fastest of unsigiled men. Only when a sigil is introduced do the genders become more equal in power. The girl ranked top in her recruitment of over 10,000. The only girl in the top 100. The only girl in the top 10. The only girl to ever be number 1 in the recruitment process that goes over the toughness of the physical, mental, and spirit. She was only 16 when she was accepted and 15 when she applied and was tested. I've never seen someone so hard-working and determined. She'd train until the sun rose, and the minute she woke up, she'd return to practicing her marksmanship and acrobatics. And it was all just to live up to her father's expectation, to make him proud. I look at him oddly, not understanding what he's saying. How do I remind him of her? I share 0 things in common with her. I'm not talented, I'm not a marksman, and I'm certainly not a hunter. Full of confusion, I bring this up to him as he takes a weird pause in his speech. How do I remind you of her? I am nothing like her. And what happened to her? Can we get her to come to help? It sounds like she'd be amazing to have on our side. Johnny's voice hitches momentarily, a pitch change that makes me realize what he might be talking about. Deep sadness touches me the second he speaks again as I assume how the story ends. She was sent to the Blood Eagles, a top-notch group of hunters that were recruiting that year. The average sigil among them was 4th, and their leader was a frontrunner, something only seen amidst the best of the best. Even within a group such as that, she excelled, slaying a sigil within her first week of hunting. However, her lies were shown when she tried to consume the sigil from the creature she had slain. She was too young for the ether within. Despite her skills, talent, and determination, her weakness was that she was too determined, too eager, too confident. The typical tradition filled with excitement and hope turned into a mournful day as the ether ran through her unready body and left her dead. You have similar eyes, orbs filled with sparkling determination and wit. You just haven't been allowed to bloom. I wish to give you that opportunity. I'll help you get a sigil and gain the strength to fight. Every soldier matters when survival is the goal. His story only fills me with depression and melancholy as I still don't understand why he told me to only say we have similar eyes. It just doesn't make sense. But his ending with wanting to allow me to bloom strikes true, hope blossoming in my heart. I ask him what the purpose of the story was. I understand that I am being blunt, but obviously, I did not get the point that I feel is more important than being tactful. Thank you. I appreciate the chance you'll give me, but why did you tell the story about the girl? I don't understand. Johnny turns and again looks me dead in the eye, this time without sparkling irises or pupils. He puffs from his cigar before snuffing it out on his leather jacket. Then, he bends down slightly to meet my gaze even more perfectly. It is a warning that those who are around you are above your level. You walk amongst a man with the potential to topple mountains. You walk amongst a man who can change fate as it stands. Do not become overconfident, arrogant, or hasty. For people like us who only have determination, it is best to be slow and careful in our rise. I wish to never see your corpse in a ditch or be the one to bury you because you did not heed my warnings. Now come, follow me. His words strike a chord with me, and I instantly recognize the men he talks about. Wyatt, Earl, and that hooded figure Virgil. My gut just tells me those are who he talks about. I cement his words deeply into my mind as advice to not forget. Because I truly understand the difference in talent, I think more so than anyone. Wyatt appeared to us as a young man capable of killing, almost as if he was born to do it on top of being impossible to kill. A lethal wound on any other man is just a scratch to he who is called Wendigo. And Earl? Despite not even having a sigil, he could help Wyatt fight. He created tools in the middle of a desert that could topple the scales and make us survive. His intelligence and ability to plan ahead are things I admire. Even the man I heard about and only seen glimpses of, Virgil, he's fantastic. I'm so glad that Wyatt found him, but he's honestly terrifying. The way his feet make no sound and how he just sinks into shadows. I'm not sure where his talents come from, but I've heard bits and pieces about his past, none of which are pleasant. All the while, I struggle to even help. I'm barely able to give medical aid and am forced to be a burden at all other times. Especially when I was hurt. I barely made a difference in the fight, but I almost got killed for it. I make a promise to Johnny to be careful and not be arrogant or ignorant of any threat. But I do ask him where we're going at the same time as he begins to walk away. I promise, Johnny, I won't go against your advice. But where are we going? Esther is still right here even if she is asleep, and so is Dakota. Johnny turns back and addresses my concerns before continuing his walk. She can sleep where we're going. An old friend just came into town an hour ago, and he can help you out a bit. I'd rather do it myself, but I must check on something important before the Demon of Storms arrives. Many of my men have not yet returned from the missions I sent them on. I need to ensure they are fine. I respond to him as I pick up Esther in my arms and TSK at Dakota to follow. The fox does, and continues to surprise me with its intelligence. Sigils are incredible. They can turn a young baby fox into a well-trained yet powerful guard dog. Makes sense. Who are we meeting? Where do you know him from? Johnny laughs as he leads me through the not-so-quiet night of Rustbank. People drunkenly move here or there, singing folk songs to raise their spirits before the upcoming battle. More and more people have been trickling into the town since we arrived. I guess the word of the gunfighters' rebellion has spread far and wide. While the two of us walk, we converse back and forth. A lot of questions. I like it. We are meeting Sakate, a friend I made long ago in the depths of the wilds. Sakate? That's an odd name. No, not Sawcat, it's Sakati. Don't address him incorrectly. It's disrespectful to get a name wrong in his culture. His culture? Where is he from? The wilds? Yes. Actually, he is from one of the native tribes that live amongst the horrors within the depths. He is from the Ierok tribe, known for their way of grafting weapons onto themselves. That's incredible. I didn't know people lived in the wilds. I thought the only humans were those under the hunters. Where are the rest of his tribe? Not too many live in the wilds. The tribes come and go all the time there. Only a few ever last longer than 100 years. Only one beyond 1,000. Sadly, the Ierok is not one of those tribes. He lives in the territories because his tribe was wiped out. Many winters ago, I saved him when he was running through the Inhalation Mountains deep in the wilds during a hunt of mine. Does he speak our language? I feel like someone from the wilds wouldn't speak or language or be able to write. He's not a savage, Elizabeth. He can read and write, mostly in his own language, though. There was an initial language barrier as he couldn't speak Chero, but over time he learned, and I learned some of his language, which led to our friendship. A friendship that would last a lifetime or more. Why is he here now, then? Why only after you were attacked? I do not know the answer to that, Elizabeth. It does not matter, though. All that does is that he's here now. Once the conversation reaches this point, we come across a vacant lot in the town with a medium-sized tent in the middle of a space that could fit a building. I guess the Ierok man prefers tents over houses. Johnny motions toward the tent for me to follow him. Come, meet the last of the Ierok. I follow behind Johnny as he motions toward the tent before opening the flap and walking in. I find a dark-skinned man covered in dark blue paint all over his body sitting at a small table. His appearance isn't too shocking and is roughly what I imagined, to be honest, but something does throw me off. His left arm. Instead of a standard arm of flesh, what sits upon Sakate's left arm is a thing made of steel, rock, and bone. A bone saw-like blade comes from his left arm as I take a few moments to process what I see. The edge appears incredibly sharp and spotless. Not a single speck of rust, blood, or dust is on his weapon for an arm. I guess Johnny did say that his people were known for grafting weapons to themselves. Makes sense that they take care of them meticulously. When I come out of my shock, I notice Johnny introducing me. This is Elizabeth, Sakate. Someone that I'd like if you could take care of while you're here. Teach her how to fight, how to survive, and how to gain a sigil. I wave at the man while I'm introduced, and when Johnny finishes, I try to speak up for myself. However, Sakate interrupts me with a deep, grumbling voice that scratches at my ears.
Sit.
Look at me. His rudeness makes me glance at Johnny, but the man only nods for me to continue as he takes Esther from my arms. Confused, I sit down across from him at the small table. Sakate looks me in the eyes, similar to what Johnny did, as I feel a parallel between the two. The signs of similarity in how the two friends act. Sakate does seem to be a man of very few words, however. His dark black eyes pierce deeply into mine as I look back at him. And similar to the time with Johnny, despite the fear and worry I feel at merely looking at the man, I do not flinch or retreat. Several tense moments pass before Sakate hands me a small cup filled with a small amount of silver liquid. Drink. Again, I look to Johnny for confirmation that it's okay, and he nods once more affirmatively. Shrugging my shoulders, I pick up the cup and drink. The liquid is bitter and burns its way through my throat as I feel a tingling sensation build from my core. I feel light as I finish the little bit of liquid in the cup. I can feel my face flush, as well as I have trouble sitting still. Adrenaline begins to pump from my heart as my whole body buzzes with energy. Sakate looks at Johnny and nods. She is ready. The mithril approves. Johnny nods back at the man as he begins to prepare to leave. The whole while, concern burns within me about what is happening to me. What is mithril? Good. Take care of her. Don't let her get hurt. I should be back in a few hours. I'm going full speed. Before Johnny can leave the room and before I can panic, Sakate waves his hand, somehow closing the flap with his subtle movement. I'm sure it's ether shenanigans. Only through pain can she grow. You need to check on your men? My eyes flit back and forth as I sit quietly. The feeling these two men give me is too horrifying to speak up for myself at the moment. One I can handle, but the two of them together is too much for me to stand straight. And the feeling only rises as I feel the warmth of the mithril go through me. Yeah, I did say that, but you don't have to do that, old friend. You came here just to reminisce, no? I did. Had I known the danger besieging you long ago, I would have arrived. It is only right I repay you. I will take her and check it out. You can spend time preparing for the storm to come. That sounds ideal, actually. Just be careful. Keep her safe, okay? I see, friend. You see the little one in her, do you? Johnny only nods at the last question as he starts to walk out, leaving Esther in the tent. Sakate's words create a burning curiosity as he goes. Before he fully exits, though, a query comes from my mouth, my curiosity gaining form before I can even control it. Hey Johnny, sir, was that girl you talked about your daughter? Johnny merely turns enough for a single eye to reach mine, a flicker of gold on the brink of it. The man answers solemnly, with his head turning back only halfway to me before exiting into the risen moon's light. Yes. 92 return.
Cuida't graves.
The mad dash back to safety is paused as Virgil and I come across a bipedal hunched-back creature that resembles a human with torn-up clothing stumbling through the sands. Quietly and in sync, both of us crouch to the ground behind a small dune, funneling ether to silence our movements. He is much better at it than I am, but I am improving, doing my best to copy his movements that reduce sound even if my ether can't imitate his. I carefully place the unconscious Earl on the sand beside us as he shows signs of awakening. He's only been out for about an hour, which isn't very long with ether saturation involved. Typically when I pass out, it's for several hours, not 1 or 2. Turning my attention away from the man unlikely to awaken, I look to Virgil for directions. I see him squint his eyes in his goggles terribly, which are then suffused with dark rings of ether, before turning back to me. He quietly whispers, using cupped hands into my right ear. I think that's a scout for the demon of storms. Looks like a lesser demon of some kind. Not sure which, though. I return the whisper, asking what we should do about it. Should attack or go around? As I ask the question, we both see the hunched-back creature sniff into the air, searching for something. At that moment, some of its torn clothes reveal the creature's legs. They appear hairy and dog-like despite the arms looking more human-like, only rougher in tone. Virgil notices this as well and adds to his assumptions. Still not sure what it is. Lesser demons are fairly rare compared to just beasts with sigils, so I can't really guess what the hell we're looking at. It does seem to be some type of bloodhound, though, capable of sniffing out threats that may be hiding. I say we attack. Better to get rid of a scout. No? What about you? What's your gut say? I agree with his wanting to kill the scout, but I worry that it can somehow inform whoever controls or commands it. Then we'll have more to worry about than just a single lesser demon. The stint with the demon of storms talking to Alexos right in front of us is stuck in my mind. He could have easily ordered things to come and finish us off. Hell, this could even be something he sent. He probably just figured that he'd kill us in the attack on Rustbank, though. The demon did seem quite arrogant. Can we kill it without it figuring out who we are? Or that we're even here? Is that even possible? I check it with chain eyes, and I see that it is only covered by red chains that serpentine around its torso. A first sigil. I ask Virgil if my idea is reasonable, for I figure it is possible. We should only kill it if we can stop it from learning we are here. What if whoever is commanding it can see through its eyes as Hura could with Alexos? Is there any way to do that? I see Virgil look around for a few moments, either searching for ideas or for points in the environment to help facilitate my idea. I'm not sure which, though. After a few seconds of thought, Virgil begins to fade from my vision despite him being right beside me. He's using his mask. He whispers to me once more before he fades entirely and leaves me without an idea of what to do. He also slides a small silver mirror to me from his pack. Take my mirror. Hold it up over the dune to distract it. The light coming from it could just be a shiny rock or stone. Use a match if needed to attract its attention. It shouldn't alert anything that way. I'll use an old skill that I put down long ago. Should do the job. Virgil then stalks away low to the ground in a circular motion around the dune. He pulls out his lever action as he does so, the glint of the bits of steel meeting with touching my eyes. I see him grab a single bullet that he places in one hand as he lies down far away. I lift the mirror over the edge of the dune carefully in order to not move too much sand. I see a bit of moonlight glimmer from the top of the mirror toward the creature a few hundred feet away. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't notice the light at first and just walks past the illuminated speck on the sands below it. Only a little bit of light is needed, thankfully, so I just strike a match real quick and hold it up in front of the mirror. I stick the bottom of the match to hold it up so my hands aren't inside at all. The creature notices the light this time, looking down at a reddish-white sparkle of light beneath it. The hairy-legged thing sniffs into the air before turning its nose toward me. Then, it starts shambling in my direction, following where the light originates from. As it does so, I look over to Virgil. I expect him to already be aiming his rifle, but he's not. Instead, his lever action is set down on the sand beside him as he holds a bullet. Darkness twists and turns within his palms around the shot. Is he putting necrosis on it? I've never seen him do that before for the skill. Usually, it's just a quick swipe. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's no big deal. Just a way to make sure the thing dies quickly. But an idea does hit me as he finishes wrapping the bullet in whatever he's doing. The sound of the gun will be heard by the creature, no? I mean, sure. I know that bullets move faster than sound, but who's to say that the creature can't still hear it somehow? Ether is incredible and can do things that break everything I used to know. My worry only rises as I see the creature shuffle closer to me, its legs uneven in how it walks. Virgil carefully and somberly places the bullet in the side of his lever action. I struggle to even keep my eyes focused on him despite my knowledge of where he was before his mask. I also think the only reason I can even see him is because of Ironheart. Because before I got my will enhanced by Ether, Virgil was entirely gone after just a few moments of his mask. The psychological invisibility his Ether grants is incredible, but I think my Ether counteracts it, at least slightly. Good to know in case any other people have sigils similar to his. I watch with profound intensity as he chambers the bullet and pulls the lever back, all with supreme silence. Not a single scrape or shuffle comes from him loading his weapon, and the shot he puts in is different from usual. It is a pitch-black shell of lead instead of the purplish black of his necrosis. The creature begins to near me, the 100 feet or so disappearing gradually as Virgil takes his time to load his weapon. But before it gets close enough to see me, Virgil raises his rifle and points it at the back of the thing's head. From where I lay, I see him close one eye in his goggles, exhale completely, then calmly pull the trigger. The sound of an exploding bullet does not appear. However, only the muffled sound of a projectile gliding through the air does. That, and the abrupt sound of a body hitting the floor. A whoosh followed by a thump is all that resounds into the night despite the gun that was just fired. Surprised and wanting to see if the thing is indeed dead, I stand and move over to it quickly. Virgil does the same, standing up and putting his rifle on his back before approaching me. When I traverse the short distance to the dead creature, I see the wound that ended it. Right in the back of its neck, the part connecting its spine to its skull, lies a bloody hole. I look at Virgil, impressed by his marksmanship and the silent bullet he fired. I immediately ask him if he can teach me the technique. Being able to silently fire a gun is insane. The skill will undoubtedly increase my deadliness. What was that, Virgil? You've never done that before. Can you teach it to me? Virgil just laughs awkwardly as he kneels down and inspects the corpse of what he just killed. His answer to my question leaves me with even more. I cannot. I gave an oath to both not disclose the skill or teach it. Just forget about it, Wyatt. I normally don't mind your thousands of questions, but not this time. Let me examine this thing. I feel a bit hurt at his answer, so I just watch him flip over the dead creature. What does he mean he gave an oath? He can't even talk about the skill. What the hell does that mean? He hasn't ever spoken in detail about his time as hunter. Is this about that? It has to be, right? I want to press the issue, but based on the tone of his voice and his words, I don't. Instead, I respect his call for privacy as he inspects the dead creature. Like the last time he did so, he explains what he sees to me even if he seems to be annoyed with me. Looks like some kind of kickern, a half-humanoid, half-dog lesser demon. They are good scouts and can smell things from up to a mile away. Good thing I covered us all with anti-scent powder while you were unconscious. Figured we would get hunted down somehow. He gets up from kneeling over the dead lesser demon and pulls something from its hands. I recognize what he's holding as a human ear. A tight smile is drawn across my lips as we both realize what this means. No words are needed. It killed someone recently, at least within the past week or so. The ear isn't yet decomposed. I congratulate Virgil on the kill. Good thing you killed it. Probably saved someone else from it. He only nods solemnly and wraps the ear in cloth from his backpack. Then he puts the wrapped-up ear into a pocket of his pack. Yeah, I wish all things were as nice as that. Come on, get Earl. Let's keep going. Should be back by dawn if we rush. Leave this thing here to rot. I nod and rush back over to the unconscious Earl, but he reawakens as I pick him back up. The man blinks tiredly and puts a hand on his head as he pushes me off. Damn, is this what it's like to be hungover? This sucks. My head is splitting. I pat him on the shoulder, showing my sympathy for the pain of ether saturation. Yeah, it hurts, buddy. You should be better soon, though. A good night's sleep or another nap should fix you up. Earl covers his eyes and groans in pain. I hope so. This sucks. Why can't I just be a higher sigil already? Reaching my saturation limit of ether just running is embarrassing. I laugh at his worries and remind him of something. The time I almost passed out of ether saturation, bringing him and the others to Rustbank to get Elizabeth to a doctor. Yeah, is that so? You do remember when I took you guys to Rustbank, right? Being a second sigil won't stop that from happening. Maybe a third or fourth will. What do you think, Virgil? Virgil only grunts out a short answer to my question as he looks around for any other threats. Any type of exhaustion can happen at any strength. It is the effort, not the task, that determines it. Even I still grow tired of long-distance running despite my speed. Hurry up, pick up Earl and let's go. Okay. I'm on it. What? No, my head hurts too bad.
Sorry, Mann.
We gotta get back. You can rest there. You ain't. I pick up Earl and sling him over my shoulder as he groans in pain again. I try not to laugh at his unfortunate condition as the trek through the desert resumes now that no threats are in sight. I funnel ether into my legs to increase my strength and to try and make the journey back to Rustbank less miserable for Earl. The rest of the run to Rustbank with Earl on my back was without any fanfare. No more lesser demons, monsters, or even old enemies showed up. I suppose after the lesser demon, we had passed the line where Hura's scouts were. When we arrive, the sun is just rising, a bit of light peeking out from over the horizon. It gives a homely warmth that is desperately needed as winter grows ever closer. I'm not sure how near it is as the days have blended, and I've lost track of the date, but I'm sure it's within the week at the least. Virgil and I slow down our runs that could outpace an average horse to jogs as we enter Rustbank. Our first stop is the clinic where Heath works and Primrose stays. We quickly pass by the seemingly more considerable number of people walking the street than just yesterday and enter the clinic. When we come to the doors, I set Earl down from my shoulder, who is still moaning and groaning about his headache. It does seem to be a bit better, though. In the clinic, a receptionist recognizes us and points us down the hall to Heath's office. Down there and to the left. Dr. Heath is resting, but told me to send you in if you got here. I nod to Virgil and Earl before following the directions. Just a short walk and through a lightly cracked door, we found Dr. Heath. The red-haired man is asleep on his chair behind a desk. He didn't have time to take off his medical coat. Even his glasses are still on his face. The man must be exhausted. He is the only doctor in all of Rustbank, though, so it makes sense. All the people wounded come to him, and after the hunter's arrival, I'm sure he's got a handful. Feeling guilty for waking him, but still having to do it, I knock on his desk to wake him up. The man shakes like a wild animal as he sits up and looks at us three. Who? Oh, you've returned. Great. Give me one moment. Head to Primrose's room. I'll bring the rest of the materials. He's going to make the bomb in her room? Is that normal? Does it not take a while to make? Heath shakes his head as he wipes his eyes of tiredness. No, it's fast. With enough knowledge, anyone can be a doctor, alchemist, or artisan. Ether only makes it faster, safer, and easier. Just give me a few to gather my bearing and wake up from my nap, and then I'll show you. I nod and exit the room with Virgil and Earl as we head to Primrose's room. It is the closest patient room to Heath's office. The privilege of power, I suppose. Johnny would not let her get anything but the best and most reliable treatment. I slowly open the door and step in quietly, not trying to disturb or wake up Primrose. I'm unsure how her injuries affect her, so I take the measure to be careful. The three of us stand in the small patient room for a few minutes before Heath comes in. During this, I take some time to look at Primrose. She's missing the pink scarf that made me remember her so well. Instead, she is wearing thin robes and is covered in bandages from head to toe. Her face is gaunt, and her body looks incredibly pale. The center of her torso is concave, and it seems like she struggles with every breath of air. She's so quiet, though. Deadly quiet. Her breathing barely makes any noise, and I bet her heartbeat is the same. Very different from her usual self, at least the few times I met her. She was always outspoken and robust. My mind flashes back to how she was injured during the fight with hunters. The only part that I could catch is after she was defeated, presumably by Frederick and his spears. The spear impaled the venomous woman onto a wall, unable to even reach the ground. For the rest of the fight, she hung from that spear until Johnny took her down. That's one painful way to go. I hope whatever Heath does will help her. The opening of the door and tired steps break me out of my gloomy thoughts. Dr. Heath walks in with a tray of many items. Some rocks, some gems, some plants, and some organs of dead creatures. He notices our silence and comments on it. No need to be quiet. I've put her into a coma to prolong her life. She won't wake up unless I make her do so. Here, give me the mandamin. How many did you three manage to find? You were quite quick, after all. I hand him 3 of the core's deep green plant organs that resemble the center of a cob of corn. We managed to get 3 before we had to run away. Heath takes the 3 and inquires about why we had to run. As he does so, he mixes things on his tray in a glass bottle. 3. Great. I might even have one left over. But why'd you 3 boys run? Demon find you? Or horde of beasts? I shake my head. None of his assumptions are right. No, a man. Alexos, the phantom pain. We came across him. Heath briefly glances at me, only giving me a small response to my report. Phew. Surprised you three are here then? The conversation kind of abruptly comes to an end there as he begins to focus intensely. I notice that Earl joins him as well, the man inspecting each of the items he's mixing with his eyes despite his headache. The alchemist in training can't ever seem to push away his roots. After a few minutes, though, Heath finishes creating the bomb, which is more like a viscous syrup with a dark brown color. He picks up the glass and moves over to Primrose's side. He goes to take off her bandages, but hesitates before looking at the three of us. She ain't a shy lass, but I bet she'd rather not be gawked at right now. You three mind leaving? I take a moment to realize what he's saying. Only when Virgil coughs beside me do I understand and reply. Yeah. No big deal. Heat goes to my cheeks as I turn and walk out of the room. I hadn't even thought about her being naked under her bandages. It's never bothered me when I'm torn to shreds, so I figured it wouldn't matter with Primrose. It's obviously not, though. Virgil and Earl follow me out of the room. When we are out, Virgil addresses me and Earl on his plans for the day. We probably have another day, maybe two, before the Demon of Storms arrives. I'll go tell Johnny about what happened while we were gone and collect our reward. You two take this time to rest, okay? I nod and agree to his demands. I'll rest if I have to, but there is so much to do. If something pops up, I'll have to help. Virgil takes Earl to the side after he addresses the both of us. He says some words to my friend, but I only catch a few bits. Make sure he rests. Don't let him go out. Frustration builds at the fact Virgil can't trust me to recuperate. I'll do it if I have time. I push it down, however, and just wait. I don't want to go off on Virgil. He's done too much for me. I can always bring it up later. After he pulls Earl aside, he walks away with a wave. See you two later. I better not see you around town, Wyatt. Take a day to yourself, please. Okay. I will. After he leaves, I look at Earl. I have no clue where they have been staying, so I have to rely on him. Where have you guys been staying? Earl rubs his head as he leads me out of the clinic. Down the road a bit. How do you stand this, man? It hurts so much. You get used to it. Come on, it will feel better once you're in bed. Man, it's been so long since I slept in a bed. We walk along the surprisingly busy streets of Rustbank. I hear people trading weapons, ammunition, and medicine. One man with crazy hair is even offering a concoction to whoever can give him a second Mark Colt. If only these people were here to help with the fight against Darkstep, but apparently there was a wall from her that blocked them out, so they couldn't. At least they'll be here to fight the Demon of Storms and his horde. So will the rest of Johnny's men, the ones that were out preparing for the break's arrival. Should I tell them that he is likely after me? That woman's memories indicated he wanted the son of his enemy, Killian Graves, dead. That could only be me. Why else would the demon come this way? I don't know, but my thoughts break as we come to the door of the hotel they're staying. Earl leads the way through the main room, and we make it to the room, a room with 2 inside of it. It's meant for large groups of 5 or more. I take the key from Earl and open the door, calling out to Elizabeth, Esther, and Dakota, who should be inside. But instead of the warmth from the 3, only silence greets us. 93, Conquer Within. Elizabeth Stroudwater. Waves of deafening bullets roar over my head as I crouch down behind the large wagon beside me. Inside of it lies several dead men who follow Johnny, throat slits, heads exploded, and limbs amputated. All I can do is hyperventilate as hell itself embarks around me. My eyes are frozen on the dead body of a man beside me, one that Dakota just tore the throat out of. The man threatened me with a gun, and the young fox did as his owner told him, with the man unexpecting his ferocity. Blood trickles from his neck toward my feet. The unkempt road dyed by the color of man. My knees hurt, and my head pounds as the world shakes around me. Unnatural abilities and inhuman skills fly all around me, showing me the horror of the world. Death can happen at any moment. I never thought I'd be this terrified, but here I am. A sobbing little girl in the middle of combat. The only comfort I have is Dakota, Wyatt's fox that has followed him everywhere, but even the orange thing gives minimal comfort. The orange coat, now dyed red by the man he stands over, makes my hands freeze up and lock as Dakota approaches me. The fox tries to comfort me, but it only makes things worse. I fall backward onto my rear, sinking my clothes into the coat of crimson that floats above the road. Deathly screams of pain and agony constantly resound through the very early morning. Most of these are caused by Cicate doing his job, but not all are. A large portion of them are the men we were sent to check on and keep safe. Meanwhile, all I can do is panic and freeze behind a wagon, unable to help. It's one thing to help fight a small group of people with my friends, but this is too much. The scenes of walking into a small forest where a black market stands will not leave my mind. It seems to be permanently etched into my pupils. The scene of a man we just met, Ryan, jovial and energetic about Cicate's arrival, having his head explode like a stomped watermelon. Then the ambush arrived as we made our way to the small group of men, only about 20 in all. Cicate did what he could to protect me, his skin deflecting bullets with a sheen of green and his breath releasing a wave of turquoise that could catch shots. But he could not protect me from the sights or sounds. I've seen Wyatt get injured, but he was always all right, no matter how bad the injury. While I knew not everyone is like that, it's another thing to see dozens of people die before your very eyes, mowed down like agriculture. These people treat lives like wheat, something to be harvested and enjoyed. The thought sickens me and freezes me. The thought of dying as they all did horrifies me, leaves me unable to move, let alone help. While I sit here frozen, looking at the brains of Ryan in my hands, I dumbly hear the footsteps of another person approaching. Almost hypnotized, I slowly move my eyes up to meet who turns the corner of the wagon. It's a man with a shotgun and a hatchet. He's wearing almost complete gray with a hunter's badge dangling from his neck. Panic strangles me even further to the point I can't even breathe, just like how it did when the first man arrived to get killed by Dakota. Luckily, the fox has learned from his owner how to fight, that or his instincts are just that good. I watch with glazed eyes as Dakota growls at the man, warning him not to approach any further, but the man only chuckles and takes a step forward. Look what we have here. I didn't know you rebels carried around pets or slaves. Don't worry, girlie. I'll help you out. Then you can come back home with me. How's that sound? I don't answer, unable to as I am still frozen in fear, but he must take this as an affirmative. He takes another step forward, one that Dakota disapproves of. The bundle of bloody fur darts to the side as he spins and bites at the man's ankles, seeking to bring him down to his level. It worked on the last man. Unfortunately for Dakota, however, his teeth cannot pierce the man's skin. The man's ankle, where he is a bit, turns gray and steely. The fox yipes in pain at his jaw as the man retaliates, kicking the fox out of the way with a curse. What the fuck? Damn, fucker is fast. Can't be having wild animals around, sorry. The man lifts his shotgun and points it at Dakota, who is stunned on the ground, whimpering in pain. The fox has already killed 3 people today, but it seems it met someone stronger than it. I watch with horror as I am still frozen. I want to move. I need to move, but I cannot. The image of the man I killed long ago who defiled me comes to mind, his taunting voice keeping me frozen. You've no use but as a wife. I can see why your family wants you gone. Tears well up in my eyes as the man focuses his aim on the now unmoving fox. Then, the man goes to squeeze the trigger, but before he does, a raspy voice enters both of our ears. Cicate's rough and grinding voice. Found you. The man attempts to turn around, but before he can, the serrated, bone-saw-like blade that is Cicate's left arm bisects the man just below the ribs. The man sputters and tries to talk, but he can only cough out blood as he falls. The sight of the man's death and the blood that goes all over me only makes me shake harder, nearly a seizure, as I feel so cold despite the warm liquid on my body. Cicate sees me and crouches down to look me in the eyes. I can't even move my eyes at him. I'm so frozen in fear, so he just grabs my chin and shifts it so that my eyes meet his. The man, a few words and rough, uneven speech lectures me so closely that I can smell the blood that covers his face through the gunpowder in the air. Wake up, little girl. You wanted this. I understand you are afraid. You are afraid of death. Of death. I see it in your eyes. I was once the same. My whole tribe butchered like cattle. Years it took to gather the courage to even hunt a rabbit. Sakate turns back at the gunshots that are still resounding constantly. Then he looks back at me. You do not have years. You have seconds to realize something. Death is only a single moment, one out of endless you will experience. Once you do, you will no longer fear it. Show your fearlessness. Why Johnny sees Amelia in you. One chance is all you get. Follow me or don't. Sakate then stands from his crouch and turns around. He looks over at Dakota as he walks back toward the gunfire. His hand reaches out, and green light covers the small fox from his palm. The verdant light rapidly makes the fox's whimper fade. Do not disappoint the spirit beside you. It is just as tough, determined, and clever. Learn from the earth, and it shall learn from you. Then, his silhouette fades as he turns the wagon side to re-enter the fight. I hear his war cry as the screams of those seeking our lives ring out as well. My eyes stay on Dakota even after Sakate leaves. A part of me understands what he's saying, but the rest, I just can't comprehend it. I'm so frazzled and stunned with what's happening to actually do anything. I can't even stand. All I can do is watch. But I want to help. I need to help. If I don't, I'll miss my chance. I'll miss that one shot to join Wyatt and Earl. That single opportunity to help make the world a better place. Just the want isn't enough. My body doesn't respond to my desires. It just stays paralyzed in a pool of blood made by the two dead men around me. One who's cut in half and another who had his throat torn out. I watch as Dakota slowly recovers from the devastating kick to his side. The fox then limps over to me and stands around me protectively. This is what unthaws my body and breaks me out of my fear. Well, it doesn't remove the fear. It just gives me the mindset to push past it. Dakota reminds me of Wyatt in this single moment, where a man stands up to fight once more even after being mortally wounded. No, after being pushed so far past the edge of death that he is only waiting for death to claim him. A broken spine, crushed lungs, and an exposed heart. Even then, the young man stood up again to protect people he barely knew. Dakota, while not as injured or as close to death as Wyatt, resembles his owner. The young fox was willing to die for me because Wyatt told him to. Where the fox gathers such courage is unknown, but I suspect it is from watching the man whom he follows constantly. Wyatt has often told me he is no hero or even a good man, but I disagree. Who else would defend 5 teenagers and kids in the middle of a break while being one themselves? He might not see himself as one, but I certainly do. And the thought of disappointing him and getting the fox he cares for killed? That makes my fingers move. The thought of never being able to do anything more with my life than just die in a forest after running for weeks? That gets my arms to move. The thought of leaving my friends to fight on their own and Esther to grow up without a mother figure to take care of her in Rust Bank? That forces my legs to move. The thought that my father was right? That I'm a useless daughter whose only worth is being sold off to the highest bidder? That thought puts enough energy in me such that I stand. Not only do I stand, but I take a deep breath, one that mimics Wyatt's signature skill. Not to copy him, but just for comfort. The air entering my fragile body gives me waves of comfort, as if he's right here with me. With this renewed resolve, I take a step toward the man who was cut in half. A gag bubbles up from my core as I look down at the now dead man, but I force it down. Gathering all the inner strength I can, I bend down and pry the shotgun from his hand. Then, I take the hatchet from the other. I loop the head of the hatchet in the part of my belt that is slightly too big for me. I wore men's clothes for this mission or trip, which were too big for me. I had to make do, though. Then, I pop open the chamber on the shotgun. It's double-barreled, and both shells remain inside unfired. I immediately go to catch up with Sakate, but I hesitate. 2 bullets are not enough. I learned that when we fought the Bakwa, much more is needed, especially with many people. No, targets. I need to separate my mind from it. I cannot handle killing more people. They are targets, not people. At least just for now. I can come back later and process it. I gulp and kneel back down to the dead man. Blood and get all over me as I search him for his spare ammo. Halfway through, I am forced to turn to the side and vomit. All that comes up, though, is bile. I've already puked plenty this awful morning. I force myself to recover even with stomach acid still on my chin. I need to do this. My hands constantly fumble while I tear through his belongings. I find several unknown syringes and a powder with the words "Focus" written on the container. I shove them into the backpack I dropped beside the wagon in case I need them later. Then, I find a case of shells. 8 more, to be exact. I pull them all out and frantically cram them into my pockets. For into each side. After I get ammo, I look to Dakota, who seems to be fully recovered at this point, whatever Sakate did with his ether mending the fox's wounds. We share a look before running out from the safety of the wagon. Bullets still rage, fires still burn, and ether still flies. The forest is dense with trees and the occasional tent or pop-up store from the black market. I see Sakate 100 or so feet away in the middle of a group of people, butchering them like headless chickens. They scream and shout, all the while running from him constantly. They try to get a hit in here or there, some shooting at him, some stabbing, and some using odd ether abilities that I can't recognize. He doesn't appear to need help, so instead of going to his side, I look for anyone else that might need help. I didn't meet any of the other people that we were sent to find except for Ryan, who stayed outside the black market in case of people showing up from the road. It's not that hard to find out who is who, though. The men who follow the gunfighters seek to rebel against the hunters. These survivors are severely outnumbered, most of which are wounded. I make a mad dash toward them, running past the rounds of gunfire that make my heart beat 1,000 times per minute. Every bullet that hits a tree or bush beside me makes my heart stop for a short moment in fear of getting hit, but I move on despite the fear. 3 men are hunched behind a fallen oak tree, the thick wood protecting them from gunfire. I run up to them and slide to the floor to meet them, and Dakota follows agilely. All 3 of them have different colored hair, and this is the only way for me to differentiate them because of the dirt, blood, and grime that covers their faces. Black, brown, and blonde. They all 3 look at me confused, and to prevent myself from being shot as they've never seen me before, I yell out over the cracks of gunpowder, "Johnny sent me. Sakate is here as well." I see despair rise on their faces at the first part of my words, but the second part makes hope replace hopelessness. Obviously, these 3 know who Sakate is, but not me. The 3 of them discuss loudly amongst each other of what to do and include me. The one in the middle with brown hair has a large hole in his shoulder from a bullet, but despite the wound, he takes the lead. They've got a Gatling firing at us. We need to put it down, but we can't destroy it. It's what we came to buy. Johnny would kick our asses if he knew we broke a Gatling. I say you create smoke to block their line of sight, Cigar. Woody, you protect us from strays with your timber. I'll try to ignite any bullet in the air that might come too close. What can you do, lass? Feeling underwhelming, I just raise my shotgun for him and point to the fox. I can help kill. So can he. The fox is deadly. He looks at me oddly but nods and continues outlining the plan. Okay, your job is to get the man on the Gatling. We'll protect you then. Cigar, start your smoke now. Woody, cover us in bark. All right, on 3. The man with brown hair peeks over from behind the massive log we are using for cover and gets a look at where we are to run. Then he comes back down as a shard of wood breaks off and lodges in his cheek. He ignores the injury, however, and starts his countdown. 1, 2, 3. During his countdown, the man with blonde hair, Cigar, blows out a massive cloud of smoke from his lungs that blurs the entire area leading to the man with a Gatling gun. Then, the black-haired man, Woody, makes wood grow from the ground and onto our bodies, forming rudimentary armor. The second his countdown ends, though, all hell breaks loose. The 3 of them bolt up from behind the fallen oak and sprint forward through the ever-growing smoke. I freeze for just a moment as I consider what I'm about to do. That I'm about to kill a person. But Dakota pulls me out of my funk. Literally. The fox grabs onto the bark connected to my bloody clothes and pulls me. The second he does, I break from my paralysis and join the 3 men in their sprint. Bullets fly by me constantly as we run forward to meet the Gatling gun. Whooshes and whizzes go non-stop by my ears. Every once in a while, as we run, a bullet explodes right in front of me in the air. Each time it happens, I almost trip from surprises, but I catch myself with Dakota's help. The fox can always sense when I need help. As we near the Gatling gun and the man who uses it, the explosions become more frequent. Eventually, they become so frequent that some start getting past the brown-haired man's defenses. I feel several hard impacts on the bark that defends me as it begins to break and fall off. Before it does, though, all three of us burst from the smoke simultaneously, emerging right in front of the man on the Gatling gun and the two people beside him. My adrenaline is so high, and my heartbeat so thunderous that I don't even think as I point the shotgun at the man on the Gatling gun and pull the trigger. Not just once either, but twice. 2 series of deadly lead fly out and slam into his chest, shredding it and sending him off of the stand for the gun. The second I do that, the other 2 people react to our presence. The one on the right brings a lever action up to meet my gaze, but before he can even pull the trigger, the black-haired man snaps his fingers and points at the gunman in one smooth motion. The man's weapon explodes in his hands, the gunpowder detonating in all the bullets at once. Shrapnel flies into his face and body, and he instantly falls dead from the explosion in his face. The other hunter is taken care of by Woody, Dakota, and Cigar, who attack him together. Cigar wraps a rope of smoke around the man to strangle him, and Woody holds him down with strips of wood so he can't attack. Dakota finishes the man off with a series of bites to the face. The sight is hard to watch as I once more bend over and puke. This time, though, nothing even comes out. All I do is heave. Guilt and worry build for what I just did, but I see the black-haired man fall to his knees beside me, panting in the effort. Momentarily, I can push aside my emotions to focus on him. He's been hit 2 more times since the first. The mad dash must have ended up with a few bullets getting past his defenses. That, or he focused on me, Woody, and Cigar more. I run over to him and kneel beside him. He now has 3 bullet wounds. A gut, a shoulder, and a leg. Not necessarily lethal separately, but combined, the danger is great. I pull out some bandages and immediately get to help him, but he pushes me off. I'll be fine. The woodsman is here. He will take care of me. Go get your sigil. I look at him, full of confusion. How did he know I'm an unsigiled? How? No sigiled runs that slowly or unevenly. I had to put a lot of effort into keeping you safe. Name's Emmett Knox, but my friends call me Bonfire. Nice to meet you, girly, even if it's under gunfire. Get your sigil before I bleed out talking to you. I follow his directions and scramble over to the man I killed. The person whose life I ended. No, the target who I eliminated. Separate yourself from them, Elizabeth. That is the only way you keep it together right now. The man's body is torn apart, and his torso resembles shredded beef. The thought of it makes me gag again, but I force it down. He is just a target. Something to help you grow, so that you can help your friends. Nothing more. Kneeling down, I press a hand against the target's corpse. Then, I close my eyes and delve into his body with my mind like how Earl and Wyatt talked about. Surprisingly quickly, I find 2 glowing sigils within the corpse. A duo of mesmerizing glimmers is directly in front of its heart. I let my mind touch upon it as I feel a warm presence. A presence that reminds me of the safety of my hometown's retired hunter, the sheriff that kept the peace. I press onto the sigil and feel myself whisked away by some unknown power. My eyes open again, but this time not to the forest blessed by early morning light. No, this time, I am in a gloomy cabin, slightly illuminated by the golden light from a book on the table. The book instantly calls for me, and I deliver myself to it. A simple question lies on the pages of the book, made of sparkling, illegible yet understandable letters. What is truth? 94. Unstable.
Weat graves.
Worry, braided deeply with fury, tears a fiery path through my brain as I frantically search the small duo of rooms, doing everything I can to find any clues of where Elizabeth, Esther, and Dakota went. But I cannot. No signs even show them returning since the funeral, which happened over 12 hours ago. If they didn't even make it back, then it means something happened to them on their way back. Something terrible enough that Dakota couldn't handle it. A sigiled is almost guaranteed. Maybe even a hunter. My pocket watch says it is 11:23, and the sun has been up for a few hours. The entire mission to retrieve the mandamin was completed in a single night, The late nightmare allowing us to reach the ravine with the plants in only a couple hours, and then our run back took most of the time. The stint with Alexos lasted only a few minutes in total. I stomped my way through the rooms toward the exit, wanting to go and look for the three, but Earl stands in my way. I see an odd expression on his face as I get up close to him. Move. What are you doing? Help me look for them. Earl ignores my pleas and stays in the way, unmoving. Calm down, Wyatt. I'm sure they're fine and that there is a reasonable explanation for why they're not here. I made a deal with Johnny, remember? I'd stay with him as his good luck charm, and he'd keep them safe. I doubt he'd go back on his promise. His words do little to convince me. I walk back and forth for a few steps as paranoia builds. I turn back to Earl, once more demanding him to move. I need to look for them. I have a terrible feeling. Move, Earl. I don't give a damn what Johnny said. I've never even seen someone looking out for you guys. Do you really think he cares enough to watch over them? Sure, he'd care for people who've fought with him for years, but we've known him for weeks at most. Just move. Please. I have an awful feeling. Earl just continues his act of getting in my way, blocking the doorway out entirely with his body. He puts his arms out, trying to calm me down.
No.
You need to rest. Do you remember what Virgil said? Chill out, man. You are way too stressed out. You aren't even listening to what I'm saying. They are fine. I'm certain. Johnny gave me his word. When was the last time you slept in a bed? Ate warm food? Gone an hour without shivering from the cold of coming winter? I bark back at him without thinking. I'm not stressed out.
Infine.
Just let me go and look for them. He still doesn't move, but instead keeps talking, only further irritating me. Every word he utters makes my frustration rise. Why won't he let me go? See? You're doing it again. You just keep pushing down all your stress, emotions, and trauma with the urgency of something to do. Virgil pointed it out to me, and he was right. You need to rest, Wyatt. What happens when you can't push down the hurt anymore? Are you going to explode? I growl at him and poke him roughly in the chest with my palm, barely even listening to him at this point. Move. Final warning. Even still, Earl refuses to budge an inch. He stands still with my finger on his chest despite the debilitating headache he must still feel. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You're ready to resort to violence after just a few seconds. Is that who you want to be? What happens during the coming battle when people die, Wyatt? When I, Elizabeth, Dakota, or even Esther die? What then? Are you going to run out of space in yourself to push it all down and just combust? Let the bloody palm take you over? My urgency, Earl's words that only worsen my anger, and my need to leave, combined with 1,000 other things, make me lose it. I feel cold, ashy blood fall from my nose as I rear back an arm to force him to move. The sensation is ignored in favor of my boiling thoughts. Elizabeth, Esther, and Dakota need me. I can't worry about Earl's bullshit.
Infine.
There's nothing wrong with me. He's the one with something wrong with him. Leonard's death fucked him up. He's not thinking right. Maybe if I hit him, he will listen. Perhaps then he will understand the situation. I act, my arm moving before my mind even fully commits. My ashy left arm moves through the air with great force toward his chest, but just before I land my palm against his chest, a familiar tired voice reaches us from the hallway. Earl, is Wyatt in there too? I move the target of my arm at the last second, the palm of my left hand going straight through the wooden frame of the wall. It explodes as if a cannon hits it, as splinters and wood fragments go everywhere. None of the shards dig into my hand, for the bloody palm is too harsh for regular wood to pierce its skin, but some of these splinters stab Earl's side and right arm. What the? Wyatt, was that you? Only a few small streams of blood emerge, but the red makes me see color again. Guilt and pain instantly hit me as I see the effects of my actions. Earl's face is filled with disbelief as if he didn't believe I'd really try to hit him, and Elizabeth, who is just walking up, is full of shock. I can't believe I actually almost attacked him. What the fuck was I thinking? My eyes go to my left arm as my right hand touches the blood under my nose. Deep red covered with flakes of ash. The bloody palm. Elizabeth screams once more after I fail to answer her, lost in thought and disbelief at myself. What did you do, Wyatt? Did you just try to hit Earl? I try to answer her, but I have no clue what to say. My words stutter and fumble over themselves as shame and self-hate grip me. I. Surprisingly, Earl speaks up for me, interrupting my shameful explanation. For some reason, he doesn't stick any blame on me at all or accuse me of attacking him. He is a lousy liar, though, and talks super fast with jittery words. It was no big deal, Elizabeth. He was just trying to test out a new skill he came up with, but messed up the execution. I stood in the doorway for safety, but I guess it wasn't enough, haha. Where have you been? Where is Esther? Oh my. Why is Dakota covered in blood? I peek my head some more through the doorway to get a better view of Elizabeth and Dakota. And Earl is right. Not only is Esther gone, but Dakota is drenched in blood. Elizabeth is also in a different outfit than what we saw earlier, a close-fitting and more tomboyish look than usual. What's happening? At first, the young woman looks starstruck at what she's seeing, but she seems to quickly recover. I then notice Elizabeth squint her eyes at what Earl said as if she doesn't believe his words. But instead of refuting him, she just slowly nods. She has to know he's lying. Then she focuses on the consequences of my breaking the doorway. I'll tell you guys in a second, everything is fine, but we need to clean this up and pay for the broken door. Earl and I just look at each other and then shrug. If she said everything is fine, then it probably is, but I still want to press the issue. However, the guilt from my recent outburst keeps me quiet. Earl and I bend down and start picking up fragments of wood. While we do, though, Earl whispers into my ear. You need to chill out now. I don't know what's happening with you entirely, but I can guess. Get the bloody palm under control. I can see that it is restricted to your arm visually, but that doesn't mean it isn't affecting your mind. I'll forgive you once for trying to hit me. A spur of the moment, worry, and desperation type of thing. But not again. He moves away from me, but leaves a small final message. And Johnny is a good man. He would honor any deal to the end. Elizabeth speaks up. I guess she notices Earl whispering to me. This time, though, Earl is more clever with his reply. What you two whispering about over there? Nothing. I'm just giving him some advice on ether stuff. You know Wyatt doesn't like to read. Hey, I'm getting better. I bet you I can read that book we got faster than you. Yeah, right. How much you want to bet? Wait, you don't even have any money, do you? Screw you, man. Just pick up the damn wood. When we finish gathering all the wood into a bag and start sweeping the fragments with a broom, Elizabeth clues us in on what happened. Both Earl and I drop our tools at her very first sentence. So I got a sigil. We both interrupt her with a simultaneous, what? And she looks at us weirdly. A slight pause ensues as she jerks her hands and bounces her head. You're not the only two who can fight, you know. Johnny offered to give me a chance because I wanted to help, and I went with an old friend of his to check on some of his boys he sent out on errands for the battle. I dropped Esther off, who was asleep, with Heath's nurse. She said she'd take care of her until I got back. We got close when I was injured. Elizabeth moves some hair out of her face nervously and then keeps her story going after a short pause. Anyway, one thing led to another, and I ended up in a firefight between a dozen of Johnny's men. Cicate, Johnny's old friend, and an ambush of hunters who had pinned down the men. I interrupt her again, not trying to stop her from talking, but I just want specific answers over others. Are you hurt? Did any of them hurt you? She shakes her head and nods at Dakota with a thankful attitude. No, I was protected by that guy over there. He's quite a fighter. He ended up killing over 5 people during the attack. Other people helped me out too, so I wasn't alone. But I've never been so scared. It was like staring straight at a grim death. It took me a long time to even be able to join the fight. I'm glad I did, though. I don't understand. Why was she happy to fight? She didn't have to at all. She could have just waited in Rustbank for us to return. Why are you glad? Couldn't you have just waited for us? Elizabeth gives me a death stare at that question, completely stopping her sweeping of the floor.
No.
I couldn't have waited for you guys. Do you know how much it hurts to just sit and watch as your friends risk their lives? As other people fight for you. A frightened girl who can't do anything? I couldn't handle it. Her eyes drift away from mine and go back to the floor. Because I joined the fight with Cicate, I not only gained confidence in myself and aided the defensive effort, but I also gained a sigil. I had only had one choice, though, the lawman. For the first time ever, I realized just how Elizabeth felt. I never knew she was so angry at herself for being unable to help us fight. In hindsight, it is evident, though. While we were on the road, she would do anything she could to help in a fight despite just being an average person. If it were me, I'd have surely gotten killed trying to help like that, but her wit kept her alive. The only reason I didn't die before reaching a sigil is because I had an expert like Edmund protecting me. She's always been good at on-the-fly decisions. Earl's a preparer, she's a reactor, and I'm a doer. Our skills make quite a good team, but a doer would die if he could do nothing. I would like to try doing some stuff with the three of us. We could excel quickly. My curiosity does grow at the name of her sigil, lawman, though. I've heard it a few times and even seen something with it. Law's light? I wonder what the first sigil does. Earl asks her before I can, though, as my thoughts take longer than a few seconds. I follow up behind him as I also want to show my sympathy. Damn, I didn't know you felt like that.
I'm sorry.
We could have done more to help get you a sigil. What does your sigil do, though? I only roughly know the traits, and it's not unheard of for a sigil to have slightly different boons. Yeah, I'm sorry too. I wish I had done more to help you out. I know what it's like to feel useless. Elizabeth smiles at both of us, showing concern for her, and she waves her arms in the air excitedly as she talks about her sigil. The feeling is infectious as both Earl and I smile as well. The cabin was quite eerie, like you said, Earl. I was careful, though, and just focused on the book to learn from it. On the way back here, we rode from a wagon so I could test out ether and what I could do with cessation. The book said I can sniff out lies and deceit while at the same time inspiring confidence in others, as well as having a better charisma or ability to lead righteously. Cessation called the skill given to me, inspire. Most of the sigil skills from normal sigils already have common names, so sadly, I couldn't name mine. She gives the two of us a mischievous look while calling us two out. It's supposed to help people stay in line while at the same time giving them a bit of self-confidence in themselves. But it also gives a small amount of physical strength. It all comes from my voice, though, so when I use it, you have to be able to hear me. I congratulate her as we finish cleaning up the mess I made. Being able to strengthen other people is great, and the sigil increases her natural charisma. I think it's a perfect fit. She even has a great sense of justice. That's amazing. I think it fits you perfectly. People with lawmen make fantastic leaders. With your quick decision-making, you'll be awesome. She doesn't seem to believe me instantly. Elizabeth doesn't seem to know how easy she is to listen to. Really? I don't think I'm all that good at leading. You are much better than me. I'm a terrible leader. All I do is charge. I rely on others for advice, and little thought goes into most of my plans. When have I ever truly led? I can only take the first step toward an enemy. Plans, decision-making, and preparations are none of my strong suits. Trust me, you'd make a good leader. It's almost instinctual for Earl and me to listen to you at this point. Elizabeth giggles at this as she looks at Earl and orders him to do something. If that's the case, then take the bag of wood and throw it away. After you do that, tell the owner the damage we did and pay for it with what money we have left. Earl seems to be pulled by some force as he quickly nods before shaking his head. He still agrees, though. Yeah, sure, I will. What was that, though? I answer based on what I saw. I think she just told you what to do like a dog. Earl curses at me before walking down the hallway with the bag of broken wood. You have fun with the dog trainer, then. I'll go pay for your mess, dumbass. While he walks down, Elizabeth calls out to him, and I feel a bit of ether enter the air from her voice. Instantly I recognize it as her skill, inspire. You got this, Earl. Run, boy, run. Fetch us some food as well. Right after she says this, the ether seems to sink into Earl as he gains a pep in his step, moving a bit faster. He doesn't notice it at first as he kinda half-skips, half-walks for a bit. Before he turns the corner, though, he stops for a second and looks down at his feet. Then he flips his head to us. Stop messing around. I'll be back in a bit. I'll also get Esther. Don't worry about it, Elizabeth. The sight of Earl being unable to control his pace and moving faster like she asked is hilarious to both of us. Elizabeth and I break into laughter as he skips around the corner of the hallway and disappears from our sight. We laugh so hard that she has to wipe tears from her eyes. We stop laughing momentarily to catch our breath, and our eyes meet. After a short period of eye contact, our laughs return as we make our way back into the room with the broken door. When we make it in, I try to return to the seriousness and ask her about her sigil, wondering if she learned anything else. Did you learn anything else? Any general skills? Elizabeth nods at me as she sits on one of the chairs, and I plop down across from her. Yeah, I did. Sakate taught me a skill of his on the way here, saying something about the best time to learn to swim is when you are first put in water. He taught me, yell, saying that it is one of the most essential skills for someone who has a sigil meant to lead. It involves imbuing ether into your vocal cords, making your voice louder. He also told me about another skill that I should try to learn, listen, but I couldn't do it on the way here. He said that later on, listen can grow to impartial ear because of my sigil, which makes you able to discern any lie. It took me almost the whole ride to learn yell, though. I hope I can pick it up later. I nod at her and agree with her. Those two skills do sound critical. You need to be able to make others hear you and hear others. The skill that lets you discern lies will certainly become vital. Where is this Sakate, though? And you think you can try and teach me those two skills? Elizabeth shrugs at my first question, barely answering it, before agreeing to the second. I'm not sure. He said something about listening to the sands. I figure he's doing something with his ether for scouting. After all, he is a 6th sigil, so none of us can tie him down or order him, not even Johnny. Elizabeth then tilts her head with a nod. But yeah, I can try and teach you if you'll try and teach me the skills you know. No promises at how good I am of a teacher or student, though. For the next hour or so, we talk, and I endeavor to learn the skills she was taught, and she tries to learn physical strengthening and sneak. Knowing what I know now, I figure those two could be very useful later on if she imbues it with the signature aspects of her sigil through her ether. Sneak is likely to make her presence more evident and intimidating, while physical strengthening is just a must-have and almost sure to be something useful when upgraded. After about an hour of learning, I managed to learn listen. It seems like Virgil was right. I am pretty talented in imbuing myself with ether. Yell is much harder for me to learn as it involves projecting the ether as well. She cannot develop either physical strengthening or sneak, but she makes good progress on the former. Towards the end of our little ether learning session, I hear 2 pairs of footsteps coming down the hallway with listen, one loud and one quiet. The louder one sounds like Earl's gate if I remember correctly. The other one must be Esther. After a few seconds of waiting, we see him come through the door with plates of food and Esther sleepily stumbling behind him. I quickly stand up, help him carry the dishes, and set them down on the table in the room. The food smells so good. It's been too long since I had a nice, warm, cooked meal. Maybe Virgil and Earl were right. I need some rest. 95. Earl's so good. Very nice. Lucky day. The 4 of us and Dakota spend our morning together, eating and having fun. For the first time in a long time, a smile other than a grim one or one caused by fighting graces my face. It feels good. Really good. I can physically feel my body relax and my muscles rest for the first time in too long. The tension that I had forgotten even existed leaves me slowly. Earl and I go back and forth on random topics while we try to resist Elizabeth, spending most of the time playing around with her sigil. Her innate trait from the sigil, the leadership properties, allows her to basically order people to do things, and they will somehow feel inclined to do it. It is not impossible, or even really difficult for that matter, to resist her words. But for something with lower intelligence than a human, or for something that isn't expecting it, like Dakota, it is effortless to tell him what to do. But when she puts a lot of emotion or volume into her voice, it does become much harder to resist. She can get the fox to do flips, roll, and even stand on one leg. Combining all 3 and the strip of meat she tosses him to catch afterward is hilarious. We found the best way to teach Dakota how to do things. His simply following me around definitely isn't an excellent way to learn. While she plays with him, she teaches him several orders like follow, stay, and attack. The last was primarily playful as she set him onto me, but I think her actions will be helpful later. I wonder if this would work on other beasts with sigils. Maybe not. I figure they at least have to be impartial, if not already, like the person that orders them to do stuff. Because if you focus directly, you can resist her order quite smoothly, and if you had already been thinking of doing something opposite to what she said, it's even easier to resist. The feeling of being told what to do, and the slight tingling in the brain, kind of reminds me of Alexos' speech. Not entirely, but it does feel similar. Elizabeth can make people follow her orders, but Alexos seems to make people obey his emotions. Weird. Maybe it's just another of his illusion shenanigans. While we eat, I do bring up the matter of Alexos, whom I had already explained to Elizabeth while we were waiting on Earl. So, what do you guys think? Is Alexos telling the truth? Earl scoffs at my question. Elizabeth puts her hand on her chin, and Dakota just turns his head at me. Esther merely looks at all of us with wide eyes, not completely understanding what's happening. No way he's being honest. I mean, the man is known for his lies. I say this is just another lie. One to get us on his side before he betrays us. What happened to your paranoia, Wyatt? I add to what he's saying with my own ideas. I agree that he's probably, but for some reason, I want to believe him. He felt genuine and honest. And I don't think my kind of paranoia applies here. Elizabeth also pitches in her 2 cents. I haven't met this man myself, but he sounds like someone trying to atone. Someone trying to become better. Earl tries to refute both of us, but is interrupted by a banging on the door. I didn't hear anyone walking up because I let go of the ether for listen in favor of relaxing my mind. You probably only felt that way because he focused his illusions on you. He probably sees you as the most important to convince for some reason. And Elizabeth, you must have not heard of this man at all. He's been a wanted criminal for years. But I guess in the end, we probably need him to defeat. The broken door bangs roughly as a roughed-up face with red bangs covering their eyes peers through the side of the doorway with an arm-sized hole in it. A voice follows the appearance of the face. I got a delivery for Earl. Johnny sent me. The 3 of us look at each other bewildered. What could Johnny be sending to us? It's not the reward for our mission, as Virgil said he'd pick that up. So, what could it be? Elizabeth and I just watch from the chairs with Esther as Earl stands up with a shrug and goes to the door. He awkwardly opens the broken door and addresses the tall man behind it, covered in bandages. Yeah? What's the delivery? The man pulls a leather bag from behind him and tosses it to Earl. The gambler fumbles and barely catches it before it hits the ground. The bandaged man merely turns around and walks away with a simple answer and a warning. From the black market. Johnny spent a pretty penny on it, and 2 friends died for it. See you later. I stand up and walk over to Earl after hearing that people died for it, and I peer around the door to see a man with red hair meeting another at the end of the hallway with the same type of hair. What does he mean by he'll see us later? I don't know, but whatever is in that bag must be unique. A Colt, claymore, or even an artifact meant for Earl. Elizabeth follows me, and so do the other 2 in the world. Quickly all of us circle around Earl as he unties to top the bag tied shut with rope strings. Alongside his movements, I ask Elizabeth about the black market. She was there after all. What do you think is in there, Elizabeth? You were at the black market, right? She jerks abruptly as she looks up at me. Yeah, I was there. It was kinda overwhelming, though. I'd say it's probably a weapon. There were so many Colts and claymores there. And Johnny did send his men there for weapons, ammo, and supplies. I nod at her answer. That makes sense. We do seem to have a limited number of sigiled weapons, especially stronger ones. We don't have any coltsmiths or craftsmen here to make them, after all. All we have in terms of crafting is Heath with his medicine and Earl with his random but limited assortment of tools and explosives. Just as the conversation ends, Earl finally manages to open the bag. He then reaches his arm inside the dark crease before making a face that looks like he just ate shit. What? What's wrong? Earl doesn't answer. He grimaces as he pulls out what's inside. A human foot emerges from the bag, one still dripping with blood. The foot is covered in bruises, showing that its previous owner was severely beaten or tortured before their death. Even all the toes of the foot are missing, seemingly cut off by something sharp. All of our breaths hitch at the sight of what's inside. Elizabeth lets out a gasp and a silent scream with an open mouth. Instinctively, and with a sense that what is in front of us is not a regular foot, I flow ether into chain eyes. Two things immediately come to my attention. The first is the red chains that wrap around Elizabeth in the corner of my eye. This is the first time I've used the skill on her since she gained a sigil. It seems as though her chains focus around her neck and vocal cords. The second thing I notice, which should have been the first, but I was looking at Elizabeth instead of the bag because of the face she made, is the color of the chains around the foot. They are lime green, the color of a fourth sigil. How did Johnny get a fourth sigil artifact for Earl? And why? Does he expect him to actually be able to use it? I could barely use the bloody palm when I was a second sigil, and most of its effects are passive. Even now, I struggle to use the thing as it always seems to have a mind of its own. Earl is only a first sigil, and he doesn't have skills that primarily focus on mental fortitude. Does Johnny expect you to use that to fight with? Earl shrugs and hands the foot to me. Hold it for a second. There was something else in the bag. With one hand, I take the severed foot, uncomfortable and slightly disgusted. Earl then reaches back into the bag and pulls out a small piece of paper. A bit of writing that makes me palm the note Alexos gave me in my pocket. He reads the words on the paper while I stand uncomfortably with a man's foot in my hand. Thankfully, the note is short. I spent a small fortune on this, Earl, so I expect the fortune you give me to pay it back. Inside the artifact dwells 4 sigils, with a gambler among them. Take it as soon as possible. Johnny. A few moments after Earl finishes saying the note out loud, we all just stare at the foot in surprise. Johnny bought him an artifact with his sigil in it, so that he could advance. I can't even imagine how expensive that was. Virgil and Vernon made their business on selling artifacts, and most of them were only 3rd or 4th sigils that weren't rare. I can't imagine how much a 4th sigil with a gambler inside would go for. Johnny either really cares for Earl, or sees his sigil as a crucial part of his plan. Man chooses, but fate decides, after all. If Johnny could do both, then that would give him a considerable edge over any foes. As far as I know, no one has ever taken gambler higher than the 1st sigil. That's why it's an unconfirmed, just like my philosopher. They aren't believed to have enough to go beyond that, which I want to call bullshit on, but maybe it's true. Johnny did have to spend a shit ton of money just for this artifact with a gambler. After all, I congratulate Earl on his soon-to advancement, though I warn him about taking the sigil from an artifact. This is great, Earl. You have a sigil ready whenever you can advance. You just have to be careful when you take it from the artifact. They are quite dangerous. Mine wasn't when I took from it, but the memories it showed me were overwhelming. Make sure you're in the right headspace when you do it. Earl nods, but then he shakes his head sadly. Yeah, I know. It's great. The only bad part is that I'm not ready to advance. I've only had my sigil for like a week. It normally takes a few months for someone at the 1st sigil to gain enough resilience to ether to move on. Not everyone is like you, Mr. Fast Sigil. I have answered my metaphor, though. I feel a bit guilty as I scratch my cheek. I guess I do advance quite quickly. 3 total sigils in what, a month? 2? I think 2. That's how long it would take for anyone else just to be able to go to their 2nd. Philosopher is quite a nice sigil for that. That's likely the best part about it, now that I think about it. You get almost 0 combat abilities or utility skills like Earl's Shuffle he can use to bend luck, or Elizabeth's Inspire, which enhances other people with her voice. But you get the chance to move on quickly and have the capability to use more ether. And even the 2nd sigil is similar. Daydream is not much of a physical combat skill but excels in the mental or utility. So is the 3rd. Ironheart is once again a mental skill with some utility. My only true combat potential comes from my Absolution, but I figure that Struggler is meant to give a form of Struggler's Defiance based on when it was provided. Only makes sense for that one to be able to loosen chains even without an Absolution, and my Absolution was focused on this sigil, after all. So, not getting a skill that helps with physical combat until the 3rd sigil is quite crippling in most cases, but the ability to progress instantly is a massive boon. It's not a bad trade-off. I do merely wish I had some more flashy skills. Something as incredible as Vernon's Bombs of Light or Virgil's Necrosis. Hell, if Virgil could just teach me that silent bullet thing, I'd be satisfied. Earl speaks up again as he takes the foot from me and puts it back in the bag. Best to put this thing away if we learned anything from the bloody palm. We can just keep it until I'm ready. I nod in agreeance, and so does Elizabeth. Sounds like a plan. Though, I do feel bad for Johnny and his men. 2 people died, and I'm sure a bunch of money was spent, but you can't even use it now. Earl shrugs and puts his hands up. Yeah, well, that's just how things go sometimes. Although, it's not impossible for me to use it. I've got an idea of how to get around the ether resistance requirement, but I'm not willing to test it on myself quite yet. Nor do I have the supplies for it. His words pique my interest. What does he mean by getting around a requirement for advancement? Can you even do that? I thought they were set in stone and impossible to evade. And why would he need supplies? What do you mean, Earl? What's your idea? Earl points at me and educates me on his idea. Thought of it from seeing you fight Darkstep. The concoctions that cleared your body out of ether while also increasing your resistance to her ether. Concoctions are also known to slightly increase the user's saturation limit, probably by pushing them back and forth from the edge. I figure if I take a concoction before I advance, I could skip part of the process of gaining resistance slowly by artificially gaining it a moment before advancement. The idea kind of makes sense. It's thought that you need a higher resistance to ether because the flow of ether that comes from advancing would kill you during and after the process of gaining a new sigil. But there is a second that Virgil hinted to me that something disastrous can also happen inside the cabin. Something that changes you forever. You could get around that by artificially boosting your resistance with a concoction. But wouldn't that have a side effect of some kind? I feel like it must. I bring it up to him. Wouldn't it have some kind of side effect? It just doesn't feel right that it lets you get around it. Everything has a price, you know? Earl nods at me as he walks back to the chairs and sits down. He sets down the bag behind the chair as he talks. Probably. It'd likely be something like having less ether I can use. My saturation would likely just be at the level where I wouldn't kill myself using a small amount of ether. Maybe I could offset it by taking concoctions here or there. Again, his ideas make sense in theory, but I worry about how they will actually go into practice. You could do that, but concoctions aren't something to play with. Not to mention how expensive they are. The syringes of black are like living hell to endure. I'd rather get stabbed 100 times than take another one. The only thing Earl has to say to that is, oh. A slight pause ensues before Elizabeth cuts in. How about we talk about some happier things? Earl and I both agree. We are supposed to be resting, not thinking of ways to get stronger. Sure. We sit on the chairs and forget about the artifact being delivered for just a little while. Elizabeth keeps the conversation going with mundane questions that keep us distracted. She even manages to get Esther to talk a few times, causing her to break out of her silent shell. What's your favorite color, Wyatt? Bright red. What about yours? Elizabeth answers my return question and looks over to Esther. Any kind of purple. Esther? What about you? The little girl responds with a cute jump in her chair at being included in the conversation. Pink. Aw, isn't that cute? We'll get you some pink stuff soon, then. How about that? Yes, please. Elizabeth then turns back to me, subtly skipping Earl as she smiles a mischievous grin at me. What about your hat, Wyatt? When did you get that? It looks expensive if a bit weathered. I go to answer her, but Earl interrupts me before I even start. What about me? My favorite color is green. Elizabeth and I laugh at his outburst, and Esther joins in after a few chuckles. Earl's face gets noticeably annoyed, but I move on from the subject before he can press it. I got it from my late teacher, Edmund. He wore it all the time. Did he give it to you? Not exactly. I took it from his grave. An awkward silence comes after I admit it wasn't given to me, but Elizabeth recovers the situation. Oh, well, I'm sure he'd want you to have it. He must have cared about you a lot if he was willing to teach you about ether. Yeah, he sure did. Elizabeth rapidly turns the conversation to lighter topics once more. So, Earl, have you learned anything recently for your alchemy? I remember you telling me that you have a combination of explosives and a mixture that can cause smoke to try. Did you ever get the chance? I give Earl a glance as I realize what she's saying. That fucker had never put together the smoke or used the explosives. He acted like he knew exactly what he was doing. I trusted him so much, but he hadn't tested anything he used. I even vouched for him to Virgil. He sees my death stare on him and awkwardly laughs as he answers her. Yeah, I did. It turns out that the strong vibrations from explosions make the mixture ignite even faster, creating huge billows of smoke. It worked amazing at blocking line of sight, even more than I thought it would. The next step is for me to find a way to put it in bottles you can break and get smoke from. Blocking line of sight where you want it is vital when fighting. Earl then puts his head on his chin as his thoughts and eyes drift to the ceiling. That, and if I can also find a way to put dynamite in a more throwable form, that could, Earl goes off on his own little ramblings by whispering to himself as Elizabeth and I smile at each other. I can't be mad at him for what he did. It worked, after all. His ideas always have. Even his concoction one probably will too. The rest of the day rapidly flies by, the five of us just spending time in the room. We're only interrupted once by the owner coming and fixing the doorway toward the end of the evening. During this, we go out and eat in the main room, which also acts as a dining room. The main room is packed full of people who are drunk and enjoying themselves before the fight to come. The lax atmosphere, despite the coming literal storm, makes my tense muscles fully relax for the first time since I left home. A man is even playing folk music on a guitar in the corner of the dining room. The food actually seems to sate the never-ending hunger of the bloody palm. Although I do have to eat far too much, further dwindling our money supply. I try to ignore that as I enjoy the lack of hunger. It has been a while since I haven't felt a pang of hunger every few seconds. It feels nice. I lean back on the chair, just watching Earl scribble on napkins. Elizabeth and Esther play with Dakota and her other baby foxes that she takes everywhere. At this point, I don't know how they're even alive. The little buggers have been through quite a long, not as much as their siblings, but still a lot. I don't care, though. I just take in the happiness while it lasts. It feels like something unwinds deep in my mind as emotions begin to well up within me. Lost emotions that were shoved down in favor of action. So many tears start coming to my eyes before I can even blink. But before I can truly enjoy this evening's dinner and feel what's locked up within me, a man with a long bolt-action rifle on his back bursts through the door of the hotel. He looks around the room for a moment before locking eyes with me. Immediately he walks over to me, but instead of being loud and obnoxious like you'd expect from a messenger, he gets up close and whispers into my ear. Johnny needs you. Right now. You and Earl. The demon is near. 96. Gathering of Survivors. I sigh with forlorn emotions as I push whatever is welling up within me back down. Past traumas and feelings can wait. I've rested enough. The whole day was spent relaxing. Not even a single drop of blood was spilled, a first in at least a month. That's enough for now. I'll deal with the other stuff later. I did what Virgil and Earl asked of me. Time to get to work. Pushing the chair back, I stand and motion to Earl. He seems confused at first, but I call out to him, and he understands. We're needed. Johnny's holding a meeting.
Small.
Elizabeth looks at the two of us getting up and attempts to stand. But the messenger that told me to come puts a hand on her shoulder and pushes her back down. Not you. You're too weak. This is a high-level meeting. Only the most important people can attend. Not even these two would show up if it wasn't for their unique abilities. The young woman looks absolutely heartbroken at his words. Like he told her, she's worth as much as a pile of shit. My fingers itch at the chance to hurt the man for disrespecting her, but I hesitate. I'm unsure if it's the bloody palm or me that wants violence, and the emotions that I just shut down are only making things worse. In typical Elizabeth fashion, thankfully, she recovers from her shock and rebukes the man before Earl or I can. The decision being taken away from me only makes it worse. I put my right hand around my left to stop it from shaking. I think the bloody palm has changed its method of attack. Yeah, is that so? Well, how about you go tell that to Sakate or Johnny? I'm sure they'd love to hear that their protege was told to fuck off. The man puts his arms up and apologizes, but she interrupts him. Her words seem to really affect the man. More than they should from a woman weaker than him and Sigil. Protege? You're the one Sakate took to the black market? I didn't know you were close to these two.
I'm sorry, E.
Then maybe next time, you best be more respectful to people. Don't go pushing them down or telling them they're worthless. That's not what I get between them with one hand, still strangling the other. I need to do something to push away this need for violence. However, my eyes stick to the man's jugular as I talk to him. The subject of my vision is impossible to consciously change. Stop. It's fine. Elizabeth, we need someone to watch Esther anyway. Can you? We'll be back soon, I promise. I'll tell you all about it when we get back. She gives me a stare, then shakes her head in frustration.
Yeah, fine.
But you're not keeping me out of anything, you hear? No leaving without telling me. No fighting without telling me. Nothing stupid without me. I want to join. I put my right hand on her shoulder and nod. However, the feeling of my hand on her skin makes me grit my teeth as my left hand clenches and shifts erratically. I think the bloody palm has got into me somehow. Less of a total takeover and more of a subtle invasion of my mind. I promise. And with that, I quickly turn away. The first thing I do as I walk out of the hotel with the messenger is put my left hand in my pocket. The pale and ashy thing constricts and clenches without me telling it to as it wishes for violence. Earl follows behind me, and so does Dakota. I consider telling him to stay for a moment, but I don't. I think I'm going to need him. The fox always brings me comfort. Maybe he'll help keep my demons at bay. We spend a few minutes walking, each of which I struggle to get the bloody palm in control. I calm my emotions just before coming up to a tall building of stone, steel, and brick. The only facility of its kind in all of Rustbank gives an oppressive sense that helps with my mental state. A 3-story tall construction of sturdy materials meant to defend against danger, weather, and anything else that may come. One of these buildings is made in every settled town. They're called gates. Dunno why, but they are. In front stands one man leaning on the wall of the building with a shotgun between his hands. The gun is abnormal, though, as it has 3 barrels instead of 1. As I walk past, I give him a curious look, and he smiles at me, running his hand along his gun. The sight makes me a bit uncomfortable, but I ignore it and continue into the building. The door is made out of heavy wrought iron, built to resist any amount of gunfire. The entrance and first impressions of the opening are barren. No furniture, no chairs, or anything. The only things that exist are empty wall stands on the walls and the occasional gas lamp. Stands that remind me of those in Edmund's vault, where weapons are stored. This must be where Johnny keeps his weapons, although there aren't many here right now. Most are probably being distributed out amongst the townsfolk for the break. There is a central hallway to walk down and 2 side paths in front of us. Which do we take? I turn and look to my side to ask the messenger who led us here, but he now stands next to the man in front of the building. He gives us a wink and closes the iron door. Earl beside me just shrugs and keeps walking down the hallway. I ask him what's up. You been in here before? He nods, and a slight sound comes from him. I can't see his face from here as he walks in front of me, so based on his voice, I can only guess he's laughing. Yeah, you're like a newborn everywhere you go, looking for someone to explain everything to you. Use your head. What happens when there is no one to explain everything to you? Think for yourself. I saw you look at those stands. What are they? I take a quick glance at them again. Weapon stands? I guess that one was too easy. But yeah, they are. See? You don't need me or others to explain everything to you. Come on. The door to the war room is over here. War room? It's just what I call it. Feels like we're commanders or something. I laugh at his reasoning and follow him inside as he turns the knob and opens the door. The room is pretty dark, with a long table in the middle covered in maps, and only one person is inside it right now. Johnny. He sits at the far end of the table, writing something down without stopping at our entrance. He only waves his free arm and acknowledges us. All the while, he keeps his eyes on the paper. Good. Sit wherever you want. The others should be here soon. I look at Earl. He tilts his head at me as a smile crosses his face. Damn it. He's right. I ask anyway. Others? Johnny answers with his head down. The other people who will help the most with the break. I can't address every single person who is here to help. Most don't even care about the break and are only here for the chance to kill hunters. Those who come are not that petty. I sit in the middle, and Earl joins me in the seat beside me. About 10 chairs remain. 10 more people? Who else is likely to come? I would say Primrose and Levi for sure, but one is injured, and the other is dead. I don't know many others. Sakate, the man who took Elizabeth to get her sigil, will probably show. Virgil and Vernon probably will, too. Those two might only be here because of me, but they certainly won't miss out on a chance to kill monsters. Other than that, I have no idea, but I don't want to bother Johnny anymore, so I just stay quiet. After a few moments of silence, I pull out the book from Alexos, the journal from the first. I made that bet in jest with Earl, but I am serious about reading it. Maybe within it somewhere is the secret of how to deal with artifiction. If it could give Alexos confidence he could bring his family back to life, which is crazy, then maybe it can help me. After all, what can be crazier than having an unknown man's arm attached to you that wants to take your body? I open the first page and then go straight to the second. However, my eyes brush upon the words, "I am the last." What does he mean by that? How could he be the last? I flip back to the first page and endeavor to decipher his meaning. He said that he was the only one to survive an expedition, but the location to which he went is crossed out with dark ink, making it unreadable. He also says he's the last of those who saved the world. What the fuck is he talking about? I get stuck on these few words. After all, only I remain from the expedition into the last of those who saved the world. They call me the first for what I've done, but in truth, I am the last. I am only the survivor. Every bit of it doesn't make sense, and I struggle to understand even a single sentence. I can only grasp a tiny bit. The first went somewhere with a bunch of other people a long time ago, but only he walked out alive, and he seems to carry guilt about that solely in how he writes about it. I wonder where he went. Where could a man like him go with others and be reduced to a simple survivor? Did he go to the depths of the wilds? Did he see what lies on the other side? Frantically, I turn the page to the second, curious to see if he continues on the next page. Sadly, it seems as though each page is different, and that the first is only a rough overview. I have been told many times that humans are weak and detestable. Every race seems to think so, from the pygmies in their isolated valleys and caves to the demons in their hellish dens. Even the Nahalo look down on us with their remote yet warring nature. They believe that because we are born unable to use, breathe, or even see ether that we are simply meant to die, to be cattle. They have thought this for so long that even many of us believe the same. But I disagree. I have shown hundreds, no thousands, of demons the truth. Not possessing ether for the first quarter of our natural lives is a blessing. We may not have the natural talent of the demons, the cohesiveness of the pygmies, or the fortitude of the Nahalo, but we do possess something far more critical, a deep-seated curiosity and desire for all things we do not have. And ether is the greatest mystery and passion in the world to us. Do not take it for granted. All that you can do with ether is a miracle, but it is a miracle you can control, one that you can learn perfectly with enough inquisition. Ether is you. You are ether. Chase the pinnacle with rapturous intent. Every act should be with defiance and heresy in your mind. Gods are false and deceitful. Alchemy and machinations are only a means. Artifacts and heirlooms are merely distractions. Ether is the goal. It is the end. It is the all. Only we, the forgotten, the left behind, know what it's like to be weak. Only we yearn for strength above all else. Only those that start at the very bottom can see the top of the great mountain we call power. I was born a simple man. I shall die as one. So will you, but that doesn't mean something great can't be achieved in the middle. I finish the scribbled and old ink page just as people walk into the room. I ruminate on the words of the first as I inspect the new arrivals. It feels as though every single phrase from the first holds some deep meaning. The following person after Earl and I to enter is a man with a serrated, bone saw-like blade as a left arm. Instantly, I recognize him as Sakate, the man Elizabeth talked on and on about. How he's as swift as the wind, as strong as oak, and as calm as water. He seems to have some kind of danger sense. He's even able to heal people with his ether. I start the flow of chain eyes and keep it running as more people walk in. Sakate's body is covered with a dark blue hue of restraints like Johnny's, with the mass of them being around his left eye. His chains are not as thick, though. Perhaps the age difference makes Johnny's chains more restricting. They appear to be several years apart, at the very least, with Johnny being the senior. My focus, however, is really on Cicade's prosthetic arm, though. It kind of reminds me of the bloody palm. The man born in the wilds gives me a subtle nod as he sits directly across from Johnny at the front of the table. After him, a duo of red-headed men walks in, laughing as they do so. They don't appear to be siblings, but have similar hair. They are both dressed in light clothing like ordinary civilians. Neither wear any armor as most do when they possess a sigil. I don't because it's pointless. I get hurt so much that it would get ruined in 10 minutes. After a second of inspection, I recognize the two as the men who dropped off Earl his disturbing artifact. They sit side by side across from Earl and me. The one on the left reaches a hand over the table to shake with me. I meet him in the middle. Hey, I'm Otto. This one here is Marion. You must be Wyatt and Earl, right? Haven't formally met you yet, 'cause we were out steely. Marion, the man beside Otto, shoulder slugs him and corrects the man's speech in the middle of Otto's talking. Buying. We were busy buying weapons from townsmen. I look at them too curiously, and Johnny speaks up before I can say anything. Stop fooling around, you two. This is serious. Lay what you got from the black market on the table. And after we're done, go return the shit you stole. They both turn and look at the gunfighter just to complain in sync. Oi.
Smon, Johnny.
We got these fair and square. Oi.
Smon, Johnny.
We got these fair and square. No, you didn't. You used my money and my connections. I'll have Frank do the same when he gets here. Bonfire as well. If I hadn't introduced you two over a year ago, I'd assumed you dumbass were twins. Otto and Marion smile crooked smiles with missing teeth as they pull weapons from pockets, pants, buckles, shoes, and hats. They are both missing teeth in opposite spots. It's pretty weird to look at as they remove weapons from all over their bodies. Otto even whips out a derringer from his underwear. My sight doesn't fool me as I see both of these two are fourth sigils despite their giggly nature. We then share simple greetings as I review the items they put on the table. But before I can scan over the assortment of revolvers, derringers, lever actions, bolt actions, and even a Gatling gun that Marion pulled out of a backpack, all of which possess sigils, more people walk in. Another duo walks in, but they are not talking to each other this time. One has short brown hair, and the other stark white with albino skin. The two seem to not like each other as the brown-haired sits beside me on my left, and the other goes as far away as he can. Johnny addresses them both, indirectly telling me who they are. Bonfire, Abraham. No fighting. And no illusions unless I say otherwise, Abraham. The white-haired man harumphs and brings his knees up to his chest on the chair before sitting quietly. I quickly realize that one is Abraham as the man beside me shakes my hand. Hello there, you must be Wyatt. Name's Emmett Knox, but my friends call me Bonfire. I shake his hand in return, but the pale-haired man in the back says something to Emmett before I can. There seem to be a whole lot of personalities in this room. Maybe too much for me. Bonfire and Abraham possess fourth and fifth sigils, respectively, with turquoise chains wrapping their way around the second man and lime green chains around the first like pythons. Stop saying that to everyone. It's weird. Only your team calls you that. You guys and your weird fucking nicknames. They're not weird. They're cool. It's you and your stupid hallucinations that are. Johnny butts in, extinguishing the flame of Bonfire instantly with a knuckle to the table. Shut up. The whole room goes silent after that. Then a moment later, Virgil appears in a seat near me, looking bewildered. Johnny looks up at him, the first time he even takes his eyes off whatever he is doing.
No illusions.
Only truth in this room. I want to talk to Virgil, but I get the vibe that it's not the time. Everyone else is quiet. 3 more people stream into the room after and take their seats. All 3 of them have fourth sigils within them. I immediately feel pretty small and weak. I can't imagine how Earl feels. He only has a single sigil. We are seriously outclassed here. The next 3 that enter are all hooded and hiding their faces. I can't even see a speck of their face. They sit quietly in a straight row, but Johnny tells them to pull down their hoods. Pull them down. Trust must be built. Most of you are new. Only a few have been with me a while. The 3 hooded figures look back and forth before pulling their hoods down, revealing 3 blonde women with earrings of red daggers. They only nod and return to their silence. After a few more moments of awkward waiting, a pair of footsteps and a rolling will sound out in the hallway before entering. In comes Primrose in a wheelchair, being pushed by Dr. Heath. They both take their spots at the table. Primrose refuses any help as she forces her way to a seat from the wheelchair. Then, finally, a final man made of muscle comes into the room, heaving and full of sweat. His body is covered with thick, dark hair, and he looks more like a massive bear. His stature alone worries me if he'll even fit in a chair. Not that there is even one left. His head almost hits the ceiling. The man looks around briefly, glancing at all the full chairs before laughing a hearty bellow that seems to rumble against his green manacles.
Ah!
Frank will sit on the ground. The massive man smiles and sets a colossal pack bulging with items on the table before sitting between Primrose and Heath. His frame touches Primrose's chair, eliciting a groan from the injured woman. Frank quickly apologizes, however.
Sorry.
You should have moved. I momentarily see Primrose's sickly pale skin fume red hot as she turns to him, but Heath puts his hand on her shoulder. It's Frank. Let him go. After all the seats are filled, including the spot on the ground, and everyone is quiet, Johnny looks up from the page he's been writing on this whole time. Let's get started, shall we? 97. Twisting threads. Everyone is dead silent, all of us staring at Johnny, full of attention. The man's presence just seems to demand it. His deep wealth of experience doing this type of thing must make it feel so natural. Or he possesses a lawman sigil like Elizabeth, making his presence more noticeable and causing others to be more willing to follow. It's probably both. The man only lets the silence last briefly as he turns his attention and ours to the weapons on the table. I sent Otto, Marion, and Frank on weapons runs. They went to nearby black markets with Bonfire and his team to acquire any Colts, claymores, or heavy-duty weaponry that might help. Anything you all do not take will be given to those outside. Priority is given to the most influential people for this battle. Just the way it has to be, as we do not have that many. No craftsmen have deigned to join us. You all will make the most of these tools, though. Johnny first looks at his longtime friend. Sakate, you first. Anything you want? Johnny offers up the first weapon from the massive pile on the table to Sakate, but the man from the Ierok tribe declines. I am fine. Johnny then looks at Primrose. You want anything, Primrose? You don't look like you'll be up to fighting in less than 12 hours. The hardy woman shakes her head as he points at the pistol that is not a revolver or derringer on the table. It's a type of pistol I've never even seen before. I know it is one through intuition and by its sleek appearance with the bullets tied around the side. The thing is made wholly of steel. Instead of a cylinder, it is a smooth and straight construction of reflecting metal. It doesn't even seem to have a hammer that sticks out. The grip appears to be quite large too, as if something is inside of it. I open Chain Eyes and see cerulean around the gun. A 5th mark. Primrose knows how to pick him. Johnny acknowledges her choice before moving on. Got it. You can have that. Don't even know what it is other than it was made by some genius craftsman over east. The gunfighter then offers a weapon to whoever he deems the next strongest. Me. Wyatt. You next. Surprise fills the room at Johnny's acknowledgement of my strength, and several people call him out on it. Otto, Marion, and Abraham especially. Even one of the previously hooded women does. I don't know even one of their names. What do you mean? This pipsqueak? Yeah, what do you mean? This pipsqueak? He looks like he's 12, Johnny. He doesn't look strong. I like him. Johnny gives the dissenters all one glance as he refutes their words easily. If any of you think you can survive Darkstep Ire on your own and have limbs cut off after going beyond your ether limit, be my guest. Wyatt deserves his place. The others fall quiet and look at me, waiting for me to choose a weapon just as they did for Primrose. It seems that Johnny helped me earn their respect with just a few words. It feels like a repeat of when I was in Edmund's vault, though, only this time more stressful. I look over the table and the large variety of weapons and inspect them with chain eyes, scouring for the one that appeals to me. I pass over daggers, swords, and even bows. None of them seem interesting. I know I should grab something, but I don't know what. Honestly, a concoction is probably better than any of this. I hate them, but that second chance at life is essential. I hope that Johnny has some left. Could I get a concoction instead? I tend to go over the edge quite often. Johnny laughs with a nod and pulls out a small bag from his side that he has to roll open. He then sets it on the table with the inside spilling out. 5 concoctions rumble onto the table, and one more syringe full of liquid that is somehow darker than abyssal black. He then tosses one of the concoctions to me, and I catch it adeptly. All right, next is Abraham. Now, remember these 4 concoctions and single serum I got are all that's left. We must use them carefully. The choices continue after me, but I slowly stop paying attention to people grabbing weapons or tools. My thoughts turn to the words of the first in the book. I only notice Earl take a Gatling gun and Virgil a cloak able to stop bullets. I feel a deep meaning in the man's words when he says that I am ether, and ether is me. That somewhere along his path, he realized where the two mix. I look down at my hands as I make small strands of ether swirl in my palms. I put just enough focus and pieces of my signature from my sigil, not sure how else to describe it, to create little rainbow sparkles in my hand. My eyes stare into the swirling sparkles for several minutes, enraptured by the miracle within. A miracle indeed, but one that can be controlled. Perfectly, in fact, with enough practice. With enough time and effort, I wonder if you could learn every stage of ether manipulation as a first sigil. I think you could. I also find myself agreeing with his thoughts that not having ether for most of my life is a good thing. It gives me perspective and keeps me grounded. At the same time, it gives me a curiosity about the intricacies of the substance like nothing ever before. He's right. We want what we don't have. My thoughts are interrupted by a change in the atmosphere of the meeting. Johnny had people come in and move all the extra weapons out and into the town square, free for anyone to take to defend themselves with. And now Johnny is addressing each person with their tasks for the coming battle. The first of whom was Abraham, but sadly I was not paying attention to his orders. The second is the 3 hooded women, Sisters of Silence. I need you 2 to keep working on your traps. Spikes, explosions, water, whatever. I don't care. Just tell me when, where, and what they are when they're made. We're running out of time and relying on you 3. The 3 sisters nod at him, silently sticking to their names. He then turns to Otto and Marion. The usual for you 2. Stick as a team and take down high-priority targets. You 2 are a hunting squad. Kill anything that hurts us badly. The duo of redheads nods enthusiastically, tapping their new weapons together. 2 long, thin blades with tiny handles. The steel wobbles as they tap them together. Next up is Bonfire. Bonfire. You and your boys will be roaming and helping wherever you can. Keep Cigar and Woody safe so they can do their jobs. Enhancing your flame and providing cover are critical duties. Frozen and Clumsy should focus on just protecting them as well. Bonfire agrees by creating a small flame at the tip of his finger that waves at Johnny. Onto Primrose, Heath, and Cicate. Cicate, I trust you to do whatever is best. Act according to your best judgment, though be wary of Alexos. We have learned from Wyatt, Virgil, and Earl that the phantom pain is under Hera's control. Primrose, if you can recover in time, do as you please alongside Cicate. Heath, stay safe. Far away from the fighting. You are our only doctor. Cicate can only do combat medicine. He's not a true man of medicine. Cicate and Primrose both just acknowledge Johnny's words, one with a nod and the other with a painful grunt. Heath, however, tries to refuse his orders. Johnny, I need to heal people. I can't just stay far away and listen to people die. The gunfighter shakes his head vehemently and stands firm.
Nonigostiaschen.
If someone needs aid, they will be brought to you. You need to be safe for after, not during. Heath's head slumps after the straight-up refusal. The old doctor's face looks heartbroken, but he listens to Johnny. It seems his respect for the man's experience overshadows his duty. After those 3 is Frank. Frank. Yes, Sue. The giant man smiles at Johnny with blissful ignorance as he receives his orders from the highly serious gunfighter. Swim under the sands and take as many as you can down with you. Focus on numbers, okay? The more, the better. We can't afford to be overrun. I won't let you down. Good. I know you won't. Lastly are Earl, Virgil, and I. Well, actually, last is Earl as he addresses me next, then Virgil. Wyatt, you, Virgil, and I are on demon-killing duty. Wyatt, you are our distraction. Use every ounce of your father you can. I will focus on killing, trying to slay Hero with my gun. But the true killer will be Virgil, in hiding with Battered. The fifth flam can stockpile ether over time to unleash a devastating strike. The longer you last against Hero, Wyatt, the more likely Virgil will kill him. Worst case, if we three fail, Sakate and Abraham will likely be able to help put an end to Hero. I listen to his plan, but don't hear anything about Alexos. I know for a fact Virgil told Johnny about him. The man wouldn't leave a single detail out, that's for sure. So, I bring him up. What about Alexos? He said that he could deliver the killing blow. All that he wants is Hura's heirloom. Johnny scoffs as he hears me speak. The man obviously doesn't trust Alexos. There is a chance what he told you three was true, but I'd rather not wage my bets on it. The best we can do is keep him close to Hura, but that will mostly be Sakate and Abraham. Truth and nightmares versus illusions. If he does kill Hura, though, I'm not against giving him the heirloom. It is not too useful for us, even if it may be the key to the underworld. Nothing down there is of interest to our survival. I subtly shake my head in agreement. I guess he's right. All we can do is give him the benefit of the doubt. He is literally known for being a liar and a cheat. I will still try to use the skill he gave me in the note, though. The illusion he left me will likely be a lifesaver or a deathbringer for an adversary. Johnny next turns to Earl, to whom he gives a surprising task, pointing at a spot on the map. Earl, you will stand atop a building and shoot from there. Use your Gatling, a rifle, or whatever. It doesn't matter. You just have to be able to see everything, so that the subtle hand of fate you enact can save as many as possible. If you see someone struggling, go and help them by tipping the scales. Johnny then pauses and tilts his head as he continues speaking to Earl. And to make it easier for you, I suggest you try the theory you brought to me. I've thought it over with Sakate, and we believe it will work. If there are any negatives, I will pay for any treatment that may be needed afterward. Every ounce of luck must be put on our side for each and every life that wishes to survive. I look at Earl as I realize what Johnny is talking about. He thinks the concoction will help Earl advance. Earl just looks at Johnny, unbelieving at what he's saying. You're sure? You really think it will work? Johnny nods and pulls out one of the last concoctions, rolling it across the now empty table. Yes, I find it to be a good idea. Risky, but his sigil just might take care of that. Take it right here. There is nowhere safer for you to do so. Both Heath and Sakate are here. They will handle anything that goes wrong. I glance at the bag Johnny has. Only 3 concoctions remain, and 1 serum. The more potent form of a concoction is meant for people between Virgil and Johnny in sigil rank. Concoctions still work for them too, but they are not as effective. Earl grabs the syringe as everyone watches him silently. Only Sakate gives any words of advice amidst this stressful moment. The man from the wild speaks in riddles similar to Alexos, but his are kind and endearing instead of hateful. Those who come after are always more clever than those before. That is their gift. Believe in your mind, Earl. I can see the potential that lies within. Earl thanks Sakate for the advice as he points the syringe at himself. He then pulls out the foot that has the sigil of the gambler. I look at him as the syringe in his hand shakes, his anxiety overriding his confidence. I put a hand on his shoulder. You got this, Earl. Just another gamble, right? This time, though, you've counted the cards. It's not at all like the first. His eyes turn to me. I see the panic and worry fade a bit as he turns away from me and pushes the needle into his arm, holding the foot. He then injects the liquid and quickly stabs a dagger into the foot, driving his hand inside the open wound. His technique is quite different from mine. I just ripped it out with my mind when I needed a sigil from an artifact. As he does so, though, I see every person in this room aim a gun at Earl, including Johnny. My heart spikes as I want to ask what's happening, but a pained grunt from Earl pulls my gaze. Black liquid enters his veins, traveling its way up his arm to the rest of his body. We all watch with tense silence as Earl's eyes roll into the back of his head, and his body starts to spasm. Earl Garner. My anxiety soars to unheard-of levels as the black liquid enters my body. The second I feel the burn, though, I attempt my plan before it overtakes my mind with suffering. The knife I carry with me is plunged into the artifact and leaves a cavity for my fingers to go in, and so they do. It feels odd as rough flesh parts for my fingers, and I touch the inside of the foot, but I don't let it distract me. I push down my nausea and try to ignore the blaze building up within me from the nightmare fluid, and I open my mind to the sigil within. A great sigil lies within, a two-tiered sigil with two sides. One side is an amalgamation of 3 sigils, with the other side a lonesome gambler. The sensations from them altogether are weird and misleading, though. It feels more like the sensation of shooting an arrow with just a tad bit of luck. Even the sigil as a whole is a simple image. It is just an arrow with a backdrop of a pale white card. I try to ignore any of the meanings from the sigil and just take what I want. Following Wyatt's advice, I use my mind to grasp onto the sigil I seek, the gambler, and rip it out. A moment of resistance ensues as I feel my body begin to shake, but I hold on as long as I can. Using reshuffle, I try to make the sigil slide toward me or come to me faster, and as the pain of using ether with a concoction in my veins burns me terribly, I succeed. After a split second of the sigil snapping toward me, I arrive in the cabin, and as I do, my mind touches on the metaphor that I only answered recently after seeing Wyatt fight until he lost his arms, his mind, and even almost his life. I was asked before why people thrive on risks, including myself. My answer was simple, straightforward. As he danced with a woman 10 times his strength in a ballet of death, the smile on Wyatt's face answers it all for me. We find risks fun, despite the danger, despite the threat of death, despite the consequences of failure. In fact, those are what make them fun, at least to me. I think Wyatt might just like giving the pale lady a middle finger, though. Sadly, I could not help much in that fight except initially, which is why I'm here now in this cabin. So that the next time the risk is not pointless or hopeless. So that it is fun. It's fun to roll the dice to get the adrenaline pumping. But I'm still not like my father. I may enjoy it, but I will never go to the end of hurting others who do not deserve it. My attention moves from my thoughts as the darkness of the cabin quickly sends a shiver down my spine. The feeling of being watched has only grown from the first time I was here. My eyes instinctively move around the walls, and for a second, I see a light behind the gaps of the cabin. A light that defies reality, one that is at the same time black as it is white. I pull my eyes from it instantly and move toward the tome on the table in the center of the room. I'm so stupid. The one rule is to not investigate. Just come to learn. Damn it. I hope whatever I just saw doesn't react to my sight. I quickly place my hand on the book, and it opens to my touch. The ethereal words move along the page before leaving me a message in my mind. Your second sigil towards opportunity, toward prosperity, and toward a chosen kismet. The card sharp, the swindler whose skill precedes fate, able to twist the threads that move the world in time like a playwright and their actors. You may now see the threads that move reality, the subtle things that give us motion. These tiny threads may be useless in anyone else's hand, but you have been bestowed the sleight of hand to control them. One thread is minor in action and only able to affect small objects. 2 are middling, slightly increasing the powers at work. 3 are decent, reaching lightweight measures. 4 are impressive, moving heavier objects. 5 are major, allowing fate to be shifted as you seek. Any more is unexpected. The more threads you can twist, the more you can move the world. Your oneness with the world has increased further. SHE will bet against you less from now on. My thoughts gleam through the knowledge of the passage and dissect it. I've learned more about ether and sigils since my last time here, so it's not as difficult. It seems like this sigil will give me 2 skills. That isn't rare, but it's not what I expected after the first and Wyatt sigils. Most offer between 2 and 3 skills with each advancement, or at least build on a previous one. This seems to give me 2, and build on reshuffle. First, I have a completely new skill. It apparently will let me move the threads of fate, or something. Based on the wording, I figure it will work like subtle movements. similar to wrapping a string around an arrow and letting it loose. You only need to move the arrow a minimal amount to drastically change its destination. I think I can do a lot with this. Anything that isn't heavy can likely be moved from explosives to bullets. The second seems to either be a more passive thing or something similar to Wyatt's chain eyes. I reckon it'll be more sedentary. Otherwise, using this new skill would be incredibly tedious, which I will already call Marionette. Although, that name is tentative based on how it works. The enhancement to reshuffle seems to be based on the wording. That my sleight of hand has increased, and if I remember correctly, the last time I was here, the tome mentioned that too. My dexterity with my hands must have something to do with my skill's effectiveness. Hopefully, it will increase both its speed and range of it as reshuffle takes a bit too long and doesn't reach that far. I've tested it so much that I have it down to a science. It takes a quarter second to use it, and the maximum reach is 20 feet. Wait, what was that? I feel a cold touch on the back of my neck as I turn around. An odd silvery light slams against a gap of the cabin, almost as if it is trying to get through. I wipe the back of my neck with my hand and feel a little slime on my fingers. I pull my hand to my face and see a shifting light of darkness. The vision is confusing, but I immediately react. I fling my hand and throw whatever it is away from me. Then, I look back to the book and glance at the sigil on it before trying to leave. My sigil has shown itself slightly more, yet only absolutions reveal their proper forms. But what remains now is a shifting series of lines. I don't even stop to admire it, though. Instead, I place my hand upon the words that bring me out. As I do so, I cement the following metaphor in my mind. May your journey, while certainly filled with cullings, be interesting, full of discovery, and worthy of my aid. What is the most impressive feat of sleight of hand? To begin, my card sharp, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. 98. Insomnia.
Wiat graves.
My eyes take in the black veins covering Earl's arms and neck from the concoction as his shaking worsens. The instant I get the feeling it's going to go wrong for him, I get up and pull the needle out of Earl's arm as his shaking escalates to full-on seizure, but it's all already injected. Pain enters my heart and makes my hands shake as I watch my friend's body seize. But Johnny tells me to calm down. Calm down. This is normal. Most who take a concoction act like that. I calm down slightly and just watch. Johnny would know best. However, I keep an eye on those around me, watching their raised guns. I've only experienced a concoction and never watched another take one. From there, a few moments pass with Earl struggling to breathe and shaking in his chair before a gasp eventually comes from his mouth. At most, only 10 seconds of tenseness last before the artifact in front of him breaks into sparkling sigils, whatever held it together breaking apart as they float into the air and fade. Right after his gasp of air, Earl's arms slam onto the table. He begins to heave, and I go over to him to ensure he's okay. You okay? Is everything all right? Did it work? Before he even gets the chance to answer, though, I see the chains on him slowly change in color. From red to orange, they go. Another loop goes around his fingers compared to the last time. It seems as though his sigil is already accumulating strength at his hand. It worked. A beaming grin latches onto my face and refuses to leave. It worked. Everybody, it worked. Johnny only smiles and congratulates Earl. He doesn't seem anywhere near as excited as I am. Neither does Earl. The man stays almost glued to the table as he shakes. But he does eventually manage a nod. I pat him on the back as Earl just puts his head down. Good. Congratulations, Earl. I believe you might be the first to have 2 gambler sigils. I've never heard of anyone who has. Though, they could just be hiding it. Luck is strongest when it's unexpected, after all. Johnny looks around the room, searching for something. Is there anyone else who has answered their metaphor but has not spent enough time to gain the resistance needed to advance? Bonfire raises his hand to Johnny's question, and Johnny passes him a concoction as well after nodding at him. That leaves only 2 in his pack. Yeah, me. I need to catch up to that sheet of paper over there. Am I free to go in advance? Johnny nods at his suggestion, but gives him some words as he leaves. And while he does so, I check on Earl, but the man just says he's okay. That I should leave him alone for right now. I shrug and agree as I listen to Johnny continue his orders. Yes, do it as soon as possible. The more fire you can make, the better. Be sure to focus on stopping an outlaw's guns from firing if you can. And make sure whoever you're killing deserves it. Bonfire waves his hand in agreement as he stands up from his chair and walks out of the room. Got it, boss. Going after a hunter Clumsy found last night. Don't worry about him not deserving it. So Bonfire is going to go kill a man to advance? I don't know what's more brutal, taking it from a long-dead man's foot or a recently dead man. Either way, all it does is show how fucked up Sigils can be. After Johnny finishes addressing everyone, he then gives us an overall plan. Remember, we are here to stand against the hunters. This break is only our first challenge. After this will come the hunt of Darkstep. Whether we hunt her or she hunts us is yet to be decided. A long road remains before us, but we must stand together. Johnny puts his hands on the table as he looks at each and every one of us in this room. I can feel the devotion in his voice as he speaks. We are the strongest of those gathered in Rustbank, and it is our duty to protect the weak. So do what you can to keep everyone else alive. Killing monsters, demons, and outlaws is essential, but not as important as survival. If we could run, we would have. But we cannot. To our east are heavily fortified towns prepared for if the break overruns us. We would get killed from behind while seizing the towns. So here we are. And here we will remain. Johnny opens his eyes wide, meeting each of us with a confident gaze. We may be under-equipped, undermanned, and under-defended, but that does not mean we cannot win. All you guys need to do is hold out for the demon of storms to fall. After Johnny finishes his speech, a thought comes to my mind. How are we under-equipped? There were so many weapons. There were dozens of Colts, claymores, and other weapons. I bring up the question to Johnny as people start getting ready to leave. Johnny, what do you mean we're under-equipped? Those were a lot of weapons. A few scoff at my question and laugh at my ignorance, but Johnny answers me without ridicule. Those were many weapons, but the strongest was a 5th sigil, and we only had one of them. Those were only a lot for us few. For the few hundred outside, those are scraps that will only feed a couple of dozen. We do not have nearly enough to equip all the people we have. His words make me imagine a town full of people. I do remember it being packed during the day as we walked past. A thought of them all equipped with weapons follows that image. The number of weapons and other shit that would be needed is ludicrous. And then that leads to an old memory of Edmund's vault. Indeed, it has enough to give all these people weapons, right? Johnny, I have an idea. Edmund had a vault beneath his cabin full of weapons. Do you think that would be enough to field everyone with weapons? Johnny's head turns to me abruptly, his hawk-like eyes focusing entirely on me. His entire persona almost changes into an enthusiastic child. Edmund had a vault? Of course. That's why he was in Tornridge. Where? Where was it? Do you have the key? His enthusiasm and volume shock me, and I answer confused as I am unsure what he's talking about. Key? Was there a key? I do know where it's at, though. Johnny's face turns down, cast immediately from the excitement he had. But it quickly recovers as his attention turns to Virgil. Damn, you don't have the key. They are nigh impossible to open without the key. But surely, it must be out there somewhere. Wait, Virgil, didn't you say that Alexos believes if he had Death's Lantern, he could, at the very least, speak to his dead family? Virgil nods and affirms what Alexos said. Yes, that's what he said. The gears in my head start turning the second that Virgil says that, and so do they inside Johnny's mind. Johnny just speaks the ideas from the gears out loud as I keep mine to myself. If we can talk to the dead through entering the underworld with Death's Lantern, then we can learn where the key is. New plan. Unless Alexos is able to prove his story beyond a shadow of a doubt, we kill him and take Death's Lantern. I don't care if he kills Hura or not. What do you all say? A trip to the underworld after this, and a vault full of century-old artifacts, Colts, claymores, and more. Enthusiastic nods circle around the whole room as everyone agrees, each pitching in their own thoughts or a simple nod. I'd like a new mirror. My hair has been getting even paler lately. The vault has one, right? Oh, guns. Yeah, Guns. Frank wants a new smothering blanket. I don't want to go there, but I could use a new garrote. Each person has their own thoughts, even Primrose, who mutters under her breath at the end of the ruckus, but they all seem to be in agreement. Most only nod in agreement, but some speak out, like Abraham, Otto, Marion, and Frank. I feel a little bit of guilt about what I started, because even if Alexos does everything right, there is still a chance for him to die and lose his dream of bringing his family back to life. Who am I kidding? Why do I feel bad? I don't know. Fuck. Maybe I just shouldn't have said anything. Johnny finalizes the plans for after the fight. So that's what we'll do if we get that lantern. I do wonder what the underworld is like. I don't believe anyone living has ever gone into the Pale Lady's domain. Johnny then turns to Abraham to end the meeting. Then, he surprisingly addresses me too. You're all free to go now. Let the loot of the vault be your motivation for the coming battles. Abraham, Heath, and Wyatt. You three stay. Everyone else funnels out as I give Earl and Virgil the nod to go. Both Abraham and I question the man, not understanding why we're being held. Why can't I go? I want to make fun of Bonfire. He and his stupid crew. What's wrong, Johnny? The gunfighter turns to Heath and orders him to pull out his sleep medicine, which makes both Abraham and I back up to the walls. Heath, get your sleep medicine. Wyatt, when was the last time you slept? His question confuses me, and I think back, trying to answer it. The only thing that comes to mind is when I passed out after fighting Alexos. When I passed out fighting the phantom pain. Johnny sighs and then asks me again. And before that? I don't know. Johnny shakes his head and turns to Abraham. What about you? Abraham bites on his fingernails anxiously as he looks away from Johnny. For what? The pale man with white hair lashes out, which actually seems to fit his character so far from what I've seen. He is shown to be quite vicious, at least to Bonfire. A rivalry for sure exists between the two. His face curls in indignation, and he tries to scoot away from Johnny. 4 days. Why do you need to be so pushy about it? Who cares how often I sleep? Johnny looks at the both of us as his hands come up in frustration. Then he orders the doctor, still in the room, to do his job. I care for both of you. I need you both on top of your games. Heath, give them a dose of sleep aid. Just enough for a few hours. Not enough that they'll sleep through battle. Damn, insomniacs. Johnny shakes his head in incomprehension as he curses the two of us. My eyes go wide as I see Heath approach Abraham, who starts screaming and twisting away, but before the white-haired man can get away, Johnny grabs him. While he's restrained, Heath injects him.
No.
Don't do this to me. You know what is under my eyes when I close them. Please, don't, Dawn. Sorry, lad, but you need sleep. 4 days is too much. And you, Wyatt, are you going to resist too? I look between Heath and Johnny, hesitating. Johnny puts Abraham on his shoulder as I decide what to do. Should I just take the injection? There is no way I'll be able to fall asleep anytime soon. I'm too anxious for the break. Just as Johnny takes a step toward me threateningly, I agree. Wait, it's fine. Who's going to take me back to the hotel, though? Heath sighs in relief as he shoos Johnny out. The doctor follows Johnny out until the man leaves the room totally. He agreed. Just go now. Go get ready. Go on. After Heath pushes Johnny out, he closes the door and comes back to me. Sorry about that. He just wants you all to survive. And an exhausted, tired, and sleep-deprived Wyatt or Abraham are not likely to live. Just sit here, and I'll inject you. It's fast, easy, and simple. The stuff is made with ether, after all. I nod at him and sit down. He sits beside me, and we talk for a few moments before he injects me. His warm smile and caring gaze bring out concerns from within me. For some reason, I feel like I can talk to this man about anything. Maybe it's his sigil that does that. Has to be. I'm not that messed up, am I? Heath. Yeah. Can I ask you something? Something personal? You are a doctor, after all. Go ahead, lad. Everyone keeps telling me I need to rest, but it's so hard. Every time I begin to relax, something either happens that I need to help with, or I am just so tense that I can't even begin to relax. What do I do? The doctor looks at me for a few moments as his gaze turns to the wooden table. He sighs and puts a hand on my arm before responding. The older man's wrinkles that are just starting to come in contort in worry as he speaks. I don't know, kid. I can give you some extra doses of my sleep aid to help you fall asleep, but other than that, it's all you. A young kid like you thrown into this is guaranteed to have issues relaxing, let alone sleeping. It's infrequent for anyone under 18 or 17 to possess a sigil, and most suffer long-term mental issues from it. Not to mention you have an artifact attached to you, constantly haunting your thoughts. My only advice is that you don't need to fix everything. Sometimes, you need to let things go. Otherwise, you'll run yourself dead from the effort. Not everything depends on you. No one bears the weight of the world alone. I see the wisdom in his words and nod at them, but I do ask for some of the sleep aid. Despite how little I sleep, I haven't even felt tired in a long time. Everything is so tightly wound that my eyes won't even close on their own. Without his help, I doubt I'll be able to fall asleep even with those tidbits of advice. I also ask about Abraham, the man who supposedly has insomnia like me. What about Abraham? Why does he need to be forced to sleep? Heath looks out the door, where Abraham went, before answering. The skinny pale man with white hair, who looks like he's addicted to something left with Johnny by being knocked out and dragged. I cringe a little at the thought it almost happened to me. That man. He's much younger than he looks. Stress has aged him thoroughly. It's not my place to talk about his demons, but they are deep. Like you, he gained a sigil young. That is all I'll say. And ignore his vile words. He doesn't really mean them. If he did, Johnny wouldn't keep him around, no matter how skilled he is. Now, let's get you to bed, lad. Heath puts the needle against my arm as I thank him one last time. The doctor is incredibly caring. The fact that he would yell and shoo Johnny out for me is enough for me to like him regardless of how he cared for Elizabeth. I respect that he wants to be on the front lines to help people, but I do agree with Johnny. He has no place fighting with us. If he dies, it would be a tragedy. Thank you, Before I can get the whole thing out, I feel my body go limp. This limpness, followed by full-body fuzziness, makes my head hit the table, sending me into cozy darkness. 99 Winter. I wake up underneath a soft blanket with footsteps that approach me. My body instantly moves, however, as my mind still struggles to pull itself out of the sleeping drug. I throw off the blankets and go to draw my daggers at my hip, only to meet a surprised Earl and a missing belt of weapons. Whoa, chill out, man. My brain catches up to my body as my eyes fully open. Next to me is an open window, and my eyes turn to it first because of the bright light. Outside is an early morning sun that shines down upon a few hundred people moving to the town square. I turn my attention back to Earl after I take in the sight. How long was I out? He just shakes his head as he motions out the open window with his hand. About 10 hours. Hura's monsters and outlaws have surrounded Rustbank entirely. Johnny is gathering everyone in the town square for a speech before the fight. He hopes to rally all his survivors so that we can win. You feel rested? I don't think I've ever seen you without bags under your eyes. This is a first. I look down at my arms and legs as I move a bit, testing my muscles and tendons. It feels like a weight has been lifted off of my body. A weight that I never even noticed that slowly added onto me over time. It feels like a massive difference. That dreamless sleep was terrific. I'll have to use the sleep aid more often. I smile at Earl, full of confidence. I feel great. I don't think I've ever been better. Earl scoffs as he turns to leave the small room that I was put in while unconscious. He shakes his head as he turns out of the room. Of course you do. Only you could sleep 4 hours in like a week and recover after a single night. Sometimes I wish I got the bloody palm. Anyway, Johnny left you something. It's on the dining table. He said something about you deserving more than just a concoction because we saved Primrose. But of course, I get screwed and get nothing from it despite going too. My heart beats faster after hearing Johnny left me something. It must be a weapon. I look over at my weapon belt that is on my end table, and I pick it up, looping the thing back over me. I like what I got right now, but the daggers are falling behind. And to be honest, I don't think the knuckles fit me too much. Although, I guess I haven't used them much. Time will tell, though. I then follow after Earl, who left my door open. I wonder what he left me. Is it a gun? Probably. I don't have a Colt yet. I doubt it's another claymore, regardless of the type. In preparation, I flow the ether into chain eyes and notice how much easier it now feels to perform. My heart continues to ramp up as I step out of my room, allowing me to see what's on the table. And what I see instantly makes me fall in love. A sawed-off shotgun with a revolving chamber like a revolver sits on the table. It is even similar in length to a handgun, only a bit longer. The shotgun, however, is much wider to accommodate the larger rounds. It does, however, look to be made to hold in one hand. Another thing that gets my heart beating are those thin green chains wrapped around the handle and the revolving chamber. As I beeline for the weapon, I see in the corner of my eyes a grinning Elizabeth and a laughing Earl. I pick it up and look it all over. It is a bit old, with stains and scars throughout its body, but it is not heavily damaged, just a bit worn. The entire gun is covered with pale veins of dim light that go over the wood of the weapon. These veins I mistake for scratches at first, but upon closer inspection, they are entirely different. Ether runs in them. Besides the gun is a half-open box filled with ammunition and a small note. I pick up the message with one hand still on the gun. This is both repayment for your help and a gift. Take it. She's named Intervention. One of the spare guns that I used to use back in the day. She's a 4th Mark Colt, so she's got 4 sigils, all of which are priest. Every shot from her 6-sided cylinder comes with a burning light. Her bullets scorch the flesh and prevent others from healing, something I figured would work well with you. And the last shell of every fully loaded cylinder comes with an extra punch. More single-direction bomb than a shotgun, so watch out for the kick. Keep her and yourself safe. See you soon, Johnny. I wear a beaming smile as I turn to Elizabeth, Earl, and Esther. Even Dakota, who is lying on the floor, gets to see my happiness. You guys see this? Earl and Elizabeth giggle like 2 children as I look over the weapon. Elizabeth congratulates me on my new gun. Yeah, we see it, congrats. How was your sleep? I answer her with my focus still on my new weapon. Good. I feel like $1,000. That's good. We gotta get going soon. The speech is about to start. Who knows when the demon will attack, after all? I nod and turn my attention to them for the first time since I woke up. As I do, I notice Esther sitting awkwardly on the chair. That's fine with me. I've been ready to fight for a while. What about Esther, though? She can't fight, and I don't want her to get hurt. Elizabeth answers me as she stands and wraps an arm around the little girl. All children and unsigiled are to go to the gate. In the basement is a bunker meant to keep them safe. I was about to take her there. Good. There is at least somewhere for her to be safe, but someone should be with her, right? It's not good for her to be alone. I'm worried that something could happen if she's alone, even in the gate. Should one of us stay with her? Elizabeth, can you? Or should Dakota? Earl and I have important jobs to do. Elizabeth looks hurt at my suggestion and shakes her head. No, you know I can't do that. I've put too much effort into this all to not be able to help. We all have. Even Dakota. Look at him. He just wants to stay with you. Dakota moves over to me as he somehow gets my word of him staying behind to protect someone again. I bend down and scratch his head. I look back up at Elizabeth. I don't know what we should do then. Okay, boy. I won't make you do that. What do we do then? Earl answers this time as he picks up his Gatling gun with a harumph because of the weight, the part without the stand, and walks toward the door. I grab the other part of his gun. It's pretty heavy, that's for sure. The frame almost forced me to flow ether to carry comfortably. Nothing. Primrose is staying with the unsigiled. She may not be mobile right now, but her poison will protect them in enclosed places like the gate. Elizabeth should just bring Esther to her for special attention. I'm sure Primrose will take care of her. Now, let's go. It's about to start. Earl's push for speed makes me frantically grab my bag, put my shotgun inside of it, and grab my hat. Only then do I follow him out the door with Dakota on my heels. Elizabeth also comes next as she drags Esther out, who has tears in her eyes. My heart stings at seeing her cry. She likely thinks we're about to die. Just like Leonard. Just like Lonnie. Just like the rest of her family. I crouch down and look at her before we split paths to go our separate ways outside the hotel. Esther. She looks up at me through her black bangs. eyes barely open and tears falling. Esther. The second time I say her name, she pays attention, finally responding with words. Yeah, we'll all be fine. She sniffles and wipes her nose as she refuses to believe me. No, we won't. Someone's gonna die. I sigh as I try to get through to her. Why would you say that? We're all tough. Why do you think we're gonna die? Esther just sniffles again. Because I'm here. Worry mixed with grim curiosity touches my mind. What are you talking about? People die when I'm around. It's all my fault. My heart breaks as I hear her say it's her fault. Everything that has happened since the break started has been hell on earth for her. She's lost every single person in her family. We're all she has left. But no matter what has happened to them, a child should never think it's their fault. I grab her tiny shoulders and have her look me in the eyes. It's not your fault, Esther. It's no one's but the world's. Don't blame yourself for any of this, okay? We'll all be fine, I promise. She still doesn't seem to believe me, even after all my attempts at making her feel better. So, I pull out the one card that I never thought I'd have to. Everyone seems to know my family. Everyone has heard the legend of the graves, from random outlaws and hunters to townsmen. Our name rings loudly throughout all the territories, apparently, even being the reason one of them exists. I rely on this fable, this legend, to bring confidence to this little girl's heart. It feels odd to do so, but I do it anyway for her. I lean in real close and whisper into her ears. Can you keep a secret, Esther? She nods sadly, only succeeding in making my chest hurt even more. You've heard of the Graves, right? The legendary family? She nods once more, a little bit of excitement this time. I'm one of them. I pull back after that and see her eyes widen after a moment of confusion. Bits of excitement come out of her broken shell, the legends and fables of stories told to a young child pouring out. I thought for a moment I'd have to convince her somehow, but she just believes me. I interrupt her so she doesn't scream it out into the lobby of the hotel. It's a secret, Esther. Do you believe me now when I say we won't die? I'll be with them the whole time. Okay? I'll keep them safe, I promise. The little girl nods again, this time with subdued excitement instead of depressing sadness. At least my surname brought someone happiness, even if it has only brought me pain. I also realize the slight fib I told her. I doubt I'll be beside Earl and Elizabeth the whole time, but she doesn't need to know that. Sometimes the easy white lies are for the best. The little girl finally shows the tiny bits of herself I never saw because of all the trauma. Okay, you better. I give Esther a little high five to seal the deal, and then I start to turn around to catch up to Earl, who is already close to the town square. But before I can, small arms wrap around my legs. I look down and see Esther hugging me with a smile. I return the hug as tight as I can without hurting her and pat her on the head before catching up with Earl. I sprint through the streets to catch up with him, sliding past several people who are also making their way. I seem to be a little late, though, when I do finally catch up. Johnny had already started addressing everyone from atop the podium where he killed someone the first time I arrived. I missed a good portion of his speech. I am surprised, though, by how quiet the whole square is. Not one of the few hundred people speaks while he does. A quarter mile in every direction lies monsters, outlaws, and a single demon. I know most of you are here to help me rebel against the hunters, and that you aren't here to fight against a break. But let me ask you this. Why do we want to overthrow the hunters? Is it not because the strongest, the pillars, refuse to fight this very enemy? They sit with their wealth and power and push us, the weak, to our deaths. They allow demons to encroach on our homes, towns, and land without a care. Johnny puts his hands up and riles the crowd up as he takes a short pause in his speech. All the townsmen roar in agreement at his words. I feel a warm energy flow through me as he does so. Is someone here enhancing us with ether? Or is it Johnny and his voice? Is the man a lawman like Elizabeth? The gunfighter returns to his speech after the roars die down. A powerful demon and the horde he brings are all that remains between us and fighting for our goal. Think of this as a test run. If we defeat this demon, then we are free to lay siege to the foundation of pain the pillars and the prime have left. But do not worry, for you all do not have to fight the demon yourselves. I will take care of it. All you have to do is defend the town. Protect each other. Johnny points into the crowd as he reaches the latter half of his speech. I see people stand up taller as he calls for their action. The more of us that survives this, the better. I apologize for the limited weapons, ammunition, and armor, but I believe you all can do this. After this battle, we will move onward to Razorzan, where we will get the tools we need to prevail. From the cold, dead hands of hunters who refuse to see the Prime's terror or act on it. He pauses before raising his voice even louder, pouring out emotion. So, let us begin. Split up into teams of 10. Every team protects a building on the edge of town. Traps have been laid outside the boundary, so be careful. Defend each other, yourselves, and our future. Roars come from the crowd as he finishes. Johnny's voice seems to touch us all personally, having a hint of ether to it. At this moment, I realize he has to have a lawman sigil like Elizabeth. Nothing else makes sense. Otherwise, his voice wouldn't have this subtle pressure or empowering effect. The entire crowd starts moving and splitting off into small groups as I try to get close to Earl amidst the chaos. When I do get close enough to grab him, I notice that Johnny is looking straight at me. His inhuman perception caught me from a crowd of hundreds. I get from his gaze that he wants me to come to him, and I do. Earl and I push through the crowd to get close to him. It's not hard to shove past them, as I notice that most of these people only have 1 or 2 sigils. It's a rarity for even 1 in 20 to have a third sigil. I guess Johnny was right. The 13 or so people in that room were the strongest. Although, I shouldn't look down on anyone just because they have fewer sigils than me. After all, I don't think I've ever even had a fair fight to win in the first place. And yet, I've won them all. Most. The battles against Alexos don't count. When I get close to Johnny, I notice a blurry figure beside him. Virgil. Apparently, being rested makes me more resistant to his stealth. Or maybe my iron heart is stronger the less tired I am. Either way, I welcome the effect. Johnny addresses me as I step up to the platform he's on. Good. You, me, and Virgil. We'll take this bastard down. Earl, what are your new abilities? Have you figured them out yet? Earl nods and answers immediately. I had forgotten about his advancement because of everything else, but I listen intently. My new sigil is card sharp. I named the new skill Marionette. I can alter the trajectories of flying objects like bullets, cards, or bombs. I can also slow or speed them up a bit, and the range is so much further than reshuffle, maxing out as far as I can see something clearly. The cabin said that the more threads I can control with my hands, the more powerful the skill is. Whatever that means. Most of my stuff is really vague, but I figure with enough oomph, I can affect blades and the like as well. I see Johnny's eyes go wide at the discovery. Excitement also fills me at the prospect of Earl being able to affect bullets. But what really gets me is that part about bombs and slowing or speeding stuff up. Earl will have a field day with all his explosives if he can affect them like that. Johnny gives Earl new orders because of his unique skills. They aren't that different, though. Okay, change of plans. You take a team and have them protect you. Get Elizabeth as well. Use that Gatling gun and put pressure on Hura. With that ability, you should be able to keep the bullets from hitting Wyatt and me. If you feel the need, give us aid, but just lay it on him. We must give Virgil as much time as possible to charge up that strike. Johnny then turns away from Earl and looks at Virgil, who is shimmering in the wide open to my eyes. He stands at the attention of the gunfighter and makes Earl jump with a small yelp because of the surprise. You ready for this, Virgil? Assassinating a demon is quite a big challenge. Virgil nods beneath all his dark clothes and his new cloak that sticks close to his back. Yes, I've experience with this kind of thing. Don't worry. His words confuse, surprise, and make a bit of sense all at once to me. Everyone here also finds that odd, and Johnny presses on it. You do? And how would you have experience with assassination? Virgil seems to realize a lapse of the tongue, and a muffled curse comes from him that I can't quite hear completely. Something about the devil. He tries to recover it, though. Old jobs as a hunter. Nothing big, just practice hiding in the dark to kill something. Johnny merely hums and goes off the subject, unwilling to go any further. Then he turns west and starts to move in that direction. I leave Virgil a glance as I also let go of the subject. I can ask him later. If you say so. Let's get going now. I'd rather be the first to attack, even if we are defending. Virgil and I both agree with him and follow him promptly. As I leave, though, I call out to Earl. Find Elizabeth and call out to me when you guys are set up with the gun. Okay, I will. Stay safe. We both know that won't happen. We both chuckle, uneasy laughs that could only happen now at something so unfunny. Earl just leaves me with one more sentence as he goes to find Elizabeth and a team of people to guard him. Then just don't die. I know you're good at that. I smile as I continue westward through the town with Johnny and Virgil, but as we walk, Virgil fades back into obscurity. People call out to Johnny as we walk, and he waves at them with encouraging words. I ignore them, though, preferring to pull out intervention and ready myself for the battle. After a few minutes, we leave the streets of the town and come to the line of traps left by the Sisters of Silence with their hooded figures. Barbed wire, dynamite like Earl's from before, and wooden spikes line the entire edge of the city. Something I don't remember seeing the last time I entered. And in the distance, not even that far, is a vast army of monsters. On top of several of the giant monsters, though, sits humans with weapons and sigils, most about the third to fourth sigil with their middle of the rainbow-colored chains. Above all, the monsters and outlaws float a figure that I can't make out but one that I know. Cura, the demon of storms. He's finally here. Giddy excitement and a want for violence boil up within me. The bloody palm also agrees as I feel it beat with energy, encouraging me to kill. Only this time will I accept its encouragement. I watch as Johnny pulls a long rifle off of his back from a sling and aims toward the demon with it. He glances at me before pulling the trigger. You ready? I clench my fist and nod. Yeah. Let's get this started then. Johnny aims through the lens of his rifle once more, and a loud bang quickly resounds as a bullet is sent barreling across the gap toward those on the other side. I expect the bullet to hit Hura, but Johnny surprises me. Instead, a man atop an octina falls off abruptly, a ways away from the demon. He appears to have instantly died from the bullet as he hits the ground unmoving. Silence reigns for a brief moment after the murder. I notice something as I watch the man fall off the giant snake. A single snowflake falls in front of my eyes. It has been slowly getting colder and colder, prompting us all to wear thicker clothing, but I've mostly ignored it until now. Winter has arrived, and so has the demon who started all this bullshit. 100, the mind's obsession. Hundreds of deafening roars, screeches, howls, and war cries surround Rust Bank. Hura's army of beasts and outlaws lose their minds as they stampede toward us to level the entire town. As they do, gunfire resounds from around me from the men and women who bear sigils and who have stood to fight. I look back to Johnny, the source of the most lead flying through the air. His hands move at a speed such that I can't even see them. Only a blur exists as the man rapidly fires and reloads his lever-action rifle simultaneously. The hand he uses to lever flings a bullet into the chamber just as fast as the shots come out. The lead that exits his gun outdoes even that of a Gatling gun, which I know for a fact as I hear one go off behind me. Glancing back, I see Earl on top of a brick building's roof with Elizabeth and 10 other gunmen. Good. He should be fine up there. I wave at him, and Elizabeth returns the wave as Earl is busy shooting into the horde. I even hear a few cannons go off around us, the black powder staining my nose with its foul smell. Sadly, this isn't Blackreach. Insufficient artillery protects us. I begin to prepare to join the battle as I flow ether into my body and shake out my tense muscles. With a short hop, side to side, I start adrenaline surge. Then with another, I flow out a river of ether for Struggler's Defiance. Once I'm done with those two skills, I feel prepared. Struggler's Gasp is an emergency, and Daydream is for only when I am about to die. Even if the Bloody Palm and I are mostly emotionally together on this battle, I don't trust it. We only ever seem to have the same goal when the pale lady wraps her knuckles around my throat. Other than that, I'm confident our dreams will never align. I get into a slight crouch as I feel the rumbling of the horde. So many beasts, reptiles, birds, and almost everything I can imagine come rushing down at us. The vastness of the wilds comes to mind. So many different species, monsters, and sigils are before my eyes that it feels like a natural wonder. So many incredible creatures that I cannot even begin to name come at us as a single creature. Just one that is murderous and led by its nose by a demon who wants to kill me out of spite for my father. Behind the vastness of the wilds, I see floating in the air, Hura, the demon of storms. As I get into this crouch, Johnny stops firing his gun momentarily. His lever action is smoking, and the barrel of it is yellow-hot. Steam is constantly coming from the steel. He puts a hand on my shoulder. Rein in your anger for just a little longer. Let the gunmen clear out as many as they can before the horde gets here. Only then do we move. You will break a path straight toward Hura, and I will be behind you shortly. Virgil should already be close to his position. But first, I shall help you a bit. I nod to him as I just focus on revolving the ether through my body, keeping me permanently at my best state. He keeps speaking to me, however, despite my acknowledgement. The man squeezes my shoulder as he gives me a bit more encouragement, and from the voice accompanying the squeeze, I feel warmth enter my body, a heat that energizes me even further. I follow his words of advice as I realize he must have a lawman sigil as well because of how his voice affects me. You got this, Wyatt. Ignore the difference in sigil. Ignore the horde in front of you. Ignore all those around you. Zero in. Focus. Deep breath. In. Out. The only thing that exists is Hura. The demon is all that matters. You and him. A dance of death. His last dance, not yours. Feel the fixation, and don't let it go. His words tunnel into my mind with the warmth, somehow making me focus just off his words. My vision narrows, and everything around me turns black, indistinct, and incoherent. In front of me disappears, and only blurry see-through silhouettes of the monsters exist as my eyes bring Hura into focus. My breath makes my heart beat with incredible power, and my lungs fuel that vigor with each breath I take afterward. My focus continues to narrow as I feel the familiar touch of Ironheart, and I indirectly learn of a new way of using the effect. I feel my entire body roar with the desire to fight. Every muscle, every bone, every tendon, and every nerve vibrate in excitement as they fall in sync with my will. I even feel the subtle nodding of the bloody palm as it, too, listens to the voice. Everything disappears except for the enemy in front of me and the voice that enters my mind. Fixation shall let you and your artifact become one momentarily, just as it does to my cults and me by giving you command over it. It's a difficult skill, and especially so for an artifact, so be careful. I may never do it again. Yet, underneath a mountain of pressure, a true Wendigo shall rise. Not the strongest, but the first to still possess their mind. Show that demon something he was never expecting. He came for you, a young and useless Graves, but instead, he will meet a Wendigo. As he tells me that I and my artifact will become one, I feel a shift along my left arm. Flesh twists and turns as the bloody palm shifts into something resembling a small shield. A construct of blood, flesh, and bone is now in place of my left hand. I also feel a split in my vision as a second pair of eyes grow on the shield. The vision is slightly disorienting for a moment and makes me feel sick, but quickly the focus from Johnny's fixation erases any and all discomfort. At this moment, it feels completely normal. Better than usual. Actually, all the quiet whispers that typically exist are wholly gone. Instead, streams of warm but dark ether come from my left arm. This energy goes around and supplements where I missed, patching holes in my skills I didn't know I had. The unexpected connection to the bloody palm gives me the idea to release my daydream, and I do slowly, just in case. But even after the barrier is completely gone, the bloody palm doesn't invade my mind. Instead, a deep connection forms instantly between the two of us. A type of dynamic that feels unbreakable is formed by ether from Johnny. This must be how Johnny controls his weapons so amazingly. I turn my open daydream to the bloody palm, enhancing the effects of the artifact in turn for the aid it gave me. But I am careful not to give too much. Johnny did say this was temporary. The necromantic and disgusting thing that is now my left hand grows even more prominent. From a small bucker of flesh and bone extends a kite shield with spikes of bone on the outside. Words from Johnny reach my focused mind once more. Count to 5. Then go. I will be behind you shortly. For an incredibly brief moment, my focus doesn't get distracted, but it expands to include Johnny. I notice that the man is shaking, his hand on my shoulder having blood vessels constantly bursting that cover us both in blood. Blood drips out of his mouth and streams from his nose, eyes, and ears. I recognize what's happening to him. Ether oversaturation. He's gone beyond the edge? But how? We just started. All he did was shoot and give me fixation. Oh, that must be it. He gave me something he shouldn't be able to with his amount of ether or skill. He forced it through as I did before with Virgil. I hesitate in my movement, but I hear a sputter from Johnny as bloody words come from his mouth. 5, 4, 3. As these individuals' numbers come from his mouth, he pulls out a small syringe of liquid darker than the abyss and injects it into his neck. While he injects the fluid, he finishes his count, leaving me no choice but to go. 2, 1. When he has completely finished speaking, the liquid ends its journey from the syringe into his neck. I trust that he will be fine as I turn away from him and focus on the object of my fixation. Johnny fades from me once more as I get low to the ground. I hold on to intervention, my new shotgun, in my right hand as my left shifts from the shield into claws. The claws of flesh, muscle, and bone grip onto the sandy ground perfectly. The second that I'm ready, I burst from my position in bloodhound step, and like my teacher before me, I move with thunderous speed. As I do so, I instantly outpace and move beyond the rate at which Dakota could follow me. I'm sure the fox will try to catch up, but I trust it to be safe in my wake. Instantly after I move, a beast that resembles a dire wolf appears before me. My eyes tell me it's a second sigil. I raise intervention to blow it to smithereens, but before I can even pull the trigger, the bloody palm has removed its head. A thump resounds from the head, hitting the ground, and glee sends its way to my mind from the bloody palm. The trivial nature of the second sigiled threat makes me realize why Wendigos are so feared. A single creature with a pair of separate sigils is so much more powerful than one with only a single sigil built alone within them. The bloody palm and I continue forward as we push the body of the dire wolf-like thing to the side and move onward. The next creature of the horde in front of us is more enormous. A type of bear, again. I have no idea what it is, but the bloody palm, and I burst toward it with the speed that I would have once thought impossible for me. Somehow our connection allows me to control my body near perfectly, or maybe that is just a side effect of fixation and Ironheart working together. I jump past the bear on the right of it as I let the bloody palm do its thing. If there is one thing I can trust it to do, that is kill. A line of 5 lacerations as deep as my entire arm appears on the side of the bear's body. The creature runs a few more steps, unknowing of its injury, before falling dead. I don't even look at it as I move forward toward Hura. The demon of storms is the only object in my mind. Everything else is merely a distraction to be put down. Several more monsters and beasts die to me, and the bloody palm as we flit between the creatures of the horde forward, moving without stopping for even a single moment. I barely pay attention to them. Only the outlaw riding an Octina behind the flock brings any amount of effort from me. I hear the man on the giant snake swear and curse loudly as he sees me, but while I hear it, I don't listen. My mind doesn't pick up what he says at all as I dart toward him and his snake. Look at that. This will be easy. WH. What the fuck is that? Go right, 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 you damn thing. I see him begin to panic as the bloody palm latches its sharp claws onto the side of his snake and throws me up the massive side of the serpent. As I reach the top, I point intervention at the man beside the snake. The snake just continues onward to rust bank with me atop it. The second the sight is lined up with him, I pull the trigger. As I do so, though, he pushes out with his hands, creating a blast of air. The zephyr is so strong that it deflects all the flaming pellets from intervention, sending them into the nearby monsters. My eyes raise at the display of power, but I notice that he is breathing a bit heavily after deflecting a point-blank shotgun. So, I press him, and I continue to shoot the gun. He retreats down the back of the snake, screaming for help as I rapidly press the trigger. Help.
PL.
Fuck. Please. Someone. Anyone. Save me from this monster. Continuous bouts of force go through my arm from the recoil, but by the 5th shot, the man seems to be almost out of usable ether. And he seems to have given up hope of being helped. I see him decide on his next course of action, which is no longer to run. He chooses to go beyond his limits of ether and hit me with a blast of wind that he thinks will kill me. Unluckily for him, the 6th shot of intervention is unlike any other. Just as he pushes out his arms, summoning a visible torrent of air to send me flying, the 6th and final round of intervention exits the cylinder. A blast of explosive fire, more similar to an old god's retribution, comes out of the barrel. This blast of fire offsets the air explosion perfectly, like two balances shaking hands on a weight. The man's face distorts at seeing his final push useless. My brain doesn't register the man whatsoever as I continue forward. The obsession Johnny planted in me is far too much for a single man to distract me for longer than a few seconds. The recoil, however, is so powerful that I feel my wrist crack, and a bone juts out from my right hand. The bloody palm quickly gets to healing it, though, as it also shoots out a piece of the claw into the exhausted man's throat. He dies within seconds of the artifact laying its insatiable hunger on him. His body hollows out and turns dry as a river of blood flows back to me, replacing any I've lost. Which is a lot, actually. I just haven't noticed. My focus has been so resolute that any injury I've sustained has been wholly ignored. Holes from stray bullets, cuts from claws, and bites from teeth heal completely, and the lost blood is restored from this man's body. I run forward past his body as the bloody palm extends a claw and cuts the back of the serpent along my run, leaving a massive gash on it by the time I jump off of its back. When I land on the ground from its back, I notice several Uctina pass me, heading for the town. The old me would have done something about them, but now that I'm strangled by fixation, they don't even catch my eyes. Instead, I continue onward, seemingly the only direction I can move at this point, toward Hura. But in the way of him remain obstacles. Obstacles that will likely be dropped by the 6 shells I put into intervention. Only a few of these obstacles remain, however, as most of his forces have circled all of Rustbank. It took about a few dozen monsters for me to kill to reach this far. Only a portion lies in any particular direction. This one has a male and female outlaw who wield a lumberjack axe and a flintlock pistol, respectively. A small conversation comes out of the two of them, but my gaze only remains on Hura, who watches the battle from a distance in the air. Is that him? No way. He's supposed to be a child, right? Yeah, that's what Hura said. Must just be some mad dog they threw out after strapping an artifact to him. Well, let's put this poor bastard out of his misery. Shit. Shoot him. I dart toward them both as the woman, who has dark brown hair and a get-up more similar to a slave with ragged clothing, pulls the flintlock up at me. The woman quickly pulls the trigger before I near them, and I just push through it as I put my arms over my head. My only weakness is my brain. Everywhere else, I have confidence that the bloody palm can heal. But I don't have to worry as the artifact reshapes into a shield before the ball of steel slams into me. Instead of a hole being gored through me, the steel ball gets stuck in the shield of flesh, and bone as fragments of it go everywhere. I ignore the fact that what is being thrown everywhere is technically me as I focus on the woman, attacking her first. The two try to converse and use tactics, but I use brute force and speed to break them. What the fuck? He just blocked that. Try again. I'll try to get him off you. The woman backs up rapidly as the man uses his ether to create brambles around my legs to catch me. They only slow me down as I pull myself through them with the claw that the bloody palm shifts back into. However, just as I reach her, I feel piercing steel go flying through my back and out my front, barely missing my heart. I see the ball of steel flying through the air back toward me. The woman smiles a sly grin at her weapon in the air, but I ignore her confidence and charge again. The steel ball comes back around again as I try to dodge to the side, getting my head away from the harmful metal. This time, it goes through my right leg, leaving a large hole in my thigh. But this is precisely why I practiced Bloodhound Step. The lady takes a moment to rest as I fall toward the ground with my injured leg, but I catch myself with my arms. Then, I burst forward and jump toward her with my arms as I pull the trigger of the intervention at her. She screams at my threatening movement, and a wall of thorns stops the gunfire. The wood, however, is rapidly burning. I turn to look at the man behind me for a moment. He is panting and still chasing after me with his axe. I turn back after seeing how far he is, and I move toward the woman on all fours as I shoot my shotgun at her. I make just the 5th shot before the wall of thorns falls as the man continuously regenerates it. As it falls in fiery collapse, however, another ball of steel goes through my arm, the one holding intervention. It destroyed the muscles that keep my hand gripping the shotgun tight. Without the ability to hold the weapon deftly, I drop the shotgun as I give up on it and dash at her, swiping with the bloody palm. The artifact understands what I want and slashes out with a sharp whip from a finger that extends and slashes her across the throat. The woman drops to her knees, holding her neck and gurgling blood. The second I feel the resistance of her neck end, I feel something heavy sink into my back. I quickly turn my head to see the man behind me with bloodshot eyes, forcing a woodcutting axe deep into my spine. I try to order the bloody palm to grab the intervention and shoot it backward as I feel paralyzed, the axe cutting me off from my limbs. I quickly drop to blood-covered floor as the bloody palm lashes out with another tendril of cartilage. All it can do, however, is turn the intervention toward the man who is pressing me into the dirt with extreme force using his axe. The transmuted artifact is nowhere near as dexterous as my actual hands. I feel a question come from it as the simple consciousness of the artifact asks me if it's all right to pull the trigger. The bloody palm is unsure of what to do, and for the first time, I get any type of higher-level intelligence showing from it. I answer yes, using our temporary connection from Johnny. And the next thing I see is endless white with roaring fire. 101 spinning gun. Earl Garner. I rapidly crank the wheel on the Gatling gun before me. My frantic efforts make deafening booms ring out as streams of bullets leave the gun into the crowd of monsters that Wyatt is making his way through. The bullets tear their way through flesh, bone, and even whole monsters. These weapons are costly to produce and care for, so just about every single one is imbued with a sigil. They usually are just for more stopping power, and this is the same. It takes a crew of people to fire these, and the men and women around me are both aiding in my rapid fire and protecting me. Elizabeth is ordering everyone to make a smoothly oiled machine as I keep my focus on my aiming and the gun's targets, namely everything around Wyatt. A few times, the weapon's inaccuracy has me hitting the man, making me feel terrible, but the man is tough, and whatever Johnny did to him has put him into a rage that gives him incredible power. It looks to me like Johnny used a skill on Wyatt that is meant only for himself, something that makes him and his weapons perfectly in sync. But to give something like that to somehow else without a price is impossible. Some things are not meant to be shared. And so, my eyes keep shifting back to the kneeling form of Johnny as he recovers from taking his one and only serum. I would never have expected him to do that, but I guess once he finally saw the size of the break in person, he made his choice. He needs an icebreaker, someone to get him to the demon. His icebreaker of choice is Wyatt. Johnny is risking both of their lives to the absolute maximum just to even reach the demon. I don't like these chances. I don't like this gamble we have going on here. But I guess that's why I'm here. To load the dice before they're ever even thrown. But even loaded dice roll snake eyes sometimes. I see Wyatt hop atop an Octina. All the space behind him is littered with dozens of torn-apart monsters. I focus my bullets not on the man atop it, who I can only see with the scope tied to the gun, but on the Octina. I have confidence Wyatt can take out the man. The serpent is the issue. Johnny needs a clear path, or at least a mostly clear path, to catch up. That and I have no clue where Virgil is, but I guess that's the point. A seemingly endless line of lead slams into the head of the Octina. These pieces of steel set flying by exploding powder leave basin-sized holes in the head of the Octina. And by the time Wyatt hops off of its back after dealing with the man atop it, I kill the serpent. It quickly slows to a stop as the beast's entire head is made of mashed-up flesh. However, The following obstacles for Wyatt to pass are no longer monsters. Instead, they appear to be a pair of outlaws. At this point, I crank the bullets out of the gun without a single pause. A man named Jasper keeps the cartridges reloaded constantly with his swift hands. My hands start to cramp as I use marionette on the volley of lead, but I ignore the stiffness and continue. Like a deft marionettist, I pull the strings of luck and shift the trajectories of the bullets ever so slightly. I redirect them to hit the outlaws, who are looking at Wyatt like he's a monster, which he is. Nothing can replace the image of his flesh and bone shifting, but he's our monster. Before the bullets can preemptively end the threat of the two outlaws, however, several massive snakes, Uctina, move in the way of my attack. Almost as if ordered to do so, they stop me from helping Wyatt by blocking the bullets with their hard scales. But it doesn't leave them uninjured. The four Uctina that get in the way have their scales blasted off and torn to shreds as they seethe in pain. They block my view of Wyatt, so I am forced to just keep firing to make a path through them as they slither in the way. I can't even hear what is happening on the other side either, as the entire town is being deafened by the bullets that are firing, the ether that is let loose, and the blood-curdling screams of pain that are released by the dying. Down in front of me, a war wages. Dozens of sigilled fight to protect each other, the building I'm on, and Johnny, who kneels behind them, trying to recover. The black liquid drips from the man's eyes, nose, and ears, replacing the blood that did prior. I worry for him, but he is the one that made me go through the hell that is the concoction. Well, not really. He just gave me the go-ahead and the concoction. I wanted to do it anyway, and I don't regret it despite the adverse effects that I feel. I didn't feel them at first, but now I do. A pain comes from my hand where the core of my sigil lies. A dull throbbing pain like when you've used too much ether to start with. I let Johnny know about this, and he said not to worry. He told me it's what most feel when they barely qualify for an advancement. As long as I take it easy and don't do that again, I should be fine. It's a kind of warning, one from your sigil and your soul, saying that you've pushed yourself where you do not belong. The damage caused by it is not permanent, but it can be if you do it more than once. That's why so many people take their time before advancing. That, and probably whatever that thing was in the cabin with me. I never got a clear look at it through the walls, but I doubt it would have gone well if I had. It just felt so wrong, but it seems I got out without it getting me. For now, the only awful part is that I have less ether at my disposal as my body can't handle the passive output from my sigil as most others would. My mind expands and looks at the town around me as I feel stuck on this obstacle. There isn't anything I can do except waste a considerable portion of the ammunition allotted to me to break through these Uctina. They are now lying still in the way, simply acting as flesh bags to catch the bullets for the outlaws behind them. I realize that it now has to be a strategy from the Demon of Storms. Without a direct order from him, these serpents would never give their lives in this way. I begin to consider moving locations, but that might take too much time. We have so much ammo, and the gun itself is heavy. It will take us at least a minute to move all the way to another roof. Will it take me longer to shoot through the snakes? Quickly my mind moves into overdrive, returning to the realm of numbers and math I used to live in. Momentarily, I mentally leave reality and dissociate to improve my thinking. This Gatling gun fires 900 rounds per minute. More like 600 because of the total of 20 seconds per minute of reloading. 600 bullets. Each one creates a hole the size of a sink in the body of these snakes. I can estimate the snakes to be about 80 feet long and probably a 7-foot diameter through this scope based on Wyatt's height. The impact looks to remove about 1/10 of a foot per bullet hitting the snake. 10 shots for a foot of flesh. 70 for a full snake. 4 snakes, 280. That's about 30 more seconds. It's better to just shoot. These are all estimations, but that's what I'm best at. I'm off by at most 5 seconds, and even then, it's still okay. The snakes might move a bit and ruin the calculations, but I'm reasonably sure they will die from the bullets quite quickly. I focus the gunfire as ideally as possible on one spot of the moving snakes in the front. All I need is to see through them. Once I do, I can pull the strings of luck and hit no matter what. Too bad, at this point, I can only use one string per object. While I'm focused on this, faint footsteps ring out behind me. They are almost impossible to hear because of all the roaring thunder of gunfire, and I only notice them because Elizabeth taps on my shoulder. I turn around while keeping my hands going on the crank. The person I meet is Vernon, Virgil's younger brother. The man is forced to yell over the sound of gunfire to even hear his own voice, let alone mine. Only Elizabeth's commanding tone can breach the cacophony easily. Where is my brother? I can't afford to lose much focus, so I turn back as I yell out my answer. With Wyatt. He, Johnny, and Wyatt are going to kill the demon. Vernon yells back at me as he catches a stray shard of fragmented stone with a hand covered in light that flies up from an explosion below. Is he insane? Ah, fuck, they're going to need me. How did your early advancing thing work? My focus is still on tearing through the snakes and reaching Wyatt, but I still manage to yell back at him. You need to have already answered your metaphor. Then you take a concoction. Then you take the sigil as it flows through you. Vernon goes quiet after my reply, so I assume he doesn't meet one of the two requirements. I yell back at him, trying to assuage his worries as I try to breach my way to my friend. It's fine if you can't help them. Just do what you can to kill the monsters. That's the best way we can help. Vernon walks to the edge of the building and pulls out a concoction for me to see. I got one. I'll get a new sigil, then make my way to them. Something about how he said he'll get a new sigil stays with me as he jumps off the roof. A burst of air goes out just before he hits the ground, which slows his fall enough for him to land on his feet. But his exit isn't what's important. Something isn't right. I just don't have time to dwell on it, though, because just as Vernon hits the ground, I tear my way through the last snake. A hole about the size of a coffee table in diameter is visible through them. What I see on the other side through my scope mounted on the Gatling gun worries me. Wyatt is unmoving on the ground, surrounded by two also unmoving outlaws. The only thing is that he's covered in bright fire, similar to the man beside him. The flames lick at the sky and replicate the color of the sun when it falls over the horizon. Through the miniature scope and through the more extensive hole that appears to be even smaller, I see a pack of panty, giant toothless wolves adorned with fur as red as the flames burning Wyatt. Frantically, I crank the Gatling gun as fast as I can. As I do so, I twist and turn vast amounts of ether from the core in my hand out into the bullets. I rotate the trajectories of the lead projectiles as they move, and each of the panty takes several of the shells to the sides, and one even gets hit in the head. I panic even further as they move closer and start making the flames on the man bulge and grow in size. My eyes scan for Virgil, praying that the man will appear from the darkness and help Wyatt. But he doesn't. Wyatt's safety is down to me. The man needs time to recover, and I will give it to him. So, I pull as much ether as possible without knocking myself out from the spontaneous effort. This ether goes straight into each and every bullet is marionette. Like the world's best playwright, I control each actor as if they are an extension of me. Every shot goes precisely where I twist it after passing through the hole of the uctina. A piece of lead goes into each of the panties' heads, exploding them all into bursts of blood and gore. Blood that looks more like oil than it does blood. I curse as the fire rages even further into the size of a bonfire. Fuck. 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 Panic and indecision course through me as I realize I fucked up. I should have scared the wolves off instead of killing them, but no use in crying over it now. Someone needs to douse that flame. Now, my mind cycles through everyone I know with the ability to do so, and I can only land upon one name. Bonfire. The man is known for his unique mix of priest and scholar that gives him the ether capable of summoning, manipulating, and enhancing flames. He can even ignite the gunpowder within a bullet if it's close enough. My eyes rapidly scan the surroundings for the man, and after a few seconds of frantic searching, I find him. His person is not within my vision, but his ether is. Only Bonfire can summon gouts of flame like they are nothing, the sigil combination to do so scarce. Most only control heat, not fire, like the scalding iron. And north from here rages a flame that only grows outward. A telltale sign of the living pyre. I turn rapidly and ask Elizabeth to get the man. She can't see what's happening to Wyatt from here, but I don't waste time telling her. The fire is only continuing to grow, using Wyatt's body as fuel. I trust the man's toughness, and I believe he can survive burning for a little bit, primarily because of what Johnny did to him, but not for too long. So, I make sure to be as urgent as possible in my demands. Elizabeth, go north and get Bonfire. He wears red and controls fire. Say it's an order from Johnny. He needs to go west and help Wyatt. She looks at me confused and waves her hands at the people around. What about them? I should stay with you. I shake my head vehemently and yell at the top of my lungs. Go right now. Wyatt's burning alive. That gets her moving immediately. The born leader barks out a series of orders and has 2 of our guards follow her, one of which throws a hook that latches on a building northward. Elizabeth must have seen the man's tools and found the fastest way north. The 3 jump off of the roof and swing as far as they can northward, leaving my sight. My attention immediately turns back to Wyatt. More pantas are coming around. They must be getting ordered to burn him alive. Damn, demon. It's like he's just out for Wyatt. I do the only 2 things I can. I take advantage of my newly acquired gift of many-threaded ether to the fullest. I funnel all the ether I have into Marionette for each bullet to slow down the panty. I also reshuffle so that the blood and gore fall away from him. At the same time, I use reshuffle on Wyatt within the flames. Every single thing I can do, I do. But rapidly, I approach the limit of my ether, and we haven't even fought Hura yet. Not just that, but the entire line in front of us is falling. Now that Wyatt is no longer slaying monsters like wheat to be harvested and Johnny is incapacitated, the monsters are overrunning and killing the townsmen with sigils. The people fight tooth and nail with guns, swords, axes, and every manner of weapon, but it is not enough. They are outnumbered, outgunned, and without backup. They need support. Wyatt needs support. And damn, so do I. My headache is about to split my head open. I look over to Johnny, who is still recovering, and I yell so loudly that I feel blood come from my throat. Get up, Johnny. The gunfighter's head moves slightly as it seems he hears my words. He then lifts his head up and turns to look at me. What I see in his eyes sends a shiver down my spine. Johnny's entire eyes are black. Pitch black. As black as an endless night, and have the same feel as the serum he injected. His body shakes with strain as he follows my demand. The middle-aged man with taut muscles and scars stands up with shaky feet. His hands that come out of his long leather sleeves are covered in black veins. But despite the serum that is still coursing through his veins, the gunfighter stands. And not only does he stand, but he also fights. Johnny draws his pistol, downpour, the gun without a bottom, and rests his left hand on the hammer. The gunfighter prepares to fan his Colt, downpour. It's said that nothing moves faster than the gunfighter's hands when he fires his gun. 102 Burning Fence. Elizabeth Stroudwater. Wind rushes around me as I swing through the air with Harvey and Renee from the hook latched onto a building. I chose the 2 people best for speed. Renee has multiple hooks that she can use to swing from buildings with. Harvey is incredibly fast, so I pick him for that fact alone. He has a duo of rogue sigils, making him a thief. Ren is a rogue Comanche mix, so she is fast with her hands, reactions, and senses. This allows us to swing multiple times north before we even reach the ground, although we get closer and closer to the sand below. The buildings of Rustbank aren't very tall after all, averaging at 2 or 3 floors and topping out at 4. A plan came to mind the second I heard where to go and how severe the issue was. Get us to Bonfire as fast as possible and send him and Wyatt back as quickly as possible. I assume Bonfire has a way of being quick on his feet. He is a 5th sigil, after all. I don't need to return with them, nor do Harvey or Renee. My eyes squint as we move past our 3rd building and land roughly on the ground. I put up ether to soften my landing, but the 2 I promised a large sum of money or weaponry catch me. Harvey quickly rolls and grabs my right shoulder to cushion my fall as Renee clips her hook onto a lantern on the side of a building and catches me with her feet on my arm. This odd pairing ends with me on my feet despite our most recent swing's 10-foot or so drop. The 2 quickly recover and sprint down the barren street northward, where we see fire and hear gunfire. Every single person in this town who can fight, besides Primrose and Heath, who are in the basement of the gate, is defending the surroundings of Rustbank. It is admirable how we can come together so quickly. Now, Sometimes you have to use force or compensation to make people work for you, but it's never impossible. You just need the right bait. For the two beside me, it's money and weapons. For most here, that's what it is. Now for some, it's ideological, like Johnny, but all that means is you have to allow them to spread that ideology. I just hope that Bonfire will be easy to convince. He does know me from the black market attack, so hopefully, he will trust me enough to do what I ask. But there is always a chance he won't. After all, he'd be leaving his friends to fight alone. It'd take a lot to convince me to do the same. I'm running as fast as I can, even enhanced by a rough use of ether that can't even be called a skill. But it's not fast enough. Every beat of my heart makes me imagine Wyatt kneeling within an egg of burning flame, unable to get up or out. He's tough, but fire is fire. It can burn down even the most indomitable fortress with enough fuel and time. I feel slightly sour about what I'm about to ask, but I rationalize it away quickly. The way I say it is also kind of rough, but I must yell for them to hear me at all because of the cacophony of battle around us. The ether in my voice will hopefully make up for the rough tone. Both of you, pick me up and run at full speed toward the man producing the fire. Renee looks at me confused for a second, but understands what I'm asking faster than Harvey, who reacts slower than her. She twists and picks me up by swooping my legs out from under me, something I was not expecting. Ah! I yelp in surprise as she picks me up, but she yells back at me. Thought this is what you wanted. I quickly confirm that this is indeed what I want. I also have to correct how she's carrying me. The bridal carry will likely only slow us down. And Wyatt is burning. Yeah, just let Harvey help so you two slow down evenly. She makes an type of face at my words and shifts how she's holding me, allowing Harvey to help. It feels peculiar being carried by two people at horse-like speeds through the streets of the town I've lived in the past while, but I quickly get over it and start looking for the source of the furious flame. We move past several streets in just a few seconds as we exit the inside of Rustbank and come to the edge, where the horde has reached. But the only thing I see is a wall of flames that moves outward toward the monsters that seek our lives. The construct of fire is over 10 feet tall and too thick to see through. My eyes scan the expansive wall of flames that have been created at the edge of the town. Like a guardian of fire, the man stands alongside a group of 4. I recognize them all. Cigar smokes a cigarette to generate smoke. Woody increases the strength of Bonfire's flames. Frozen helps ensure the fire goes in the right direction with bouts of cold, and Clumsy, with his stupid floppy hat. It's hard for me to notice anything besides the man's giant floppy hat despite his unheard-of aptitude for kindling. The general skill he's gone beyond mastery on both increases the flames of Bonfire, while also making foes slip and fall. He also gets angry if anyone calls it anything other than grease. So, grease it is. Bonfire has gathered an entire team of friends that complement his already powerful abilities. Without them, he could probably only create a fire a quarter the size while at the same time struggling to control it. But with the whole team on his back, they manage something better than anyone could imagine. This is the reason why Johnny gives the man so much autonomy. With his team, he's basically an entire sigil hire. On his own, he's powerful, but with Cigar, Woody, Frozen, and Clumsy, he becomes a man worthy of admiration. It also makes me realize just how essential teamwork is. My eyes take in his power, and I rapidly think of a way to make him move as we move toward him. He basically holds this entire side of town on his own. Only his team is here, after all. If he leaves, this side will surely fall, and his friends will likely die. His fires will dim and go out without his constant attention and input. Is there a way for me to hold this side without him? And convince him of it? Maybe. Nothing is impossible. I just have to find a way. Wyatt taught me that. Only he did it a bit more physically than I ever could. The distance between the three of us and Bonfire rapidly shrinks down to just a few dozen feet due to their speeds. Bonfire is busy making wide, sweeping motions that eject furious flames from his forearms. My mind rapidly seeks an answer for how to solve this seemingly unsolvable puzzle. 4 of Bonfire's men will be left, and there will be 3 of me, Renee, and Harvey. How can we hold the line against the horde with just us 7? Guns? No way. There is not nearly enough firepower among us. It would require at least 3 or 4 Gatling guns, like Earl has to hold the monsters back. If not guns, then is there some way we can manage their abilities to work together? I don't think so. Bonfire is the string that connects them all. Without his fire, there is nothing. The 3 of us would just be useless. At this point during my thought process, Renee and Harvey set me down next to Bonfire, who turns to us as he notices the movement. The wall-like fence of fire, just a few feet from us, immediately makes me sweat. I'm not good with heat, although it is a welcome transition from the cold weather. He swipes at his head to get some sweat off of him that is clearly caused by the fire. Seems he's not entirely immune to his flames. Good to know. Then, he calls out to me, asking why I'm over here. He also has to scream as we are so close to the raging wall of flames. Elizabeth, what are you doing here? I go to respond, but I pause as I still do not have a good enough answer to convince him to leave his friends. He might not want Wyatt to die and for the demon to fall, but I can't tell how he'd respond based on how he talks to his team. Bonfire would undoubtedly say no to leaving them for Wyatt. And while I respect that and would likely do the same, it infuriates me because it's my friend who's dying right now. The time is running out for Wyatt. He's been burning for about a minute at this point. I have no clue how long it takes to burn to death, but I can't imagine it'd take much longer than just a few minutes at the most. I take a moment to think as he just looks at me. My eyes run over the entire surroundings as possibilities whiz by my mind without any sign of stopping. Collapse buildings for cover? No, it would likely take too long and leave us injured. Have frozen freeze the grease that clumsy makes? Not that either. We need to kill the monsters, not just slow them down. They'd make it to us like that. Simply retreat until we find others to help us? That's the worst idea. It'd leave monsters in the town to flank everyone else. I'd kill myself if I was the reason a beast came up from behind and got Earl killed, or if a monster snuck into the gate and got Esther. Just leave the fire to burn and act as a wall? Probably wouldn't work. It'd rapidly diminish in size and intensity without Bonfire. Not just that, but he constantly moves it side to side, stopping anything from just going around. But the idea isn't so bad it should just get scrapped. We might not have the power to initiate the flame after he leaves, but that doesn't mean we don't have the other components. If he leaves, we might still be able to keep the flame going, maybe even control it as well. Bonfire looks at me oddly after I've just been looking around maniacally for the past 10 seconds. He speaks to me once more as he sends more fire into the wall, increasing its heat even further. His actions spark ideas within my mind just as he sparks flames. Elizabeth, you good? What's wrong? You too. What's happening? I ignore him a little longer and wave at Renee and Harvey as they try to speak for themselves. The two go quiet when I order them to as I glare at them. I turn back to my thoughts as I seek to finish them. Cigar will create smoke to block the vision of the monsters, making them more likely to run into the fire as usual. He just needs to also send it into the hordes of monsters and focus it around their faces, preventing them from comfortably breathing. Woody needs to keep using his logs and make the fire rage as long as possible. Keeping the wood in the center of the wall is probably the best bet to keep the fire hot enough to dissuade any reckless monsters from charging through it. Frozen will be the one to control the wall. There is also room for improvement in how it's already being handled. They focus on moving the edges, but they can lighten the load by creating gaps in the middle of the wall. Frozen can do this by making the area cold. This will make monsters likely to charge through these gaps where we can shoot them, block them with debris, or spread the flame back with Clumsy's grease. Speaking of, Clumsy will be the one to work on the edges. He has to keep the sides of the wall just as hot as the center while simultaneously slowing down any monsters that might come. I remember him saying he could feel whatever touched his grease as long as he was close enough. He'll have to be our scout, as only Bonfire can see through the flame. While the 4 of Bonfire's boys do this, Renee and Harvey will be running to the building just by us and getting debris, even if they have to break it off of the walls. We need wood, stone, metal, anything to slow the monsters down so they burn longer in the fire. Everything is just so that if a monster comes through the flames, they are weak enough for us to quickly kill. But with all of this must come perfect precision and teamwork. Bonfire won't be here to allow for mistakes. Somehow, flawless communication and cooperation must be achieved. That will have to be my job. There is nothing I can do to help other than shoot my shotgun. After all, with the plan completed, I finally speak up to Bonfire, who, at this point, is severely worried for me. I reply with as much calm as I can muster so that my words come across cleanly. I need him to understand the stakes and how I can keep his friends alive. Elizabeth, say something. You are needed on the west side. Johnny and Wyatt need help. A fire is raging, and you must put it out. I and these two will help your boys keep this fire going. Even without you present, as long as we are meticulous, the fire will still rage. He looks at me, bewildered, as his eyebrows raise and his eyes leave the fire. He waves at his friends as he refuses me. What are you talking about? I can't leave. If I do, they'll die without me. His refusal is mainly expected, even with my words. My plan is impossible to explain fast, after all, so instead, I lean into my sigil. I use everything I've learned since I got it just a few days ago. My mind spikes with pain as I use two skills at once, one of which I've never used before in a stressful situation. My voice is imbued with both inspire and yell as I try to reach deep into Bonfire and make him see my reasoning. Each syllable from my mouth rings out louder and more powerfully than a bullet. This is an order from Johnny. You will go west and help him and Wyatt. I will stay here and keep the flame raging with your team. You are not required to keep the flame alive as long as they are here. I will take the lead and order them in your place. Go now. The man looks shocked at my words and takes a step back, an action that puts him closer to his wall of fire. My words seem to affect the man as he twists to peek through the blaze behind him. After a moment's glance, he darts back at me. Can the fire really go on without me? I nod with confidence despite deep down not being sure. But I can't let him know that. Wyatt's life is on the line. Yes, go. I will protect your boys. I promise. Bonfire gives me one last look as he puts his hand out. He's asking me to shake on it.
Ido.
When our hands clasp, I feel the intense heat in his palms. I'm burned like touching an actual bonfire after just a second of touching him. He yells out toward his team. I grimace as I pull back, and Bonfire acknowledges me. I'll be back in a bit. Listen to Elizabeth. She will help you all keep the fire raging. He nods at me as I see a swirl of fire appears beneath his feet. Then, with a burst of flame, he runs toward the nearest building and, with another shot of flame, jumps all the way to the roof of 2 stories. The fire carries him all the way up like a lift for a mine, but 10 times faster and 100 times more radiant. I turn back to the wall of flame and the 6 people around me. Immediately I start barking orders, every single one imbued with both yell and inspire. My ether can reach the men's and women's ears around me despite the noises while at the same time giving them just that little bit of an edge. Cigar. Use your smoke as lashes on the other side of the fire, and put your smoke around monsters and outlaws' heads. Clumsy. Help him with your grease. Tell us whenever you find someone, and pair with Cigar to slow them down. Make sure the edges of the wall are scorching hot. Do not let them fade. I turn my attention to Woody and Frozen next from Cigar and Clumsy, managing their abilities sharply. Woody, keep the center as hot as possible with your firewood, but keep on your toes. Frozen, create cold spots around the wall so that gaps emerge in the fire. This is how we will funnel and distract the monsters now that Bonfire isn't here to move the fire quickly. At the same time, you will have to move back and forth around the wall to move the flame slowly. Then, I shift toward the 2 that brought me here. Renee, Harvey, both of you, go behind us and get any and all flammable objects you can. Throw them into and through the wall of fire. Hopefully, we can catch more things on fire and prolong the flame. The power and confidence I exude when I use my ether in my voice is fantastic. It's almost like I'm a new person. Everyone starts to follow my orders as I micromanage. I do everything I can to stop anyone from making even a single mistake.
No.
Frozen. Small gaps. Don't go any larger. Woody, help me if anything gets through before the fire spreads back. Cigar. Lash in front of where Clumsy is pointing, not in front of him. Good, Renee. Harvey. Faster. I get the team of 6 moving like a well-oiled machine, flawless and efficient. For several minutes we work in harmony. We kill dozens of monsters that try to get through or around the fire one at a time. Nothing can even shake us from our groove, except for one thing. Out of nowhere, in the middle of my barking orders, comes a thundering roar from the sky above, my entire vision lighting up from an abrupt radiance behind me. The rumble from the lightning strike is so ominous I fall to my knees. Worry rises in my heart just as it starts to fade for Wyatt. The bolt of lightning landed just about where he would be. 103 The Search. Vernon Boone. My mind roars with anxiety as I jump off the roof and break my fall with a burst of air, a new general skill I picked up while in the infirmary. One of the other injured people, Skylar, taught it to me as we shared rooms. The skill from the woman is handy and fits me almost perfectly, despite its relatively inefficient use of force. I just need to figure out how to put my sigil signature into it. Then, it will be actually valuable for combat. The ability will likely gain the property of heat and/or light. After all, that's what my 3 sigils of Trapper, Scholar, and Priest do. They specialize in light and fire and the precise activation of the skills, each sigil giving a portion of that combination. It's entirely unlike Bonfire's simple Scholar and Priest combination, which goes all in on fire. The reason I'm so hung up on sigils right now is that I need to advance right now. Wyatt and Virgil need my backup. I can just feel it. My eyes scan the front line where the other townsmen fight. I'm searching for either a monster with a type of sigil that will be useful or an outlaw. The outlaws are much rarer and have higher sigils on average than the monsters, so they might not be the best bet for me to advance, though. I dash past the incapacitated Johnny and move toward the line of sigiled, who are fighting for their lives and mostly losing. Wyatt has already gone straight through the horde, leaving an open trail of massive monster corpses that anyone can climb on, but Johnny still remains unmoving. Frustration rises within me at the thought that the man left Virgil and Wyatt to die alone, but reason takes over. Johnny is recovering from something and will catch up when he can. That or this is all part of his plan. Either way, he won't leave them alone. I don't think he's enough, though. 3 people against a demon? And a 6th sigil demon? That sounds like a recipe for disaster. The 6th sigil has such a gap between its weakest and strongest fighters, more significant than any other by a mountain. I mean, a single 6th sigiled and like 10 other influential people couldn't even kill Johnny. The math just doesn't add up. Hopefully, I will be able to balance the scales. But how? I don't know, but my thoughts are forced to pause as a kickern, a type of lesser demon that resembles a dogman, rushes past the line of sigiled. I bring my right hand up and imbue it with my radiant ether using a combination of light ray, radiance, and bear trap. A small lance of explosive light forms in my palm, and with a lunge forward, I throw it straight into the kickern's face. I set the ether to detonate upon impact using bear trap, imbue it with heat with radiance, and speed with light ray. I think of myself as exceptionally gifted when it comes to combining skills, and a smile touches my face as I see the lesser demon's face get burned to a crisp by the explosive light. The only bad part about the mixture of skills I put together is that they take much more ether than other people's skills. After all, I am using 3 times as much mental strength and ether for one attack. I quickly move up to the corpse of my kill and touch my hand upon it, inspecting the carcass for the sigil within. If I'm fortunate, this might have a sigil I need. My mind touches the inner reaches of the kickern's corpse, and my head shakes as I feel what is inside. Prowler. Not what I need. I'm most attuned to the projection-type sigils. Trapper barely fit me, and I only chose it because I liked its prospects. Stuff like occultist, scholar, priest, and probably shaman also fit best. Any of those 4 is what I'm looking for, but priest or occultist would probably be the best. We are about to fight a demon, and I'm already best at supporting others. I think these 2 would be the best. Priest typically bends toward healing others if it overwhelms a scholar counterpart, but occultist is the single best sigil for healing. Usually, that recovery is focused on the self, but I feel that my other 3 sigils will allow me to project that outward. There's only one problem. I haven't proven my metaphor yet. The 2 questions I answered for my sigils were odd and hard to prove since I reached the 3rd sigil a year or so ago, and I answered them so long ago that some of the intricacies are lost on me. The questions and answers were as follows. Why is a hole the most excellent trap? Because once you fall in, you try to dig your way out. But that is never the answer. The only way out of a hole is to ask for help. A monster holds onto you from a rope from the other side of a bottomless hole. It tries to pull you across. What do? I let go of the rope. I remember my answers, but I just don't know how to prove them. Especially not this fast. But if it comes to the worst, I'll advance anyway. There is always a chance I succeed even without proving the metaphor. The battle in front of me forces me to multitask, think and fight. The combination is formidable, and I do everything possible to help the people around me. Along with 2 Sigils beside me, I kill several more Kickern and even a few Amikuks. These creatures I'm currently fighting are much more typical than the ones I found with Wyatt and Virgil. These Amikuks are normal-sized and only have 1 or 2 Sigils at most. That and their Sigils are regular, only shaman and swimmer. I am forced to take a backstep as a short-horned serpent comes into vision from the horde. The 2 people that I was fighting alongside run to get away from the giant python, but I stand unafraid. It is close to a quarter of the size of the one I killed with my brother and Wyatt. So, instead of running like them, I create another lance of light in my hand and move a bit to the side. I throw the hard, explosive light at the serpent as it tries to take a bite out of a nearby man, and I make the snake fall off balance. The man with a terrified face who was almost bitten in half sends me a thank you as I send 2 more spears of light at the snake as fast as I can. I may be better at support and preparation, but I can still fight. If only I hadn't spent so long with Heath to get this lost I healed, I would have been able to place so many traps ahead of time. It's so frustrating. That damned hunter got my eye while we were fighting. If not for Dakota, I'd probably be dead with a hole in my brain as well as my eye. At least I got a concoction from that fight, even if it wasn't needed immediately, because it's about to be used. I do feel a bit bad, though, as I'm pretty sure it's one of the last 2 or 3. I'm sure everyone else will be okay, though. Everyone knows to be careful with how much ether they use. Well, everyone except for Wyatt. He once lived through acute ether saturation and treats his body like it will happen every time. Maybe no one told him every time you suffer from it, the worse it gets? Surely someone did. After 4 spears of light to the face of the rampaging serpent, it falls still. The smell of burnt snake now joins the mess of blood, gunpowder, and death that is already in the air. I don't even bother checking the sigil on the short-horned serpent as I am 99% sure it's just soldier. It seemed pretty tricky, but it was likely just a monster with fewer sigils, probably just 1 or 2 at most. I move along the front of the battle, helping as many people as possible, but it's never enough. Slowly we are being pushed back. The space between us and the buildings of Rustbank is gradually decreasing. That and the dead or wounded are piling up. Most who fall never stand back up and are just left underneath all the monsters to be trampled over. After a minute or so of fighting, a headache that almost sends me to the floor presses down on me. Over time it's been gradually growing, but for the first time since the fighting started, I step back. Most of my fighting capabilities come from my ether. After all, I might have been trained as a hunter, but I only squeaked by, to be honest. I'm unlike Virgil, who is seemingly skilled in nearly every weapon and master of stealth. Nor am I like Wyatt, whose natural aggressiveness and instinct make him a force to be reckoned with. That kid is nuts. He told me in Virgil a story of him fighting 3 hunters a day after he got his first sigil, which didn't even have any direct combat potential. He said it ended in mutual destruction, but I struggle to fathom how anyone could do such a thing. The gap in skill is so far apart. Can it really be bridged by madness and grit? I don't know, but I do know that I need to step back. I can't afford to pass out from ether exhaustion right now. If I do, I'm never standing back up. So, I take a few steps back and view this side of Rustbank that is being attacked. Several dozen men and women fight on the front, using swords, axes, guns, and almost everything you can imagine to keep the horde back. I even catch a glimpse of something using streams of high-pressure water to fight. It must be a scholar-swimmer mixture. While these people are fighting for their lives, they are slowly losing morale. Their friends and people they met are constantly dropping, either from exhaustion, wounds, or the pale lady claiming them. My heart churns in sorrow as I see their pained faces. But I need to get back. I'll help them once I take a few seconds to breathe. As I step back, I get close to Johnny, and I hear a voice from above, one that is screaming at the top of their lungs. I recognize the voice as Earl's. I look up to see his face over the side of the roof instead of shooting his Gatling gun. His words are hoarse, like he's cleaving apart his voice by being so loud, but it's filled with desperation. "Get up, Johnny." I hear his desperation, and my eyes follow the subject of his scream. Johnny, the gunfighter, slowly stands. His legs shake so heavily, and I can tell from my proximity that he looks like a feeble old man. Whatever he did to himself left him with entirely black eyes and black liquid that streams down from his orifices. But despite all that is happening to him internally, the man stands. Not only does he stand, but he also draws his Colt, Downpour, and starts firing it within a second of touching the gun with both hands, one on the trigger, one on the hammer. Bullets ring out so fast the moment he starts that I can't even tell if it's one bullet or many at first. But the confusion is quickly solved as he fans across the horde from right to left. Holes appear in the head of each monster that is visible from his position, and after the bullets dig into the skulls of the creatures, they detonate shortly after. This detonation is made purely of ether and splits the skulls with simple force, nothing like my light or heat at all. Over 100 monsters fall in a short moment. Everyone around cheers and screams for Johnny's power, but the middle-aged man coughs out a clump of black gunk while they do so, and he yells at them to get back to work with a voice several octaves deeper than usual. "Stand your ground. I can only help for a second. I have to get through to end it all." His actions breathe a new life into the defense, and everyone begins fighting with renewed resolve. Cheers and battle cries ring out as the people of Rustbank step over the dead bodies of monsters and regain some of the land they lost. Johnny steps up and starts walking forward as well, and I follow him despite my need for recovery. Wherever he goes, I will. That is the only way to make sure Virgil and Wyatt are fine. It's foolish to think that those three alone can kill the demon. So, I rush to keep behind the gunfighter as he mantles over the corpse of a bear that Wyatt had killed. Johnny looks back at me for a simple glance before continuing onward. I guess he approves? I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. He's getting my help whether he likes it or not. We both follow in the footsteps of the Wendigo and over the dead he left in his wake. As we walk, the multitude of monsters that were simply behind the wall of flesh he killed attack us. I go to help, but the gunfighter puts down nigh everything with a single well-placed bullet between the eyes of whatever is charging at us. But I do understand why he sent Wyatt first as we walk because, frankly, Johnny isn't all that fast on his feet. He's just good. Real good at what he does. It takes us almost a full 2 minutes just to catch up to how far Wyatt went in about a single minute while charging through a horde of monsters. In front of the giant deductina that blocks our way to seeing Wyatt is a group of 5 people. They are all shaking like scared kittens as they see Johnny. Seems like no one told these outlaws that the gunfighter would be their charge. Before Johnny pulls up his Colt and blows the brains out of the 5 in front of us, I check to see if any might have the sigil I need. My perceptions goes purely on their looks, and I find 2 that might be the case. The 2 on the left, a man and a woman, are both wearing glasses and without any kind of melee weapons in their hands. I whisper to Johnny, hoping he will leave at least one of them to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to take the sigil. Pust, can you leave one of the 2 on the left for me? Johnny doesn't respond to me as he takes a step forward and brings his gun up to the 5 in front of us. The second he does, the 5 dart apart, all using their variety of ether to save them. Some move with insane swiftness or turn invisible with shadows, but only one catches my eye. And it was one of the 2 on the side, the man. He throws up a pane of light similar to glass, and honestly, that just might be what it is. A glass pane infused with light. I rush at the possible craftsman-priest combination with a spear of light forming in my hand. I hear Johnny let loose several bullets to my side, one of which hits the glass pane of my target. The initial bullet leaves the pane cracked and hard to see through, but the forceful ether explosion afterward breaks it entirely. The man quickly throws up another one to defend his chest and head. What he is protecting himself from are bullets, not light, however. Light can bounce off of glass, and the broken piece of glass on the ground is perfect for ricocheting light. I imbue a fourth skill into this spear of light just before I throw it so I can control how it reflects. I put mirror into it while changing how my bear trap will work. I swap it so that it will now activate the mirror upon impact. This mirror will change the glass's reflecting properties in such a way that the spear of light will perfectly bounce to hit the man. I've spent hours before practicing bouncing light off of my mirrors just for fun, and finally, it is coming into use. The radiance leaves my hand and, in an impossibly succinct instance that only light could do, goes from my palm to the glass and bounces off into the man's back. It sears a massive burn into his spine with the burning light. He lets out a scream and falls, letting him dodge the 2 bullets that came his way from Johnny after he survived the first one. I sprint at him, creating another spear of light. I let it loose straight into his head when I get the second spear. The man dies instantly as his brain is cooked. I slide at him and reach into him to find his sigil. The location of a sigil is always based on the first one. So if his first sigil was a priest, it would be in the heart. If it was craftsman, it would be in his thumb. I check his heart first and do not find anything. So I go next to his thumb and find his sigil. Surprisingly, I find a 3-sided sigil. This man was a 3rd sigil like me. He just died so quickly from the expected fear of having Johnny shooting at you, and me taking advantage of that fear. I take out a knife and cut off his thumb as I heat the blade with radiance. The red-hot steel makes his thumb leave his hand quickly. Bile rises as I do so, but I push it down. I can't puke now. I need to do this without nausea. This is the only way I can wait to take the sigil when I need to, and if the man somehow creates an artifact, I can make it be the thumb by cutting off the sigil from the rest of the body. Only by repeating this reasoning repeatedly in my head can I keep the nausea down. By the time I turn back from removing the man's thumb, I see Johnny already making his way through the open cavity in the monster left by a Gatling gun. I hurriedly follow him through, and when I push my way through the disgusting wound of the dead Uctina, the sight on the other side terrifies me. A massive flame burns on the other side of the Uctina, with barely visible bodies inside it, one of which I can somewhat recognize by the deformed arm. Wyatt. Bonfire, however, is surprisingly here and is already pushing down the flames, making them smaller. I see Johnny squint his eyes at the sight of Bonfire helping Wyatt through the fire, but after a few seconds, Johnny pulls his gun and shoots at Bonfire. I put a yell of, "What the fuck?" into my throat, but before it can even leave, bullet curves around Bonfire and hits something behind him. A demon reveals himself through a burst of wind while he floats in the air behind Bonfire, and the second the pyro notices, he jumps away in a panic. Bonfire only manages to escape because the demon is busy catching a bullet with the swirling winds in his palm. Hura, the demon of storms, has now entered the fray. Everyone around goes still, waiting for his first move, and his first action is to hover over where Wyatt is. He douses the flame with a burst of freezing rain. I can feel the chill of the liquid from here. The conflagration that even Bonfire was working hard to remove is put out instantly. Hura then descends from his vantage point in the sky. He moves from floating in the air to the ground smoother than any bird I've ever seen despite Hura not having wings. Once his feet touch the ground, he calmly walks over to the severely burnt Wyatt, who looks more like a piece of charcoal than a human. The demon puts his boot over the young man's chest and makes my heart beat faster than ever before. He could easily crush Wyatt's heart if he wanted. The demon looks at all of us with a chuckle. I finally get a good look at the creature we have been so worried about. He wears a full suit and surprisingly looks almost human. The only difference is that he is incredibly handsome, almost impossibly so. He has a twin pair of horns on his head that look like brutal natural weapons. My focus is drawn away from his body and the boot he has on Wyatt to his face as he speaks. "So you three, you seek to kill me? How laughable. My slave could kill you all three alone. But I guess I'll entertain you all. After all, it's been a while since I've had a 6th sigil in my belly." The demon finishes his ramble with a slight chuckle as his eyes focus on Johnny, who tightens his grip on his Colt. I can literally hear the pressure of his hand from where I stand. It reminds me of an anxious type of squeeze. one that makes me lose confidence in this battle. I think Bonfire does as well because the three of us go completely still. A short pause ensues as the demon just looks at us all. Then he gets bored after a few seconds of us not doing anything. Are you two scared? That sounds about right. I'd be scared too, if I had to face myself as a brittle human. How about I come to you since you won't come to me? Hura mocks us as he starts to move his leg off of Wyatt to move to us. But before he can even move his foot all the way to his first step, a charred, blackened hand reaches up and grabs his leg. Pale white eyes beneath an otherwise charcoal figure evoke pure madness through their defiance of death. Words that sound like they come from vocal cords burnt in the fires of hell reach all of us standing here with quiet yet definite resolution. I'm right here. 104. I'm right here.
Guiat Wendigo, graves.
The blast of the pyroclastic shotgun to my face instantly knocked me unconscious by almost taking my scalp off with pure heat and shrapnel. But that doesn't mean I can't sense anything around me. The bloody palm does not adhere to standard biological rules. My connection with the artifact grounds my mind and allows me to see and feel the world around me despite my brain being out of commission. And to add to my unconsciousness, the flame around me burns all the air, making me suffocate, further making me less likely to wake up. And so, I stay in darkness as I feel the world from the bloody palm despite my wishes that I didn't. The two eyes it has on its transformed self let me see around me. Although all that exists are flames. The flames lick at the hand and try to devour it, but the artifact is quite resilient, much more so than me. Neither of us can move, though, because I'm unconscious, and the bloody palm because it's just a hand. I'm unsure why, but it's not taking me over like any other time. Maybe whatever Johnny did to me makes it so the bloody palm can't leave its hand. Or perhaps he stopped it from wanting to devour me at all momentarily. That's likely it. I try my best to distract my thoughts as the entire world around me is suffused by flames that only grow, both in heat and volume. The bloody palm does all it can to keep both I and it alive. I can feel it struggle to pump out ether from its core and spread it throughout my body. But it's not working, at least not like usual. The fires from intervention prevent regeneration, slowing down the artifact's efforts tremendously. And the fire somehow grows from a burst of pyroclastic fire to a swirling inferno. The bloody palm sends me sights of my body turning to charcoal beneath the unnatural fire, while at the same time, it also gives me the torment it is enduring. The feeling of a concoction is like magma running through your veins, boiling every speck of blood and energy within your body to cleanse it. But this is entirely different. It feels like I'm being presented to a deity on a pyre. The cleansing is from outside instead of inside. Heat tears its way through my flesh. My skin cracks and breaks apart as the heat boils the water within. But the bloody palm twists the flesh back together, stopping the heat from digging deeper. What the artifact focuses on, however, is my brain. It keeps creating or secreting, I'm not sure which, a tremendous amount of blood in my skull to prevent the heat from erasing any semblance of a brain or nervous system. This trial of literal fire that the bloody palm and I are put through lasts far too long. Long enough that even the bloody palm starts to run out of steam. The healing from it slows, and I feel my brain heat up and boil like the rest of my body. But just before literal fire licks at the brain within my skull, it is doused instantly out of nowhere. The flame is replaced by freezing cold water. Water that soothes the dried out and ruined body that is mine. My mind is still turned off for another few seconds, the heat and lack of air rendering me unconscious. But after some recuperation, the bloody palm wakes me up with a rush of oxygen-filled blood to my dying brain. The only reason I can even think is because of the connection between us that grounds me. Wendigos genuinely are a force to be reckoned with. That and hollows. They are supposed to be like me as well, only they're a tribe of people specializing in not turning to Wendigos. A small gasp of freezing air compared to the heat within my body wakes me up entirely, allowing sounds to enter me for the first time in what must be over a quarter of an hour. And I hear a familiar voice that I've only heard in hallucinations. So you three, you seek to kill me? How laughable. My slave could kill you all three alone. But I guess I'll entertain you all. After all, It's been a while since I've had a sixth sigil in my belly. The demon of storms, Hura, stands on top of me when I fully come to. My eyes are still not healed yet, so I only know by the direction of the voice and the boot on top of me. And I assume he's talking about Virgil, Johnny, and me by the way he talks. Anger boils underneath me, and a heat that rivals the fire recently doused begins to grow within me. A short pause ensues for some reason. Maybe Virgil and Johnny are hesitating because the demon is above. Well, they shouldn't. Thankfully, my eyes are the next part of me to heal, the bloody palm returning me my sight as well. They flutter open just as the demon speaks his following words and moves. Are you too scared? That sounds about right. I'd be scared too, if I had to face myself as a brittle human. How about I come to you since you won't come to me? His words remind me of Alexos. I can see the slight resemblance and the personality that the man adopted based on this demon, but there are differences. Hura is incredibly prideful. I wish to tear apart that pride, as I have my own pride, and I won't fail to kill one of my goals again. So, with an arm that I'm not even sure will move, the muscles likely burnt to a crisp, I grab onto his seemingly expensive boot, and with wide-open eyes, I spit on his pride with words that tear their way through me from my vocal cords, every syllable sounding like a monster said it. I'm right here. The second the demon of storms realizes what's happening, he looks down at me. The demon is beyond confused and only looks at me perplexed with a face that seems to say, "You're still alive." He tries to keep walking forward and ignore my interruption, but I hold on as tightly as possible. Every scrounge of ether I can pull together goes into my arm as I restart Adrenaline Surge and Struggler's Defiance. Both skills went out when my mind was no longer connected to my body. Daydream and Ironheart, however, do not require my body to function. Those two only require my mind. The demon looks down at me once more, and with a face of disgust, he kicks down at me with a foot powered by a burst of wind. I hear a yell from a bit away as a boot slams into my chest, pushing all the air out of me and crushing my chest. The demon chuckles as I go limp from the strike and let him go from my grip. Hura returns to his steps as I mentally scream at the bloody palm to fix my chest and lungs. My heart is punctured by a rib, and my internals are ruined, but that's not what's most important. My lungs are. Only with my lungs can I breathe, and only with a breath in my lungs can I fight. The artifact diverts attention from my most vital organ to my lungs and fixes them within a few seconds. Without the anti-regeneration fire, the bloody palm heals like nothing else. The demon of storms seems to forget about me, though, assuming I'm finally dead, as he walks toward three men, two of which I was not expecting. I'm forced to turn my head slightly and look up while rolling my eyes back to see who's behind me. Johnny, Vernon, and Bonfire stand before a massive Uctina's corpse. A corpse that was definitely left by Earl's Gatling gun. I see deformed bullets everywhere, and even in the skulls of some type of wolf I've never seen before. Their red fur, and the fact they are unburnt by the fire, makes me think they might have heightened it, and Earl put a stop to them. If that fire had been any hotter, I'd indeed have died. Hura takes several more steps and nears the three men, who only react upon the demon getting close. It seems as though they are frozen for some reason, unmoving when they should be. But Bonfire is the first to react, and he does so with furious flame as he's known for. A gout of fire comes from his palm as it visibly heats up white-hot. This blast of heat goes straight for Hura, who only has to wave his arm to the side, causing a chilly zephyr to blow away all the fire. A surprised look touches Bonfire's face as Hura dashes straight for him, invisible bursts of air pushing the demon to inhuman speeds. Instantly, I see the difference between Alexos and his master. The demon of storms doesn't play with his prey. All his jokes, fun, and laughs end the second he is threatened. Hura moves like a bolt of lightning as sparks curve around his body and seemingly make him faster. Before he can reach Bonfire, though, a series of bullets and a spear of light come at him. Both of the threats make him pause and cover his body with a swirling whirlwind that disperses the bullets and takes the brunt of Vernon's explosive light. The demon walks out of the blinding detonation, pats down his suit, and immediately returns to business. The business of killing men. At this point, I feel even warmth has entered me from the bloody palm. I can once more breathe again. I still can't really move, but that will all come once I have enough ether in me. Probably at least. I do still have a severed spine, but that hasn't stopped me before. I focus my iron heart on the portion of my spine that is destroyed. I feel a slight tingle emerge from my feet as I do so. The severed nerves are somehow being bridged simply by the will forged by ether. I'm not one to question the mysteries of the world that benefit me, though. Instead, I take in a deep breath. As usual, my struggler's gasp sucks in the ether all around me, forcing it down my throat and into my body. The breath is so evident that it even makes the demon of storms turn back just before executing bonfire with a gust of sharp wind. The effect that my struggler's gasp has on the air and the ether within it gives bonfire just enough leeway to roll under the blade of wind from Hura by distracting him and weakening his attack. The ether in the air enters me and loosens the bonds that keep me weak or, in actuality, the ones that keep me feeble from injuries. Power flows through me once more, reconnecting the lost connections in my body. I feel every part of my frame again. From my toes to my fingers, all sensations return. They are numbed, but return nonetheless. All the skills given to me by my sigil are now at full throttle. This is close to the most powerful I've ever felt. Only my injuries and burns lessen my strength, but I'm never one to be kept back by wounds. And despite the protesting of my body and the cracking of charcoal skin, I force myself to stand. The demon of storms, Hura, finally acknowledges me as I stand. It seems as though he finally realizes who I am. That I am not some random dead man burnt to a crisp. That I am my father's son. The demon smiles a disturbing smile as words leave his mouth. You are him. Yes, only his son could survive that. I destroyed your heart, and yet you breathe. Oh, how I've been waiting for you to appear, young Graves. Hura turns away from Bonfire, who scrambles away and seeks to gain some distance. The poor man who threw the first punch finally gets a break. But the one who sacrifices for his suspension from the threat of death is me. Hura seeks my end the second he knows who I am. I, however, am just as ready to meet him as he is to meet me. My voice comes out garbled and burnt as I smile back at him. I've been waiting to meet you too, demon. Too bad you hide behind so many lackeys. His grin spreads even wider as he ignores Johnny, Vernon, and Bonfire, who take a short break to recover. The pressure he put on them in just a few seconds is enough for all three to need a few seconds to recover. Especially Bonfire. That man is gasping for air like he just ran a marathon. Only for those who do not matter. But you matter. Even if only as a main dish to lure out your father. I've been preparing for him, attempting to buy some recovery time. I pounce on that opportunity, the demon speaking of my father. You want to lure him out to fight him? Do you have a death wish? The demon chuckles as he rolls up his sleeves, revealing delicate skin underneath, evidently untouched by the sun. I take stumbling steps toward him as I struggle to get my enhanced strength under control. I mostly figured it out last time, so it shouldn't take too long. It's just that my injuries are making it hard to move at all. Some bits are fine and just as strong as they should be, but others are scorched and feeble. I need to find the balance. Or make it. I feel the rejuvenating effort of the bloody palm touch my spine as I move my Ironheart to encompass my entire body. The purpose is to both supplement the missing strength and connect my mind to my body wholly. It works, and my steps rapidly turn to stable marches from stumbling wobbles. Hura's words make me bark out a response, even if only to piss him off. That and I remember Alexos saying that he only loses his focus if his pride is challenged. Every bit of advantage I can gain will matter, and if he thinks he can kill me, let alone my father, he's got another thing coming. Why do you think you can kill my father, Hura? You left me and my mother alone because he was thought to be there, no? Did you not have the balls to attack us in our home? The smile on Hura's face rapidly turns to an irate expression, his eyebrows constricting and his face squinching. Even the horns on his way too handsome face seem to tilt toward me.
No.
I do not have any of the sort. When your father comes, I will not be alone. Many seek revenge against the undying. I am merely the closest. The closest to you. He rapidly turns this anger into action. The demon of storms makes a ball in his hand as he stomps toward me and twists it in a throwing motion toward me as he opens his palm toward me. Only as his arm reaches the peak of its movement do I see what's in his hand. Sparks of electricity. A veritable lightning bolt comes flying from his open palm straight toward me, thunder and all. The sound of the thunder deafens me at this proximity and shakes the brain in my skull. The impact is so much worse than the sound, though. As I roll from the impact, I get hit straight in the chest and sent back dozens of feet, head over heels. Dirt comes flying up as I slam into the ground, and for several moments, I lay still, my heart stopping from the electricity that ran through me. Thankfully, though, I'm not alone. Another resides within my coil, and it makes my heart beat once more without any input from me. But that doesn't mean it's all over. Paralysis from the lightning taking over the control of my body still remains, and the entire front of my body is covered with even more scorched burns from just healed flesh. Bits of foreign ether with a primal feel keep me from clearing my veins and using my own ether effectively. Quickly, I call on the bloody palms' help, and it obliges. Dark ether comes from the palm, which is more like an entire forearm, and clears out my innards of lightning-caused ether. As it does, though, I'm forced to lay still, and Hura continues his approach toward me. The demon doesn't believe I could die from such a strike, though I'm pretty sure it'd put anyone else down for the count. I know you aren't dead from that, Graves. One little bolt can't dig a grave for you. He is beset by the other three the second he moves toward me after the lightning, which seems to slow him down. The demon has to constantly create icy rain to part bonfire flames, summon powerful whirlwinds to deflect bullets from Johnny, and create small dense clouds to stop the explosive light from Vernon. The three's efforts aren't for naught as I recover enough to stand before the demon approaches me. But as it does, I realize all my weapons are gone, either burn off of me or left on the ground. My only choice is to rely on the bloody palm and its ability to transform my flesh into lethal tools. So, I call on the bloody palm once more as I stare down the approaching storm. But this time, it refuses, and a tiny bit of dark ambience returns from it. 105, the arrived storm. I mentally thrash at the bloody palm in rage and desperation. Hura is approaching me rapidly despite the efforts of those behind him to slow him down. His wind, water, and clouds are too powerful to break through for any of Johnny, Vernon, or Bonfire. Only every few seconds does a bullet make it past and force the demon to dodge out of the way. As the demon approaches me, just after a sidestep from a shot, electricity curls around his right arm once more. It seems as though the demon of storms has chosen his way of killing me. Lightning. Luckily for me, that is not very effective because of the bloody palms and my own ability to restart my heart when it goes limp. His sharp blades of wind or even suffocation from his clouds would likely be better, but I won't tell him that. Instead, I give up on the bloody palms' help as the artifact disobeys me and breaks our connection. It lasted about 20 minutes, and I'd say that it was pretty worth it. But now is the time to put up the wall, even with the demon's boots slamming on the muddy sand toward me. I leverage my daydream and place it back against my elbow, reconstructing the barrier between man and artifact. Then, as Hura motions for another lightning bolt, I summon the ether within to create my chainlink boots. His lightning has such concussive force that it's likely the boots won't keep me still, but its ability to attract his attention should help. So as Hura rears back his arm with lightning crackling around it and an entire storm behind him that guards him, I sprint at him full speed. Every step I place concludes with a chain ending with a pointed spear stabbing into the ground. Ether passively flows from the boots, making my feet more stable in the mud beneath me. Just as Hura throws his arm forward and releases the lightning from his hand, I get close to him. Really close. Close enough that if I had intervention, I would have fired it. But I don't. Instead, I plant my feet hard into the ground, put my hands over my head, and take the bolt of lightning straight on. Blue sparks leave the demon's hands and coalesce into a spear of the same crackling color of lightning. The instant that it touches me, I press the will of my Ironheart on my most vital organ. I demand it to stay beating and keep me moving. The force of the bolt doesn't send me flying this time as it hits me, though. I'm able to stand my ground with the help of chain-link boots and only slide back through the mud several feet. But still, I stand. Electricity courses through me as the even closer proximity to the literal thunderstorm renders me completely deaf. Ears ringing, blood dripping from my eyes, ears and nose, and my body trembling, I meet him in the eyes. The demon sneers with hate as he sees my provocation. He now takes the next step to kill me by amping up his voltage. He dashes toward me with electricity, crackling on both of his arms as I struggle to recover from the bolt of lightning. The bloody palm is helping, but not as much as before. I can feel anger, hate, and something else within it rise as small amounts of healing warmth leave it and enter me. I'm on my own.
No.
I'm not. Johnny, Vernon, and Bonfire are here on the other side of the demon. Virgil is also here. Somewhere. The man is merely waiting for his moment. The moment to slay a demon. We need to give it to him. I grit my teeth and raise my head at the demon as I, too, move. Slow steps at first, but they rapidly grow in speed. And by the time we meet over the mud caused by his freezing rain, my actions leave thunder in my wake. I instinctively duck the second I get close to him, and it's a good call. An arc of lighting comes from a swipe of his arm, one that seems to have the power to decapitate me. But instead of taking that damage, I slide underneath and punch out at him. Only when my fist meets his suit do I notice that the brass knuckles are still on my hands. Only they've been melted to my flesh and turned the same charcoal color. Glee runs through me as I feel the impact of my metallic knuckle on the demon's side. Not just that, but I get a sensation from the knuckles that signal a type of mark. I don't know how else to describe it, but the place where I struck him is left with a slight golden sparkle in my eyes. Sadly, a wave of air reduces the weight behind my blow, but that does not mean it is without effect. The demon takes a short step back with a sharp exhale from my swing as he swipes at me with his other hand cracking with the intense lightning. I follow the curve of his arm, a diagonal swing that seeks to cut me in half. I can feel the sharpness of the lightning as he charges it. I'm confident these are different from the bolts, but I have nowhere to dodge and nothing to block the attack. The only thing I can do is get closer to him. I take a page from Edmund's book. After all, I'm fighting bare hands as he did right now. The old man defended himself by getting closer to his enemies. Something I only understand why now. Because when you're up close, they can't shoot you. When you're really close, they can't slash at you. When you're face to face, they can't cut you with lightning. Hand beats just about anything when you're in their face. An idea also blooms inside and quickly takes place inside my body. A quick blast of ether from my right foot that I take from my loosened chains of strugglers gasp and throw straight into the muscles of my calf gives me a burst of speed to outspeed his swinging arm. The ether that I inhaled previously is exceptionally plentiful and foreign. It is also hard to use, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. I get in real close as I feel an overall weakening of my body, the chains tightening slightly as the ether from them left to directly increase my speed. Pain racks my right calf as a muscle spasm and cramp start, but I ignore it as I take my left arm and catch his swinging arm. Again, I sacrifice some ether from strugglers gasp, slowly weakening myself to, for a very brief moment, increase my strength. But this time, I force the foreign ether into my left arm, the part 1 control at least. This burst gives me just enough power to catch the demon's swing. My hand meets his forearm as I push it straight up into the air. The charged lighting is released from his arm straight into the air, creating a true lightning strike that reaches into the clouds above. Splinters of pain run down my arm to my spine from the rushed use of ether. My focus stays on him, however. My eyes never leave him, even at this distance which barely even exists. We're so close that it feels more like a hug than a battle, but I press on my advantage of close quarters. I take another swing with the brass knuckles melted to my flesh as I try to strike at the same place with the sparkle. I don't know the anatomy of a demon at all, but I'm betting he's got organs inside, just like humans. If I beat it enough, surely something will burst. And as I hit the same spot again, even with the pressurized air that protects him, I feel something crunch within slightly. This crunch is from the sparkling mark that detonates after my follow-up strike. The demon of storms grunts upon the impact of my fist, and he stares down at me, filled with primordial anger. I try to sidestep around him after landing my blow, but he grabs onto my shoulder with a hand of his. Then, the demon, full of just as much hate as I am, utters a single word before my world is devoured by blue. D. Electricity 10 times stronger than the bolts previously runs through me from the hand he has on my shoulder. I spasm, spark, and even smoke as the lightning courses its way through my body. Quickly, the target of Hura's lightning is found. My heart. Series of non-stop electricity strikes at my cardiac muscle, seeking to stop it once and for all. I hold myself together with Ironheart. Just barely can I keep the heart beating and unmelted under the sublimating temperatures of lighting. The skill is based on my will, and its primary purpose was to keep my heart beating. So I have quite an advantage at protecting that organ in particular because of that bias. But I am completely paralyzed because of the lightning he keeps sending through my body. I can only stay the exact way I was when he put his arm on me. The demon's face slowly gets closer to mine, eventually covering my entire vision. The flawless face of the inhuman demon stares deep into my eyes as electricity sparks off my body. A moment passes where he simply looks into me, almost as if he's enjoying my death by his ether so much that he can't pay attention to anything else. I hold on a bit longer, though. After many seconds of being beset by his discharge of current, I slowly start to lose my grip. There is only so much Ironheart can do. After all, even if it's on my heart, the purpose for which it was named. My will can't beat the strength of a lightning bolt. No one can. The heart beats slow to a crawl, and the organ begins to char and burn as the demon watches my slow death by electrocution. My eyes can't even move around to look for help as the muscles within them have also been paralyzed. Not that I could, even if they weren't. Hura is so close to me that he is the only thing in my field of view. His slow and deliberate breaths fall over me as my own lack of breathing torments me. The struggler's gasp is also nearing its limit. At most, only another half a minute before I have to let it out. Desperation quickly builds within me as there is nothing I can do but ask the bloody palm for help. The artifact that usually is trying to take me over is unnaturally silent, as if something is building within it, waiting. But even if it is waiting for a chance to take me over, it needs a body to possess in the first place. So as a leap of faith with nowhere else to go, I drop the daydream defending me from its possession attempts. I know I will likely regret this, but I have no other choice. My hearing hasn't yet returned, so I have no idea what the other three are doing. If they are even going to be able to save me. How Johnny thought I could distract this demon long enough for them to kill him is beyond me. Maybe if the Bloody Palm and I were still connected intimately, there'd be a chance. But without that, no way. This demon is kicking my ass like I'm a child. So, I'll grasp onto falling straws. If only working together, we can survive. I'll try to make it happen, even if it's not as smooth. Just a moment after I release the daydream blocking the Bloody Palm from the rest of my body, a ravenous sound comes inside and outside me. A mouth emerges on my left hand that growls at the demon. Hura's eyes shift over to my hand in confusion as the Bloody Palm wages a brutal war inside of me, both against Hura and against me. Dark energy, totally unlike my rainbow ether or Hura's blue lightning, tears a warpath through my body and ends in my brain. The artifact clears out the lightning from me, momentarily replacing it with dark ether, allowing me to move again. The effect of the Bloody Palm's ether isn't immediately apparent, so I ignore it to take my single second to retaliate before I'm put under again, either by the artifact or the demon. I'm unsure which is a more significant threat to my life, but I'm more confident in combating the artifact. The devil, you know. Hura is still confused by the hand making noises, and he moves his face away from mine to inspect it. I don't think he's noticed that his most recent burst of lightning has been devoured. I do what I can while he's distracted. I push out roughly half of the ether left in my chains that a dot are loosened to strengthen me. I force this ether not to clear out my body from dark or foreign ether, but instead, I push it into my right arm. And with a tightly clenched fist of unheard of strength for me, I swing for the demon's head. The brass knuckle on my right hand, meets the demon's temple with almost divine power. A crack resounds from bones breaking as the demon instantly lets go of me and stumbles to the side. I fall without his grip to stabilize me, but I barely catch myself using my hands and feet, the paralysis still having some effect. As I do so, though, once more pain streams from my arm from the brutal use of ether. I don't think I can do one of those again without some serious repercussions. The storm around the demon stutters for a short moment as a few bullets make it past the winds and almost hit the demon. Only the protective layer of wind stops the lead from entering his skull. Hura turns his head slowly from the position I put it in and looks at me with levels of anger I thought impossible. Dark clouds literally leave his nostrils as drops of black blood seep from where my brass knuckle hit. I put my hands up to defend myself as the demon renews his storm with furious vigor. He takes short but incredibly quick steps toward me with lighting that swirls a deeper blue than usual around him. I can't help myself as provoking words leave my mouth. Everything I say will only rile him up more, but it makes me so happy to see him angry. The dripping blood from his temple fills me with encouragement. I didn't know demons could bleed. Looks like you're just as weak as us. At the end of my sentence, a hellish shout leaves Hura's mouth that simply can't be a word from any language. It's just the anger of a demon with his racial pride stabbed. I feel a bit of regret at provoking him further as the tendrils of the bloody palm reach into my brain. The artifact distorts my thoughts and perceptions quickly as it returns to its old way of possession. My vision turns black and white as the edges fizzle out of focus. Murmurs return with strength just as powerful as the first time they appeared. They seek to take me over from within, and the demon aims to kill me from without. The bloody palm doesn't seem to care if its actions will get us killed. It's angry at me for what I did to it earlier or what Johnny did. Hura reaches me with literal thunder in his wake as I try to defend myself, but the only thing I can do is release my struggler's gasp. Too long have I held it in, and I am too distracted by the battle for my soul to truly focus. 2 wars wage, and I have to choose one. I prefer the outer. I let the whispers cave in and seep into my mind as an exhalation of pure ether leaves me. Through my frazzled vision of white and black, I see the wave of ether hit Hura. The pure ether distorts his ether in the air, making it fizzle out. His literal storm behind him to guard him momentarily fades, letting several bullets from Johnny impact his back. I can't see if they pierce his skin or not, but the demon roars once more as he spins around to recreate his storm. He plays it just in time to defend against a gout of flame and an explosive ball of light. Once his protection is secured, he turns back to me. To end me. At this point, without the strength from struggler's gasp and the side effects of using it, I kneel on the ground, unable to fight. I'm exhausted and near the edge of ether saturation. Every skill of mine quickly fades, leaving me barren, alone. Hura takes slow and confident steps toward me as I see dribbles of blood fall behind him. He was injured. Johnny got a few bullets in. Good. At least that's some progress. The demon of storm reaches me shortly. My attempt to slow him down with my exhalation of air was pointless. The flawless-looking man with horns bends down to me and puts his face once more in front of mine. His hand wraps around my throat, and I see electricity build on it. He seems to enjoy this attempt on my life even more than his last as a smile reaches ear to ear on his face. It would appear you are out of tricks, young Graves. That last one was quite interesting, but here you go. To the end of a lineage. Just as the lightning streams from his hand around my throat and into my body, another hand emerges. This one, however, is made of pure darkness and holds a machete coated in a familiar purple kind of ether. Virgil arrives at the last moment from the unseeable dark amidst the light, his body flickering and almost see-through. And with his appearance comes a downward fall of the dark machete onto the back of the demon's neck like an executioner. Air is cut, water is split, and lightning is ignored as steel comes for the storm. 106. Rapturous. The blade, covered in vibrating violet darkness, falls upon the back of Hura's neck. Butterflies spin rapidly in my stomach at the sight despite the lightning about to stop my heart from Hura's fingers around my neck. The thought of him dying outdoes the possibility of my death. But that thought is not something to come to fruition. At least not right now. Virgil's machete goes straight for the demon's neck, but even with Virgil's talent at stealth, his movement still parts the air to reach Hura. And Hura is the demon of storms. His first territory is the air. I see Hura's eyes widen as he whips around and removes his hand from my neck. He throws this arm toward Virgil to defend himself, arcing with electricity meant for me. With the last bit of my energy, I reach up from my kneeled position and grab his hand, sending the voltage to its original destination. Instantly, I smoke and spasm as the demon throws me to the wayside with a grunt. Then, the blade of darkness finally reaches the demon. But the demon puts his other arm in the way, taking all the strength Virgil has accumulated into his left arm. The sharp machete cuts straight through the demon's arm, the cut too overwhelming even for such an inhuman body, and the blade sinks into Hura's shoulder from his movement instead of his neck. The edge goes deep, but not deep enough to reach the demon's heart, or where I assume his heart would be. The demon retaliates against Virgil almost instantly, a deep growl leaving his throat as he bursts wind from his body, sending the Darkstalker flying with a machete in hand. Virgil rolls several times across the mud before catching himself and getting back up adeptly. Hura stares at Virgil briefly before guttural words leave his mouth. And to think, today I'd meet not only the young Graves but also a damned. You hunter dogs are just as bad, if only easier to kill. My eyes go wide. Or at least they would if I were not paralyzed, at Hura's words. What does he mean? Damned? Was Virgil some kind of unique hunter? I wish to continue this train of thought, or even ask the man, but I'm forced to deal with other matters. The bloody palm has arrived to collect its dues. The artifact has its grasp fully throughout my body now that the ether from Struggler's gasp is gone. That and I decided to keep fighting instead of turning my attention inward. Virgil spits out a hate-filled glob over the cloth that covers his face and promptly charges back at the demon, shifting and disappearing mid-run. I can barely pay attention to the man one-on-one with the demon. However, I see a glance of Johnny, Bonfire, and Vernon running toward Hura as my vision goes full black. The bloody palm has now devoured my sight by inundating my eyes with its corrosive and dark ether. The artifact has never felt so dangerous, so hateful, so evil. It's like we angered a bear by having it fuse with me from fixation. The bloody palm did not like what Johnny did to us at all. Not one bit. And it's taking it all out on me. I have no ether to use. Any more will push me over the edge, so I can't use Daydream to guard my mind or Struggler's Defiance to strengthen everything. That would only aid the bloody palm in taking me over, as the mental fatigue would become so strong that it would weaken my defense further and likely outdo any good those skills may give. All I can do is press my iron heart, which requires no ether against the unending tide of the dark. I still have a slight bit of control over my right arm, however, and as my senses fade and I feel the bloody palm send its tendrils into my mind, I scramble for the concoction in my pocket. My only hope is to clear enough of my body from ether to use Daydream. If I can create a fortress to block out the bloody palm, then I will be fine. Once I can block out the bloody palm, the rest will come. Once the concoction has cleared enough of my system for me to use my other skills, I will rejoin the fight. But until then, I am useless. So useless that Virgil has to struggle to defend my motionless body from the demon of storms. Not that I can even pay attention to the battle in front of me with my eyes closed. I just know that he is defending me. My fingers slowly move toward my pocket, one that has been so badly burnt and melted that I can only get a single finger inside of it. Worry builds as the thought of the fire breaking the syringe holding the nightmare-colored liquid touches my mind. That and the paper Alexos gave me is likely burnt up from the fire as well. The index finger on my right hand wiggles its way into my pocket, the hole not entirely melted to my skin, just big enough for my finger and a single knuckle. And while fighting a mental war that I'm drastically losing, I curl my finger around the syringe as a breath of relief leaves me. The glass is intact, and I feel the weight of the liquid inside. Not just that, but I feel the flap of dry paper as well. Somehow Alexos' note imbued with ether was not burnt to ashes from the fire either. I guess whatever he did to it made it fireproof. With a force of monumental effort nearly as tricky as catching Hura's arm earlier, I pull the syringe out of my pocket. The needle is too big for the hole, so I have to rip it out, and it pulls off fabric melted to flesh with it. I move the syringe into my hand so that I can inject it, but as I do, I lose the final sensation I had left. Touch. Now I'm lost in the dark. Completely. No sound.
No sight.
Those were taken by thunder and dark, respectively. No touch.
No taste. No smell.
The last two were hijacked by the bloody palm. Its tendrils now exist everywhere in my body, including all over my brain. One thing remains, however. The concoction. I still have it. Even if I can't see it. Even if I can't feel it. I know it's in my hand. It has to be. I trust my instincts and move my hand without sense. I move it over where my heart should be. I use the sixth sense, kinesthesia, which tells me where my body is. This is the most internal and vital sense to any human. Without it, our hearts wouldn't even know where to send blood. We wouldn't be able to move, breathe, or live. It's more of our first sense than our last, and I trust in it, wholly. Without any proof other than my belief in my instincts and myself, I slam the syringe into my chest. Then, I trust that my thumb is still where I placed it and squeeze. A few moments of nothing occur after I inject it all, or after I think I do. No mind-melting heat. Nothing enters me. Only the ever-encroaching tendrils of darkness from the bloody palm. Tendrils that slowly take everything I am from me. Despair begins to rise as I realize that it must not have worked, that my instincts failed me. But just as I turn to the bloody palm to bear the rest of my soul against its endless wave of corrosive might, I feel the warmth. A warmth that seems to cover my whole body in a matter of a single second as I realize something. I couldn't feel it because the artifact took my senses. Only when they return to me will I feel again. And my sensations do return, with lightning swiftness as the paralysis also is expunged at the same time. In a single moment, all the tendrils of darkness are cleared from my mind and sent back to the palm they originated from. Every single ounce of ether, both foreign and internal, is expunged and sublimated out of me. I only regain my senses toward the end of the process, so for the first time ever, I am spared of most of the suffering in the process. Quickly my vision returns, and I come to coughing constantly as I gasp for air. The paralysis from the lightning apparently kept me from even breathing. It even stopped my heart, but that was restarted by the bloody palm. All these vital organ injuries can't be good for me. The rapid stopping and starting of my heart, combined with the 100 other ways I get mortally wounded, have got to leave some lasting damage. Not that I can worry about it, though. Right in front of me is Virgil, constantly dodging around the demon of storms. The man covered in dark clothes who burns in the light constantly flickers, darting in and out of deadly situations as if they are nothing. It also seems as though Hura's storm has lessened. The three of Johnny, Vernon, and Bonfire are now visible as they constantly attack, and Hura has to overpower each attack individually. He is slowly being overwhelmed now that he only has one arm and is severely injured. But something doesn't feel quite right. He has 3 artifacts, no? Well, 1 artifact, 1 colt, and 1 heirloom. Why isn't he using them? The artifact left by Edmund is sure to be powerful, mainly if the demon raises its sigil. That's not even to mention the blooming spider lily that he or the Death's Lantern. Either one of those can quickly turn the tides. One could be an instant kill, and the other forcefully brings another fighter to the field. The demon must be waiting for the right moment. I try to stand, but the concoction still runs through me, so I stumble and fall back to the ground. I used it before I went past the limit this time, so it is still trying to clear me out of ether. It didn't run out of juice like usual. The heat and concussive state from the concoction sends me reeling. I fall onto all fours and cough out bits of black liquid, the leftover concoction coming out. I quickly try to flow ether into my pupils to start up a daydream against the bloody palm, but I fail to. The hallucinations of the concoction come straight for me as the liquid finishes its run through my body. The entire world around me spins sporadically as sounds and whispers enter my mind. It's hard for me to even tell what's happening around me as voices from Virgil and Earl appear in my ears. I shake them away as I grit my teeth and try to stand. I try to push out the hallucinations from the concoction, but these things only get worse every time I use them. I mean, I didn't even hallucinate the first time I took one, but as I stand, the world becomes wavy, the entire landscape shifting and bouncing like a river as a cacophony of madness touches me. The bloody palm also returns with a vengeance as I only manage to buy myself a few seconds of silence from it. Its dark murmurs leak into the hallucinations and leave my vision tainted black. I take a step toward the shifting figures in front of me that more resemble saltine crackers than actual people. They're all wide and square-shaped with odd colors that slowly just turn black. Amidst the illusions, I seek to find something to ground me. I've done it before, but a lot has changed since last time. And as I reach for my ether to defend me, the only thing that comes to mind is the first words. However, unlike the other times I've sought for anchors, the first does not give me comfort. He does not provide me with strength. He does not offer me some sense of false hope. No, he presents me with a path forward, and I see why Alexos seemed to care for the book so much. Ether is you. You are ether. Chase the pinnacle with rapturous intent. Every act should be with defiance and heresy in your mind. Gods are false and deceitful. Alchemy and machinations are only a means. Artifacts and heirlooms are merely distractions. Ether is the goal. It is the end. It is the all. Within his words lies wisdom, the wisdom built from a man who lived a long life filled with only death and war. My mind focuses on a particular phrase of his as I take another faltering step and try to gather my ether despite all that keeps it from me. Chase the pinnacle with rapturous intent. The world around me shifts with hallucinogenic turmoil, and as my own body begins to rebel against me, trying to send me into an unconscious state, I grab onto my ether. Deep in the core at the back of my skull, I grasp onto threads within my mind with rapturous intent. I hold onto my ether as if it is the last thing I ever do, as if it were the final act ever accomplished before death. I remove any focus I had placed on moving, seeing, or even feeling. Every part of me is centered within these beautiful coils of thread. Then, I take the thread's ether and funnel it through my whole body haphazardly, just trying to fuel myself with energy. I can barely focus right now, let alone take complicated actions. All I can do is try and emulate the skill closest to me, adrenaline surge. The ether flows through my body as I notice something. My sigil's signature is within each ounce of ether. The unexplainable uniqueness of every sigil roars through my body alongside my ether. Only as I do I understand the meaning within his words and how making steel thread ether works, which is the only way to transform your skills to fit your sigil. You must fall in tune with your sigil, and he found the best way to do so. Throw the weight of your entire self behind every action. The ether that flows through me leaves behind an odd sensation as my vision rapidly clears and allows me to see the truth before me. I feel clean, like I just took a bath. But not just any bath. An hour-long bath filled with soap and flowing water. Every part of me feels untainted as I look down at myself. Nothing visible has happened to me, though. Whatever is happening is internal, so I search inside. And I notice that the bloody palm has fallen back to my left arm, now taking refuge in the whole limb. 107. Irresponsible choices. The demon of storms lets out a deep guttural laugh as crimson electricity sparks from him. The demon then gloats on the fallen man behind me. Hura's attention falls back on me as my eyes are stuck on Virgil's unmoving body. What a pity. I was starting to think he was a powerful damned, given he seemed to be free. Looks like he wasn't. Back to you, Graves. I hear a simultaneous scream from Vernon far away and the fast crunching of Hura's boots toward me. Red lightning illuminates my vision even in the daytime. With a quick gasp of air that siphons ether toward me, I rip my eyes away from Virgil's likely corpse. My pupils go straight from my unmoving friend to the demon moving at me. Anger boils within me higher than ever, and that rage turns into furious action. I don't even think as I move my ether as fast as possible to strengthen myself for the demon's arrival. The lightning arcing around Hura's body briefly dissipates just as he gets close enough to shock me as I inhale the ether that encompasses it and makes it mine. My veins bulge, and my muscles tighten as I try something new again with ether. Gritting my teeth, I spin and use that rotational force alongside my will to force the ether from my lungs directly into my right arm. My fingers struggle to make a fist as ether so deeply fills the limb that it feels more like a sledgehammer weighing a ton. My eyes focus on the face of Hura, whose eyes go wide at the disappearance of his ether that was about to strike me. The demon attempts to restart his voltage, but before he can, my arm swings all the way around, and the brass knuckles upon my fist meet his face. The very instant that my fist touches him, I feel an explosion occur within my arm. The ether within that was not sent to any chains or even distributed evenly cannot be contained, especially under the force of the strike. Flesh, bone, and even visible cords of nerves go flying everywhere as my arm detonates like dynamite upon the demon's face. The force of the impact sends me soaring backward and the demon in the opposite direction. I roll several times over the dirt as pain racks my body. Once I stop rolling, I frantically look at my right arm, or what's left of it. The explosion of ether left me with only a shoulder. All the bone, flesh, and blood of my arm is gone. In the wind and the mud. All of it. Crimson liquid spouts out of the open wound that more resembles what a steel panel looks like after a 12-gauge hits it, blown outward and malformed. The rapid blood loss and the bloody palm current rebellions make my eyes get covered with black dots. Blood loss is now something I have to worry about. I look over to where Hura was sent, though. The demon slowly gets up from the muddy ground as bullets and gouts of fire stream at him nonstop. Bonfire and Johnny attempt to take this moment to finish the demon off and end his life, but the demon of storms isn't so readily slayed. My rough use of ether likely left me just as damaged as him. The only difference is that he has that vile Edmund's artifact to heal himself. I, however, am currently at odds with mine. I think the thing is angry enough to kill me out of spite. As he stands, Hura seems to struggle to cover himself with winds and clouds. But when he finally does, I see his wound. A massive portion of his face is missing from his left cheekbone to his jaw. It's all gone. The demon tries to speak, but he cannot. Even the tongue inside his mouth is missing. A smile comes to my lip even as I lay on the ground, severely wounded. Just the fact I kept the demon from talking at all brings me great joy, but seeing his face rapidly regenerate as a red liquid like what was in the vial turns to flesh and bone makes that smile fade. Fucker. I guess I know how it feels, though, to be on the other side of someone who can heal that fast. I put weight on my left arm, which is stiff and unresponsive as I stand. My only arm now is at war with me internally and wishes to not obey me. And the other is currently making me bleed out. Wonderful. I need to deal with the blood first. But can I? Hura seems concussed from my punch, but is he that concussed? I don't know. But what I do know is that I'm bleeding. A lot. Enough to kill me in just a minute or so. Maybe more if I can keep my heart pumping blood with Ironheart. I frantically look around for anything that might help, and as Hura looks at me with a gaze of unending malice, I see a flame left behind by Bonfire. What I have to do immediately touches my mind, but I hesitate. The pain will be a lot, just as bad as that fire I was in, but I won't be protected by the bloody palm from the heat. A single, incredibly short moment of hesitation comes my way as I see Vernon rush for his brother's body in my peripheral. I need to not only stay alive to keep Hura focused on me, but I need to stay fighting. And if burning my wound shut is the only way, then it shall be done. Even if I may never get the arm back. I burst toward the fire quickly as Hura rushes at me. While I move, I feel a sharp pain in my chest and lungs. The aftereffects of my rage-induced strike on Hura don't end at my lost arm. The ether had to travel there, after all. All along the way to my missing arm is a line of sharp agony, as if the paths inside have been ripped open. That's not even to mention the headache that comes along with the dizziness of using too much ether. Those are almost permanent at this point for me. When I reach the fire, I slide past it and catch myself with the arm that is bleeding me dry. Every second I waste is another second for me to grow weaker. My burst shoulder, which resembles a spent bullet, is roughly placed upon the bonfire that lingers on the ground. Heat sears its way to my mind from my missing shoulder as it closes the wound. Veins and arteries are forcibly closed by the blessing of fire. Tears flow out of my eyes as I scream in pain. Another guttural laugh comes from nearby. My tear-covered face spins up from the fire as I see Hura just 5 feet from me. Without even checking if my wound is fully sealed, I kick away from the fire and frantically stand up. While I do so, the demon charges up electricity that it prepares to strike me with. Hura rapidly moves toward me as bullets strike his body, bullets that he has now given up on defending himself from. The flesh removed by lead is quickly replaced by red liquid, so the demon can just focus on ending my life. He does still throw up streams of water to defend himself from fire, though, so bonfire can likely still kill the demon. Luckily for me, though, my newest skill that I name off the top of my head in the heat of combat, Rapturous, protects me from his lightning, and he doesn't seem to know that yet. So, instead of dodging away, I move toward him. If I can keep him still and allow bonfire to scorch him to prevent his regeneration, then we win. We won't even need Alexos. We can kill him with just us. I feel slightly off balance as I move toward him with one less arm than usual, but I quickly recover. It's not the first time, after all. I charge straight for him as he sends a current of red electricity at me. An arc that doesn't end after just the initial strike. It keeps coming without end as I move at him. Every step feels like I move through syrup as the multicolored ether in my body struggles to expunge the red lightning made of foreign ether from my body. Some bits even seem to get through, shocking me and causing pain to sprout near my heart. And these small shocks grow in number the closer I get and the longer I'm exposed to his lightning. But I push through the spasms and shocks. My rage and heart of iron allow my charred boots to carry me to him. And when I reach him, I bring up intervention with my left arm and rapidly pull the trigger, firing all 6 shots as fast as possible. Gunpowder, fire, and lead go everywhere as the gun flies out of my hand on the final shot and clouds my entire vision. The stiffness of my left hand prevents me from holding the shotgun as tight as I need to. But when the gun flies out of my hand, I don't wait to see if the 6 rounds do the trick. I assume they didn't, and I rush Hura through the smoke. My feet slam into the mud as I bring my shoulder down to do the slam to the demon in front of me somewhere. And I rapidly meet the obstacle in question, but not as I expect. When I collide with the demon, the cloud of gunpowder, smoke, and fire instantly dissipates, revealing the demon within. His flesh is torn and broken on his chest with signs of burns, and his suit is torn to shreds, but the demon doesn't seem to care. Hura grabs onto me as I slam into him, and puts something cool against my chin. A cruel smile touches the demon's face as our eyes briefly meet, but I hectically look down to see what it is. And what meets my gaze is a beautiful revolver, one with twisting spider lilies over the black steel of the barrel. The blooming spider lily. Vernon Boone. Fearful for my brother's life, I sprint for him as fast as I can despite the war waging around me. I want to help Wyatt and them, but my concern falls on Virgil first and foremost. I slide through the slick mud to my brother's unmoving body as a rock is created in my throat. Again, he seems like he's about to die. I rapidly search for his vital, my fingers going for his neck and wrist as I check his pulse. His heart barely beats, but his skin feels as hot as fire. I have to quickly pull my hands off of him as he burns me, even with my resistance to fire from Priest. Fear, worry, depression, and 1,000 other things emerge as I realize there is nothing I can do to help him. At least not right now. In the background, I hear the fight between Wyatt and the demon continue as the young man is supported by the gunfighter and bonfire. Without those two, he'd be dead long ago because they occupy most of Hura's focus. Defending is always harder than attacking. After all, destruction is easy. Defending is hard. And healing? It's the most difficult thing of all. Life is so fragile and weak that its preservation is the most challenging thing in the world. I pull out the thumb from the dead outlaw earlier and my concoction that I kept as my gaze falls upon the two of them. This is suicide. I haven't proven my metaphor yet. Without doing so, advancing is likely guaranteed death for me, either during or shortly after the advancement in the cabin. But I couldn't care less about that. My brother is dying in front of me, the man I look up to more than anything in the world. And he's been through so much for me and my siblings. I have no clue exactly what he was put through when he was first recruited to the Hunters, but it's not what he's told everyone else. He just disappeared one night. I barely even remember it, but it was long before he says he actually joined the hunters. I must have been only 5 or so, and he was around 15. He came back 2 days later, covered in blood and shaking. That, I believe, was when he became a damned. The slave dogs of the estates. They train them particularly young and exceptionally harshly to prepare them for their tasks when they come of age to bear sigils. Assassinating demons and other people. They are treated only as tools and not people. My brother rarely goes into precise detail about his time as a damned, or that he even was one. They are very secretive, and I heard they are forced to sign contracts that limit what they can talk about. But despite his lack of sharing, I know it was hell. And hell, he suffered for me and my siblings. I'm unsure how he escaped from them, but I reckon it was because he completed a task for them, one that earned his freedom. I became a hunter to try and ease his burden, for none of my other siblings had it even remotely in their bones. If this is how I do it, then I will. I'll give my all to heal him. I take the thumb that bears a priest within it and put it in my mouth. I need both hands for the syringe. I've never used a concoction before, so I need my hands to be stable, or else my anxiety might ruin it. The taste of the thumb in my mouth makes me queasy as I set the tip of the syringe against my chest with both my hands. Then with a deep breath, I push the sharp end of the needle into my skin, breaking into my body. Then, I compel the dark liquid within into my body. Searing heat immediately meets my senses as the fluid enters me. And it's a heat I'm somehow not resistant to. The priest's sigil grants resilience to heat, and I feel none of that boon as the liquid burns its way through me. But as it does so, I enter the thumb with my mind while I still have it and frantically take the priest within. Rejuvenating warmth comes from the sigil, which resembles a divine sun emitting its blessed heat. After a moment of resistance, I feel the sigil touch upon and enter my mind as I do the same. Then, I am within the cabin. I open my eyes to the eerie place that bestows all the information about our sigils. But it does not appear like the other 3 times I have been inside of it. A dim light that somehow has a black tone to it comes from the wood around me. This otherworldly and impossible color of light sneaks its way to me along the floorboard, almost like a snake approaching me slowly. The sight of it instantly lights a fire within me as a fear more primordial than death itself corrals me into action. The fear of the dark, of the unknown where you cannot see. Almost mad, I move toward the table with the dusty tome and jump atop it. The book flips open as I do so, but within the book are not the typical words either. I look down at them as these tendrils of black light come toward me. I need to get out. This was a terrible decision. What the fuck am I doing? The words of the book bring me zero comforts as they are distorted and missing their standard luminance. Half of the page is either incomprehensible or straight up evil. It even tells me to die. I read the whole thing in a panic without stopping as the dark lights come closer. The reader of this page reaches a new stage of life. May you die. Your 4th sigil toward death. Death and more death. The unshadowed. Your shadow has left you to join the dark. You have betrayed yourself and your future. It shall now hunt you. You have failed to prove your metaphor. You have failed me. You have failed yourself. No longer can your soul resist the dark behind these walls. Your body may have grown, but your soul has not. While you may glow brighter now that your shadow has left you, it shall be a brief illumination of the world around you that heals and redeems any in your radiance. That is, if anyone else is in your radiance from here on out. My eyes turn to the 2nd page as I take in the sigil drawn. It looks like a sun experiencing an eclipse, but not one made by a moon. Instead, it is one made by dark tendrils of light, like the ones that are now wrapping around the legs of the table. My weight shifts as I, full of terror, read the 2nd page. May your death be worthy of my intervention. Your chances of going any further in your pitiful life are slim. There is no point in me wasting any more effort on guiding you. To continue, my unshadowed, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came, unless you wish for the dark light to taint you further. Without even hesitating, I put my mind unto the sigil. But I do it just as one tendril of dark light wraps around my foot and pulls me from the top of the table. 108. Dark light. Vernon Boone. I lash out and grab onto anything I can as I am pulled off of the table with the tome atop it. The tendrils of dark light, which I have no idea their purpose, wrap around my legs and scorch me with frost as I am thrown straight to the ground of the cabin. Once I am on the ground, I see the black-colored light on the ground that has not yet reached me swivel from its previous destinations and move straight for me. The tentacles of dark light rise from the ground and wrap around me with intentions I cannot comprehend. As this all happens, I struggle. I punch, I kick, I thrash, but nothing works. It seems as though the dark light is incorporeal, just as normal light is. My fists go right through it. I try to corral my ether and put it into my hands to create my own light, but it doesn't work. Ether cannot be used in the cabin. At least, as far as I know. Only my soul exists here, with a transient connection to my sigil. The time in which I am in the cabin is so short that no ether can come from my body. So I am weak, useless against the incomprehensible light tainted with black. My feet slam against the hardwood beneath me, and my nails scratch the wood, but nothing matters as I am pulled straight back to the floor any time I move. I watch with abject horror as my whole body is wrapped up by these lights. Slowly my skin disappears as darkness illuminated by light covers me. Shifting grayscale from white to black endlessly covers me, like liquid silver being poured over a living person. My thrashing never stops, however, and neither do my attempts to use ether. If only I could summon my radiance. Then, I could combat this light. I know it. Unfortunately, though, that gift is not given to me. Instead, the only thing that occurs is my whole body is wrapped in a cocoon of shimmering light of darkness. A moment of silence then comes as I am entirely surrounded, and my vision is covered by this substance. Slowly my resistance fades as it becomes painfully apparent that anything I do is pointless. I just sit in the swirling, shifting darkness within light. The silvery glimmer that constantly changes from light to dark hypnotizes me, and I slowly lose track of time. My eyes only follow the changing grayscale. It feels like watching the most perfect twilight and sunrise at the same time while at the same time. It also encompasses the blissful night and the energetic day. My eyelids gradually grow in weight as it becomes harder and harder to keep them open. Eventually, despite my great attempts at stopping it from happening, my eyes shut for the final time. Time passes unbeknownst to me until I feel a sharp pain, one that holds the duality of both hot and cold. One side of me is being burnt by a fire, and the other is being frozen by a giant icicle. I awake full of panic and horror, still in the cocoon, as I notice something. The dark light is entering me. I can feel it parting my pores and funneling its way into my body. The sensation of the substance squirming its way through my whole body and reaching every crevice is revolting. I want to puke, but I cannot, for my mouth is forced shut by this cocoon. But the cocoon is shrinking slowly. As the dark light enters my body more and more, I begin to feel weird, full of power and ether, like it is somehow enhancing me, but not in a way that I want. And as the dark light reaches my brain, I truly feel the tainted touch of it. It doesn't whisper to me or send dark murmurs at me like Wyatt's artifact that's attached to him, but instead, it just sends me an unending stream of emotions, all of which are dark and corrupted. All of them make me sick to my stomach, as they are so strong my imagination forms a situation for each emotion in my mind against my will. Visions of me cutting apart my siblings and eating them are the least bad. The taste of their flesh and the feel of their blood on my skin, alongside the cacophony of their scream, is far too real. I can't control myself as dozens of these kinds of scenes appear in my own head. It's like the dark light is injecting these thoughts and wants into my mind, and there is nothing I can do to stop it. My imagination comes up with almost every terrible thing I could never imagine. Skinning an entire town of people and making a sale for a boat from their leather. Sacrificing every person I've ever met to some dark entity, asking for it to elevate my life form, only to be turned into a machine of flesh for it to control. Slitting my wrist and watching the life slowly bleed out from me. Then when I run out of blood, praying to a dark entity to make me undead. It works, the dark light rendering me neither dead nor alive, yet I hunger for the flesh of the living. Every emotion slowly becomes more powerful and more imaginative. The scenes gradually last longer and longer and are harder and harder to break out of. By the time the cocoon no longer surrounds me, I lay coughing on the floor with eyes that feel so bloodshot I'm surprised they're still working. For a moment, I think I'm all right. After my coughing fit ends, I attempt to stand by pushing the wood beneath me with my arms, but that is not what my body does. My body just stands unnaturally, only using my legs from the ground. Then, I statically and unnaturally move toward the tome on the table. I panic, thinking that something is controlling my body instead of me, and I try to fight it. But it doesn't work. I don't feel as though there is anything to fight. Nothing is in my mind except for me. But as my hand moves toward the tome and my finger touches the page, I realize something. The words on the page have changed, but only the part one can read is the name of my sigil. No longer does it say unshadowed. It now says enshadowed. Before I can figure out what the other words mean, I am pulled out of the cabin, my hand tapping the sigil that looks just as ominous as before. The eclipse in the sigil brings sorrow deep into my heart as my surroundings shift and place me beside Virgil again. And only when I return to the world do I realize what's controlling me. It's me. My body is just moving on its own, almost on instinct. The emotions and sensations given to me by the cocoon of dark light seem to have reprogrammed my body, and even my mind. Because when I look at Virgil, I don't feel any sorrow, no pain,
No anguish. No grief.
nothing. It's almost like I'm looking at the corpse of someone I've never even met. But even then, I'd still care. It's more like I'm looking at a dying animal. But it's not quite dead yet, and I can make it so before enhancing it further with dark light. Somehow I just know what to do. Seeing the dying animal makes my mind overridden with thoughts only of how to serve the light of darkness. My hands move on their own as I place them on Virgil's head. Then, with a slight motion of mental effort, dark light streams from my hands and into the dying animal's head. No longer is it my brother. It is just a receptacle for the dark light to spread, to grow, to devour. The shimmering silvery light that oscillates along the grayscale forces open his pores and goes deep into his skull, approaching his brain. After just a single second, the light graces his mind with its heavenly aura. The light brushes his skull bone and illuminates the weakness with its dark light. All I need to do is put the light in this thing's brain. Then it will be ours. My fingers tighten on the dying animal's skull as some internal force comes up. I don't understand what is happening, but I can't simply take over this brain for some reason. Something is stopping me. I look at my hands covered with the blessed glow of darkness and grow confused. What's happening? I don't know. Maybe it's some trick of this animal. I just need to push through it. My focus returns to devouring the primitive animal's mind with the eternal light. I go back to gracing its mind with holy knowledge as the light touches upon it. But before I can send the light into the brain, some unknowing force takes over me. It screams internally with horror and rage at the holiness I am about to bestow. Stop. Not him. I try to quell the voice, but I cannot. It only grows louder, all the way to the point that the dark light moves. It moves to somehow heal this disgusting creature with the magnanimous light of darkness. Heal him. I, again, try to ignore this stupid attack that must be from this base organism, but I cannot. The glorious dark light moves to the creature's ears and heart. One portion regenerates the shattered eardrums that are almost useless. I mean, what animal even has eardrums? So primitive. But alas, I cannot prevent whatever is happening. Deep within, a force erupts, taking the dark light to this animal's heart. It covers the giant gash in the heart with the silvery light of ambition and closes the wound. My own hearts ache at the sight. Wait for hearts? Yeah, hearts. I've always had 7, right? The screaming continues briefly as the blessed dark light washes over the creature, tending to his old wounds. No matter what I do, I can't even slow it down. But that's fine. I will have control over my body again. Of that, I'm sure. And my assurance comes to fruition. After the dark light runs out in the animal's body, much to my own primeval anger, I gain control of my body once more. And the first thing I do is end the life of this stupid, undeserving ape.
Weat graves.
The cool steel of the lily rests upon my chin as Hura smiles at me. The demon must thoroughly enjoy this. Killing me with my father's gun. He doesn't even have to say or acknowledge it. His eyes do. They sparkle with ecstasy. A brief ceasefire occurs as he holds me at point-blank gunpoint. Johnny stops firing bullets, and Bonfire ceases to create fire. The latter falls to the ground in sweat and exhaustion as he does, though. It seems he's tired himself out. Several moments pass in complete silence as Hura enjoys his guaranteed victory over Graves. And I guess it's true. The lily doesn't appear to have any bullets in it, but it doesn't need them. If one is willing to sacrifice vitality, one can fire the gun. I reckon Hura is ready to shoot despite the price. My attention turns to the movement to our side. On the edge of my vision, I see Vernon, for some reason, touch Virgil on the head. Maybe that's how he heals the man? But that thought is immediately tossed away as silver liquid falls from the man's eyes, nose, and mouth onto his brother below him. Something is seriously wrong with Vernon. The younger Boone then reaches up and creates a blade that seems to defy reality. It is both light and dark, cold and hot, see-through yet opaque, day yet night. I don't know how it exists, but Vernon raises the blade without a handle and stabs it toward his elder brother's heart. But a moment before it hits, the Darkstalker awakens from his unconsciousness caused by injuries. He instantly catches the arms of Vernon and yells at him. "What the fuck, Vernon?" "It's me. What the fuck is wrong with you?" The smile only grows more extensive on the younger brother's face as his elder screams at him. The scream also garners Hura's attention. The demon briefly looks over before laughing. He almost doubles over, but he catches himself as he is focused on killing me. Ha ha ha, that's amazing. Brother versus brother. My mother sure knows best. The two Boone brothers then rapidly begin to tussle, one seeking to end a life and another to preserve it. Virgil frantically does everything he can to restrain Vernon, but that odd dark glimmer that seems to break reality with its otherworldly shine keeps emerging. It pushes, cuts, and hurts Virgil through his thick set of clothing, revealing his skin to the world in a mad attempt to slay him. Yet, for some reason, the eldest Boone does not burn as usual, nor is he put down for the count. His training and experience make him an expert in close-quarters combat. He takes this situation in stride and puts Vernon in a headlock. As Hura addresses me, my attention is forced away from the brotherly fight that is almost demonic in nature. No watching them. Look at me. I want to see the life leave your eyes. I refuse at first, unwilling to give him the satisfaction, but he then threatens to use the lily again. Ah. If you don't, I swear I will kill them all with this colt. Then you'll meet them all shortly next to the other shore flower. I don't want to waste the time left on this earth, but if I have to, so be it. I reluctantly agree as my eyes move to his. A smile that I swear is so sharp and insidious it could cut steel is worn on the demon's face. He then pulls back the hammer of the colt. No person in this entire town can help me at this point. Johnny can't help me. He's lowered his gun, seemingly accepting my death. Bonfire is on the ground, coughing up his lungs. I wouldn't be surprised if he went beyond his limit of ether. The man seems quite excessive and competitive. I can't imagine him allowing himself to do less in a fight than Johnny. And the two Boone brothers who have had my back since I met them? They are too busy fighting each other. The younger going mad with silvery light. Earl is nowhere to be seen. The giant Uctina corpses block his view from that roof, so he is probably still moving into position. There is a whole war going on behind us. After all, I'm sure it's not easy to get a line of sight. And the last thing that could possibly help me, despite its usual antagonism, is the bloody palm. Despite our constant struggle, it has been there for me every time the Pale Lady has come. But sadly, this time is not the same. I angered it far too much with Johnny's intervention. The artifact would rather die than help me again. I am entirely alone, but that's fine. I had a good run. At least I'll get to see Ma again. And Butter. That's if we go to the same place in the underworld, I guess. My thoughts begin to slow alongside my heart as my whole body relaxes. The guarantee of death seems to finally allow me to rest. I'm able to zone out the arrival of Alexos and his combat against Cicate, Abraham, Marion, and Otto. The phantom pain doesn't even attract an ounce of my attention as Johnny turns to the new threat. Everything seems to be going to shit, but that's all right. At least one of the three who caused Edmund's death will die today. Too bad I won't get to see the other two die. I just wish I had never pulled that trigger. I regret it more than anything in my life. Tears form in my eyes, not at the thought of death, but at all my regrets and the things I missed out on or flat out ignored in favor of surviving. I didn't even grieve Lonnie. A little boy was killed because of me. I tossed the thought to the side in favor of my own life. I wish I hadn't. It doesn't matter that I freed him. How I treated his death was so inhumane. And Leonard's. I miss him. I wish I spent more time with him. With Earl. With Esther. With Elizabeth. I wish I spent a lot more time with her. There is so much to think about as it all comes to mind. I barely spent any time with the foxes despite promising to protect them. That one hurts a lot. I don't even know where Dakota is right now. He could be dead. I just left him behind, as usual. They all could be lifeless. Pain comes out of me in liquid tears as it all comes out, and the demon of storms enjoys every moment of my suffering. But he only watches me cry momentarily before taking his thumb off the hammer. Then his smile grows even more exhaustive, touching his ears as he squeezes the trigger of the legendary Colt. As he does, though, I hear a hum. A high-pitched thing that doesn't sound anything like a gunshot. The buzz makes me imagine a pale barefoot girl with red eyes. It is then followed by an audible giggle in the air that ends with a soft whisper to my ear. This voice of a young girl enters my ear, one about Esther's age but with a deep gravitas. You're the only soul I cannot claim. Though, I do wish it was otherwise. I am so hungry. 109 down for the count. The hammer of the legendary Colt only hits the primer with a resounding click. No bullet is sent out of any kind. A short, awkward pause ensues as the demon of storms looks at me in confusion. The tall stature of the inhuman humanoid stands over me and looks down at me as the Colt in his hand is pressed against the bottom of my chin. The look on his face instantly shows that he doesn't understand why nothing worked. But after a short moment, he recovers and presses it again, as he likely assumes he must have done something wrong. He pulls back the hammer once more as an idea comes to my mind despite me having no clue why the lily won't kill me. Or cannot, I guess. My left hand, which is hard to control, reaches my burnt pocket, but only a single finger can breach the melted cloth. I press my finger against the fabric and search for something inside. A piece of paper. As Hura squeezes the trigger again with that wicked smile, I infuse ether into the note inside my pocket. And while I do so, I create a scene of my death with my mind. I will make him think he killed me with the blooming spider lily. Then, I will ambush him while he is unaware of my survival. But first, my death has to be perfect. Alexos said the more detail, the better. Well, that's no problem. No memory is more deeply entrenched in my mind than a murder that involves this legendary Colt. The way the skin flakes and sinks in after the bullet lands. The way that the body falls to the ground limply out of energy. The way that all the youth is taken and siphoned to the wielder. This will be hard, but I can do it. I feel prismatic and odd ether that is not too dissimilar to mine enter me from the note, only that it seems to reflect colors instead of being many colors like mine. This ether goes straight to my mind, and I take a small leap of faith by consciously letting it pass rapturous. But when it comes to my mind, I feel powerful. Not physically, but more like I can affect the reality around me, even if it's only how others see it. Like Alexos, I begin to create a false reality for all within my vicinity from the ether he left behind for me. Slowly, I craft an image in my mind. My imagination is put on all cylinders, something I have not used in a long time. Years of playing with fake guns made of sticks and fake swords of brooms come to mind very briefly. Like a flash of the mind, they are tossed to the side as they are unneeded. I start with something simple, just as Hura pulls the trigger for the second time. The almost silent explosion that occurs within the lily as a piece of lead sinks into my skin and disappears without a trace. Then, I instantly fall backward limply as my skin begins to shrivel, shrink, and constrict like an old man's. As my illusion falls backward, I step back as well, covering my footsteps with the fantasy. I have an audible squelch resound as my head hits the mud beneath. Then, I have the illusionary me continue to turn to a mummy as I reach toward Hura in a false last bid to kill him uselessly. After that, I just have the body go entirely limp and unmoving, the light disappearing from my eyes. And from that body comes a vast river of darkness toward Hura, one that aids in his healing. This is where I have to truly become creative. I know that Alexos' illusions can affect the brain, so I try to mimic what he's done to me before. The real me stands still in illusionary invisibility as Hura grows ecstatic at seeing my death. I make him think that his wounds are healing by reducing how much of them he can feel bit by bit, like Alexos did when he blocked out all my pain. At this point, it feels like most of the ether given to me is gone, and the skill imbued into it is near completion. I try to force it to hold on with all my might. It just needs to go a little bit longer. It all seems to work as the demon looks up to the sky. The demon is bruised and battered, but he is almost euphoric at the sign of accomplishing his goal. The illusion holds as he doesn't look at the real me at all. Finally, finally, finally. Now that bastard will have to come back. I can't wait to kill him. How could he not avenge his son? Perfect. Now on to you four. Well, you too, I guess. Mother's slave seems to be doing its job. I watch with complete silence, trying not to ruin the aftereffects of the illusion I made. Hura only grows increasingly filled with glee as he looks over at Johnny and Bonfire. The demon ultimately seems to ignore the brawling Boone brothers because of their internal fight. I don't know what's wrong with Vernon, but he's fighting like he's been condemned to death. He is giving his older brother a run for his money only because he's going for the kill. The eldest Boone would never kill any of his siblings. I know that for sure. Pangs of sorrow come as I see Virgil's face. His mask is ripped from him during the fight, and tears cover his face as he tries to subdue his brother. But I can't help him right now. The priority needs to be on Hura. So with a heart that aches for my friends, I prepare to attack Hura. The demon is walking toward the duo of Johnny and Bonfire. I take slow and gradual steps as I feel the power of the note run out quickly in my mind. It's down to scraps already as I try to supplement the ether with my own, pushing my ether into the confusing pattern that Alexos' prismatic ether is moving in. It only barely works. For every 10 or so, I guess, clumps of ether I put into the pattern, it lasts just a little bit longer. So I start funneling everything I have into it, trying to prolong the illusion. I walk behind Hura as my eyes take in the gunfighter and Bonfire. Johnny is standing tall, but I can see the sadness on his face. His brows are creased, and his jaw is incredibly tight. His reaction to my death honestly warms my heart a bit. The difference in how he has treated me since I first met him is drastic, from basically sending me on a death mission to acknowledging my strength and wanting me to fight with him. Bonfire, on the other hand, is struggling. He doesn't seem to care all that much about my death, which is honestly reasonable, for I've barely talked to him at all. But the man is severely exhausted. I wouldn't be surprised if he was about to keel over and pass out right now. He's kneeling with his hands on his legs as he endeavors to simply breathe. The demon of storms slowly picks up his pace as he moves toward them, and as he does, Alexos and his entourage of people trying to kill him as well intrude on the combat. Cicate finally makes an entrance, and I get to see him fight for the first time as he intercepts the demon of storms. I try to stay out of the man's way as he turns into a storm of steel to combat the storm in front of him. Johnny backs him up with bullets as Hura and Cicate trade blows constantly. I cringe every time I see Cicate get hit with the red lightning, but a green aura protects him and heals him. Mostly, at least. The green aura flickers in and out rapidly as the man struggles to keep it going. The Earok slowly accumulates damage as I dance behind them, just out of sight with a headache that only continues to mount. The effort of keeping this illusion going is insane. To my left, away from the fight, I see Virgil finally knock out Vernon in their brawl on the ground. The Darkstalker stands up, covered in burn wounds all over his body from his own brother. His eyes move over to my corpse as his body begins to flicker in and out of reality. The man becomes as silent as the skill he used to kill that kicker. Within a split second, he disappears completely from even my vision, his entire frame fading away from reality. I do, however, catch his expression before he does, and it's the face of a brother who has lost his sibling and a close friend. Anger doesn't even begin to describe it. But Virgil is not a man of emotion. He is a man of action. So, he simply pushes it down and moves. He flickers toward Hura. As Alexos fights against Abraham and the two redheads, Otto and Marion, in the background, right in front of me, Virgil reappears less than a second after he disappears. He has his machete in hand, and just like me, he stands behind the demon of storms. He has come for the demon's head once more. His badly tattered but close-fitting outfit wavers as he bursts into motion, bringing the machete's blade down onto Hura's head. The demon is occupied by 2 sigils attacking him in sync with bonfire, helping here or there. Johnny is firing bullets nonstop, even faster than before, as I see the barrel of his gun turn bright red, possibly to the point of damaging it. Cicate, on the other hand, is much more controlled. He fights like a leaf in the wind, dodging attacks as they come and slicing sharply when he has an opportunity. I can see why Elizabeth thought he could see into the future. He seems to fight like he can, at least a little bit. These distractions cause him to not notice the threat of Virgil until the last possible second. Just as the machete's blade cuts into the demon's neck, he reacts. The demon moves his body as fast as he can, a burst of wind performing the task that his body cannot. This makes the blade rip a bloody path through his body, but leaves his neck primarily intact. The demon, in this abrasive movement that leaves him severely wounded and guaranteed dead if not for that vial, turns to face Virgil. A growl comes from Virgil as he immediately brings up his Bowie knife to try and finish the job. For him, retreating is no longer an option. And Hura counters with the lily as his life is threatened. Losing lifespan is always better than dying, I suppose. The barrel of the gun points at Virgil, and as Hura squeezes the trigger, I make my move. From inexistence, I reappear in front of the blooming spider lily, going between it and Virgil to cause it to misfire. Nothing comes from the barrel once more. I'm unsure why, but I can assume that it's my father's doing. The face of the demon in front of me brings me so much joy as I take a massive gasp of air one more. Struggler's gasp imbibes me with ether that I immediately send down into the bloody palm. I'm going to do the same thing as last time, that explosive punch, but I reckon the palm can take it. That, and I think it deserves this alongside Hura. But that is not all I do. I try to force a skill from this brutal mass of ether. I may not have a weapon, but I still have a hand to whet. I feel a bundle of nerves burst in my mind as I twist this impossible amount of ether and spiral it around my arm and into my fist. With wetting on my hand, I swing a left hook straight into Hura's stomach. I feel and hear cracks of bone and ruptured organs come from the target of my strike as a massive burst of pain sears its way into me from my left hand, and the hand enters the demon's body with a crunch. A gasp comes from behind by Virgil as I grit my teeth and follow through with the punch, pushing Hura towards Cicate, who is on the other side. The woodsman, as he is called, takes one giant step toward Hura and shoves his bonesaw-like blade straight through Hura. It comes out from where his heart would be, and blood spews everywhere as briars come off Cicate's blade arm from him, pulling it out. A muffled scream comes from Hura that is cut short by another surprise to the demon. Alexos. The man was apparently closer than he appeared. Instead of the 100 or so feet away by Abraham and the redheads, he was here. Alexos moves toward us with extreme speed from just a few feet away. A giant knife flicks into the man's hand as he cuts off the demon's head, flipping over the two of me and Cicate with the decapitated head. Silence immediately takes over as Alexos hits the ground. He did as he said he would. He killed him. I smile with joy at the death of the demon, but the smile quickly turns to a grimace as I look down at my hand. The bloody palm is bent and broken at the wrist. The unnaturally harsh artifact was damaged by my ether. I don't feel guilty at all, though. If it wasn't such a dick, we'd have killed Hura much easier. The fighting stops all around us. Death still rages over the town, but peace reigns in this small area where we were killing Hura. Virgil, who is right behind me, grabs my shoulder with a very tight grip. Thought you were dead. Good shit using that note. I was wrong. Gonna go check on Vernon. Then, the Darkstalker walks over to his younger brother, whom he knocked unconscious. I nod at him and look at the dead body of the demon, just taking in the sight. Johnny comes over, sweating and panting as he pats me on the shoulder. The touch of his hand helps me relax and makes me release all my flows of ether, granting me a bit of relief. Good job, kid. You even threw me for a loop. Virgil told me about the note, but never about how convincing it'd be. Panting as well, I compliment him as well. His shooting saved my life, as well as Virgil's and Cicate's, an uncountable number of times. Every time I thought Hura would have me trapped, the demon would be forced to move from a perfectly timed piece of lead. Thanks. You were pretty good too. Your shooting is crazy. Your gun is still red, you know? Johnny laughs at me as Alexos walks up. The man is likely seeking his reward. He holds the head of Hura, horns and all, as he speaks to Johnny. May I have the lantern? I did my part. Johnny looks at me, and then at the corpse before addressing Alexos. His response surprises me as I previously figured it was all set in stone already.
No.
Alexos' face contorts even underneath his illusions as the man shows panic instantly. What? What do you mean by no? I did as we agreed. What about my reward? Johnny lifts his gun and points it at the illusionist. I make no deals with mass murderers. Your reward shall be your freedom. Alexos' eyes shift around to the corpse of Hura, where his goal is, and then they land on me. Seriously? Wyatt, come on. You owe me. Without that note, Virgil over there would be dead, and you'd all still be fighting him. The bastard would have healed from that strike within a minute or less. I look at the face of the man who caused Edmund's death, and surprisingly I feel a bit of guilt. I do owe him. A debt is a debt, but I don't know if I disagree with Johnny. He is a killer, a murderer. So what if he helped us here? At the very least, he should be happy he has his freedom now, right? I take a step to the side, and I just nod at Johnny. I'm unwilling to say it out loud as a rock comes into my throat. It doesn't feel good, but it feels right. Or the other way around. I'm not sure. It's all conflicting inside of me, but Alexos doesn't seem to be so unsure. His eyes squint as he looks at me and shakes his head sadly. Of course, of course. I try to be nice. No, I was nice. The old-fashioned way then. What do you say? His voice falls to a deep tone as the man fades from our vision. Johnny immediately fires his red-hot Colt at where the man used to be, but nothing lands. We both turn and look around, unable to see anything. Cicate burst into action near us, however, moving toward the fallen demon's corpse. I force Rapturous back into session as I clear out ether from my body I didn't even know was there. And as I do so, I see Cicate slashing toward Alexos with his arm blade as the man reaches down and steals a gun alongside a vial from the corpse's open hands. Not even for a full minute do we get to celebrate the demon's death. All that work, and there is more. Damn. 110 manhunt. Alexos jumps forward with all the speed he can manage as he gives up on grabbing Death's lantern, which is bolted onto Hura's hip by a chain on his belt. The phantom pain takes a dose of his own medicine as a ripping slash opens up a massive gash along his back. He stumbles a bit away from Cicate, who dealt the blow before full-on running away. As he does so, I try to follow him. Crackles of illusions try to appear around me, but Rapturous dissembles the ether that enters me as I elevate the multicolored ether in my body. This action does make me stumble and fall to the ground, though, as my entire upper body bursts with pain and my lungs refuse to move. 2 of those ether explosions have damaged me terribly, possibly permanently. I grit my teeth as I try to push through and stand again using my left arm. But the internal damage to my muscles, bones, and tendons prevents me from using my arm at all. It just hangs limply and broken despite being the limb of the bloody palm. I can feel a slight bit of warmth flow through it, healing the hand and wrist that are most damaged, but it will take some serious time. I think the scars I left behind of fragmented ether make it harder to heal than if I just blew off the whole arm. So, I try to stand again, but this time, I don't use my arm. I struggle to get up using my legs, and eventually, I succeed. But as I do so, Alexos is already quite a way away, running into the distance. I see Abraham and Sakate following him, the two that can also resist his illusions. The former from also being skilled in illusions, and the latter from foresight. Sakate turns back and yells to Johnny, Virgil, Bonfire, and me as he chases the escapee. His voice seems to be full of some kind of ether that can break through any kind of illusion. Likely a yell that has been infused with his Sigils' touch. If you cannot resist illusions, go and help the town. The rest of us will try and catch him. I see Johnny's face, along with Virgil, Otto, who just arrived from where the false Alexos was, and Bonfire, who were looking around confused, focus as they turn toward the city. Only Johnny and Bonfire obey the advice, however, as they both turn and head toward the town. Bonfire goes through the hole left by Earl's bullets as I grow worried for the man. Where is he? I briefly look around, just long enough to spot Virgil sitting back down beside his brother. Nowhere do I see Earl. Before I follow Sakate and hunt down Alexos with him, I flow ether in to listen. Thankfully, all the skill entails is moving ether from the core in my skull to my ears. The skill doesn't require the ether to touch anywhere that is heavily damaged, like Rapturous, which almost brings tears to my eyes every time it pulsates. Once the skill fully activates, I feel a slight pop as my hearing range extends and the sounds I can differentiate grow. Far away, bullets rage like none other, but I sigh a breath of relief as I hear a Gatling gun going wild. Not only is Earl fine, he still has some ammo left. That's good. It does kind of sound like it's shooting into Rustbank, though. The direction is a bit worrying, but Johnny and Bonfire are heading there. They are both tired, but their arrival alone should fix anything that is going wrong. I need to help Sakate and Abraham. I am one of the few who can resist his illusions. I dare to even say the best at it now that I have Rapturous. So, I cut off the flow for listen and begin to run to catch up to the three who are hauling ass as far from Rustbank as they can. Out of almost nowhere, while I try to catch up, Marion charges at Alexos from the side where they were fighting earlier. Apparently, he can also resist the illusions, and the man, for some reason, never left where he was earlier. I knew he was adaptable and versatile from Earl, but not this much so. From here, I can sense a vast confluence of ether within his body, almost a quilt of ether that weaves perfectly within his body, visible to all. Close to a dozen skills at once empower the man as he charges Alexos. When he gets close enough to stab Alexos with his short sword, though, the phantom pain turns around in a panic and screams at him with a voice of concentrated ether. Pain. Almost as if the words became true, Marion crumples like a man paralyzed by crippling pain. Alexos takes this opportunity to kill the only man capable of keeping up with him. He darts for Marion's shaking body and slides a dagger into the man's temple. Shock runs through me as I see another man die just before me, but only a few of us even notice the death as everyone else is running from the illusion. Only Abraham, Sakate, and I know that Marion is dead. Alexos frantically turns back around and tries to start running away again, but because of Marion's attempt on his life, he is very close to Sakate. I push myself even further as I feel muscles strain to their limits on the sand beneath me to catch up and help. The phantom pain has abilities it seems that are uniquely suited for killing people. As I do so, I hear a familiar scratching of paws on the sand behind me. My eyes turn, and I see Dakota. The fox hasn't grown at all like the last time he disappeared from my vision, but he is covered in blood, guts, and wounds. Thankfully, most of it doesn't seem to be his. He sniffs toward me as he catches up to me. My heart hurts for him as I see a gash along his side. I have nothing to bandage him with, so I just try to catch up to Sakate, who can heal him. Dakota follows after me faithfully, and I feel bad. He's so loyal, and yet I keep leaving him behind. No more. As Virgil said, I need to treat him with respect if I want to keep him around me for a long time. Because eventually, if we grow strong enough, the fox will gain intelligence. That doesn't mean he isn't intelligent now, though. It just means he isn't as bright as me. Probably. I'm not the smartest, but I know I'm not dumber than a fox. While we run, I reach down and pat his head. I need to do better. No, just think or say it. Good job making it through all that, buddy. Sorry I left you behind. I got a little obsessed with killing a demon. Come on, let's go get this other one, though. I speed up after I talk to Dakota. I try to use Struggler's Defiance, but the impending headache that wants to knock me unconscious along with my injuries prevents me. Instead, I sprint to catch up to the three beyond me, and I do so much sooner than I thought. I realize that the wound that Cicate left on Alexos was truly quite debilitating. The Master of Illusions is forced to slow his sprint for combat as the woodsman catches up to him. Abraham is shortly behind and joins in on the fight with a pair of short swords. I arrive about 30 seconds after the skirmish between the three starts. I whisper to Dakota to get behind Alexos and ambush him as I bull rush straight for him. My arms are useless, so the only thing I can really do is be a distraction for the two to kill him. The fox follows my commands as it gets low to the surface of the ground and goes around the battle, searching for an ambushing opportunity. Cicate and Abraham are on both sides of Alexos as he threatens them with the lily and the dagger in his hand. The two keep a bit off of him, being careful of the legendary colt. I, however, have nothing to worry about as I move straight for him. But before I reach him, he looks at me, full of anger. Did everything I could to help you, and yet you betray me. Alexos puts away the colt. He likely saw that through the illusion and noticed that it did nothing to me. Now that I think about it, Cicate probably did too. That must have been why he was so aggressive against Hura. He was trying to get me an opportunity. I yell back at the phantom pain. The man deserves everything he gets. You got Edmund killed. You got those hunters killed. You have done nothing good except for that note. Why would we help you? Alexos stares me down with exasperation and unbelieving anger. He first goes to insult me, but changes his words. You stupid. I didn't kill Edmund. You did that. You killed him. That was not me. You pulled the trigger. And those hunters? I kept them alive. Sure, I put a tracker on them, but they are alive. The only people that have died when I'm around you are outlaws and the man you killed. Open your eyes, Wyatt. I barely listen to his words after he says I killed Edmund. While deep down, it's true. It's not something I want to hear at all, especially from him. Because if he wasn't there, then Edmund never would have been in front of my gun. I scream from my gut as I charge straight for Alexos, ignoring anything he has to say. I try to slam into him with my shoulder and take him down, but the man sidesteps me and kicks the back of my knee. Instantly, I lose balance, and without arms to catch my fall, I face-plant into the ground. No laugh or sarcastic quip comes from the man after my fall, though. I roll over and try to stand as I see Cicate and Abraham together rush down Alexos. Abraham goes right and stabs with both of his short swords. The woodsman goes left and swings with his blade arm as he swipes with his other. Roots stab into Alexos' legs, keeping the man from moving backward. But Alexos has proven time and time again he is inhumanly dexterous. He twists sideways, his legs still stuck to the ground. The blade of Cicate goes right past his head and into the ground. Alexos places his dagger right into Cicate's chest as he twists again to dodge Abraham's blades. He also uses his other arm that holstered the lily to pull Abraham to him. And when the pale, sickly man gets close, Alexos headbutts him. Cicate steps back, bleeding with a hand over the wound, and Abraham stumbles back from the headbutt. While they try to recover, he breaks out of his rooting. At this point, I manage to stand back up. I look down at my fucked up arm and make another, I'll admit, stupid decision. I push the broken hand against my chest and force the hand to make a fist. I cry out in pain and almost buckle over. My legs go shaky, but after a simple slam against my chest, the hand becomes almost fist-like, if only because it's so swollen. But it's enough. Fighting like a barbarian will only backfire against Alexos. He's a man of technique, speed, and reaction. None of those things I am better at. But there are three of us, so there is a chance to overwhelm him, especially with Cicate here. I'm not sure everything Abraham can do, but I figure he is similar to Alexos, just even more focused on the mental aspects of illusions. And with Dakota creeping on the edges, we can do this. I move back to Alexos from his rear and go to strike him with my fucked up hand, but as he turns around to face me, I back off. This short distraction allows Cicate to get back in his face and for Abraham to recover from his head injury. As Sakate swings back at Alexos with his blade and assaults him with roots, I try to back him up. At this point, our battle has become almost bereft of ether. We are so exhausted that I doubt any of us, except for maybe Abraham, can even pull off a considerable skill. I don't think Sakate even has his foresight working right now based on how he's fighting. I mean, all I have going is rapturous right now, which I would lose as well if it were anyone but Alexos we were fighting. I throw my swollen fist at the back of Alexos' head, and he reacts as if he has eyes in the back of his head, which he honestly might at this point. His head moves to the side as he also drops low to the ground to get under Sakate's attack. This was probably the best course of action for him, but it did leave him more susceptible to Sakate's roots. Wood wraps around the man's legs and tries to pull him to the ground and to our side. I see Abraham closing his eyes with a palm to his forehead. Curiosity and frustration rise at seeing him not helping physically, but it all goes away a second later. A shimmering, almost physical being comes into existence as Abraham slumps to the ground, barely conscious. The figure is covered in silvery steel plates like an armored train and wields a massive sword in his hands. It is almost twice my height and definitely 10 times as strong. The only piece of it you can see beside the steel is its glowing blue eyes underneath the steel. What the fuck did Abraham just do? I back up from Alexos as the seemingly illusory and real creature strikes down with a silent roar of sweeping wind at Alexos, who is stuck by roots. The force alone from the movement flutters my charred hair that was regrown while the bloody palm and I were still close. Before the thing can cut Alexos in half, though, the master of illusions draws out the blooming spider lily and slides it sideways in his arms. The steel of the legendary Colt meets the unreal blade of the creature Abraham summoned that could only come from his nightmares. The impact between the two rings out in my ears as a wave of pressure moves a large amount of sand around us, covering our feet in swirling glitter. The creature disappears after a single strike, and I look down at Alexos, hoping he's dead and that the lily is fine. Only one of those comes true as it looks like the impact blasted him into the ground and broke his right arm from holding the lily. The roots also seem as though they are broken as he scrambles to get up and keep fighting. As he backs up from us because of the wounds, he holsters the lily, which is unharmed, and pulls out the vial. Only a few drops have accumulated since Hura took it, but he doesn't care. Alexos downs it as both Sakate and I rush to stop him. I see the giant gash on his chest left from that creature's impact heal slightly after he puts the liquid in his mouth. Then, he puts the vial back in his pocket as he meets us. But he's faster this time, if only a step or so. Illusions also seem to bear down on me just a bit stronger. My mind immediately understands what the vial does after seeing it works thrice now. It enhances the person in every way, putting a tinge of bloody ether into everything they do. It was able to change blue lightning to red, and it has added a twinge of red to these flakes of illusions that try to confuse me. The side effect is likely almost uncontrollable instincts that the girl succumbed to. Sakate, however, does not know this. He likely thinks it only enhances ether given physical form based on Hura. So he pushes onto Alexos with no hesitation. The phantom pain dodges the strike from Hura that seeks to split him in two, and he jumps from the roots. I try to grab onto him in this action, but he shakes me off with unexpected strength and attacks Sakate. The woodsman steps back to defend himself as a sheen of green briefly appears over his torso and neck, but Alexos goes for the unexpected as usual. He stabs at Sakate's blade arm where steel meets flesh, and with a remarkable feat of strength upcoming of the ordinary him, he rips the arm off with an acrobatic flourish around Sakate for increased leverage and to throw him to the ground. A scream comes from Sakate as he falls to the ground reaching for his missing arm. Now it's just me and him. My eyes briefly glance at Sakate, who starts to get up as Alexos rushes me with the man's whole arm in hand as a weapon. It is at this point that Dakota finds his time to shine. He bursts out from the sand nearby and uses his teeth to rip out a chunk of Alexos' heel. After he dashes past him, he goes in for a second strike, but Alexos is already falling and grabs onto me as he does so. I fall to the ground with him and try to beat him with my arm and my legs, but he is so much stronger. I'm weakened by blood loss, injuries, and almost out of ether. He is similar, but the man just got a little pick-me-up from the vial. Dakota helps as the fox constantly harasses and takes chunks of flesh from the man, but Alexos is focused on me. Even an animal eating him is not enough to distract his focus. Despite my hate for him, I can respect the focus. Eventually, our tussle goes back and forth on the ground to the point that he is pushing Sacate's arm down to my chest. The blade is coming increasingly close to where my heart is as I struggle to drive it away from me. But his strength is higher than mine even as I force Struggler's defiance briefly. My chains loosen and give me the strength to hold on just a bit longer, but it's not long enough. And he pulls out a final ace from his hand as he speaks softly to me. Pain. My entire body shakes with a phantom pain as I spasm and lose grasp on this tug-of-war between us. The blade of Sacate rapidly sinks into my chest toward my heart, but it misses my most vital organ as Sacate kicks Alexos off of me. Instead of my heart, the blade is twisted and goes into my lung as I am nailed to the ground by it, the edge going all the way through me with its massive size. I lay frozen as I watch Alexos roll over the sand and grab a gun that he fires at the unmoving Abraham, who knocked himself out with ether exhaustion a moment ago. Lead thumps into his chest 3 times as Alexos struggles to stand from the deformity in his side that Sacate gave him. Sacate and Dakota move swiftly toward Alexos as he puts his arms out. Blood drips from the man in massive clumps, showing his wound's depth goes all the way to the bone as he tries to bargain. His words are full of lost breath and conspicuous effort. How about we end it here? Woodsman, either those 2 die, or you let me go and heal them. Which would you prefer? Those men or this colt, heirloom, and my life? The Philium and blooming spider lily are great, but are they worth a graves and a dear friend? Sacate looks back at me and Abraham, who are both bleeding out. Dakota is growling at Alexos as he chews on part of the man's back that he tore off. I try to tell Sacate to kill Alexos and don't worry about me, but the massive bone saw sword in my chest prevents me from speaking entirely. Sacate gives me a final glance as he looks back at Alexos. Depression falls upon me as I hear his words and his sigh. Go. Your days are numbered, madman.
111 Fallen Rustbank.
Earl Garner. I made my way down from the building roof when I realized I could not help the fight against the demon of storms. The giant corpses of the Uctinas kept my sights from reaching them. That in the distance wasn't too helpful either. But I expected something like this to happen. Johnny made a decent plan that I cannot lie about, but all plans go to shit the second they are tested. So, in the meantime, I have someone find the best path to the clearing where Wyatt and Johnny are while I try to make my way down the building with the Gatling gun and the rapidly depleting ammo. At most, I have another minute or 2 of constant shooting. No longer can I waste it to blow a hole in a monster like it's nothing. But that's fine. To help against Ura will likely only require controlled and orchestrated shots. The 2 men who help me carry ammunition and the gun itself move with me onto the street of Rustbank. Once we move the heavy weapon onto the streets, we start to move west toward the battle. The Western Front is almost done fighting. A few dozen townsmen are injured, and about a dozen or so are dead. I turned the Gatling to help them as Johnny and Virgil made their way through. Just a few moments of our aid turned the battle significantly. Mostly Johnny's, though. So, we move toward the fractured line of people who are killing the few monsters that remain and searching among the corpses. Most people are wearing grim expressions, but there are a few that are smiling. Most of the happy ones are holding a monster's organ turned into an artifact. That, or they likely advanced, finding the sigil they wanted amongst the horde. When we reach the line and start to step over the corpses to make our way forward, we hear screams behind us. Worry mixed with abject horror rises as I turn my head. The only way screaming could come from behind us is if one of the other sides fell, most likely of which is the eastern side. That was least fortified. The north had Bonfire and his crew, but I trust Elizabeth to figure out how to hold it without the Man of Flames. His squad is specifically known for their teamwork, so I doubt they'd fall. The south had Abraham, Sacate, Otto, and Marion. Abraham and Sacate, I believe, are on Alexos hunting duty, while Otto and Marion are supposed to be killing any powerful monsters or outlaws. I know Sacate and Abraham's skills quite well. The woodsman and the nightmare alone make that side formidable, let alone the red-headed duo of craziness. The east is the one I worry about most for now. We were not expecting to be entirely surrounded, so the least people were sent east. It was more a precautionary just-in-case type of thing than actual preparation. The Sisters of Silence and Frank were the only ones of us from the meeting on that side. The three sisters are a small group that escaped from a demonic cult many years ago. It left them slow and unwilling to speak or trust most people. I don't know how Johnny got them to help him, but I am thankful for it. All the spikes, traps, and makeshift ammunition was made by them. They are known for that, exactly, traps and bullets. They aren't craftsmen, but their variety of trapper combined with other sigils gives them quite a bit of variety. And Frank, well, he's a good fighter. That's about all you can say about him. He's kind, but the giant man definitely isn't the brightest. I like him quite a lot, actually, but I don't trust him to hold the direction of the city without supervision. He was more so for emergencies per se. The four are not a good group for up-close conflict, that's for sure. And as my eyes take in the horde in the streets, I realize just how fucked they were alone like that. Just how fucked we all are now. Because if the monsters are behind us, then they are also behind the other directions as well. That also means they passed by the gate. Where Esther is. My heart skips a beat as I check the people sprinting toward us in front of the monsters. I see Frank first, the big man running with two black and white hooded figures on his shoulders. Two of the sisters. Damn. At least the third runs beside him. My eyes scan some more as I set down the Gatling gun to face backward with the two helpers. Screams come from my side as people turn to face a new threat, but I focus my eyes. I see Primrose stumbling and struggling to move as she carries a little girl in her arms and pulls an older man with cracked glasses behind him. The lady is still heavily bandaged and bleeding from said dressings. She is pushing herself far beyond what she should. I hurry up and set the Gatling up as fast as we can to help them. The monsters are catching up to Primrose. And fast. Every few steps, she covers herself and the two beside her in clouds before shooting several feet forward. But every time she does that, more blood falls from her wounds. The stress she puts her body through with her gaseous damages her barely functioning body. My concern also moves to Frank, but whenever a crown bear or kickern gets close to him, he kicks the dirt beneath him, making it turn to quicksand as it covers and slows the creatures behind him. My heart flutters as I see Primrose trip, taking Heath and the little girl in her arms, Esther, down with her. The Gatling gun is almost set up as I frantically reshuffle and grab a magazine. Then, I slam the magazine into the weapon without caution. I don't even check if it's working or if the magazine has ammo in it as I crank the gun, marionetting the bullets as they leave the rotating barrel. Dozens of bullets stream from the barrel and hit the overbearing crown bear that stares down at Primrose as the lady struggles to get back up. Heath turns around in fear as he screams at the bear, about to eat him. Before the bear can eat or even hit them at all, the bullets pierce its thick fur and knock it back into the crowd of diverse creatures behind it. Even as it backs up, though, I keep the shots coming. Blood and fur go everywhere as the bear is rapidly killed despite its size, which is nearly 50% more than a grizzly, the largest unsigiled species of bear. The crown bear falls back and reveals its namesake to the sky, a circling crown of blonde fur on a body of brown. But there are more. At least a dozen more of the oversized bears. The west side didn't have any in during its assault, but I suppose the bear's stamina and running allowed for it to get far enough to attack the east. I use Marionette to move the bullets to new targets as Primrose stands. The woman gives Esther to Heath, and even from here, I can understand what she's saying. She's telling him to run. The doctor follows her orders and grabs the girl before sprinting as fast as he can toward me and the townsmen around me. The townsmen, who are forced to go from one brutal battle to the next, turn and face the new approaching foe. I continue to slow the new horde's approach with my bullets, and Primrose joins me from up close. She covers herself in a massive cloud of noxious gas as she returns to the horde. I see her pull out the gun she got from the meeting. The fifth mark. I believe it was called Mars. She takes a shot with the gun as she instantly disappears, leaving a cloud of acidic and noxious gas to eat at the monsters that pass by. She reappears above the horde on the side of one of the rapidly collapsing buildings at the location of the bullet's impact. Primrose pulls herself up and over the ledge of the saloon. She then takes a short moment to breathe and check her bandages before rejoining the fight. I also see her do something to the gun, like her trying to unjam it or something. My mind races with thoughts as I see her new Colt in action. Did she just teleport to the bullet's target? That is incredible. Johnny was right. Whoever made that thing is a genius. Rarely can complicated abilities be put into Colts or Claymores. Typically, the craftsman has to keep it simple because of their limitations with manipulating sigils. They are forced to strip it down to the bare bones and deliver only the simplest of traits, like firepower, speed, flexibility, or durability. Those are the most common traits. Sometimes a gifted person can create weapons a bit more detailed, but those are few and far between. Only Dienbrand, the Wildhammer, the only pillar who is a craftsman of any kind, can create weapons with such powerful and unique traits. It's said that he can even create 7th Mark Colts or Flam Claymores. I'd like to meet whoever made this gun. I think they could be a great addition to the survivors. A constant flow of weapons like these would be excellent. It does seem odd, though, that the gun jammed. Maybe that's just from wear and tear. I have to force my thoughts for the future aside as I focus on stopping the horde. After about 20 seconds of shooting and a few reloads, Heath, Esther, Frank, and the sisters make it to where I stand. Primrose stays and tries to poison as many as she can from the roofs, teleporting with Mars whenever she needs to move. The second the survivors from the east arrive, I yell at them to learn what went wrong. What the fuck happened? Heath shrugs as he moves to tend to the sisters Frank is carrying. The big man sets 2 injured women on the ground as he hums. Frank did his best. Too many things. I almost tear my hair out at his explanation and the detail within it. And by detail, I mean lack of. The last standing sister of silence looks up at me as she gasps heavily for air. Her blonde hair is stuck to her face, drenched in sweat. I barely even notice the Red Cross earring as she tries to speak. But true to their titles, not much comes out. Not enough townsmen. We were alone. Had to retreat. I curse to myself as I keep shooting the Gatling gun, but it is rapidly running out of ammo. Long past since we ran out of hunter-issued ammunition. At this point, it is all homemade bullets with a slight chance of failure, which means every single shot needs to be reshuffled and marionette. Primrose is making monsters drop like flies from her poison, but there are so many. Almost as many as at the start of the fight. The townsmen also try to help, but at this point, they are nearly all out of ammo and exhausted of ether, so they have to wait until the monsters get close. Which is terrible for us all. I don't think I will be able to help kill Hura today. Not at all. After not getting a good answer from Frank or the sister, I yell at Heath over the sound of my gun, who is busy tending to the wounded. His hands move like a flurry of strikes covered in yellow-tinted ether as he does everything he can to help those injured. Esther just stands beside him, shell-shocked, and watches him move. I want to comfort her, but now's not the time. Heath, what the hell happened? The older man briefly looks at me before returning to his work. He does at least answer me as he stitches up a woman with a gash across her neck. East side got overrun, and those there were forced through the city. Primrose stood on top of the gate in case of an intrusion, so she saw them coming. She gave everyone inside a head start, but I doubt many survived. I ran with her, and she took Esther like Elizabeth asked, and then we met up with Frank and the sisters while we were running. The doctor seems quite used to being around death and blood, though I suppose that's a requirement for a doctor with a sigil. Otherwise, not only would they not have a sigil, but they wouldn't be able to use it. I continue shooting the horde while I listen to him talk, and by the end of his explanation, the flock slams into the townsmen. Frank had already rejoined them earlier, so they have the giant who can literally swim through the dirt like it's water fighting alongside him. His method of violence is to drag monsters underneath with him using brute strength and suffocating them. Only a man of his stature could do it. The natural strength bestowed upon him by his mother's womb allows him to contest actual bears in force. If he didn't have this gift, he would have to be a couple of sigils higher to do the same, with most of the extra being something focused on strength like soldier or freak. The two groups slam into each other as I do what I can to help. My rate of fire does suffer, though, as I have to be more careful with my bullets. The pounding headache that warns me of disaster keeps me from pushing through the challenge. I see several townsmen who were just smiling from advancing or getting a new artifact get ripped to shreds by crown bears, kickern, or the other dozen types of monsters like scrapbeaks, large rat-like deformed creatures with barbed limbs, lopards, leopard-like wolves, achia, raccoon-like creatures that use flint weapons, and even more menacing creatures. People start dropping like flies from scrapbeak, slashes, and leopard claws, and I see Frank get gored by an achia's flint spear through the chest. The big man doesn't fear his injury and only continues to fight. Primrose appears here and there whenever she recovers enough to help. She did start this whole battle stuck to a wheelchair. After all, any amount of help she can give is both welcome and unexpected. Everywhere people die, and I do everything I can to help, but I'm almost out of ammo and ether. Thankfully, though, this brutal skirmish lasts for only about a minute or so before the monsters begin to roar and lose formation. The monsters lose their cohesion and start moving in every direction, both toward us and backward. The horde regains their natural instincts and autonomy. Instantly, I know the cause. The demon of storms has fallen. The lack of thunder strikes should have given me the realization before the horde's reaction. Without the demon's innate ability to order monsters weaker than it, the horde falls apart. It still is dangerous, though, but we only need to hold the line and keep ourselves organized. That is fine. But after a short minute of this against the wild horde, I finally run out of ammo. This makes me come off the Gatling gun with a splitting headache that almost takes me to the floor. I recover because a man grabs my right shoulder and stabilizes me. I look to see who it is and surprisingly see an exhausted Johnny. He nods at me and moves toward the horde, but I yell at him as he does so. Go check the north. We're fine here. He just waves his hand with simple words as he spins his gun from his holster into his hand. Bonfires got it. Then, a roar of gunpowder thrice as fast as my Gatling gun returns to the field. Monsters fall like wheat beneath a harvester's scythe. Only the crown bears can take more than even one bullet from the gunfighter. People move out of his way with cheers as he announces our victory with a lantern in one hand. The demon of storms is dead. His heirloom is seized. People become ecstatic and do what they can to help without getting in his way. After just a minute or so of him joining the fight, it ends. But the remains of the town are depressing. Dozens of buildings are destroyed, and rubble is everywhere. Not a single building in sight isn't terribly damaged. My eyes scan and see Primrose lying on the back of a crown bear, whose face looks like it has been dipped into a vat of acid. A smile comes at seeing that she's at least still alive. Tough-ass woman. But that smile is quickly wiped away as more gunfire resounds from the sound. I share a quick look with Johnny as he yells for anyone still able to fight. Let's save the south side. Follow me. 112. Hey bear. Eat me. Elizabeth Stroudwater. I get knocked down to the burnt sand from a crown bear's slam nearby as an achia follows through with the attack and tries to stab me in the throat with its flint knife. The raccoon-like creature bears down on me and uses all of its small body's strength to sink the flint-like blade into my skin. I frantically push with all the force I can muster, rudimentarily forcing a skill like physical enhancement into being. You can only do this with elementary skills. The only side effect is pain and exhaustion afterward, and it is actually the best way to learn them. Too bad now is not the time for that. Instead, the flint knife of the achia that will enter my flesh soon continues to fall toward me as war wages around me. The boys of Bonfire are all spread out after we were attacked from our flank. Some other side must have fallen and left their monsters to ambush our back and ruin our strategy. I watch with horror as the flint knife gets within a single inch of my breast, and I force even more ether into my arms. The headache that feels like I already have a knife in my brain only grows worse, but it's better than what will happen if this flint gets inside me. Despite being undersized and reasonably unassuming creatures, the achia are known for their brutal ways. Their flint that is suffused with their unique brand of ether can enter someone's bloodstream like a virus and go straight for their vital organs. The whole way, it cuts up the inside of the person, leaving them dead without anyone even knowing. A small cut by the flint has a chance to be lethal. A big stab to the chest most certainly is. I grit my teeth and bare my white at the raccoon monster, and use the only other thing I can. I take my ether and force it into my voice as much as I can, relying on my sigil to, I don't know, confuse the creature or stun it as I scream at it. Stop! Because of how close the dagger is to me, I can only make a short sentence as I yell at it. However, this small sentence gains me some time as the creature's face squints and its pressure slightly loosens up. But even this short sentence moves my chest enough to inflict a small cut on me. Pain screams from below my collarbone as I feel something rough and grainy scrape into the wound. I try to ignore the pain as I use this short opportunity to push the creature off of me and roll to the side away from it. The Achia stumbles off of me as I scramble to stand despite the small amount of flint in my veins tearing me up. Standing half-crouched and breathing like I just ran a marathon, I scan my surroundings for anyone, and almost as if in slow motion, I see Woody get smacked by a crown bear straight into the brick wall of a building. The man's wooden armor made of ether is instantly turned to splinters, and he goes through the wall from the force. The bricks and even some of the ceiling of the building fall down on top of him, and the crown bear goes to follow up and finish its prey. Upon seeing the man getting put on the metaphorical executioner's block, I run at the bear to help him. Only after my feet move does an idea even begin to form, and it does so quite quickly. Based on what I just did with the Achia, which is making a ruckus and starting to chase after me again, I can distract or even stop the bear from what it's doing if I put enough force into my words. Now that might be an exaggeration, but at the very least, I can make them hesitate, or even focus on me. If I can give Woody just a few minutes to recover, there is a chance he can return to the fight. He looked like he got hit quite hard, but from what I've gathered, he got his nickname before acquiring a sigil. The man is said to be as quiet as an oak and just as formidable. So, I sprint at the crown bear with an Achia right on my heels. I take a deep breath that I fill with ether, inspire, and yell as I release it at the crown bear before it slams down into the rubble and Woody, who is underneath with its paws. I figure I can inspire it to attack me. Once more, my ether reaches a tipping point with all these skills, but I try to skirt the edge as I scream, using as few words as possible. There are no concoctions around after all. Hey, bear. Eat me. My voice leaves a resounding yell through the current battle, occurring all around as the crown bear attacking Woody is not the only one. Several bears look at me. Far too many for me to be comfortable with, as I was unsure of attracting even one toward me. Cigar has two stuck within his clouds, along with several other monsters that he is slowly trying to suffocate. Frozen is fighting two along with a trio of Achia, his chilly temperature slowing them down so he can move freely without getting hurt. Renee and Harvey are struggling against a lone leopard, a crown bear, and two Achia. The two of them are back-to-back and trying their best not to die. Even Clumsy has one trying to eat him, although that one is stuck on its back from Clumsy's grease. The goofy man with his big hat is surrounded by a pond of grease as he is stuck in the slippery liquid. After all, he's not immune to its properties either. He's lucky the wall of fire burned out a minute or so ago when Woody couldn't continue to add to the flames, or he'd be toast. I spin around with fear as several crown bears, not just the one attacking Woody, turn and look at me. Then, with a simultaneous series of roars that show off the crown on their chests, the bears run at me. Instantly, I yelp and start to run away. Fucking fuck. I scramble and almost trip in surprise as 7 massive bears come straight for me. The giant creatures make my heart skip a beat and almost bring me back to my paralysis from before, but as they approach, they get my fight or flight instincts going. I turn and run around the building Woody falls into as I try to use it for cover. Bears are faster than people in head-on runs, but if I use corners and indoors, then I might be able to outpace them. So, with a crown bear right behind me, the one that was trying to eat Woody, and another 6 on my tail, I dash through the closed door of a general store. I sprint straight through the store as I yank down stands and shelves the whole way through. I jump over a desk as I run directly out the back door. I glance back with a quick twist of my neck and see the crown bears break through everything in their way. Even the entrance to the general store was ripped apart by their size when they tried to enter. With another curse, I keep running across the street to another building. Behind me, The supernatural bears in a whole stampede break through the store's exit meant for more miniature humans. Bricks and pieces of metal from a sign go flying everywhere as they burst through with terrifying roars. I keep my run going as I don't bother opening the door of a saloon, for I see a metal pole sticking along the side of the paneled batwing doors. It's barricaded. So instead of opening it, I slide underneath and run up the stairs of the saloon to the second floor as fast as I can. Panicked breaths come from me that reek of exhaustion as I almost collapse at the top of the stairs. But I take a break because I figure that the bears are too big to make it up the stairs to the second floor. That, and truthfully, with the blood I taste in my mouth, I think my lungs are about to explode. I've done so much yelling, running, and fighting today that I feel like I'm about to die despite my only injuries being some scrapes and the small cut from the Achia, whom I can see is splattered on the street of Rustbank by a crown bear through the window. The small raccoon is the most recent fatality from the crown bears, and they continue onward for me as the leading one slams straight through the locked, swinging door. I feel safe on the second floor for a few moments as the crown bears struggle to get onto the small set of stairs. But after a few attempts and failures, the leading crown bear just moves over to underneath me and rears up on its hind legs. In less than a second, I am face to face with a bear with at least one sigil as I jump back into the room behind me. As I do so, the entire overhang that I was on is ripped straight down and apart. Splinters and wood shavings are sent everywhere, leaving a kind of mist in the air. My ass and head hit the floor of the room as I fall into it. And as the bear stands up again from atop the rumble of the overhang to look at me, I scramble backward with a scoot toward the window. The crown bear breaks its way into the front of the room with its paws as the massive bear tries to either pull itself up or break the foundation of the second-story room. I'm unsure which is which, but I don't care. I back up to the window, and without even bothering to open it, I jump through. Some glass and splinters from the window and frame stab into me, but it's far better than getting devoured by a bear. I land on the roof of the part of the building that is only one floor as I roll off. Scrambling for leverage, I grab onto shingles and stop my fall momentarily, but a massive crash inside the building breaks the shingle I hold onto. And so, I roll off of the roof and fall onto the open streets. I feel something break upon impact, probably my arm, as that's what I landed on. A painful scream comes from me as I roll in pain and try to recover, but before I can, I see the dark fur of a bear blast through the wall of the saloon with a spray of wooden shrapnel. This wakes me up from the pain in my arm, and I look for a direction to run. Behind me is a wall. That building has no entrance on that side. More streets are to my left and right, but they are also filled with crown bears roaring at me just after they turn the corner. My head goes back and forth as the bears charge at me, unsure of what to do. But as they get closer, I hear a pair of heavy footsteps and shingles breaking. In front of me, and atop the saloon, runs a man with feet covered in flame. He sprints off the roof and lands right in front of me with a fiery flourish, and then just before the leading crown bear gets close enough to eat me, he releases a gout of fire at it from both of his hands. Agonizing roars come from the bear before us as Emmett Knox, Bonfire, does his best to scorch it to death. But the other two sides are also covered with crown bears, multiple to be exact. And so, he switches his double burst of flame from both of his hands as he diverts them to both sides. Two gouts of flame now emerge as I see the man start to shake. Tremors run through his body as he struggles to keep the fire going. And to make matters worse, the original crown bear he hit is not dead. It's only severely burned. The giant thing stands and starts to move back toward us. Seeing this, I try to inspire Bonfire as much as I can. The paltry saturation I lost running for my life is enough for one word without promptly killing myself by knocking me unconscious. Forward. Bonfire strains to nod as he rears his head back. I hear a bubbling up of something as the creator of flames breathes out a roar of fire. A massive burst of continuous fire comes from his mouth as he strikes the bear that just recovered. Now, every direction from me besides the brick wall behind us is covered in scorching fire. Emmett Knox holds this trio of blazes for about 10 seconds before he falls to his knees, gasping for breath. I look around before I check to see if he's all right. All the crown bears are burnt and unmoving around us. The scent of cooked flesh comes to my nose. I wrinkle my face as I bend down and check on Bonfire. You okay? Even now, my voice comes out staggered and rough because of how much I struggle to put air in my lungs. But Bonfire looks so much worse and sounds way worse too. The man is covered in sweat, has numerous burns caused by his own ether, and has fallen to all fours. He struggles to get some words out as he both thanks and removes my worries. Yeah, just tired demon slaying is tiring. Early advancement left me little stamina. Thank you for watching out for my boys. Hearing that the demon is dead, I relax and fall to the ground beside him on my back. My breath slowly returns to me just as today's exhaustion and pain do, but I still manage some words out. Yeah, no problem. That's what friends are for. I hear Bonfire's small chuckle as he collapses on the dirt road beneath us. Ha ha ha.
Cuida't graves.
I lie in agony beside Abraham and several other wounded in the open field of mud outside Rustbank almost half an hour after Hero was slain. Sakate and Dakota moved the two of us here, while the woodsman struggled to keep us both alive. He didn't even attempt to take the blade out of my chest until Heath arrived to help him stabilize me. And so now, I watch the two alongside Earl, preparing to pull the blade from my chest. Heath gives me explicit instructions for what he's about to do, and what I need to do as he holds onto my shoulder. I just listen with fading consciousness due to the blood loss and overbearing pain. This is gonna hurt. Real bad. I'd give you morphine, but morphine won't help you. You need to stay focused on keeping yourself alive. Heath points to his heart as he moves on to the part that's not just a warning. I need you to use your skills to keep your heart beating no matter how much blood you lose. Don't speak, though. That will only make it worse. You're a tough bastard, but anyone else would already be dead in your shoes. So, you need to fight. Fight to survive just as much as you did against the demon. Heath leans in close to me. I heard you cauterized your own wound. While I am proud of your fast thinking, that was incredibly stupid. Stupid yet bold. Use that boldness to stay alive. Because I promise, you are about to get as close to the pale lady as any man can. I blink at him twice, doing what he first told me to do if I could understand him. The doctor nods as he covers his hands in warm ether. Sakate beside him does something similar, but the Earok man is sweating profusely despite the cold weather. He barely managed to keep me alive until now, and he has to preserve my soul and my body a bit longer. Earl shakes out some stiffness as he readies his hand to do whatever he can to help as well. His sigil is so broad in application that it can even help with surgery. Wish mine were that awesome. My loopiness because of blood loss keeps me from being focused. But I eventually get on track as Heath wraps his hands, covered in thick gloves, around the blade. Sakate joins him with one hand as well. I bear the brunt of my iron heart against what's to come. So far, the blade stuck in me has kept most of my blood from leaving me, but despite that, I've almost bled out anyway. This next part is going to be 10 times worse. I guess this is what it's like to be an ordinary man without the bloody palm attached to them. The artifact still has a temper tantrum and focuses on healing itself compared to me. I only use Ironheart for this because I figure the palm will strike back if I move Daydream, and I have not yet recovered enough to use anything else. The broken insides and damage left by rampaging foreign ether in my body prevent me from doing so. So, all I can do is grit my teeth, squint my eyes, and clench my remaining hand as Heath counts down for me before ripping out the blade and doing all they can to keep me alive. On 3. 1, 2, 3. I wish I only took a bullet like Abraham. 113 Moonless Meadows. I clench my jaw so tight when Heath removes the blade from my chest that I am reasonably sure I am cracking teeth. But thankfully for me, Heath has the help of Sakate, and the edge is removed swiftly, although the jagged bonesaw-like blade takes some of my internals with it. The sight of blood leaving my already exhausted body in droves is almost enough to knock me out, let alone the pain. But I stay awake by force. My Ironheart prevents me from falling unconscious through pure force of will. Breathing becomes even more difficult as Heath and Sakate try to fix my wounds with whatever they can. Earl is frantically making that medicine in the back that was used on Primrose earlier with our leftover resources. The blood loss makes breathing even harder as each breath does less for me. That's not even to mention that my right lung is basically gone from the blade, either. I do everything I can to disassociate and remove myself from this torture, while simultaneously keeping my heart beating. The line is thin and hard to tread to not lose focus or stagger in my efforts. But without the distractions of what's around me to help ground me, I surely would fall unconscious from pain and blood loss. And while I lay on this cot, put together with broken poles and mattresses and suffering, I can hear Virgil sobbing not far away from me. Vernon has gone completely mad. He tries to kill any who approaches him. I think I heard Cicate call it the mother's whisper. I don't know what that means, but it likely isn't good. Vernon has been chained to a post and will be repeatedly knocked out whenever he wakes up until we figure out what to do with him. My soul aches for him. I know how much Virgil cared for his family. He raised them all. He must feel like a father to all his siblings. I cannot imagine what it's like to lose a son before your time is past. And to top it all off, there are only about 100 of us still alive after the battle against the demon of storms. Close to half of those are in cots similar to mine, or just on the floor waiting for treatment. Moans of pain come from everywhere. The number of people hurt is so bad that Bonfire has literally been going around and cauterizing lethal wounds that Heath or Cicate couldn't get to in time. There is only one part of this whole situation that isn't painful or depressing. It's a funny thought that Cicate and I are very similar. I watch him struggle to help close the giant gaping wound in my chest with his one arm. My eyes go to my right shoulder, where that arm starts and ends abruptly. A laugh comes from my mouth with a sputter at the thought. One that grows to a full-on maniacal giggle that Heath has to clamp down on. The man closes my mouth with a hand as he lathers my open wounds with the medicine Earl made. He's in shock. We need to hurry before his brain shuts down. Get me a blood bag, Earl. Cicate. Help him breathe. I watch them, confused, as I feel fine. No more pain even exists. But whatever. Not much I can do to stop them. I am so tired, after all. With almost closed eyes, I see Heath stab a needle into his arm as he fills up multiple blood bags that he then feeds into me with syringes. One in my left arm, one in my thigh, and one in my neck. Cicate puts his hand on the left side of my chest as he does heart compressions and flows ether into my heart and lungs to attempt to keep them working. Their efforts gradually slow in my sight as my eyes close with a soft giggle. The slow motion looks funny. My eyes reopen within a vast field of spider lilies. The area drips down to a pitch-black river under an equally dark sky. The sight lacks a moon and the young girl in it, the last and only time I was ever here. I'm back in the moonless meadows from the day Ma died, and that thing attacked me. I push off of the ground as I stand in the field and look around, but my attention is pulled back to the river of darkness. The flowers on the other shore that slowly bloom in my sight are what draw all of my focus. Where with each and every bloom, a face passes by in my mind like a psychic image. Thousands of flowers rear their beautiful red as I take in the view, a face for each of them. Most of which I've never seen, but a few caught my eye. A few people I have seen, mostly passerby townsmen from Rustbank amongst them, but there are other people I know pretty well, or at least more than just passing. Roy, the bartender from the first night I stayed in town. Marion, the best friend of Otto from the duo of crazy redheads. One of the blonde sisters from within the meeting. A sister of silence, I believe. And the last is someone I know very well. One that makes me realize whoever is in his body right now is not him. Vernon's cherry face enters my mind as the last flower blooms. My shoulders sag as I feel the grief flow through me. And for the eventual realization of Virgil. It's no longer just a theory but instead fact. Someone or something ominous has replaced the cherry younger Boone. I turn and look around at the vast field, and I notice a blurry figure nearby. One is looking at me from the other side of the river. I think it is the little girl for a second, but I quickly realize it's not. The humanoid figure is much taller, only a bit taller than me, and looks more manlike than womanlike. I think I can even spot parts of his wardrobe from here that much more resembles a high-ranking hunter's outfit, like the one Frederick wore, made of high-quality cloth and hard to cut. I move along the bank of the river until I am directly across from them. I wave into the air as they just stare back at me. I yell at them once to see if they can hear me. Hey, can you hear me? They mouth some words at me, but I can't tell what they are. To get them to talk louder, I cup my hands over my mouth and prepare to yell even louder. But before I can, a voice comes from beside me near my waist from a high-pitched voice. He can't hear you. I turn to my side and see the little girl from before. The one that is likely the spirit of the blooming spider lily. She wears all black cotton clothes and has those same disturbing black eyes that seem to shift to red here and there. Her voice is so incredibly monotone and doesn't appear to have any emotion within it. I am confused about why she's on this side and for a million other reasons, so I try to talk to her. What's going on? Why are you here? Why am I here? Are you the blooming spider lily? The little girl tilts her head at me and giggles. She sits down on the bank of the river and pats the grass beside her.
Sit, sit, sit.
It's been so long since I've had any company. I follow her directions, weirded out by her wording, and she introduces herself when I place my bottom on the grass. The introduction is short, however, and ends as she trails off. I'm not the blooming spider lily. I'm just Lily. I was created to help you. Only it seems it didn't quite go as planned. I ask her who made her. My father had her, but I'm unsure if he made her. Who created you? And how? And how am I even here? Didn't Alexos take you far away? How can you interact with me from so far away? The little girl, Lily, laughs again with a hand over her mouth as my last question. You're so silly. Of course, I can't talk to you far away. I'm very close, in fact. Only a few 100 feet away. The man who took me didn't go that far. He's watching you right now, in fact. Not that any of you will ever find him, though. My fists clench on the soil around me at the notion of Alexos still being close by. That fucking madman. Even now, he toys with us. My hands tighten even further as I get angry and want to go and kill him now, but Lily smacks my hand. Stop that. You'll hurt the flowers. I look down and see that I just was twisting the soil and pulling a few nearby flower stems. I apologize to her before asking for more information. There is so little I know about her. Though, I do realize that her hand was ice cold when it touched mine, like the chill of death. I'm sorry, I just got a bit worked up. So, who created you, Lily? And are you real? Is this place real? Lily kicks out her legs as she dangles her pale feet over the pitch-black waters of the river. I was forged in the Cardinal River, the very first stream of water to ever exist in this world. Its dark waters split from the depths of the underworld and lose their pigment when sunlight touches it. The river is how souls traverse vast distances to reach the underworld. Very few dead could make it beneath without it. My craftsman, Killian, used the sigil of the first creature to ever swim in the Cardinal to forge me. I cut her off without meaning to be rude. She just said my father made her? What do you mean Killian made you? When? He has a craftsman sigil? The little girl nods at me to confirm my unbelievable assumptions. Yes, he did. I was made, I think about 12 years ago. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sometimes it's hard to tell time without someone wielding me, and Killian only used me for the first 2 years. Then, he left me in a box for me to slowly create bullets. And yeah, he has a craftsman sigil, 2 of them, in fact. Why are you so weird about him? He's right across from us. Lily drops 3 simultaneous bombshells on me, and I am stunned by each of them. But the last one makes my eyes jump straight forward. My attention becomes wholly focused on the man across from the river. That's my dad? Why is he here? Lily shakes her head and giggles at me again. He's not really here, silly. He just put some of his soul inside my frame, so his likeness roams my inner world. It helped keep my shape when I was made. You know, sextons can do that type of stuff later on in their sigils. Her words just continue to blow my mind as I put my hands in my head and spiral into confusion and conspiracy. My father made her 12 years ago and put her in a box 10 years ago. That means he was there when I was young, at least once, right? But I have no memory of him at all. And I can remember when I was 5 or 6, not perfectly, but undoubtedly his appearance would have stayed. What's wrong with me? Or is it him? I don't know. And the Lily? No. Lily can make bullets on her own? How is that possible? And again, how am I even here? Where even is here? What the fuck is happening? I try to calm down, and I just asked the little girl the question I think is most pressing. Where am I? Am I dead? I look up from putting my hands on my head and see her shake her head. No, you're not dead. Well, maybe technically. Your heart stopped around 20 seconds ago or so. But don't worry. I'm holding onto your soul for you. Or, well, I'm temporarily keeping it from drifting away. I'm not as good at staving off death as Killian, but I can do it for a little while. I'm much better at claiming souls. The little girl waves her arms out to the river and the fields around us as she explains where I am to my unbelieving face. You're in my inner world. It's a little hard to explain, but you can think of it as a kind of mental escape. Besides you showing up, all I've had for entertainment are the faces of the recently deceased nearby. So, thanks for dying as well, because that's the only way I can talk to you. More questions come to mind as the cheerful little girl talks about me literally dying. The scene is so ludicrous and bizarre that I don't even know how to react. I just try and ignore the hilarity by asking some more questions. So you can only grab me when I die? Then what about the first time I showed up? How did I survive? And how will I this time? Lily smiles and explains a bit more, but I become extremely uncomfortable partway through her explanation of how she says it. Yeah, I can only talk to you when your heart stops and your soul vacates your body because of our distance, and even then, I have a limit. If you're holding me, the restrictions are a bit laxer. The first time you died, I could heal you with the excess lifespan I devoured. It really does taste good to take life. So much so that there is almost always spare. But anyway, I'm not sure how you'll get through this one. Can't help you from here. Your body does seem to be slowly recovering on its own, though, but it's not nearly enough to save you. Lily finishes by putting her pale chin on her hand and tilting it. She then looks at me with raised eyebrows, almost as if she is expecting me to solve the problem of my death. I look around, just overwhelmed by everything going on. My eyes brush on the blurry figure of my father across from the river, and I stare at him for a few moments. His wardrobe alone is hard to make out, let alone his face. That entire thing is completely blurry. After a few moments of looking at him, I just give up looking at him and lay back. Lily joins me and starts making snow angels with her arms in the grass. What happens if I cross this river? You'll die. Just by touching it? Thought so. This river must be a copy of the cardinal. The lilies, or the other shore flowers, signify death and passing on. Makes sense for her to have it in her mental scape because she was forged from it. She can probably cross it because it's hers. But then why is my father on the other side? Is he dead? My heart, which must be only mentally real, beats faster at the thought of him being dead or alive. The idea has passed my mind thousands, if not millions, of times throughout my life, but the prospect of having a true answer almost makes me too excited to ask. I take a deep breath as I prepare for either answer. Is my father dead? I feel relief, anger, neglect, despair, and happiness all at once flow through me. My father is alive. But then where is he? Why hasn't he ever come to me? Do you know where he is? The expected answer makes sadness overtake most of the good emotions. But another question remains that I hope she may know. Then do you know why he left? Lily pauses in her fake snow angels as she looks at me and answers. I miss him myself. He fed me a whole lot more compared to you. Her tongue rolls over incredibly sharp teeth that all appear to be dipped in human blood. The sight makes me sit up and move slightly away from her. She's been lovely so far, but I've slowly forgotten what she is. A spirit of a cult, not a little girl. But once she sees my movement, she gets frustrated with me and pouts. Hey, I told you I can't claim your soul. It's not a deal with your dad either. I just literally can't. Already tried, and to know why. Don't leave me alone. Do you know how rare it is to get company? And the first time you showed up, you were too weak to even talk to me. Had I spoken to you, you would have instantly died from ether saturation as an unsigiled. I stop moving away from her as her smile returns. I just grumble, confusedly.
Ok, fine.
But then, what do? Lily smiles as she dips one of her tiny pale fingers into the water. Then she takes it and watches it drop from her finger. You could take a small sip. The cardinal is the origin and termination for all life, except for what that bitch made below, at least, and I can replicate a small portion of the river's powers. This river here is my ether and skills made physical in my mental scape using a projection of the real thing. Makes it more powerful but harder to control. One day I hope I can grow enough to control the real thing and live on its shores, though. I stare at her weirdly as the pitch-black liquid drips from her finger. I don't understand what she's talking about at all. Origin and termination of all life? She sees my confusion and sighs disappointedly. You are so dumb, you know? This stuff is so simple. I really don't get how you can't understand. If you take a sip, it has an equal chance to heal you as it does to kill you by shattering your soul. If I had better control, I could choose. Or, you could hope that whoever is trying to save your life succeeds. Or that you heal enough, and I can just plop you back in your body. Whichever you prefer, really. I was made to help you, but in all honesty, I couldn't care less if you lived or died. I just would like to be fed. I watch the dripping fluid as she insults me and slowly begins to understand. The water of the cardinal is both rejuvenating and deadly. That is how it is where life started from and where it will end when souls go to the underworld. I'll just ignore that jab at the mother below for now. I assume Lily means demons don't come from the river, but people do. I could hope that Heath, Cicate, and Earl can revive me, but my heart has already stopped. Their chances of doing so are relatively slim. There is the chance that I heal enough to be put back in my body, but I reckon that is the bloody palm stretching its fingers throughout me. And Lily has already saved my life once. No, 4 times. She's got a good track record, even if she tried to devour my soul once. A net 3, I think, is solid. Nodding to her, I ask Lily how I am supposed to do this and if there is anything else I should know. Okay, so how do I do this? And what could go wrong? Is there a side effect even if I survive? The spirit of the gun hums for a moment before putting her hand into the river and making a cup out of her palm. Then she brings her tiny hand out of the water and shows me the small amount of water inside. Just take a sip. Worst case, you die as you siphon all the lifespan from your body into the projection, and the river breaks your soul apart into splinters for the outsiders to devour as you drift away. And that wouldn't count as me claiming your soul because you'd be drifting away to get devoured by something else, not staying inside my meadows. Best case scenario, you only lose a bit of lifespan. Either way, we'll become friends as our ether intertwines to kill or resurrect you. I sigh at the 2 probabilities and start cursing Earl in my mind. He better be reshuffling me right now. After my quick thoughts of Earl and his luck-bending powers, I lean over and take a sip from the water in Lily's palm. It tastes like snow. The liquid gains substance and turns into dark snow as it siphons into my mouth. It condenses and has the same chill, texture, and taste as snow. It seems to spread through my whole jaw with an odd sensation of calm. My confusion at the feeling swirls as everything immediately turns black. All I'm left with is a giggle and a weird but genuine goodbye from Lily as I fade away quickly, and the black is turned to white. I really don't want you to die, well, not permanently, at least. I can help put you back together, if it's only a little bit because of all those that died nearby. I'm so bored here. I guess I'll use the ether from my soon-to-be bullet to help nudge the Cardinal's course a tad. I want to see you again. Please take me back from that weird man. They're afraid to feed me. 114 Beneath the Flesh. I spring up from the cot I'm lying in and freak out everyone nearby. I hear screams and surprised yelps come out as I look around. To my left is Earl with tears in his eyes, and Heath looking at me with surprise. To my right are Cicate and Elizabeth, the former with a gentle smile and the other bawling her eyes out. The next thing I do is look down at my body as just a single second ago. I was with Lily in her mental scape, but before that, I was dying. I still appear just as injured, but a cross resembling a cardinal compass is stained right above my heart like a tattoo. A cross that spins at the ends and turns red like a blooming flower. At the very center of the cross is a small white that kind of resembles a pupil. The eyes of the people around me also focus on my skin of mine, which is discolored like I was branded. Words come out of my mouth as I become even more confused. I thought Lily said that I had a 50-50 chance of dying. Does that come with literally no other sights or sounds? No visions or whispers. Do I just come back? And is this what she meant by us being friends? That I now have a tattoo of her in some weird way? I'm so lost that I turn to the people around me for answers. What just happened? Why are you two crying? Keith. The doctor looks at me, amazed, as he stumbles over his words. Why you died, Wyatt. Full stop. We should be the ones asking you what the hell happened, young man. Your body went into shock, and your heart stopped. I had just given up on trying to help you. I look around for a few moments before collecting my thoughts. Elizabeth is just starting to recover from her tears as she goes to hug me, but Sakate stops her. He still teeters on the edge. Do not touch him. My attention turns to him, and so do my questions, of which I have many. What do you mean? I feel fine. Sakate looks at me and points to the tattoo over my heart with his one hand. His eyes glow pink, a sign of him using his foresight skill. I can see that a being gave you part of their life, but it's not enough to stabilize you. Only enough to bring you to consciousness. That, and it is using you as a vessel for its hunger. If any touch you, they shall be sucked of all their life until you have some. My head twists as I imagine Lily giving me her life. That doesn't make sense. Sakate must have sensed her giving me the life she had devoured and turned into a spider lily. At least, I think that's how her ether works. Sigils get really confusing later on. The vessel for hunger makes a bit of sense, though, because of how she acted while I was there. Lily might appear as a gentle little girl, but is anything but. A spirit made out of a sigil and from a legendary river that must, at the minimum, be a seventh sigiled is anything but gentle. From what I've seen, all artifacts crave something, and she likely isn't different even if she was forged by my father. She seems to crave either souls or lifespan. Possibly both, as she can hold onto souls, and from how her bullets kill people, sucking them dry of youth and vigor. I guarantee should she get the chance, she would be just as bloodthirsty as the bloody palm. Those sharp teeth and a disturbing smile break the facade of innocence. I shake my head from the thoughts of her and bring myself back to reality. So what do I do then? I was pulled into the mental scape of the blooming spider lily, and she helped me. Are you saying it was a double-edged sword? Sakate looks at me, full of interest, as he nods sagely. All things not achieved with effort can damage you. Even most that are achieved through hard work can. But it does seem as though it is fading. Give me a moment. Sakate walks away from us as Heath, Earl, and Elizabeth almost lose their minds. How did a gun save you? You called the gun a she? You spoke to her? Do you feel okay? I look at the three and get a taste of my own medicine. Being assaulted with questions isn't that pleasant. I realize that now as I sit on a bloody cot covered in bandages, but I take a moment to take a deep breath as I answer them in a row, starting with Heath. His question is quite tricky. I'm not sure, actually. She said the Cardinal Waters had a chance to kill or heal me. All she did was hold onto my soul a bit longer and use the river's power that she could manifest to save me. I'm not sure what this tattoo is all about or how she even healed me, but you can check that all out when you can touch me again. I then turn my attention to Earl. He seems to be hung up on the fact that the Colt had a mind. Yeah, I spoke to the gun. It has a spirit or a soul. It's not all that clear. But it was a little girl, was quite helpful even if a bit ominous. Last but not least, I address Elizabeth's question, which focuses on me. And I don't really know how to answer. My eyes fall upon my missing right arm. The bloody palm that still refuses to even acknowledge me like a toddler with a temper tantrum. Hopefully, that changes, or else I will be stuck with a single arm that is stiff and that hates me. The rest of my body is fucked up as well, but not as mad as a missing arm. Burns go across my whole body here and there, what the bloody palm could not heal before it awoke from Johnny's fixation. The giant wound in my chest is completely covered with bandages, so I can't even look at it though. But despite all these wounds, which are undoubtedly my worst, I feel almost no pain. Only a slight throb exists where my arm would once be. So, I answer her honestly. Yeah, I feel fine. Very little pain. I think it looks worse than it is. Heath laughs at my words and shakes his head because of my obvious falsity. I cannot believe you, lad. Well, rest up. You certainly are an oddity. I need to go take care of other people. Johnny said he'd kill me if I let you die, So I had to do that first. He then starts to walk away as he gathers some of his medical tools. But I find what he says almost unbelievable. Why would he threaten Heath for my life? Did Johnny really say that? Heath glances back at me as he takes steps toward his next patient of many for the foreseeable future. Yeah, you're important to his plans, Wyatt. More than anyone else here. He'd do anything to achieve his goals. Using the threat of death is not something he'd be afraid to go beyond. His back faces us as I yell back at him, not understanding why he's still with Johnny. Surely a doctor would leave for safety, right? I mean, they'd be welcome anywhere. Why do you stay with him then, if he might kill you? Heath only shrugs his shoulders as he leaves my sight and enters the crowd of many wounded nearby. My attention then falls on my two friends. Elizabeth is the first to curse me out, but thankfully, she can't hit me because of Sacate's warning. You idiot! How could you just charge at the horde like that? No one was even beside you. You were all alone. How stupid are you? You almost died.
No.
You did die. As she yells at me, I see Dakota's head reach the side of the cot as he looks at me, definitely reciprocating her feelings despite his inability to speak. Earl's face also has the same emotion. At least this time isn't my fault. Johnny did something to me before we fought. He used a skill of his, fixation, and it made the bloody palm and me, like, combine. I don't know how else to describe it. I became so focused on fighting that I forgot everything else. Earl puts his arms on his shoulder and smirks at me. So, you're saying this wasn't your fault? That it was Johnny's? I nod. Yeah, right. I'll talk to him about it then. Earl doesn't seem to believe me, and neither does Elizabeth. Apparently, to them, I'm too prone to suicidal actions. I don't think so, though. Shit just happens. I go to make a rebuttal, but before I can, Sacate returns. But he's carrying a man by his foot. The three of us watched, stunned, as Sacate lifted the man up into the air, as the man begins screaming. What are you doing? Don't kill me, please.
I'm sorry.
Sacate merely sets the man down, having him fall on his face. Then Sacate grabs his arm and throws him onto me as the man tries to get up. I see the man's face stretched out of worry and strain as he touches me, and then for a brief moment, the whole world goes black and white. Everything in my vision is dyed by the colors of Lily's world. Everything is grayscale except for one thing. The man in front of me. He glows a blooming red. The entire world turns to slow motion as the man ages before my very eyes, and within a second, he turns into an old man. Another, and he's nothing but skin and bones. I feel a brief burst of chilly cold as something flows into me at the center of my tattoo, an evernight-tinted river of ether. Within a single moment, the man dies, and my tattoo disappears. And just as fast as the world turned black and white a moment ago, it now regains color. The man slides off the cot dead and falls to the ground, now nothing but bones and strips of flesh. I guess that was whatever Lily did to me. Instead of breaking my soul and taking my lifespan, it seems it took someone else's before having her power fade. Maybe it would have happened to me if I had not been able to devour someone's lifespan. Did it heal me as well, like when I shot the gun? My eyes flit to my arm as Earl freaks out beside me. Elizabeth is merely stunned, just watching the body. It doesn't appear as though my arm was healed, but I do feel a bit better. My arm moves and pulls off the bandage on my chest. Underneath the bandage covering most of my torso, the open wound is gone, and a long strip of tender and recently healed flesh remains. That's incredible. Sacate? How did you know that would happen? He places a hand on where the tattoo used to be as he twists his lips. A legend from my tribe. The Wetchuch. Similar to the Wendigo of you Easterners. They devour the future from those they kill as they endlessly grow hungrier. I sense something similar to how it is described within you. Only it seems your hunger was temporary. Sacate takes his hand off and leaves me with some final words before walking away again. You best be careful. I know you wish to do good, but the greatest monsters spring from men who try to do the right thing. Hell is full of good meanings, Wyatt. Yet, only the greatest works make it to any kind of heaven. He walks away and leaves the three of us to ruminate on his odd phrases. After he does, I try to sit up and look at my friends a bit better. And as I do, I realize I feel a lot better than I should. All my external injuries remain, but I suppose my internals are fixed. Every other time I've been healed by Lily, it's been a complete restoration, but not this time. I must have been really fucked up, and I suppose I was. From fire to bullets, to lightning, to steel. Just about everything I can think of hurt me today. And without the bloody palm to heal me, some of that is going to stay for the foreseeable future. My burns and the missing arm are likely to slow me down and affect me significantly. I move around on the cot and prepare to stand. There is something I need to do. Someone I need to see. And no, it's not Alexos. That motherfucker can wait until I heal enough to kill him myself. He's too cowardly to do anything while we are all here. When I start to push myself up, I grow incredibly lightheaded and start to fall. Elizabeth and Earl, who were just talking to each other while I was distracted by my condition, turn abruptly and catch me by my arms before I slam into the dirt. Simultaneously, they both yell at me with the exact words. "The hell is wrong with you? Don't move." I ring out the words of where I want to go as my eyes lock onto my destination. Virgil, his brother, and Johnny, who is standing nearby talking to the eldest Boone. I want to talk to Virgil. Can you guys help me walk over there? Elizabeth sighs as she nods and puts my arm over her shoulder. Earl follows her lead but scoffs and gives me a piece of his mind. "You need to rest, dumbass. But yeah, we'll take you to Virgil and Vernon." Slowly, we walk over to where Vernon is chained up with his brother, sitting beside him with dried tears over his face. Tears that look a bit weird to me. They were tinted a kind of gray.
Odd.
I shake away the thoughts as I hear what Johnny is telling Virgil once I get close enough. "He will have to be killed, Virgil. There is no other choice. That is not your brother. That is a two-face. It might seem like your brother now and then, but that is just the creature that has taken his place." Silence goes on for a few seconds as I arrive and stand next to the sitting Virgil with the help of Elizabeth and Earl. Johnny nods at me before turning back to Virgil. "If you want, I can."
No.
Virgil bursts out a yell that interrupts Johnny. Tears stream from his eyes as he pulls out his Bowie knife. Sobbing words come from his mouth as he turns to face his chained-up and unconscious brother. I know. I just hoped. I'll do it myself. That's the least I can do." I try to talk to him, but I'm unsure what to say. I've never been in this position before. I hurt knowing that Vernon is gone, that a creature, a two-face, has taken his place, but I know for a fact my hurt is on a different dimension from Virgil's. Virgil, He stops me from talking as he lifts his knife at Vernon. "Shush, please. I just want some quiet." I give him his wish, and so do the others around me. Everything within 20 feet goes completely silent. Even the injured townsmen far away seem to quiet in their agony in respect of this fallen man. Without him, I doubt we would have killed Hura. His help at the start of the battle against the Demon of Storms was vital, and now that I think about it, only when he stopped helping did everything seem to go to shit. He also saved Virgil, although I doubt that would comfort the man. I have no siblings of my own, but I can empathize. I'm sure I'd rather die than have a younger sibling fall. I watch with fragile-eyed ducts as Virgil lifts the blade over Vernon's heart. The man says one quiet whisper before plunging the dagger straight down. "I'll miss you." About a second after the knife stabs into the two-face heart, its eyes open and look at Virgil with a face of betrayal. I can see Virgil's heart shatter by his expression as words followed by blood come from the two-face mouth. "Brother?" But despite the perfect copy of his brother's voice and tone, Virgil just closes his eyes and twists the blade, surging necrotic ether into the steel. Once he does, the Two-Face seems to realize his facade is completely broken. Or maybe the part that emulates the takeover is destroyed. Who knows? And once the creature realizes what's wrong, it starts to lash out. It tries to move as a light that is somehow tinted with shadows emerges from his body, but before it can hurt anyone, Virgil uses Vernon's Colt and puts a bullet between his eyes. But even that doesn't kill the monsters, as a huge hole is put in the skull of what used to be Vernon. It starts to lash out and create blades of this light. I try to help, but I can't do anything and just get pulled back by Earl and Elizabeth. Johnny, however, does help. He puts a bullet into every single joint of the Two-Face before it can attack. The The creature falls limp without any of its joints or tendons, and Virgil is forced to stab it repeatedly in the heart with his blade as tears fall from his face. But the creature just won't die. It continues to struggle and fight despite the many instantly lethal wounds. Virgil lets out a scream as he retaliates with his bowie knife. Tendrils of light constantly lash at Virgil, but the man doesn't care as he only wants to put his brother to rest. After almost a full minute of blood splattering and rage-crying stabs, the creature finally falls quiet. I slip a bit and stand shakily as Elizabeth lets go of my shoulder and releases the contents of her stomach. I feel my stomach also gurgle and want to come up at the sight of Vernon's mutilated body. In the corner of my eye, I see Earl's face turn green as he also wants to puke, but he's able to keep it in. I guess he's seen enough by now to stabilize his stomach. Covered in the gore and blood of his younger brother, Virgil reaches into his brother's backpack, just an arm's width away, that was knocked over, and pulls out a shovel. Then, he stands and walks away. I call toward him as he does so, my worry for the man trumping my weakness. "Virgil? You all right?" The man just walks away with one word. "Yeah." 115 Dreadnought. Virgil leaves my sight with a shovel in hand. I don't know what to do, so I watch him depart to dig a grave for his brother. Can someone help him? He shouldn't have to do that alone. If only I wasn't so injured. I turn to Johnny and start to speak, but the man interrupts me. "Can you?"
No.
"Let him do it. Some things you have to do yourself." Johnny walks up to me and pats me on the shoulder. "Good job, Wyatt. Happy to see you're already up and moving." A small smile comes to my mouth as I look down at my body and Earl, who is helping me stand. "Yeah, moving. Can't say I'm moving all that well." A light grin tugs on his face as he nods. Then he speaks to all three of us, not just me. He gets frustrated at Elizabeth, who is still puking. "That's true, but I'm sure you'll be back to normal soon. Anyway, will you three follow me? Come on, Elizabeth. Get your shit together. You three are lucky if you made it this far without meeting a Two-Face. They are quite common in the East. Now, can I have a small chat with Wyatt for a bit? In private?" Earl looks at Johnny oddly as he helps me stand, but the man agrees to leave us alone with a nod. I have no problem with it either. There are some things I'd like to talk to Johnny about, like why he used that skill on me. I still don't understand. Wouldn't it have been better to wait? I don't know, though. Elizabeth slowly regains control of her stomach as she stands straight and stares Johnny in the eye. "Only if you promise not to hurt him." The gunfighter looks at her, amused. "Of course, I won't hurt him. He's my dreadnought." Elizabeth's eyes slowly squint as she finally nods at him. At her agreement, Earl lets go of me and hands me off to Johnny, who catches me by the shoulder. Then, my two friends walk away as Earl mentions checking on Abraham. I look at Johnny after he catches me, and he leads me to walk a bit away. I limp and struggle, but make it with his help. After about 20 feet, we reach a relatively quiet place with a large rock to sit on. I sit down on it with his help, and he joins me on the other side of the decently sized rock. Dakota also follows behind us cheerfully and lies down beside the stone. Seems like his wounds were healed too. The second Johnny does, I ask him something, unable to hold my curiosity. "What's a dreadnought?" Johnny laughs a heart chuckle with his head flying back. "Ha ha ha. Always curious. I like that about you, Wyatt. Dreadnought. It means fear nothing. And that's what you are. No matter the challenge, you face it down without flinching. I need that. For everyone fears something, well, except you, it seems." Johnny points to his heart and makes a tight fist with his hand. "And those fears restrain us. Heavily. They keep us from our peaks, from doing what needs to be done. But all I need to do is point you and give you a destination. Then, you will take me there. Of that, I'm sure." I nod a bit at his reasoning. I think I'm starting to understand what fear is. The thing that I lack. It truly is odd to know that you were born unfinished, missing a part of yourself. My grandmother's, I believe, was grief. My father's is pain. Mine is fear. And I reckon that the child the first met was an ancestor of mine. He lacked blood. Johnny's words, however, bring back a thought of mine. He only needs to point me and give me a destination. That's what he did with Hura, no? But why? Was he afraid? So, why did you give me that skill before the fight with the horde? It almost killed you, no? Johnny looks out to the vast dunes before us, the opposite direction of Rustbank, or what used to be Rustbank. The town is virtually ruined. Only a few buildings remain without severe damage. A deep sigh comes from the man with his mouth still closed, and after it opens again, he speaks with drooping shoulders. Despite the confidence I exude, Wyatt, I possess very little. Most of what I do is an act, one that rallies people behind me. I've killed demons before, although they were much weaker and nowhere as old as Hura, and I've killed many monsters in my life as well. Johnny then looks up to the sky. I see isolation and a tinge of regret on his face. But despite all that I have accomplished, I still fear. I feel that I will fail and let down my daughter. This fear has kept me alive for a long time, but it's kept me complacent, kept me from advancing and growing, kept me from fighting against the hunters. Only after I saw a young Harvey execute a 5th sigil for simply walking into him did I overcome my fear with anger, morality, and ambition. The gunfighter sighs again with a pause as he stares at his hands caked in blood. They tremble slightly. I stay silent even during his breaks. That instant, though, I had no hate, only fear. Hura is a great foe that has lived for at least 2 centuries. One that, truthfully, I had very little confidence in beating, for he had a whole horde of outlaws, monsters, and the phantom pain with him. When I looked forward after starting the battle, all I could see were shadows. The darkness in between the monsters and the dark clouds the demon summoned. It consumed me. I was restrained by fear. The man then looks at me, finally meeting my eyes. Then, I saw you. When everyone else is shaking in their boots, sweating their asses off, and about to shit themselves in fear, you are bouncing from foot to foot. So, I did the only thing that could regain my confidence. I gave you the strength that could make use of your lack of fear, my dreadnought. I hear the emotions in his voice and see them on his face. Johnny's eyebrow is quivering, and he seems to be incredibly regretful and disappointed in his actions. I feel a bit bad and try to console him. I'm still alive, after all. It's fine, Johnny. You did the right thing. He shakes his head, disagreeing with me. No, I didn't. The right thing, the correct thing to do, was to save that skill for later, as it ran out in the middle of our fight. Marion and Vernon would still be alive. You and Abraham wouldn't be so injured.
I'm sorry, Wyatt.
Truly. For the first time, I see the weight on his shoulders. My eyes instinctively flow the ether for chain eyes as I see something new. Around the neck and shoulders of Johnny, I see gray chains with spikes that stab into his shoulders. They are hard to see and fade quickly under focus, but without even needing to think, I know what they are, my sigil giving me the knowledge. There is more that restricts us than just our bodies. Johnny is weighed down by so much that it is literally affecting his body, mind, and ether. Seeing what's happening to him, I lean forward and hug the regretful and depressed man. One who I thought was unbreakable, but out of nowhere, he seems to have shattered. He takes my hug, stunned at first, but eventually, he returns it. For several seconds, compassion passes between us. 2 people who have gotten others killed because of poor actions. After that compassion passes, though, Johnny pushes me away. Thank you. I've lost a lot lately. Levi was a big hit. The man's been with me longer than my daughter was alive. He was childish, but I loved him like a son. And Marion. Again, a goofball with Otto. But my heart twists to think of the lonesome redhead now. I know he will want to come with us on our next journey for that reason. Primrose's injury about broke me as well. That's not to mention all the others who died today. Every single one hits me like a train. A never-ending train wreck that I have no choice but to endure. Makes me wonder what Marshall has gone through. I continue to silence as I watch the older man pour his heart out. I'm sure why he chose to do it to me, but I don't judge him. Just a few deaths have affected me quite heavily, of people I barely even knew. Ma's death and Edmund's I still refuse to face. The emotions just won't come. Johnny wipes his eyes with his sleeve for a few moments, then he stands up and holds a hand out for me. Come on, we're going to have a meeting in a little bit, to decide whether we stay here in Rustbank or leave. I reach up and grab onto his hand. He pulls me up with a bit of a grunt, showing that even he is weakened and tired physically from the fight. Okay, sounds good to me. But what about Virgil and Abraham? I doubt the first will want to come, and that the second can. Johnny shakes his head as if it doesn't matter. Virgil will come if he wants. I won't force him to do anything right now. I can feel the ticking bomb inside him. He's just as risky to be around as you were when you first showed up at Rustbank. Abraham, however, is awake. Heath went to him after you, so he should be able to attend the meeting. I nod and walk with Johnny a bit. My weakened body only continues to frustrate me and make me angrier at the bloody palm. Where are we having it then? Bonfire is making a pyre for the dead, for there are too many dead to bury without wasting too much time. Well, once he recovers enough ether, we'll hold the meeting thereafter. Johnny then helps me walk to where Bonfire, the man named Emmett, who hates to be called anything else than his chosen name, is lying down staring at the sky. The gunfighter then sets me down beside him, and he walks away with a wave. He's got other things to do that just sit with me for another hour. Bonfire acknowledges me as I sit beside him. However, he doesn't sit up and just speaks with his eyes in the afternoon clouds above. Hey, Wyatt. How are you doing?
Fine, I guess.
Still alive. I can hear him nod, and that's all the response I get. At his lack of speech, I lay back and stare at the clouds with him. The soon-to-be setting sun dyes the clouds with a brilliant series of colors. For about an hour, the two of us just lay and relax. But once the sun entirely falls, Bonfire stands. Then he limps over and gets his boy's cigar, with a cigar in his mouth, helps me move near where the pyre will actually be. A massive stack of bodies, wood created by Woody, and jars filled with grease by Clumsy are haphazardly put together. A considerable number of people gather all the remaining survivors who can still stand. Earl, Elizabeth, and Esther find me and take over Cigar's job of helping me walk. This gives Cigar the freedom to go back to his friends. Then, as the moon rises on this first winter's night, Bonfire creates a resplendent blaze that he lightly puts onto the grease-soaked wood. The beautiful pyre of fire reaches almost 100 feet into the size after just a moment of ignition. I see a lot of people put their heads down while others look up, but I do the same as Emmett. I stare into the fire, burning the consequences of failure into my mind. All these people are dead. So many more would be dead if we didn't kill Hura. If Alexos hadn't cut his head off, I'll have to do everything I can to keep these people alive, to help Johnny achieve his goal. Because we might have felled one demon, but many more remain. Some are cloaked in human skin, and some might as well never have been born human. Alexos is somewhere nearby, watching, waiting. For what? I'm not sure, but he has what I want, what I need. The only thing from my family, and the last thing from Edmund. I will take them from him no matter how much it takes. No matter how much fire must burn me or my limbs, I must lose. Although, there might still be one thing left from Edmund. The last bullet. The bullet that disappeared. I wonder where it went. Did Edmund take it? Maybe. Did I just lose it? It's possible, I guess. I'm not the most forgetful or clumsy, but shit happens. My thoughts twist and turn like the crackles of the fire before me. Bodies stack in the flames just as they pile up to watch the spectacle. Eventually, my three friends grow tired of watching the fire, mostly Esther, as she is still tiny and it was starting to get late. They walk away for a few, and I continue to watch the flame on the ground. Something about it just draws me in. The grimness of death calls for me, I suppose. Maybe the lady with tattered clothes is angry at me for keeping my soul from her. I'm not sure. It just feels weird. As I sit, I feel the spot on my chest where the tattoo was recently flare in a type of phantom pain. I check the spot, curious to see if the tattoo from Lily in the Cardinal River has returned. But no. Maybe she was just somehow telling me something about that. She did say she could devour nearby souls. I guess that's what I'm feeling now then. Ever since I first saw that gun, I've had a bizarre attachment to it. It is the only thing from my father, after all, and the last thing my mother ever gave me. That's probably enough for a connection to form between us. Gradually, people leave the pyre and return to their wounded friends or simply to rest. But I remain sitting, not just because I can't move alone, but also because Johnny said a meeting would be held here soon. And he was right. After about an hour of sitting alone with the crackling embers, people gather in a circle, using me as an edge. Elizabeth and Earl sit beside me. Esther is sleeping in the former's lap. Dakota is curled up and asleep behind me. Bonfire and Abraham sit next to each other as they argue about mundane things. I barely even pay attention as it has something to do with whether steak should be seasoned or not. Frank, covered with bandages all over quite similar to me, sits with a thump as the two sisters of silence, who yet live, sit beside him. Cicate, Heath, and Primrose are the next to arrive. The woodsman sits cross-legged and closes his eyes to rest in the circle. Heath literally lays down at the edge of the circle, exhausted. The man of medicine was pushed to his limits as well. Primrose arrives in the most special way. A bullet lands beside Heath, making him freak the fuck out as Primrose appears next to him, giggling with a hand over her mouth. Hey, I'll tell Johnny to take that thing from you. Watch out how you use it. She laughs at his threat and bares her teeth. Try it, doctor man. I'd rather you take it. Heath, the middle-aged doctor, blushes as Primrose, who is obviously fucking with him on purpose. Not sure why, though. After those three, Otto arrives. After losing Marion, he is sad and disheartened, but he sits in the circle with a bit of hope in his gaze. The redhead lost his twin. I'm half glad I didn't know them that well, or else the death would hurt a lot more. At the same time, it also hurts that I didn't know him at all. Johnny is the next, and he brings someone new. Someone who wasn't at the last meeting. A 20-something female with gaunt eyes and a shaved head adorned in grayish cloth robes. Johnny nods to us all and introduces them. This is Blake. She is our newest fourth sigil. Welcome her to our little council. Not sure what we'll ever come to call it. Blake, introduce yourself a bit more, if you will. The woman looks around at the 12 or so of us sitting and starts to stutter when she speaks. But after Johnny puts a hand on her shoulder, she gains the impetus to speak. I assume he pulls some lawman skill out to invigorate her. I'm
Blake Nightingale.
Nice to meet you all. I'm a ghost bond. It's a mix of sexton, which focuses on the undead and death, and abbot, which focuses on vitality and life. I can do quite a bit. Johnny pats her shoulder as she seems to be incredibly uncomfortable speaking in front of just a dozen or so people. That's enough, Blake. Thank you for being so open. Most aren't. Go ahead and sit wherever you'd like. The woman nods awkwardly before moving over just a bit and abruptly sitting in the dirt. I kind of ignore her weirdness and smile at her, trying to be friendly, but she takes a single look at me before looking down. What a bizarre woman. Is this really the only person who reached fourth sigil in that fight? Probably not. The others must have just died. That means this lady is somehow the best of them all. Don't know how, though. We lost one of the sisters, Marion and Vernon. But the only person who could step up after is this girl? What the hell? Surely there is someone better. While I contemplate her oddness, our final expected person arrives. A man with a face just as dark as the shadows he wields sits nearby me with a thump. No longer is he covered in blood. Instead, it's dirt and mud that covers his whole body. He arrives without any words to anyone and just a short acknowledgement of me with his head. I guess he buried Vernon. I wonder why he did that instead of having him join the pyre. Maybe he wanted it to be personal or have somewhere to return to. Not sure. I do wish he let me come and watch even if I couldn't help. It hurts a bit to be left out, but I'll see his grave another time to say my goodbye. I don't want to press him right now. After everyone arrives, just like last time, Johnny gets the meeting started, but this time, he does it with a question. Who wants to go meet death? 116. Crossroads and Dreams. Several people lean back at Johnny's phrasing of the question. Who wants to go meet death is incredibly ominous, but it appears that was Johnny's intention as he continues just a moment afterward. I'm just kidding. That wasn't a threat at all, but we do have some choices before us. The gunfighter lifts a lantern with 6 open slits emitting blue light. Now that we have Death's lantern, we can go to the underworld. And in this journey, not only would we be the first in, I think, ever to see what's below, but opportunities await us. The Bloodhound, Wyatt's teacher, possesses the location of a key to a vault. He is dead now, but in this journey, we can gain access to the Vault of Hunters. Primrose speaks up as she finally seems to be feeling good enough to be loud. And what will that actually do for us? The vault was abandoned, no? Johnny nods and points at her. Yes, it was abandoned because they are near impossible to break into. All vaults were made by a previous prime, so there will never be any more. And of the 100 made, I think about 60 or so remain, or at least are openable. The guardians of the vaults are commonly meant to die with them, or escape with the key to return later. We are in a unique situation, however. With this lantern, we can learn where the key was left and open a vault that would otherwise be lost to the sands of time. Primrose yawns at Johnny. And Johnny shakes his head. So impatient. Inside the vault are enough colts, claymores, ammunition, and resources to field an army. Every vault has 1/6 mark or flam, which is what names the vault in particular, alongside a variety of other types of weapons. Now, most of the weapons are a bit older as only the first 10 vaults have 7th mark weapons or above, which are the prototypes made by the prime of that time. Primrose finally stops disrupting Johnny as he finally reaches his point. The vault will have mighty weapons inside of it. Stuff that we all could use. That's enough of a reason for me to go. But how many of us can go? Is there a limit to how many Death's Lantern can guard? I ask Johnny before he moves on to any other topic. How many can go, though? Johnny looks at the lantern and holds it all up. After investigating it a bit with Blake, our resident expert in death, we've concluded 6 can go at max. Each heart placed into the lantern closes a side of it. 6 sides in all. Whispers start to come from the side as Johnny pauses in his speech. Then, he raises the lantern and points it at each person in a row, silencing the murmurs. Who would like to go with me? I immediately raise my hand, with no hesitation or thought needed. I'm not only required for this to find Edmund, which we have no clue how to do, but I also want to go. I want to see Ma, at least one more time. I look around to see if anyone else raised their hands, and what awaits me is surprising. I half expected Virgil to raise his hand so he could see Vernon, but he didn't. Instead, the only 2 who raise their hands are Otto, with a face of grim determination, and Blake, who still has her head down. Turning to look at Virgil, I ask him. As I do, though, I notice just how detached he appears. Hey, Virgil, why don't you want to go? His eyes slowly drift over to me from the sand he was watching. Vernon will not be there. I don't understand what he means and try to get clarification. 2 faces devour the soul. There is nothing left of Vernon. Nothing. Oh.
I'm sorry, man.
I can do nothing for him but be sorry. There is nothing else possible for me to do or anyone. Once a soul departs the body, that is the end, let alone when it is devoured. My situation is a bit special, but even my soul was never destroyed, only held on to momentarily. Virgil just nods. I turn my attention back to Johnny as he starts speaking again. The man waited a few moments to see if anyone else wanted to come, but no one else does. Not even the bold Primrose. That's all right if it's only us 4. Otto, Blake, and Wyatt. We'll be taking a carriage and heading to a nearby town. Highstone has a 6th sigil sexton who lives in it. We will be finding him and asking for where the nearest crossroads is. Through them, whether by force or fortune, we can head down to a gate of death. Johnny then drops that topic as it is finished and looks to everyone else. Now, everyone else needs to get moving. We have plenty of carriages and wagons that are not destroyed. Anyone who is not going to the underworld should head north and get out of the Bone Dunes. Stark Bluffs is north of here and is likely the best place for you all to rest, recover, and wait for our return. When we do, we will all go for the vault together. Nods go around, everyone agreeing. Johnny then goes to end the meeting, but before he can, Earl speaks up. Johnny, you said we have no craftsmen, right? Johnny nods and elaborates. Yes, we have only a few 1st or 2nd sigils who can repair our broken wagons and whatnot. Earl puts a finger on his chin as he scratches it. What about that colt Primrose got? Do you know who made it? Johnny starts to shake his head as if he doesn't know but stops himself partway through.
No.
Wait, maybe. The merchant at the black market said it was made by a genius crafter out east. There are only a few of those around. I can only think of 3, Peyton Hess, the automaton, Kenneth Fry, the sleek, and Morgan Weiss, the Icarus. Primrose, can you check your Colt? See if there are initials put in anywhere? Most Coltsmiths like to do that. Primrose huffs as she turns the gun over and checks it all over. After a few seconds of searching, she finds something and lets us know. I see a MW.
Morgan Weiss.
Johnny gives her a thumbs up. Yeah, that makes sense. Icarus is known for their handguns. Why Earl? Earl kind of bites his cheek as he puts out a wild question. Do you think we can find and recruit them? The Colt they made that Primrose has is incredible. You know it allows her to teleport, right? What else could they do? Johnny nods, but he swings an unintended blow at Earl's argument. It's true that it's impressive, but it's also a failure. The Colt only lets Primrose teleport with it. Any other 5th sigil should have at least 3 or 4 traits. Hers has 1. Abraham, could you stay after? I got something I need to ask you. Earl's face goes down as his face twists in thought. A few people start to get up and leave while he does so, but I stay with him. Virgil walks away with a wave at me. I'm leaving for a bit, Wyatt. I should be back before you return from the underworld, though. I get confused and hurt at him saying he's leaving. Why? Why would he leave? Did Vernon's death change his mind about staying? Why are you leaving? Are we not a team? The Darkstalker shakes his head depressingly. That's not it. I need to go check on my family and let them know Vernon's dead. I'll probably even bring them back with me. It's risky to leave him alone. Darkstep isn't against killing families. Neither are some of the kill squads. I understand his reasoning. He's already lost a brother. He doesn't need to lose anymore. I flow some ether into my legs with a grunt and a flash fire of pain as I stand to embrace him. I wrap my arms around the man waving at me to not move and instead to rest.
Infine.
You will be too, Virgil. Remember what you told me? Enjoy life. Don't let one setback take you down. I separate from Virgil, and the man gives me a small smile. A barely noticeable one, but still a smile. I will. See you soon, buddy. We share a quick handshake where he slides the ghost eye into my hand before the man walks away, leaving only a few remaining at this meeting. And just as I prepare to leave, Earl comes up with an idea. Johnny? Yeah. When did you first hear of this, Icarus? Not that long ago. A month or so at most. I've heard people say they are just as good as the other 2, though, so I added them. Never before, then? No, why? How long does it take for weapons from the east to reach the frontier? About a year or so. Where are you going with this? I look at Earl quizzically as Johnny does the same. Even Elizabeth turns to the man. Do you think that could have been an early work? Like a first prototype or something? Earl completely loses me as he says this. Why would he even think that? He loses Johnny as well as the man scoffs, but Earl tries to recover it. No, I'm serious. Look at the gun. It's got imperfections in it. The design is ingenious, but it's clearly not done yet. I remember seeing Primrose try and reload it. The gun was hard to take the magazine out of. It was also prone to jamming, right, Primrose? The lady who finally got her pink scarf back nods suspiciously. How did you know that? Earl points at her gun. While we are fighting in the streets, I saw through my scope your Colt jam. It felt odd at the moment, but it makes sense now. The Colt doesn't look old at all. Its design must just not be finished. Johnny still appears unconvinced, and this time it is Primrose that questions Earl. So, Big Head, what does any of that have to actually do with us? Earl grows a bit frustrated as he waves his hands, annoyed, trying to explain himself. It means that the Coltsmith is new. Very new. At most, a year in the industry and with mountains of potential. We might be able to recruit them if we can find them. Earl turns and looks at Johnny with excitement and hope. I would like to try and find them, Johnny. Johnny tilts his head as he thinks for a moment. He then glances at Elizabeth and Primrose in quick succession. I see what you mean now, Earl, and I like it, but you can't go alone. Elizabeth could help you convince Icarus, while Primrose could protect you too. Elizabeth agrees with a nod as Johnny asks her indirectly if she will go, but Primrose immediately grows frustrated. Do I have to go with them, Johnny? I could really use a week or a month of relaxation. Johnny gives her a glare. If you wish. But did you really learn nothing from Levi? Work hard, Primrose. Don't just laze about. Primrose sighs as she changes her mind at Johnny's willingness to let her do what she wants.
Fine.
But I better get a vacation when I come back. You can take one whenever you want. That's not true. It is. No, it's not. What do you mean, I bust out laughing at the one-sided argument, and Primrose gives me a death glare in retaliation. Instantly, my laugh disappears as she points her Mars at my chest. I've already been paralyzed by her ether before. I'm plenty good in this case with a gun to me. She harumphs and stomps away with a pronounced limp. Even her frustration can't hide her injury. As she leaves, though, she tells Earl and Elizabeth something. Come find me at my wagon. We can leave in the morning. This search for a coltsmith seems to have lit a blaze in Earl's heart. He moves with a pep in his step as he stands and pulls Elizabeth up with him. Come on, let's go get ready. I need to make some stuff for the road. Elizabeth just rolls her eyes and whispers to me as she leaves. I guess we're gonna go find him a girlfriend. What else could get him so excited? I laugh at her remark about what they're going to go do, but as Earl drags her away, I yell out, What about Esther? Oh, Sakate will watch her. The man is great with kids. Okay, I guess that's fine. Only I worry that somehow we will return, and that Esther will have a sigil like what happened to Elizabeth. Surely not. Right? Right? I don't want to leave the little girl, but we have things we need to do. I'm sure she'll understand, at least when she gets older. The two then rapidly leave as Earl goes to do whatever the hell random bullshit he's gonna make. Either bombs or fire. One of the two, for sure. By the time they leave, it's now just Abraham, Johnny, and me. Johnny seems to be whispering into Abraham's ear, and curious to see what they're talking about. I flow ether into my ears for listen. You need to follow him. I trust the man, but I worry for him. She does not treat her damned lightly. Only you can do this as you sleep just as little as him, even if yours is to your detriment. I see Abraham nod as I walk closer to intrude on their conversation and learn what they're discussing. Who are you following? Abraham turns and snaps his fingers at me, but nothing seems to happen. But after a moment of me looking around, he speaks. You're good. I just ensured no one was nearby. Johnny, you want to tell him? Johnny turns to me with a nod. Abraham is going to go and follow Virgil. I'm worried he might get attacked or ambushed on his way back. Abraham is just as good, if not better, at staying unseen than Virgil. Abraham puffs up at this chance to boast, not letting it pass him by. He seems to be quite self-conscious except when boasting, but when he moves a bit too much, the gauze around the wound on his chest, where he was shot, flares up. Yeah. Ow. Damn. Well, my sigil allows me to touch people's memories, dreams, nightmares, and conscious minds. It's fairly easy to become psychologically invisible, but much harder to manifest a dream or nightmare like you saw when we were fighting the phantom pain. He is much better at illusions than me, but I can still fare just fine. I nod along with the reasoning and agree. Virgil should have someone watch over him. He's not in the right mind space. Any bit of help will be good. I also catch on to something that Abraham says, though. Can he touch memories? Could he? Maybe. That sounds like a good idea, but hey, Abraham, I have a question. Abraham waves me on. Could you help me search my memories? Abraham tilts his head at me weirdly, not understanding why I'm asking him this. I could possibly. Memories are hard to search through. Most of the time, I can only read recent ones. Why? I attempt to explain myself as best as I can. I've been thinking about something. When I got the blooming spider lily from my ma, there were 5 bullets. These bullets let me fire the gun without repercussions. I used 4, so 1 remains. The only issue is that I don't know what happened to it. Abraham nods along with me, and Johnny's face grows ecstatic at the fact that a bullet for the Colt remains. He obviously likes the idea of being able to fire the Colt without repercussions, should we get it. Yeah, I could try. The more attached you are to the memory, the easier it will work. Sit with me. I sit alongside him as I try to reassure him how attached I am to the memory. Nothing is more explicit in my mind than when Edmund died, and I suspect that's when the bullet was lost. Don't worry about that. This memory is seared into my brain. Good. Here, stay calm and just close your eyes. Think of the memory. I stay still and close my eyes to his directions. I try to relive the moment, the one I do every time I close my eyes. After a short moment of silence, while focusing on Edmund's death, I feel 2 fingers touch my eyelids and press down on my eyeballs. The pressure feels strong and only grows after a few seconds, nearing the point of pain in my eyeballs. But just as I start to raise my hand to stop him, I'm back in the forest. Leaves rustle as I view the surroundings from a new perspective. Somehow, the world is not in my eyes. It is from just a few feet around me. And after a moment of me looking around and seeing Alexos start to speak to Edmund and me, I see Abraham appear next to me. His pale hair and body are starkly different from the rest of the dark forest. He looks around for a few moments and nods with understanding. Interesting. This memory is quite bizarre. I turn to him and ask what's wrong, but I mostly just ignore Alexos' words. He says something about my family killing people, something I believe is a lie. What do you mean? Abraham puts a hand into the air and looks at it. It's too complete. Way too complete. I mean, look around.
No fas. No adetis.
Nothing wrong. I do as he mentions and look around the edges of the forest. It goes as far as I can see, almost as if I'm actually here. So what? This memory is special to me. Something I think about a lot. He walks a bit forward to where the old me stands in the memory, just as the old me gets hit with a word from Alexos that fills my body with pain. The me in the memory falls to the ground as Edmund protectively moves around him. Only when Abraham kneels down and looks into the old me's eyes does he speak. That wouldn't cause this. It would only make it colorful. There is something seriously wrong. It's almost like something has meddled with your mind, changing it. And one of the side effects is a clear awareness of the world to your subconscious. I twist and stare at him. He has to be bullshitting. How could something change my mind? How? The bloody palm. Maybe? Do you think it was the bloody palm? Abraham kneels and freezes the memory, making every stop around us as his face moves closer and he looks deeper into my eyes. No, I doubt it's the bloody palm. These changes, they are not new. I can't even find where they begin. Everything is wrong. The eyes are the window to the soul, Wyatt. But in your memory, I can't find it. It's like it's murky and hard to see. I grow frustrated at the man calling my mind wrong without any idea what was wrong. All I wanted to do was find where the bullet was. Stop spewing random bullshit, Abraham. What's wrong with me? What caused it? And where is the bullet? That's what we came here for. Abraham shakes his head as he moves away from the old me. He snaps again, and the memory moves again. He points ahead to answer one of my questions. Edmund kneels down to me and wraps an arm around me. With that arm, he uses a string of blood to stealthily move a bullet from Lily's chamber and into his hand. The old man then gives me some encouragement as he stands and bursts forward, but as he does, the bullet is slid into the chamber of his revolver on his hip with another strand of blood without being seen. Abraham stops the memory and makes me grow confused. How can I see this? How do I not remember it? Abraham seems to see my question as if he's seen it many times before. The waking mind takes in an absolutely incalculable amount of stimulus. Only mentalists like myself can accurately calculate everything within our senses. For other people, much of it is left unprocessed and shunted into memory fuzzily to never be touched again. You saw, heard, and probably even felt this happen, but only barely. Your mind simply couldn't process it alongside everything else. But it truly is unnaturally clear. Even behind you is perfectly recreated. Are your senses that honed? He trails off a bit, only succeeding to lose me. My lips pull a tight crease. Does his explanation make sense, though? I guess it does. If anyone would know how the mind works, it'd be a mentalist. At least I know where the bullet is now, in Edmund's grave with his revolver. He never managed to shoot the bullet he took. Maybe that bullet can be fired from any gun, not just Lily. That could be pretty useful. But I won't let Abraham off the hook from what he said earlier. I press him on it again. I guess that makes sense. So, the bullet is in his grave. He was buried with all his stuff, including his revolver. But what about earlier? What's wrong with me, Abraham? The most experienced mentalist I've ever met, although he's like the only one, answers grimly. I don't know, Wyatt. Your brain is unlike any I've ever seen. Everything is in the wrong places, and some missing entirely. I can't even find the outline of your soul. There is something seriously wrong with you, and I doubt an artifact did it. Maybe it's your heritage. Maybe you're just special. I don't know. Can we leave, though? I'm starting to feel uncomfortable, like something is watching me. His words only further confuse me, but I reluctantly agree after a few moments of looking around. But there simply is nothing there watching us. He must just sense the bloody palm staring at us or something. And so, with a swirl of his hand, we return to the sandy ground of the dunes with the knowledge of where the last bullet is.